Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku and Toga Were Ghouls? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Thick icy clouds cover Mizudafu like a blanket. The murky overcast cracks with streaks of lightning, jagged lines slicing through the vapor like a knife digging into soft flesh. A gray fog begins to drift overhead, the broken shape of it forming a glassy sky. It's late, not even a single car splashes through the flooded streets. Periodically, streetlights gleam overhead, shadows dark and crisp in the flickering glow. The sound of emptiness hums with the dying bulbs, only to be disrupted by a loud, gregarious boom of thunder. At last, the first of many water droplets begin to descend from above. It doesn't trickle out like a shower faucet, it's more like the clouds could no longer hold the weight. The rain has become a living fabric, something one can reach their hand through. It's almost like being in a car with the window open, an outstretched arm surfing through the fast-moving air. Cold beads of water land on a girl's pale skin, running down her thin frame. She skids across the slippery path of a flooded sidewalk, her posture weakened by the weight of her soaking clothes. Arms wrapped around herself, the drenched cardigan doing a poor job of keeping her warm now that it's wet, she tries to duck under a shop's awning to get someplace drier. The fierce sound of heavy rainfall pounding on the sheet above her head is louder than the occasional boom of thunder. She shudders when a chilly breeze nearly sweeps her off of her feet. It's not an ideal place to wait the storm out, but it's the best she's got. The girl then catches sight of herself in the shop's window reflection. Messy blonde buns had become slightly frizzled and damp, a wonder how the pins held, but nonetheless disappointing to the girl. Letting out a pouty huff over her disheveled appearance, she lets herself untense a little. There's nothing better for her to occupy the time with than fixing the mess. However, there's a person watching her that isn't as concerned about the state of her hair. Slitted pupils narrow in on the damp clothing, admiring how it clings to her luxurious body. An elongated tongue runs along pointed teeth, glossing over scaly lips. Like an apex predator, the person begins to slowly creep towards her, using the dark atmosphere as a camouflage of sorts. She can't even release a startled gasp before a heavy hand is clamped down over her mouth. The person assaulting her forcefully pulls the petite girl backwards, essentially dragging her like a luggage full of dead weight. Before the girl can recuperate or struggle against the hold, the attacker pins her against the rough brick of a wall. Her head collides with the concrete, resounding with a sickening crack of her skull. Whatever concussion that may have caused makes her vision blur with occasional blotches of random color. The disoriented girl tries to wriggle free from the death grip she's in, but only makes the arrival of a headache transform into an ear-ringing migraine. Through the splotches of hazy vision, the blonde takes in the features of her assault. A large man with what must be a mutation quirk stands at over 8 feet tall. The scaly pattern of an alligator's hide makes up their skin, a dark shade of malachite glistening in the rain. A thick leather jacket and jeans make it hard to distinct the guy's age. He could be a biker or edgy teenager. In the face of fight or flight, the girl chooses to fight. Underneath the blonde skirt, she keeps a knife strapped just above her thigh. Carefully unsheathing it as not to draw attention to her movements, she pretends to whimper under the alligator hybrid's strong grip. Then she lashes out with the blade, aiming for their throat. A shard of steel clatters across the pavement. The knife had split in two. The man's alligator hide is too thick to slice into. The blonde's eyes go wide as she realizes there's nothing she can do now. Her opponent is too strong to break free from, let alone the disorientation from hitting her head is making it hard to do much of anything in defense, and she doubts her fists or nails will be enough to harm considering a knife didn't work. The alligator has a perturbed face, glancing between the broken weapon and the girl a few times. He then begins to chuckle, mostly in relief that the surprise attack didn't work. "You sure are naughty." The rank breath makes the blonde's eyes water as if it was the smell of onions. A clawed finger begins to lace itself down the cardigan on her torso, popping buttons as it runs along. "I can be naughty too," the alligator hisses in her ear as he goes to slice through another layer of clothing. The man licks his chops. The damp shirt shows an outline of the girl's black bra underneath. It's all that's left to undo for him to be filled with immense pleasure. The blonde squirms a little, hoping to slip free, but she stops instantly when sharp talons dig into her arm. Warm liquid mixes with the cold, rain washing away blood, but all the same sloshing across her skin. It's a searing pain, a wound that will no doubt leave a scar. The man presses his chest against her own, condensing her BRS in a painful way. A sharp inhale from the alligator makes her rear back in reflex. Sharp teeth are bared. She's assuming the scent of blood must have triggered something in his instincts. That's quite the perfume, little lady. The gator laughs at his own joke. The elongated tongue that keeps slipping free then laps up the dribbling blood. Elicits from the man. He presses himself against the girl a little harder. I can barely contain myself. Let's just get on with it. His predatory gaze then flicks to her skirt. The girl lets out a muffled cry, her futile struggles now increasing tenfold as she realizes what the man is about to do. The tears brimming her eyes begin to spill down her cheeks. She's powerless to stop him as a scaly hand reaches for the skirt. She contemplates closing her eyes, hoping that'll ease the approaching pain somewhat. However, movement from behind the gator catches her sight. Then, there's nothing but the hot sting of red splattering across her face. Specks of something warm cover her body now, as if a water balloon filled with paint just collided with her. It's then that the girl notices the sharp object protruding from her assaulter's chest. Even though her knife had failed, something else succeeded in piercing the gator's tough hide. The man coughs, gagging on some of his own blood. Tilting his head down to stare at the wound, he lets out a blood-curdling scream, as if he only now realized he got fatally stabbed. The girl stares at the foreign object that tore through the man's unnatural flesh. It looks like a streak of blood frozen solid, but with a mind of its own. The tentacle whips around like a tail, showing no muscle or bone tissue to restrict its movement. It moves with a flexibility that's transparent to the flow of water, but remains firm and steady. Another agonized cry for help escapes the man as he gets moved backwards, the tentacle protruding from his chest carrying him into the sky. Then, the gator hybrid is brought back down with immense force. The forceful effort slams the man into the street, splitting cracks into the cement and leaving behind another splatter of blood. However, the onslaught doesn't stop there. The tentacle hoists the gator back up for another round of being thrashed about. Watching the horrific display, the girl begins to quiver and falls to her knees. The man continues making a sickening wailing noise that's too distorted from gargling blood to reach beyond the block. The tentacle shows no mercy, it just keeps slashing up and down with the man as a kebab. The crater left in the road is soon filled with enough blood to make up a hot tub. If the man has a mutation quirk that gives him similar traits of an alligator, then he should be able to hold his breath underwater. At least, that's what one would think. When the man is forced back into the crater, he's pinned there this time. The blood stops just above the nape of his neck, cutting off any oxygen he may need. Bubbles begin popping at the surface, the weakened body of somebody that had been beaten trying to rear itself away. When the corpse stops resisting, 3 more tentacles rain down from above like they're part of the storm. The sound of flesh being torn apart somehow overlaps a clap of thunder. In the flash of light from the sky, like an angel, or perhaps a demon in this case, the owner of the tentacles drops down with grace. The strange appendages retreat into the person they belong to as he staggers over to the unmoving body. Dropping to his own knees, he bends down and sinks his teeth into the gator's flesh. Even with a transmutation quality, the person is still a human. Whether it counts as cannibalism or not, the gruesome tearing of teeth through meat would forever be ingrained in anybody's mind that watches it. What's even stranger is that the person who rescued the girl looks no older than 15. Despite the slim figure, it's apparent that there should be some muscle under the articles of a baggy hoodie and sweatpants. The clothes are as dark as the boy's unkempt hair, a heavy set of locks cover his left eye and leave the strange-looking right one to peer out. A red iris is shrunken down to the fraction of the pupil, surrounded by a black sclera. Webbed veins crack the void, even reaching beyond the eye and stretching across the skin that borders it. Ripping another mouthful of flesh from the corpse, The boy swallows it without bothering to chew. Like a condiment, gore surrounds his lips as if the sauce got spilt by a messy eater. It was just so enthralling to watch that the girl let out a peaked pant. However, the boy's ear twitched as soon as he heard it underneath the downpour of rain. Whipping his head up to spot the blonde that's gazing at him, he freezes like a deer in headlights. The two stare at one another for what feels like a solid 10 minutes. Both of them are so lowly crouched that they could look into each other's eyes if they wanted, but the boy looks more dazed than focused. Perhaps it's because the blonde girl is so fixated on him with her Cheshire eyes. A toothy grin and heavy blush covers her face, the freezing rain doing nothing to fade it. "Hi, I'm Himiko Toga." She frantically waves with both her hands like she's trying to flag down a taxi or grab a celebrity's attention. The blonde then cranes her neck forward, as if she's trying to get a better look at the boy in front of her. "What's your name?" She brings her arms to her chest in anticipation of the answer. The boy is still looking at her with an appalled expression. Most people would have ran off screaming by now. Yet, this girl is still here. She even watched him feast on the guy's corpse. Now she's introducing herself and asking his name. Maybe that concussion is more severe than either of them could diagnose. Albeit reluctantly, the boy returns her greeting. "Akatani. Akatani Mikumo." The giddy grin on Toga's face broadens somewhat. She's pleased with her rescuer's answer. The boy can't help but smile in response, even if it's just a small one that nobody can see through the thick coat of falling rain. An aroma of fresh coffee grains tickles his sense of smell. The gust of wind from the air condition also holds the scent of recently baked pastries, each of them displayed behind dainty glass platters. There's the slap of shoes against tile as he walks across the rustic terracotta floor. Booths are bathed in sunlight, the reflection gleaming through the window only slightly. Just ahead of him is a familiar face, albeit a few years to boot. The old friend has his arm raised just under the coffee shop's slow-turning ceiling fan. "Tasha Nori." The hand waves in a gesture to come over so they can sit together. Tashinori chooses to oblige. The gaunt blonde grunts as he slides into the booth, a result from the strain on his bones. If not for his sickly appearance, the groan may have been a reminder of age catching up instead. Yet, his hollow cheekbones are pulled into a soft smile regardless of those health issues. Sunken eyes meet rectangular ones. "It's good to see you, Naomasa." Always the detective, whether he's on or off duty, Naomasa is wearing his usual attire of a tan overcoat and slacks. A matching hat is set aside, letting his short black hair breathe a little, as well as exposing a few gray strands. "It's always a pleasure." He returns the smile before sliding a menu across the table. "Please, order something." "It's on me." "Oh, I wouldn't want to impose." Tashinori tries to politely push the menu away. "The food wouldn't be very good on my stomach anyways." He subconsciously places a hand over the left side of his chest. Beneath an oversized t-shirt, there's a gnarly cicatrix, the very cause for his health problems. Right. Caffeine is probably a bad idea then. Naomasa looks down with a pensive expression before returning his gaze to the blonde. "Would you mind a cup of tea instead?" he suggests. The blonde nervously scratches his cheek with a forced chuckle. "Don't really have a choice." "Do I?" "Nope." Naomasa pops the P as he shuts the menu. Tashinori's laughter becomes genuine after that, the wound on his side aching a little from the racking of such a frail body. Clutching the sore injury until the pain fades, he can't contain a few side effect wheezes. The blonde lets out a cough in order to clear his throat before asking, "As much as I'd like for this to be a simple friendly meeting, I assume there's a reason you called me here?" "Since when do we ever skip the pleasantries, Tashinori?" Naomasa tries jesting the blonde a little more before letting himself give in to a stressed sigh. "You're right in your assumption though. I need your help on a case." Tashinori bashfully rubs the nape of his neck. "Don't get me wrong, Naomasa. I'm flattered, truly." He then hangs his head with a small shrug. "But you're the detective here. I'm not exactly the best person suited for cracking a mystery by comparison. Trust me, I would have gone to Aizawa for help instead if all I wanted was half-baked conspiracy theories." Naomasa leans back with a dismissive wave of his hand. What I'm really looking for is somebody that can bring this one in for me with relative ease. The detective taps the menu as if he's pointing at a case folder instead of an overpriced croissant. Toshinori muses to himself for a few seconds, nodding in understanding. Occasionally, there's a villain that the police can't handle. That's where the pro heroes come in to help. However, there's a variety of talented locals to choose from. Why me of all options? Toshinori has to ask. You know why. Naomasa fixes Toshinori with an intense stare. The blonde swallows his nerves, acknowledging the unsaid reason with a single nod. This is a villain that's just as elusive as the hero killer, with a body count even higher. The victims are found as mangled corpses, half-eaten and signs of torture completely evident. Naomasa briefly summarizes the information necessary for Toshinori to become determined in catching the criminal. Leaning forward in his seat, Toshinori gives the detective his complete, undivided attention. Tell me their name. Naomasa locks eyes with the blonde again, gazing into blue orbs of righteousness. Everyone back at headquarters has dubbed him. He hesitates as if the name itself is evil, the Tokyo Ghoul. Hi, I'm Mikumo Akitani, I'll be your server. Can I take your orders? Their waiter finally arrives at the table. Waiting there with a pen and pad in his hands is a boy with long dark hair, one emerald eye peering out while the other is covered by heavy locks. An apron loosely hangs around his waist, part of the coffee shop's standard employee uniform. A gray waistcoat over a white dress shirt and brown cravat makes the boy look more like an underage bartender though. Ah, yes. Naomasa is pleasantly startled from his cogitation. I'd like a coffee for myself with a touch of toffee nut. As for my friend, could you please bring him your most purifying tea? Of course. The boy nods along to the order as he transcribes it to his notepad. Once he's finished writing things down, he clicks the pen with an assumed finality, anything else, but still asks the question just in case. That'll be all. Naomasa hands his waiter the set of menus. Thank you. Toshinori says it in synchronization with the detective once the boy takes them away. Once their server leaves to place the order, the two law enforcers return to their previous discussion. I heard from Nizu that you'll be teaching at UTA this year. If that's the case, you're the best suited person with the perfect opportunity to capture this villain. Naomasa doesn't miss a beat with the continuation of his explanation. Toshinori is starting to make more sense of this meetup now. While it's true that a villain so elusive can potentially pose a threat to the majority of heroes sent to stop them, this whole thing isn't just about the case. It's not like Naomasa is asking for a big favor when Toshinori is in the local area, so that must only be an added benefit to all of this. Speaking of which, don't take this the wrong way, but I never took you for the type that would get into teaching. Naomasa laughs as he tries to shift the subject into a more lighthearted one. Toshinori only manages a smile, still not being completely content with the bait and switch of the Tokyo Ghoul case. Neither did I. The blonde shrugs as he answers honestly. Naomasa nods along with a knowing smile, as if he predicted that's exactly what his timely friend would say. I'm going to assume there's an ulterior motive to why you chose to begin teaching heroics classes then. The detective folds his hands in a sophisticated manner. When it comes to this perspicacious posture, Naomasa shows a slight relation to Nizu's pawkiness. I'm the one with an ulterior motive. Toshinori raises an eyebrow in jocular recrimination. Naomasa sheepishly rubs the nape of his neck, trying to placate the blonde with a rueful titter. I thought you said you aren't a detective? He throws in a joke for extra measure before giving his apologetic confession. I didn't arrange this just to discuss the Tokyo Ghoul. I also wanted to see for myself if your condition has worsened or gotten better. Since your patrols have gone down to 3 hours a day and you look even more disheveled from the time I saw you last. It isn't good, is it? Toshinori softens his expression, body hunching in admittance. The smile that he had been trying to use as a mask slips away, a yielding frown in its place. I'm running out of time, Naomasa. He gives his own confession. The real reason Nizu offered me a place to teach at UDA is to potentially help find a successor. I see, Naomasa breathlessly replies. He nearly falls over, having to brace himself in the far corner on his side of the booth. Conceding to the realization that Toshinori's time as a hero is coming to an end, he almost pales more than a corpse. It's one thing to know of it, but almost near impossible for him to come to terms with. Toshinori must notice the detective's disposition, his demeanor shifting to something somber. Once Naomasa regains some of his composure though, he's able to put on a false smile to reassure his friend. We thought Night Eye was just being pessimistic when he tried telling us the necessities of finding a suitable successor. Now, the time has come. He tries to keep his voice from wobbling and abruptly stops to avoid giving in. Toshinori begins to absent-mindedly pull sugar packets out of the table's condiment container. Well, my sidekick and I aren't really on good speaking terms because of all that. His hands continue to occupy themselves by lining up the sugar bags into a row that resembles a miniature train. If Toshinori anxiously playing with the tiny packets is anything to go by, he's just as unsettled by this whole predicament. Sinking deeper into the vinyl of the booth, Naomasa finds himself feeling discouraged. That's a shame. You two really were quite the dynamic crime-fighting duo. He and the blonde look off to the side as if that's where they'll find those forgotten days. Shaking off the dull attitude, Naomasa tries to inspire some optimism by making a suggestion. He always liked coffee, right? Maybe bring him here to Antiku to share a drink and hash things out. He slaps the table for emphasis, which only accomplishes the startlement of Toshinori. The blonde gives a non-committable hum, his gaze still lingering on the sugar packets strewn across the table and purposefully ignoring Naomasa's eyes. Neither side says anything more for a solid 6 seconds, the atmosphere turning awkward as a result. It's like the detective is waiting for the person that he's interrogating to crack, but Toshinori is too nervous to steal a glance in order to check. Giving in to his own anxiety, the blonde sighs in defeat. You're right. I'll try inviting him here sometime. That must be enough to pacify the law enforcer, since he's already moving on to the next topic of conversation. You know, it was actually my sister that told me about this place. He holds a fond expression as he looks around the charmingly quaint cafe. Toshinori smiles now that they're on a subject that he can get behind. Discussing family with his friends always brings warm feelings, which is much needed after the prior conversation. Speaking of which, how is Mikoto doing these days? He decides to ask. Naomasa snorts, as rebellious as always, which gains a chuckle out of Toshinori. But she's doing really good for herself. She actually graduated from college not too long ago with both a bachelor's and master's degree, he proudly proclaims. That's wonderful news. I'm so glad to hear it. Toshinori fixes his posture as he conveys his excitement for Naomasa. I've always known that she's a bright one. Oh, you have no idea how many times she's come close to figuring out your secret all on her own. Toshinori gives a nervous chuckle in response to that news while Naomasa simply carries on with his own laughter. Their waiter returns to the table with a tray then. 1 coffee with toffee nut. Akitani Mikumo places the mug in front of Naomasa. Careful. It's still hot, he warns. Then there's a cup of tea that's slided over to Toshinori, and I made sure to consult a few others to find our best option for you. I hope you like barley. I love barley tea. Thank you. Toshinori slightly bows his head in appreciation. Wrapping his frail fingers around the cup, the blonde brings it to his lips to take a sip. If there's anything else that you need, don't hesitate to ask. The waiter flashes his customers an earnest smile before carrying the tray back towards the kitchen. On the other hand, it's probably better to have a variety of candidates to choose from. This is a big decision after all, and you can't just pass the mantle on to the first kind-hearted kid you see. Naomasa refers to their earlier conversation about Toshinori's successor and Yue. The blonde shies away, curious as to if the detective has some sort of observational skill that may have given away his thoughts about their waiter being a nice person. I wouldn't be as brash to do something like that. Toshinori isn't entirely sure if he's trying to convince himself or his friend anymore. Naomasa is too busy gently blowing on his coffee to cool it off rather than to be observational, allowing the blonde to breathe a sigh of relief. Have you reached your limit for the day, or are you still planning on patrolling later? Naomasa asks before taking a small sip of java from the mug. Toshinori stops just short of taking a sip from his own drink to respond, I've still got about 2 hours left that I plan on using. He lowers the cup only slightly to get a better view of Naomasa. What's up? Did you need my help with something? He wonders. Naomasa waves in an allayed manner. Nothing urgent enough to keep you from your patrol as a hero. He pauses to take another sip of coffee before continuing. I was only going to invite you to swing by the station so we can go over the Tokyo Ghoul case. It can wait until tomorrow though. I've got other paperwork to finish anyways. Alright. That works for me. Tashinori nods in agreement. Suddenly, the muffled noise of sirens starts to draw near. Tashinori and Naomasa turn their heads in time to watch a set of police vehicles zoom by the window in some sort of high-speed pursuit. All it takes is one shared look between the two law enforcers and they're both giving mutual nods of understanding. Next time, I'll cover the check, Tashinori promises before he downs the last of his tea. Just go. Naomasa smirks as he watches his friend briskly head towards the cafe's exit. Once the blonde steps foot outdoors, he glances each way to make sure nobody is watching him. Then, the frail form of a skeleton morphs into that of a bodybuilder. Steam generates from the solid muscles of a hero, a triumphant rictus grin etched across his face. The shift in mass isn't very hard to miss, especially when what's left behind is acknowledged by all of Japan as the #1 hero. What? It's All Might. A teenage fangirl shrieks with glee. The mightiful man bellows out a boisterous laugh at the odd reactions of pedestrians before launching himself into the sky with a powerful leap. Watching his friends soar over dozens of skyscrapers, Naomasa can't help but deflate somewhat. Pretty soon, that sight overhead won't be there anymore. When All Might retires, it'll be the end of an entire era. Not only is Tashinori recognized as the highest hero in rankings, but he's considered to be a literal symbol of peace. The hero always wears a massive smile in the face of danger, assuring everybody that everything will turn out okay. Good will always triumph when All Might is there. So, what about when he's gone? The detective is shaken from his musings by the loud clang of a tray clattering against the tiled floor. Glasses shatter from the impact as well, water and coffee alike spilling everywhere amok the mess. Standing at the center of it all is the one responsible, the young waiter named Akitani Mikumo. The boy's mouth is hung open, undoubtedly gawking at the receding back of All Might. Snapping out of his rumination, he begins to profusely apologize. Sorry everybody. I'm sorry. He repeats it like a broken record while hastily picking up the shards of glass. What must be a coworker rushes over with a cloth to wipe up the spilled beverages. Naomasa chuckles to himself, appreciating what might be one of the last times he sees a kid geek out so hard over All Might. The show alone is enough of a reason to leave behind a bigger tip than usual. Placing the gray fedora on his head, Naomasa prepares to take the coffee to go. As he slides out of the booth, he leaves behind some yen. As the day goes on, nearly every customer follows suit. Some tips are hefty while others are low, but business is booming, especially after word got around on social media that All Might passed by. When the sun sets though, and day turns to dusk, the coffee shop finally closes. Akitani has the responsibility of sweeping and shutting things down for his shift though. So, after hours, he remains as the sole worker to clean everything. As he idly sweeps some stray crumbs into a dustpan, there's a sudden tapping at the door. Akitani sets the broom aside, glancing to see who's knocking. Peering through the glass is the girl that he had met the previous night. She looks like she's still wearing her school uniform and her hair is tied into messy buns just like last time. Akitani flips the lock so he can open the door for her. Stepping into the coffee house, the girl lets out an impressed whistle. Antikuha. She plops herself down into the nearest booth. If you're curious about the name, the manager wouldn't even tell me why it's called that. Akitani locks the door again to ensure no late-night customers try to get a last-minute order in. The blonde shrugs with no sincere interest. Not really what I meant. I was just wondering why you decided to bother working here. She even starts drumming her fingers against the table in boredom. It has its benefits, such as free coffee, which does wonders for my quirk. Akitani pays her no mind until he finishes setting up the brewer. Would you care for any? Caffeine isn't really good for my complexion. She bats her eyelashes in a teasing manner. Akatani just turns away from her, hiding the small blush that's dusting his cheeks. So, why is coffee so good for your quirk? Is that what those tentacle things are made of? She bounces in her seat with eagerness for an answer. Making his way to the booth so he can sit across from her, Akatani shakes his head with a dry laugh. I wish it were something that simple. He doesn't even try to plug up the leak of depression in his tone. I wouldn't want to scare you off, but I guess you've already seen what I really am. Himiko Toga twirls a lock of her blonde hair. It'd be pretty rude of me to run away from the person that saved my... Well, you know. The natural blush on her face darkens a little bit. She ends up pulling her legs close to her chest so she can wrap her arms around the knees. Besides, I really want to get to know you. I think it'd be super cool to be like you. She flashes a toothy grin. Well, all right. Don't say I didn't warn you. Akatani rubs the back of his neck with lingering hesitation. I guess you could consider it as a drawback. My quirk makes it so I can only eat human flesh. The boy flinches as he reluctantly finishes the end of his sentence. The blonde tilts her head in confusion at the action, but it soon starts to sink in that most people would likely judge him at that point. Thoughts of bullies calling him cruel names and possibly even beating him over it crosses her mind. Any ordinary person would run away screaming, not even giving the poor kid a chance to show his true personality. Hey, it's okay. The soothing words feel strange on her tongue, but she feels obligated to say them. I got a lot of ridicule from my quirk too. I won't judge you. She reassures him. Akatani's one visible eye widens at that news, clearly surprised to hear the confession of her relatability. Why, your quirk? He stammers out what must be a desperate question to hear more about it. Raising one pointer finger and wagging it back and forth, Himiko tuts in a teasing manner. You're supposed to tell me about your quirk first. Remember? She giggles at his instinct to shyly turn away. It'd be a cute reflex if it weren't for the reason why he has it. Besides human meat, I can have coffee. It doesn't completely satisfy my hunger though. Believe me, I tried. I still try. He solemnly hangs his head as he finishes explaining the details of his unique taste buds. Yeah, the bags under your eyes, oops. I mean, I make that obvious. She jokingly covers half her own face with a hand. Akatani doesn't have the reaction she was hoping for. He doesn't look offended per se, but he doesn't laugh either. You make it work though, she adds as an afterthought to save him from feeling embarrassed since he seems like that type. Thanks. She hears him say it even though it's a low mumble. What about those tentacle things then? She then catches his gaze with her own. Oh, that's right. Your eye was really weird too. She can't contain her elation as she leans forward to get a closer look. Receding just a bit at the sudden lunge, Akatani self-consciously places a hand over his eye. Oh, that's just another side effect of my quirk. He recovers as he realizes she's just genuinely curious about it. Whenever I'm hungry or excited, or it just happens. I call it my kakugan. Can you summon it on your own? She leans forward more with piqued interest. Slowly pulling his hand away so that she can see, Akatani slowly nods. Why, yeah, the red iris glows at the center of a black scara just like the last time she saw it. What excites her most about seeing it again, though, are the veins that branch out like shattered glass. Wow, she gasps in awe before falling back with a squeal. That looks so cool. Akatani chuckles with a small smile that has the potential to melt Himiko's heart. That's probably the first time anybody ever said that to me. He catches her eye with his own. Thank you. Himiko feels her face heat up more than usual, forcing her to turn away from him. What about the tentacles? You never told me. About those, she whines in the hope that he'll be too distracted by the question to notice her fierce blush. Oh, right. He jumps in his seat as if he's suddenly reminded. I call it my cocoon. It's made out of my RC cells, which is why they're as flexible as ordinary blood cells, but strong enough to fight with. He begins to mutter while trying to explain it as simply as possible. Himiko nods along like she can understand every word until he suddenly realizes that he's still murmuring nonsense. A heavy blush settles over his face as he clamps two hands over his mouth. Himiko can't suppress the laugh that breaks through her lips like water crashing through a dam. Akatani looks down at his lap with a pout. You should have stopped me. Why would I? She heaves in between giggle fits. It was just too cute. Akatani practically has steam coming out of his ears at this point. Fortunately for him, he's saved by the beeping of the coffee brewer, an indication that it's finally ready. Hastily climbing out of the booth so she doesn't see how red his face is, he starts to stammer out his own diversion. It's your turn now. Tell me about your quirk. Oh. Himiko abruptly stops laughing as she starts to deflate with her own embarrassment. I didn't think you would actually want to know, she mumbles so Akatani doesn't hear it. The boy throws her a brief glance as he pours himself a cup of coffee. I didn't catch that. Shaking herself from her self-inflicted brooding, she puts on a smile that would make some people assume she's the illegitimate daughter of All Might. My quirk allows me to turn into other people. She summarizes it to the best of her abilities. Whoa, really? Akatani nearly trips over himself as he spins around to see if she's just joshing him. That's so cool. How does it work? Do you get their quirks too? Does it only work if you turn into a girl, or does it work with boys too? How does it activate? He starts spewing questions like rapid fire before lighting up as if he just had an epiphany. Do you mind if I write all of this down? Himiko stares at the boy in bewilderment. It's almost like his personality just did a 180. He went from a sulking emo to an overly excited dork. Not only that, but this is the first time that somebody showed such genuine interest in her quirk. Akatani just looks so enthusiastic about it that she doesn't have the heart to say anything other than, I don't mind. Realizing that he just geeked out over her quirk, he does a reclusive action similar to when he caught himself muttering paragraphs. Awesome. Thanks. He tries to passively play it off while grabbing a notebook that's stashed under the cashier's counter. Himiko instantly notices that the journal has some serious damage. The binder looks singed and some of the pages are sticking out as though they were torn apart at some point. Despite the condition of the book though, she can also tell that he takes it seriously since there's a label all the way at number 13. Flipping through some seared pages, he eventually lands on a blank one. Setting his cup of coffee aside, he clicks a pen and looks at her with eager anticipation. Like your quirk, most people shun me for how it's used. She reminds him before continuing, I need a person's blood so I can drink it. I then look and sound just like them. I only use it on people that I really like though. Akatani glances up from his notebook at that last part, still writing detailed descriptions from what little information she gave him. That's amazing. He exhales in awe. You would be perfect for stealth missions, whether it's as a hero or some sort of spy in the FBI. Himiko's mouth starts to slowly slide open. Nobody had ever told her she can work as a law officer, let alone a hero. She doesn't know whether to be flattered or angry. She's still too shocked. Instead, she asks, do you really mean it? Nodding enthusiastically, he only piles on more crazy compliments. There's so much potential for what you can do with your quirk. If there was some sort of assassination target, you could disguise yourself and set up the perfect ploy. If disguising as somebody else comes with any other perks, you could catch your opponent by surprise in a fight as well. He then gasps with worry. Are you crying? Himiko lets out a startled gasp too, bringing a hand to her cheek where she feels a warm stream of tears. Wiping the water away with the sleeve of her cardigan, she profusely shakes her head. I'm just surprised you can be so sappy, she jokes with a laugh to boot. Laughing along, even if it's somewhat forced, Akatani slowly relaxes. I sometimes forget that's still a part of me too. He lets out a distant sigh. It's probably from my mom's side. Himiko tilts her head like a kitten trying to figure out why he looks so sad. How does he feel about your quirk? The blonde warily asks since that may be the cause. Akatani's smile quickly vanishes, replaced by a woeful frown. Instantly, Himiko jumps to wave her hands in an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, she shouts with the anxiety that he may be too upset with her to keep talking. No, it's okay. That's not it. Akatani shifts his gaze to the notebook that's in front of him. This was actually really nice. It feels good to talk about my quirk with someone and to hear about theirs without any kind of ridicule. He runs a hand along the journal before shutting it. The last time I got to experience something like that was with my mom, actually. He continues staring at it like it's a picture of her though. Himiko nervously rubs her elbow, thankful that he isn't looking at her as she asks, "Do you want to talk about it?" Akatani looks contemplative for a moment before he closes his eyes with a sigh. "No. Sorry." Himiko nods in understanding before snapping her fingers with a grin. "We can always get out of here and do something fun to forget about it instead." Akatani takes a sip of his coffee before shaking his head. "Not tonight." "Sorry." Himiko pouts, feeling although she just backpedaled and lost all the progress of befriending the boy. She doesn't want to sound desperate, but she still decides to use a final question as her last resort. "What about tomorrow?" Akatani taps his chin as if he's mulling over some plans before shrugging. "I could probably do something after work. Meet up here? Same time, same place?" Himiko feels relief wash over her with the breeze of the building's air condition. "Perfect. It's a date, then." She shoots up from her seat with excitement. "The date." Akatani looks like he just blew a fuse or something. Due to the computer crash of his mind, he isn't able to register her leaving the coffee shop until she's already gone. His head hits the table, eliciting a groan from him despite the smile on his face. The night's cool breeze whips his face as he steps outside, almost like walking straight into a spider's web. To help bite back the cold nipping at him, Akatani takes a sip from the to-go cup that he filled with coffee on the way out. The heated contrast is almost enough to burn his tongue that had been nearly smitten with frostbite. The bell above the entrance jingles as he squeezes through the opening. Akatani then shuts the door, watching to see if it closes completely. With his free hand, he turns the key in order to lock it. Once he hears the familiar click that comes with the twist, Akatani slips the key back into his pocket. Waiting out front with her hair tied back into two messy blonde buns and the usual school uniform is Himiko Toga. She gives him her trademark pointy-toothed grin with a small friendly wave in greeting. "Hey Akatani-kun." A light blush dusts her cheeks as she says his name. Akatani returns her grin with a small smile and slight nod. He takes another sip from his coffee cup before replying with, "Hey Toga." The petite blonde gives him a playful pout while tilting her head to the side. "You're gonna hurt my feelings." "We're friends, aren't we?" she continues after seeing his face take on a worried expression. "Friends refer to each other by their first names. Don't they?" Matching the same tint of red that the girl has on her cheeks, Akatani nervously turns away. "Sorry, Himiko. I don't have very many friends, so I didn't really know." He then awkwardly shuffles his feet before asking, "So, what did you want to do?" Treading down the sidewalk with a single skip, she happily answers the question. "I was thinking you might need a disguise, Mr. Tokyo Ghoul. I'm gonna take you to my friend's mask shop." She glances over her shoulder to see Akatani scramble after her while trying not to spill any of his coffee. Well, I never really had a problem with hiding my face since." Akatani tries to stammer out his best attempt at a polite way of turning down the offer. Nobody ever survived to tell anyone, but starts to mumble when he realizes what he said was practically a confession of murder. Himiko keeps skipping down the sidewalk. Perhaps she didn't hear the last part or she simply doesn't care. "What about the people that you save?" she asks instead. "What about the ones like me?" She gives him a teasing flutter of her eyelashes. Akatani bashfully rubs the back of his neck with a small huff of laughter. "They usually run away before they can get a good look." Himiko hums a little before giving him a small shrug. "You can never be too careful." She then grabs the hand that isn't holding onto a coffee cup and drags him forward. "Come on. At least give it a chance." The boy doesn't manage to utter a single syllable as he stares at the feminine hands that are gripping his own. The cool touch makes him self-aware of the heat rising to his face. Akatani tries hiding his blush with the coffee cup by drinking out of it some more. The empty street block is filled with the teenage girl's laughter as she forces him to keep pace. Air breezes by them, the two briskly cutting corners. The light pad of Himiko's shoes on the pavement play along to the tune of Akatani's heavy sneaker thuds. Akatani runs alongside her a while longer before asking, "How far is this place?" His voice is nearly drowned out by her joyous giggling. We'll get there faster if we take this shortcut. She suddenly yanks him in another direction. Akatani almost trips over the sidewalk's curb as she pulls him away from the street. The two tread up a small hill of grass, coming upon a long chain-link fence. It should be somewhere. Himiko briefly slows down to survey the gate before jumping with glee. Right here. Akatani hesitates as she peels back a loose section of the fence. The torn piece looks like it was dug under by a dog and then popped loose by what must have been the animal trying to squeeze through. After what might have been a few times of Himiko lifting it up more, the gate must have gotten looser. Akatani glances around to see if there are any private property signs or witnesses before following the blonde through the small gap. Once they cross to the other side, the duo must venture into a small patch of trees and bushes. Eventually, Akatani is able to spot a clearing. There's a small stone path that's dimly lit by a lamppost, a park bench underneath it. Himiko shows no shame in plucking a flower from a miniature garden, sniffing the plant like it's a freshly baked pie. Akatani has to fight the instinct to flinch back when she moves the flower into his face. "I love their garden. Doesn't it smell so good?" she asks him. Akatani gently pushes the flower away from his nose, nervously chuckling as he glances around. It starts to sink in that they're in the city's public park. However, the park is closed at this hour of the night, hence why Himiko had them sneak in. Almost like she can sense his thoughts, she waves him onward with a little reassurance. "It's just a little further. We'll cut through the park and then it's just up ahead." Her cat-like eyes catch Akatani's emerald eye and it's almost like a form of hypnotism. Taking a sip of his coffee like it's liquid courage, Akatani gives her a single nod. "All right, lead the way." His feet are already moving before his voice can catch up. Himiko's Cheshire grin matches her eyes as she begins skipping again. "We should come back here when they're open and go for a stroll." Himiko takes in the aroma from another patch of flowers while making the absent-minded suggestion. Akatani gives her a non-committal shrug before realizing she isn't facing his direction. "Maybe," he mumbles before clearing his throat, "I mean, if you'd like to." "Nah." One of her light-hearted laughs makes Akatani's heart swoon a little. "Parks are too sappy," a teasing tone then laces her voice as she adds, "That's why I figured you'd like it." She spreads her arms while spinning like she's presenting the place. "It's pretty but so boring." She stops to giggle and grin at the boy. "Not that you're boring or anything, Akatani-kun. Breaking and entering is boring. The question is more or less meant to be rhetorical as a way to jest her back." "You'll need to show me something fun one of these nights then." He finishes off the last of his java before tossing the cup into a garbage bin that they're passing. "We're just getting started, Akatani-kun. Have a little faith in me." She raises her pointer finger as if it's some sort of declaration before aiming it at another patch of trees. The blonde diverges from the path as she asks, "Have you ever hopped a fence before?" "You." Akatani drawls a little as he thinks back to times that he's scaled entire buildings. "I think I'll manage." Himiko must pick up on the hint of amusement in his tone, since her grin holds some humor in it too. The two step through overgrown grass that needs to be mowed and weeds that need to be plucked. Then, they come across the metal fence that surrounds the property. Himiko steps forward first, placing her foot in one of the small holes that makes a rung for her to climb on. However, she pauses for a moment as if she's hesitant, and looks back at Akatani. "Don't look up my skirt." Himiko holds no real reproach in her statement as she pokes fun at the boy. However, she does find some pleasure in seeing how flustered he can get while spinning around to avoid any discomfort. Even though it's cruel to torment him any further, she still adds one last remark, or, "Don't get caught looking," even adding a wink regardless of if he can see it or not. Himiko can't suppress a tiny giggle when she hears Akatani groan in embarrassment from behind her. After she clears the fence and lands on the other side with a soft smack of her shoes, the blonde turns around to let him know. "You can look now." "As a matter of fact, it's your turn." She tries beckoning him over. Akatani doesn't budge, he refuses to turn around. Is this some sordid trick to make me look up your skirt?" he nervously stutters. Himiko crosses her arms with a small huff, slightly disappointed that she hadn't come up with such an idea on her own. "You'll just have to peek and find out." Her mischievous side pokes through before she spins on her heel to leave. Otherwise, I'm going without you. Cautiously tilting his head, Akatani slowly turns it so he can see behind him. He must have been holding his breath, because there's an exhale of relief when all he sees is Himiko's receding back from the other side of the fence. Today. Wait up. It then dawns on him that he needs to chase after her and scrambles to climb the gate too. Took you long enough. Himiko rolls her eyes as the boy jogs up from behind her. The duo start crossing a bridge that only has 2 or 3 cars passing by at a time. I didn't know what to expect. You're too unpredictable. Akatani tries to defend himself and the actions that he chose. Himiko doesn't let up on her teasing as she lightly pokes him in the chest, and you're almost too predictable. If all it takes to get you hot and bothered are words, then. Akatani covers his ears with his hands, la. Not listening. He shakes his head like whatever words did manage to get in will somehow get past the barriers that his hands created. Himiko playfully shoves his shoulder and the two break into a small fit of laughter. Well, it's your lucky day to avoid this conversation, 'cause we finally made it. She then announces their arrival at the mask shop. The store would have been easy to miss without Himiko's directions. Among apartment buildings and the occasional supermarket or diner, a small structure made from brick looks to be tucked away in something of a small alley. The only sign of it not being vacant are the glass door and glowing, open signal that's above it. The interior proves to be vastly different from the exterior though. Neon lamps light up what looks like something a fashion designer put together. Several masks are out on display like it's an art show, some of them are even covered by tarps or kept in glass cases. As he strolls down the aisle, Akatani takes note of a plain white mask whose only variation are the occasional holes poked in it like a hockey mask would have. There also appears to be a cowl with pointed rubber ears and an equally sharp nose. It leaves a space open for the mouth and has white lens where the eyes should be. Yuta-san, where are you hiding at this time? Himiko starts trailing off to find what Akatani assumes to be the owner of the shop. Rather than follow the blonde, he continues browsing the selection. Akatani comes across a red one that's laced in what looks like a webbing design, the only diversion being the strange white spots that must be some sort of lens. However, his eyes are drawn from there to a white tarp that must be covering something considered to be a masterpiece. His curiosity getting the better of him, Akatani pulls it away. Oh, his reflex to shout in surprise and instinct to defend or fight makes Akatani settle on this dull reaction to an actual person being beneath the cloth. The man doesn't seem to be fazed by their abrupt meeting either. Yo. He then stands up, revealing just how tall and lanky he is. Dark hair like Akatani's is styled into an undercut, surrounded by piercings on his face that varies from lip to eyebrow and ear. Tattoos cover his exposed arms. There's enough to make sleeves themselves. Yuta-san, Himiko rushes over as soon as she notices him and wraps her arms around his waist for a hug. The stylist doesn't seem to care as she crushes him like a teddy bear, remaining as stiff as a board until she lets go. What are you doing? The blonde asks once she steps back. I thought I'd try to scare your friend. Yuta points a lazy finger at Akatani like his wrist is shackled down by a set of heavy chains. The rest of his fingers then unravel as he holds out his hand. I'm Yuta, by the way. Akatani returns the gesture, shaking the man's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Akatani Mikomo. A speculative brow raises when Yuta leans in to get a closer look. I apologize if I'm making you uncomfortable, this part is a little necessary though. Yuta doesn't fully regard the boy even though he means to speak directly to him. The mask designer tilts his head as his eyes skim Akatani's face, his neck craning a little so he can take in all the features. Excuse me? Akatani scrunches up his face in confusion as Yuta's cheek nearly touches his own. It's part of his quirk. Himiko starts to explain as she sways back and forth on her heels. Yuta can take in every detail of something if he looks close enough. It's how he makes his masks for everyone. It's hard to put into words, but yes, thank you Himiko. Yuta nods along as he swaps to the other side of Akatani's face. From the corner of his exposed eye, Akatani sees Yuta's hand flinch as though it wants to part his hanging hair. May I? The designer surprisingly asks for permission first. Akatani shrugs and Yuta takes that as a yes, carefully lifting the dark locks. Himiko stops swaying on her heels, leaning forward completely now to get her own glimpse of what's underneath. There's only another emerald iris. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but I'll admit that I'm mildly disappointed. He lets the strands of hair fall back into place. Yuta then waves Akatani over to a stool, patting the empty seat as a gesture for him to sit down. Let's get started then. He waits for the boy to follow before adding, firstly, a few questions. Do you have any allergies? Perhaps to rubbers or metals? Not that I'm aware of. Akatani shrugs as he tries to think of anything notable and comes up empty. Do you want a full-faced one? I personally find beginners prefer to have half-faced ones for their first time. Yuta taps a finger against his chin as he mulls over his customer's appearance one last time. Akatani has to resist the urge to shrug again, instead opting for a soft hum. I'll leave it to you to decide, he replies before noticing the strange mask that's on the crafter's table nearby. Surrounded by tools such as scissors and pins or needles, lays a magenta mouthpiece that's shaped like a beak. What about that one? Akatani nudges his head in that direction for Yuta to look. Ah, that's for another one of my clients. There's actually a whole assembly line of those for him and his friends. Were you interested in one like that? Yuta glances between the mouthguard and Akatani's chin. Akatani regards it for a moment before shaking his head. I'd rather not look like a cockatoo. He then jumps in his seat at the realization that his remark might upset the designer. No offense. Yuta chuckles instead with his own small headshake. No offense taken. The design choice was mostly his idea anyway. A plague mask. The designer rolls his eyes like the thought of it alone is silly. How pretentious. Yuta works his way around Akatani, grabbing the clump of hair that covers an eye again and weighing it in his hand. I didn't really care for this particular style at first, but it suits you. It gives me an idea. Akatani peers up at him as he waits to hear more, but the designer appears to be too fixated on the hair to notice until later. Pardon me. I was just thinking aloud. Akatani feels a small smile tug at the corners of his lips, but it quickly subsides. I can relate, he admits while glancing at Himiko to see if she's listening in or not. The blonde got to experience that side of him firsthand back at Antiku, a side of him that he thought had been long forgotten. Yuta hums a short tune as he dons a pencil and notepad to write in. Interesting. That makes me wonder what else I should ask you. He nibbles the eraser side before using it to point at Akatani. Mikumo-kun, do you happen to have any lovers? That particular question seems to break whatever social barrier the boy had put up. Wah? He jumps in his seat, almost knocking the stool and himself over. No. I've never had one. The recovery holds a shyness to it that only interests Yuta even further. I see. Could it be that you find girls younger than you cuter than the same age? Or is it the other way around? Could it be that you like older girls instead? If not for the genuine curiosity made evident by Yuta, one would think this were an interrogation. I guess if our ages are close, then it doesn't really matter. Akatani holds an uncertainty as he tries to stammer out a proper response. See, can I ask you something, Yuta-san? He peers at the designer from the corner of his eye. You ask me something? Yuta's eyes widen as if he just saw a new color for the first time. Now that's interesting. Please, go ahead. Well. Akatani turns away with the concern that his question may disappoint the designer. I was just wondering. Is there a connection to these questions and making a mask? Very much so. Yuta nods like it's common knowledge before elaborating. The more that I know about you and your personality, the greater my motivation will be. Oh. Akatani lifts his head up in understanding. That makes sense. Yuta then cranes his neck with a burst of excitement, his nose just mere centimeters from Akatani's. As if he just had the epiphany, he asks, what about Himiko? Do you think she's cute? Akatani feels his face flush red and instinctively covers it with his arms. Can we not talk about girls anymore? He pleads while peeking through his sleeves to see if Himiko happened to hear what had been asked. The blonde appears to be in her own little world, browsing the masks on display a few feet away, which allows some comforting relief. Yuta gets behind Akatani, a smirk on his face. I think I understand you now, Mikumo-kun. You're a person with a lot on their mind. He strolls back around to the opposite side so Akatani can see him again. But you don't have very much to say. Do you? He mimes an invisible zipper being closed across his lips and tosses the equally invisible key. Akatani is about to make some sort of retort, but stops short and slowly nods in agreement. Yeah, I guess you're right. His admittance isn't very enthusiastic though. Well, in any case, I believe I have everything I need. Yuta begins shooing Akatani off of the stool. I'll need a few days to work on the mask. You two kids go have some fun and come back during the weekend. Oh, okay. Thank you, Yuta-san. Akatani staggers a little as he's ushered towards the exit. Once there, he gives a small bow in appreciation. Bye, Yuta-san. Himiko drags his name out as she waves to him on her way out. Akatani pauses once he notices a vending machine and makes his way over to it. There's a canned coffee that he selects with a hot or cold selection. He chooses the hot coffee. As the canned beverage drops into the compartment below for him to take, Himiko skips on over. So, what did you think? She asks him while tucking her arms behind her back. It was cool. Akatani pops the lid open so he can take a sip. Thanks for taking me. Himiko points an accusing finger up at him. Told you so. Her taunting is followed by the usual laughter that Akatani has come to enjoy hearing. The two then carry on into a leisurely stroll down the sidewalk, with no particular destination in mind. We'll call it a draw. He turns the next corner so she doesn't see the small smile he has from teasing her back. That's no fair, Akatani-kun. She protests like a kid throwing a temper tantrum, by hopping up and down while waving her arms in an exaggerated manner. I won fair and square. Just admit it. She huffs and puffs. All right. He shakes his head since that sort-off display was his breaking point. A grin etches across his face as he looks at her, but consider this payback for back at the fence. Himiko looks baffled at first, but almost instantly mimics his toothy smile. You'll need to try better than that to get one over on me. She quickens her pace as if putting a short distance between them will give her the last word. Oh, come on, I had you completely fooled, Akatani chases after her with a bemused laugh. In your dreams, she lightly shoves him once he draws near. It's probably where you get to see up my skirt too. Okay, I'm not going to go there. Akatani raises both his arms as a sign of surrender. One hand lays flat to show his palm while the other continues to cling to his canned coffee. Too easy. Himiko keeps a victorious grin on her face. The way she struts next to him is almost too sly, but it's mostly meant as a form of mockery. The two then fall into a comfortable silence as Akatani drinks from his can of coffee. The bitter sensation on his tongue is vaguely familiar to the blood that drains from biting into a person's flesh. While that particular similarity is unsettling to him, it's better than the alternative when it comes to his opinion on the matter. However, that may vary. It isn't just when his hunger overtakes him that he enjoys feasting on a corpse, but the occasional times where he's exhilarated by the capability of ripping into a criminal. Even if the person is a villain, he can't help but get disgusted with himself for feeling that way. It's like whatever humanity remained inside of him started slipping away. He never told Himiko the second reason for working at Antiku, to remain as a member of civilization, to remain human. He doesn't have to though. Since he feels the most human when he's with her, and the best part is she knows about his quirk to understand that unspoken matter. By the way, I heard All Might is in the neighborhood. Himiko snaps him out of his musings by mentioning the symbol of peace. As if the hero's name itself is a trigger word, Akatani practically freezes in place, his body stiffening like he was caught red-handed during a crime. Akatani-kun? Himiko slows to a stop as she realizes that he's come to a halt. Himiko, what do you think of All Might? He avoids eye contact with her as he asks the question. The inquiry isn't necessarily meant to be a test for her, but that's how it feels for both of them when it comes to whatever answer gets given. The blonde's smile wavers a little, as if she's saddened by whatever thoughts get accumulated in her own head. What do you think of All Might? She throws Akatani's own question back at him instead of answering it herself. Akatani stares at the canned coffee in his hand as if it had personally offended him, his grip tightening just enough to crush the metal a tad. I used to adore heroes. Especially All Might. The boy scoffs with a feigned laugh. I guess there isn't a kid that would think otherwise. Do you not like heroes anymore, Akatani? Himiko hesitantly asks him as she moves closer. She's like a child hearing a bedtime story for the first time, her attention completely devoted to the boy's response. The blonde flinches when he raises his head up, but the gaze misses her completely and focuses on the sky above them. Like he's staring up at All Might himself, his eyes glimmer in the pale moonlight as if tears are bound to be shed. Heroes are a lot like doves. Himiko tilts her head as she tries to understand what he's saying. Doves soar over everybody. They fly above the people on the ground who continuously look up at them with admiration. Doves. They're symbols of peace too. But these birds, they look the part of an angel, but they don't do anything. Nobody looks at them the same as a vulture or a buzzard since those birds are considered disgusting. Just because those animals rip into what's on the ground, what everyone refuses to see on the ground, they're considered ugly too. Personally, I think the bird that's willing to come down from its flight shows more bravery as a hero. Himiko recalls the time that she found a wounded dove. A toddler stumbling across the bird that broke its wing, the little girl taking it so she can nurse it back to health. The dove was so pretty, so cute. Just like Akatani said, she sank her fangs into it like a vulture and got ridiculed like she was something disgusting. Slowly, the blonde takes his free hand. Her fingers interlock with his, her soft and cool skin pressing against his rough and warm palm. Akatani's head whips down in surprise to see it, the surprise making him swallow something dry. Himiko continues holding his hand since he doesn't say or do anything to protest. Unlike the first time that she guided him this way, she gently tugs in the direction she wants to steer the boy. "Wanna drink something other than coffee?" Himiko asks a rhetorical question, but Akatani's eye shifting into its Kakugan state is enough of an answer. Tashinori Yagi steps off the elevator and into the fray of hard-working law enforcers. Officers run back and forth in order to deliver documents to their coworkers or to answer ringing telephones. The frail blonde nearly gets trampled by a plump detective that tries to brush by. Even the slackers by the water cooler look out of breath. Regardless, he somehow makes it to his friend's office unscathed. Another quiet night at the precinct. Tashinori leans against the doorframe as he greets Naomasa with some sarcasm. The joke gets a chuckle out of his friend and puts a grin on the blonde's face as a result. "Thanks for stopping by." Naomasa pauses as if he's only now noticing the cluttered paperwork across his desk. "Sorry for the mess." Tashinori both metaphorically and quite literally waves it off as no concern. "It's not a problem." He steps forward to help the detective organize the folders in a dented filing cabinet. Taking a second glance, the paint looks a little faded and the desk appears to have a few splinters on it. The police department must not be receiving as much funding as it used to now that pro-heroes are gaining traction in their popularity. "Did you happen to foil any muggings on your way over?" Tashinori's grin stretches a little since he finds some humor in Naomasa's way of making small talk. "Nope. Aside from a robbery this morning, Muzutafu has been as quiet as a mouse." The blonde slides the last folder into the cabinet before it gets slammed shut. "You've noticed it too," Naomasa continues when he sees the perturbed expression on Tashinori's face. "Criminal activity is higher during the day. At night though, it's nearly as rare as finding a unicorn in comparison to somebody shoplifting." "Now that you mention it, that's odd." Tashinori rubs his pointed chin in contemplation. "Most villains do the opposite. They operate at night in order to avoid the heroes who patrol the area." Aizawa had a theory. Naomasa begins digging through folders that are kept in his desk drawer. Apparently, he did some cross-referencing and finally found a connection between all of the Tokyo Ghouls victims. The detective stops skimming the documents when he spots the one that he's looking for, slapping it on the table and flipping the file open. They all share a criminal background. Single. 1. Naomasa spreads out the crime scene images for Tashinori to see better. "We're dealing with a vigilante." Tashinori glances up at his friend with some skepticism. "When it comes to how much of a body count there is, it's hard to believe it could be a coincidence. However, each corpse is so mangled that the comparison to serial killers such as Moonfish could be made. Something doesn't add up." Aizawa's theories are starting to seem not so far-fetched anymore. Naomasa settles on a pensive frown as he schemes the papers. The two are snapped out of their cognition when a police officer with the head of a ginger tabby comes stumbling into the room. "Sir, there's been a bank robbery." He pants like he's out of breath from running to the office. "Tamakawa," Naomasa exclaims in shock before taking on a stern and reprimanding tone. "I told you I would be in a meeting and any interruptions would not be tolerated unless it has to do with the Tokyo Ghoul." The cop speaks in between heavy breaths. "But sir, the robbery." He shakes his cat-like head with a pant. The officer's large yellow eyes meet Naomasa's brown rectangular ones. "It's a blood bank. The sky may as well be a black canvas tonight, the tiny stars and faded moon being no different from white specks yet to be painted over. Its natural darkness only gleams with a periodic hue of dark blue, the red side of a police car's flashing lights not radiating bright enough. Cool colors reflect off of smudged windows, shimmering in the night. The vehicle's sirens are off, leaving only idle radio chatter and the scrape of shoes against cement to fully confirm police are present. Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi and his subordinate, Sansa Tamakawa, duck under police tape that's meant to seal off the blood bank's entrance. Naomasa's eyes search the doorway for any signs of forced entry, but any chipped wood looks like it's due to being weathered than any other reason. Toshinori Yagi treads as slowly as humanly possible behind them, not wanting to disrupt them during their investigation. The dim lighting from inside casts a long shadow over sickly yellow walls. Where a receptionist would normally be to greet the men, sits a decaying desk with an empty seat behind it. There's a stray cigarette but that's sitting in an ashtray which stopped burning, but there's also a lingering scent of smoke. The fumes settle on the tongue, leaving a bitter taste that sours when meshed with the smell of blood spillage wafting through the air. The soft crunch of glass between Toshinori's foot and the brown-tiled floor draws their attention to the ground. Large drops of blood gradually lead to even bigger puddles, almost like a trail. One could make the assumption that it's due to a person bleeding out, but shattered glass on the ground and missing vials from shelves tell a different story. Here, Naomasa digs into the pocket of his overcoat as he suddenly remembers something very important. Everyone put these on. The detective hands Tamakawa and Toshinori a pair of blue sanitation gloves so they don't contaminate anything before slipping on his own. Naomasa crouches down on one knee so he can make a closer inspection. Normally, it'd be the job of the CSI unit waiting outside to collect any remaining evidence. However, yellow markers that are placed indiscriminately lets him know they already swept the building. It's just his job to go over whatever remains and to pick up the broken pieces. Quite literally in this case. Naomasa gently takes a shard of glass, his fingers smudging the red bodily fluid that's on it. None of this has dried, so the heist must have been fairly recent. Tamakawa mutters Naomasa's thoughts aloud for him so Toshinori can get a sense of the crime scene too. Born with a quirk that gives Tamakawa cat-like attributes, he also shares some of the animal's qualities, such as heightened senses. The officer's nose flares as it catches another whiff of the smell drifting around. The cigarette smoke remaining present tells them not much time has passed, and the fresh blood practically confirms it as a plausible assumption. "We've got squad cars fanning the perimeter. Something will come up if the perp is still in the area." Naomasa turns his head just enough to look at Toshinori so he can make sure the hero doesn't go to perform his own manhunt. When the blonde doesn't run off, the detective uses his knee as a brace to push himself back up before adding, "The chances that we'll find anyone are slim though. There's no certain way of knowing how much time has passed and how far one could get, especially if they're as elusive as the Tokyo Ghoul. I thought that the Tokyo Ghoul was more colorful with their crimes." Toshinori doesn't bother hiding the displeasure in his tone or the frown on his face. The lack of sanitation there is enough to make his skin crawl all on its own. There's no need to add the recollection of those victim images into the mix. "You're right." Naomasa pulls at the LTX around his wrist. "While this particular appetite does sync up with our perps, the glove comes off with a slight snap of whiplash. It doesn't match the Tokyo Ghoul's MO. Tamakawa chimes in with, "This might be a copycat of some sort," earning a collective look of mild amusement from Toshinori and Naomasa. The police officer's ears flatten as he becomes sheepish, only now realizing he made an accidental pun. Oh, or someone new. He bashfully scratches the nape of his neck while shyly turning away from them. I would be inclined to agree. Each member of the trio whirl around to face the voice of a newcomer. Tamakawa is mostly startled by the stealthiness of a tall and slender man, whereas Naomasa and Toshinori are just bewildered. Once he steps out from the shadows, they begin to recognize him by his ragged appearance. The man wears a black outfit that's tucked in at his boots, no doubt meant to help him blend in with the night's atmosphere. The only distinctive features on his costume appear to be a wrap scarf and small utility belt. Otherwise, he could probably pass himself off as a hobo, what with his unkempt facial hair and shoulder-length bangs that partially hang over his face. Despite looking like he just rolled out of bed and still remaining to be worn out, the trio know better. This is a pro-underground hero in their presence. Eraserhead's eyes look half-opened and just as tired as he feels, but still hold a carefully calculative glare. The flat stare flicks from Tamakawa to Naomasa, although I just so happen to have another plausible theory. Naomasa's shoulders sag as he lets out an exasperated sigh, almost like he's a deflating balloon. Please, Aizawa, I'm already annoyed enough as it is. The detective massages his forehead with his index finger and thumb as if he's trying to soothe an oncoming migraine. Don't go adding your theories to my frustration. Hold on. Tamakawa rests his hand on Naomasa's shoulder in an allaying manner. We don't have much to go off of here. It wouldn't hurt to get his professional opinion. The officer glances at Toshinori with a supplicating expression. Come on, let's hear him out. The blonde shoots his own glance at Naomasa, the two sharing a look that's somehow verbal enough for the detective to give in. Sighing again, but this time his shoulders rolling back in preparation for what's to come, Naomasa chooses to appease his subordinate by gesturing for Aizawa to continue. Eraserhead tilts his head in the direction that he wants them to follow before treading down an aisle of shelves. Leaking vials leave streams of blood that end up winding towards a pool of scarlet. It's almost like the epicenter of it all, several splattered footprints covering the tile there. Aizawa gives the others a moment to track the indentions towards an alley door, no doubt the exit that the perp used to leave. Whoever did this wasn't alone. The trio shoot Aizawa all sorts of perplexed looks. Noticing that they aren't entirely convinced, he explains. The footprints here are crossing each other. It's too much of an irregular pattern to only be one person, especially when it's overlapping the other steps. His hand gestures in a lazy manner as an attempt to show them. Naomasa shakes his head while trying to stifle a groan. That doesn't prove anything at all. The perp could have just simply retraced their steps. He crosses his arms in an exaggerated display of disappointment before asking, "Are you done wasting our time yet?" Aizawa keeps his deadpanned expression while giving a wry response. No. I haven't gotten to the best part yet. The underground hero then casually uses his foot to nudge an evidence marker elsewhere. Before Naomasa can do any scolding or reprimanding, Aizawa points to the particular place that he moved it to. The shoe sizes vary vastly. The imprints are side by side for anyone to see that one is smaller than the other. There are two culprits minimum. Tamakawa covers his mouth with his arm, feigning a cough to cover up the huff of amusement he gets at seeing his superior outsmarted. Even Toshinori looks like he's trying to keep a grin at bay, though his is more likely to be part of the jesting that comes with friendship. Naomasa throws his arms up in irritation. Okay, you've made your point. Before crossing them again, that doesn't prove it was the Tokyo ghoul though. As a matter of fact, it only further suggests that it wasn't. As far as we know, he's acted alone and solely operates as a vigilante of sorts. Which leads to my belief that he was coaxed into doing this. Aizawa gives the detective a sly glance before addressing Toshinori and Tamakawa. As mentioned, the Tokyo ghoul has acted alone, picking off criminals during the night. It started with low-tier thugs, ones that were hard to decipher as crooks when their first offense was the same night that they died. As such, these criminals were simply purse snatchers or muggers. Our ghoul then slowly escalated to higher-ranked villains, like a predator finding its place in the food chain. Your point, Aizawa? Naomasa interjects without hiding his annoyance, an ever-present scowl on his face. My point is that we prayed the ghoul wouldn't find its place in the food chain since that's likely even higher than its present place. Aizawa fixes Naomasa with his own scowl. This is a step down. The prayer is answered. Now you have to ask yourself, what could have stopped something like that just when it's about to reach the highest peak? The answer is a significant other. Naomasa gives a dry laugh that's just short of being sardonic. Give me a break. You're saying the Tokyo ghoul has a lover. The rhetorical question is meant to be condescending but only ushers Aizawa to further explain. Eraserhead points at the footprints again, meaning to draw attention to the shoe sizes in particular. It might not just be fitting the foot that makes this difference so conceivable. It would also make sense for one of these to fit a female whereas the other fits a male. Aizawa catches the rectangular eyes of Naomasa with his flat ones. The other possibility for why these shoe sizes are so small brings me back to another theory I had. If I'm not mistaken, we might be dealing with children. A kid. Toshinori is unable to refrain from making an outburst of disbelief. The brooding look that crosses the blonde's gaunt features don't do the right amount of justice in conveying his inner turmoil. He's heard of troubled youth, but this is beyond that. As the symbol of peace and Japan's #1 hero, he feels like he's personally to blame for such a travesty. How could a kid? He chokes up on his own emotions before overpowering them with an angry shout. A child? Could someone so young do such gruesome things? It's easy for children to become misguided. Such underdeveloped minds may think they have no other choice. Aizawa's expression softens with his tone as he tries to placate the blonde. It might not seem like much of a change in direction, stealing versus murder, but we can thank whoever gave them an alternative. It's better than nothing. It starts as a slow shake, but slowly increases in speed. Naomasa might just suffer a concussion from turning himself into a life-size bobblehead. Yui reaching too far on this. It's only a hunch with no real justifiable proof. It's too sudden and it's far too drastic of a shift in motive. The detective groans before adding, I'll throw you a bone and admit there's a likelihood of 2 culprits here, but that's all. Quit while you're ahead. There are quirks with drawbacks worse than others. Aizawa reaches into one of the various pouches on his utility belt. I have dry eye every once in a while that can lead to vision deterioration if not treated. The underground hero applies the eye drops that he pulled out. Someone with gills may be required to constantly stay submerged in water in order to survive. There's a possibility that the Tokyo ghoul has a similar drawback. It's not uncommon for quirks to show signs of aggression or to have cannibalistic urges either. Aizawa blinks his eyelids a few times once he's finished before putting away the drops. If we truly are dealing with a kid in this scenario, it's even more likely for them to believe this is the only option. Until now, Toshinori comes to the same conclusion as Aizawa once he mulls it over. If the child needs blood or something of the sort to stay alive, then taking from here instead of killing a person means they have no real desire to harm anyone. A small but hopeful smile starts to form on the hero's face. Tamakawa purrs in satisfaction, equally enthused by the potential of a breakthrough in the investigation. He stops to scratch behind his triangular ear before asking, does that mean we should scratch out the vigilante classification now? He winces when he realizes he made another unintentional pun. Nobody seems to notice besides Aizawa, whose eyes sparkle with more amusement than his expression. One night doesn't mean the rest will be any different. Naomasa supplies his uncertainty with a shrug. We hadn't had a vigilante as violent since Stendhal, the only difference being that Psycho was short-lived and mainly used a katana. Aizawa hums in agreement before contemplating the rest out loud. Most vigilantes don't cross the line of the law any further than illegal quirk usage. Adding manslaughter is too black. They prefer the gray area that they created in between the white. And where exactly is the line that's supposed to be drawn between those colors? Toshinori solemnly asks from his sulking disposition. What's the difference between a vigilante or a villain if killing isn't it? The controversial question might seem rhetorical to the underground hero, detective, and police officer, but Toshinori genuinely wants the answer when it involves a kid. Tamakawa's ears bend as he takes the blonde's words into consideration. You're asking if theft is more of a step over that line than murder. It's more of a grim statement than a question at this point. The cop glances in the direction of his superior, hoping Naomasa might have the answer. Even the detective looks lost in thought, his pensive gaze directed at the floor. As absurd as that thought might seem, it isn't completely illogical. There have been justifiable murders, ones done in self-defense for instance. When put bluntly, maybe there is no line, maybe it's just one big splotch like the blood covering the floor. The real difference in villainy or vigilantism may be whether you love seeing your reflection in that puddle or recoil in disgust. Aizawa finds no real answer for anyone except, who knows what'll be the worst thing the ghoul does if they do become a full-blown villain. The crisp shadows shrouding them start to burn away as light gleams in. Vials shimmer under the sun's glare, naturally brightening the room little by little. Hues of orange blend with the red tint, creating a vibrant color that welcomes the morning. Toshinori turns towards the light, closing his eyes as he relishes in its warmth. The blonde bathes in it, the frown on his face curling upwards only slightly. When he opens his eyes, his blue reflects the sky. Clearing his throat to gather the other's attention, he throws a thumb over his shoulder in order to excuse himself. It's about time for my morning commute. I should get going. He checks his wrist for a watch that isn't there before adjusting the sleeve to cover it. Oh, Naomasa snaps out of his cognition when he notices the hero is leaving. I'll give you a call if anything changes and send the rest in the mail then. The detective waves a farewell to his friend as the blonde backs away. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Naomasa. Toshinori shouts over his shoulder as he turns and jogs out the door. Once out of sight, the blonde ducks into an alley where nobody can see his transformation and becomes the pro-hero acknowledged by everyone as All Might. Fragile limbs buff up in a matter of seconds, a massive grin spreading across Toshinori's face as he triples in size. The hero takes flight, bounding over buildings in a single hop, guffawing all the way into the troposphere. This is going to leave me an unholy amount of paperwork to fill out, Naomasa complains as he rubs the bags that are beginning to develop under his eyes. While the creases and wrinkles are nothing compared to Aizawa's, the detective wouldn't be far behind. Be sure to fax it over to me when it's finished. The underground hero remains monotone as he treads in the same direction that Toshinori went. Revealed to have been concealed under the capture cloth that's wrapped around his neck and shoulders like a scarf, Eraserhead pulls a pair of yellow goggles over his eyes. The specialized lens leaves only a few slits in them, hiding the direction of his gaze. On his way out, he gives the detective a bidded farewell. In the meantime, I've got another lead that I intend to follow up on. Tamikawa places his hands on his hips as he surveys the empty space. Looks it's going to be one of those kinda days. His whiskers bend with his half-hearted smile. Naomasa sighs in predetermined exhaustion, matching the fellow policeman's attitude. In that case, he pulls off the other sanitation glove before tucking his hands into his overcoat's pockets. I'm gonna need a cup of coffee. When Antiku opens its doors to Mizudafu in the morning, wave after wave of customers come bustling in for a taste of Java. Lines form out the door sometimes. There's been the occasional circumstance of people bringing lawn chairs to seat themselves during the busy hour. This is another one of those instances. To call it a breakfast rush would be downplaying the crowd. Servers run back and forth as they scramble to serve customers their morning due. Amongst them is Akitani Mikumo, one of the best workers Antiku has to offer. The boy weaves in between tables as he sets down cups of tea or mugs of steaming coffee. Once the tray that he carries is empty, he swivels back around to walk briskly towards the kitchen for another round. There's a customer that asks for napkins on the way, to which Akitani politely obliges. A fortunate waiter wouldn't come across any extra interruptions, but this particular teen finds himself in the most unfortunate of predicaments all the time, so he's stopped once again. Thin arms wrap around his midsection, just above his waist and below his chest. The petite form pulls him into what must be a hug from behind, something soft pressing against his back momentarily. Startled by what feels like a sneak attack, Akitani breaks loose from the grip and spins around to face whoever grabbed him. Surprise! A familiar blonde greets him with a squeal of joy. Himiko! Akitani shouts in shock once he recognizes the petite girl. The boy glances in each direction as he realizes they're standing in the center of the cafe. In an attempt to avoid getting waylaid, Akatani gently takes Himiko by the wrist and guides her to a less populated corner. "Can't you see we're packed? I've gotta work, I can't get fired." He keeps his voice down and tone low in the effort to keep a low profile. "But I'm bored, Akatani." Himiko pretends to whine as her lip curls into a feigned moo. "I just might regret giving you the address to this place." Akatani jokingly mumbles to himself as he shakes his head in bewilderment. From the single eye that peers out from his overgrown hair, he notices a small table meant for two has been cleared. "Have a seat and just. I'll bring you a cup of coffee." Akatani gestures to the chairs so she can see them too before backing away so he can flee into the kitchen. Himiko plops into the seat with a small huff. The girl had so much fun the previous night that she couldn't wait to spend another one with the boy. What Himiko assumed would be a cure for whatever boredom started stirring in her stomach only left her with even less to do. There's nobody sitting in the chair across from her to talk with, there's no television set mounted up anywhere, there's not even any music playing from a radio. Left with nothing else to do, she starts playing with the sugar packets left out for customers to use. She picks through the pink and white, finding those colors cuter than the light blue ones. Once those run out, Himiko slumps in the chair as boredom overwhelms her again. Akatani takes a swig from his own coffee before grabbing the one for Himiko, a to-go cup with a lid just in case she were to leave or accidentally spill it. He hadn't bothered with any sugar or specialties, having not gotten the chance to learn her preferences yet. Instead, Akatani snags some creams and sweeteners for her to personally choose from. The boy scampers back to the blonde, flashing her a benevolent smile once she sees him turn the corner with everything tucked under his arms. Even when he's swamped with other customers, he tries his best to serve her specifically. "I didn't know what you'd want, so I just kinda grabbed everything on hand." He gives her a diffident chuckle while sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "Aw, Akatani, you shouldn't have." The coy teasing leaves them both blushing. When the flushed faces lose a bit of their heat, Himiko's coy smirk forms into a grin. She shows him a vial of blood that was taken from the previous night. "See? I brought my own blend." Akatani's exposed eye widens in an initial shock, the recognition evident in the small twinkle of his iris. The anxiety that comes from panic makes him shoot a worried glance over his shoulder before bringing his focus back to the vial of blood. "Try not to let anyone see that," he whispers in a voice laced with concern. Himiko rolls her eyes like he's being overdramatic. "Relax. Nobody is gonna notice." The red liquid pours into the cup of coffee like an ordinary sort of creamer before she stashes away the empty vial. "It's not like anyone will be able to tell what it is either," she says in reassurance while stirring the concoction with a spoon. "You can never be too careful." Akatani shoots another worried glance towards the people behind him before gritting his teeth in what looks like resistance. The pupil of his eye seemingly shrinks as it turns a shade similar to the blood that was mixed with coffee. There's a dry swallow from the boy as it returns to normal. "Besides, it's more meant for me than them," he timidly mumbles in admittance. Himiko gawps a little as she realizes they're more similar than she previously thought. "You get an urge for blood when you see it, don't you, Akatani-kun?" She cranes her neck as she tries to get a closer look at him. His eye continues to display a constant shift of appearance, the only way to truly recognize Akatani's inner struggle. Any ordinary glance at the boy wouldn't uncover his hidden bloodlust, but Himiko is able to fully notice this side of him. She's able to fully understand it since she empathizes with this desire too. "It's okay to give in. To have some." She slides the cup towards him while trying to make her voice as soothing as possible. Akatani stares at the drink with reluctance before the gaze flicks back to Himiko, almost like he's checking for permission. The hesitance doesn't last very long though. He doesn't even wait to get that confirmation that she thought he was seeking. Akatani snatches the cup from the table, taking a big swig of it, practically chugging it. When he's finished, he lets out a satisfied sigh, a bit of liquid dripping from his lips before his tongue laps it up. Himiko's mouth continues to hang open as she watches his every move. It's almost like he's constantly starving, completely deprived of what he wishes to taste. The small content he has. From what he swallows though, she sees it in his features. A grin begins to form on her face, starting small and stretching bigger. The girl fully understands now, seeing herself in the boy. Two identities that contradict one another, the conflicted mind that draws them together just as much as it brings them apart, they both share this quality. She snapped from her musings by the chime of the coffee shop's front door. A man wearing a tan overcoat takes off his matching hat once he steps inside, ever the gentleman. The green tie he wears with a pair of slacks and dress shoes makes her brush him off as a mundane businessman. She'd much rather keep her attention on Akatani Mikumo, the interesting specimen that is giving her an apologetic look. "I'm sorry. I've got to take this customer." He points a thumb over his shoulder in the plain guy's direction. "Thanks for letting me try your coffee blend." The joke that's meant to be lighthearted isn't very funny when his voice cracks with the lack of sincerity. She can tell that the expression on his face is fabricated, that it isn't a real smile like the one she had seen those previous nights. No, beneath the mask that he's made, Akatani wears a face of self-inflicted shame. Himiko wants to tell him so much that there's no reason to be ashamed, but he's already walking away. Naomasa waits patiently for a worker to notice him, hands in pockets and head down as he contemplates the crime scene that he just left. Aizawa left him with a lot on his mind, and the morning rush of customers at Antiku leaves him with the time to go over it all. The thought of two culprits being responsible for the blood bank heist is enough of an issue, but linking it with the Tokyo Ghoul and saying they have a partner makes it a whole lot worse. In all honesty, Naomasa would prefer to make this robbery an entirely different case file and let it collect dust on a shelf with no real resolve to close it. The complications that come with tacking on an accomplice to the elusive ghoul outweigh a simple burglary. The detective bites his tongue like he spoke the thought out loud, enough to cause pain but not enough to draw any blood. A tide of shame washes over his mouth instead, cleaning it out like his saliva had been doused with soap. There was a time when he would never think about dismissing a case, no matter what it is. Naomasa had always been the most honest cop on the force. He had even been dubbed with the nickname True Man, and it wasn't just because of his lie detection quirk. Whether it was from all the stress that comes with trying to catch the Tokyo Ghoul or how many years he's had on the job, he can't help but wonder what happened to himself. A thought that isn't so easily dismissive crosses his mind. Is there a difference between the identity of that noble detective called True Man and Naomasa Tsukauchi? Toffee nut, right? The detective is drawn from his rumination by a familiar-looking barista. Whether it's done deliberately or not, half the boy's face is covered by his dark shade of hair. One might say it's the most defining feature that keeps him from looking plain. An emerald eye peers up with what can only be described as kindness, seemingly waiting on the detective's response. Yes. Naomasa is taken back by the waiter's ability to know what he was going to order. How'd you guess? Your quirk. A genuine curiosity that has to do with the detective's instinct to uncover mysteries sparks from it. In retrospect, it wouldn't be that bizarre if the server had something along the lines of precognition. It'd make sense for a business such as this to hire him for it specifically. The boy's laugh sounds light-hearted to the unobservant ear, but the faint sense of gloom isn't covered completely. He wouldn't be winning any Emmys this year. I don't have a quirk as cool as that. His voice is distant but rises in pitch as if it comes closer when he focuses back on Naomasa. I only knew your order because I remembered it from last time. Suddenly, it clicks as to why the waiter looks so familiar. Naomasa refrains from slapping a palm into his face, feeling a tug of guilt for not remembering the boy's name. The kid had served him and Toshinori just the other day, yet the detective had completely forgotten. Forgive me. He gives the barista a slight bow to apologize. The gesture is mostly meant to serve as a distraction though. It's the detective's attempt to stall for time as he tries to recall the boy's name. Running a hand through his equally black hair, minus the gray strands, he's forced to surrender with a bashful smile. I completely forgot. I'm sorry. He lingers on the end to let the waiter know that he's asking for their name. Akatani Mikumo, and it's fine. I'm pretty forgettable when we live in a world that's filled with heroes and villains. He brushes it off with a whimsical shrug. Not at all. Naomasa waves his hand to reassure the boy. I've just had a lot on my mind as of late. The detective finds himself running that same hand through his hair again as he awkwardly chuckles. I see. Hence the coffee. Akatani stands on his toes with some newfound spunk in his demeanor. Assuming you're still craving that toffee nut, of course. Naomasa gives the barista a small nod. That would be perfect. Before clearing his throat and holding out his hand. How rude of me, I forgot to introduce myself. Akatani takes and shakes it. I'm Naomasa Tsukauchi. Nice to meet you, officially this time. Akatani gives the detective a bright smile before turning around to search for a table where he can be seated. The waiter falters for a moment, as if there's something missing in the far corner of the cafe. He recovers quickly though, maintaining the smile on his face and gesturing to a free space. Right this way, Tsukauchi-san, he says whilst leading the detective to the table. Naomasa arches an eyebrow, noticing the single spoon that sits there. It might just be from some kind of jam or something, but he swears there's a red stain on it. Akatani snatches it away rather hastily too, not even making a comment about its existence. The detective lets out a heavy sigh, letting go of what must just be paranoia. Of all the things that I could have picked up from Aizawa, he mutters under his breath with a shake of his head. The glassy sky had just wept over desolate streets, leaving the air still and heavy. Tricklets of water continue to hit the ground, an indirect result of a strong breeze causing damp trees to sway from side to side. With the passing storm, it's like the aftermath is daring anyone to peer outside. There's even a percussion of chirping birds, joined by the barking of stray dogs in the distance. However, in the heart of Mizudafu, the darkest is never just before the dawn. Water that had been built up within the street's various potholes shimmer under the glow of bright yellow street lamps. Traffic lights indecisively switch between the colors of green, yellow, and red, the mechanism seemingly operating like a laggard disco ball. Among apartment windows that have their blinds drawn down, there's the occasional orange or white hue that illuminate both sides. In the particular window of a convenience store on that street corner, the glass glimmers with the faint tint of a television's reflection. It's an older model, the cheap box set only capable of broadcasting whatever channels its wiry antenna can pick up. If you squint hard enough at the smudged screen, you might be able to make out the grainy news station though. The reporter's voice barely carries over the static, currently approaching the 2-year anniversary in which the water hose duo made their heroic sacrifice. A brief pause follows as an image is brought up beside him. A man and a woman share proud smiles in the photo, both wearing bright red life vests and white helmets that are equally radiant. They each have visors and snorkels attached, tailored to their water-themed costume design. The heartbreaking part of the memoriam is the young child in between them. The small boy gazes up at his parents, a wide smile on his face as he holds one hand each of his mother and father. The same hue of red as his parents' life vests, he wears a hat with 2 golden spikes protruding from it, the cap covering naturally pointed black hair. Unlike his parents, he isn't wearing any life vest or hero costume, just a white collared shirt and dark blue jean shorts. The newscaster adjusts his pair of square-shaped spectacles, the glasses having slid down the bridge of his nose when he hung his head in solemn respect. A small curl drops in front of his forehead, ruining the slicked-back style of his straw-colored hair. The man's most prominent feature, though, is the horn that's protruding from the left side of his head. The right side looks to be filed down. The reporter has noticeable facial wrinkles that broaden when he frowns. Let us all share a moment of silence. It's a small murmur only heard if you were to raise the audio's volume. It's rather fitting that he wears a suit and tie, as if he's attending a funeral service. The outfit consists of a dark blue blazer and a pale pink shirt that's buttoned to his neckline. He tugs on the brown tie as he clears his throat, moving on to the next part of the water hose tribute. Each anniversary, civilians that were saved share a few words about the honorable duo which saved their lives that fateful day. This year, however, we reached out to comrades of the water hose team. Speaking on behalf of people everywhere, he is the symbol of peace himself. All Might. The broadcast then transitions to footage of the number 1 hero. All Might stands in front of a pier located just outside of Mizudafu, but the camera is solely focused on him. Per usual, the hero has his blonde hair swept backwards, with the exception of 2 distinct tufts sticking up from his head that lean slightly to either side. Currently, he's wearing his Golden Age uniform, one that resembles a typical Western comic-styled superhero while showing off his muscular physique. The bodysuit is decorated with a color scheme that varies from red and blue to yellow and white. It ultimately ends up sharing a design reminiscent to that of America's flag. The red portion mostly covers his chest, creating a symbol that resembles the letter Y. A white diamond is at its center, with white lines stemming from it that trace all the way to his back shoulders. Other than a pair of winged gloves and golden boots with a matching belt, the rest is as vastly blue as the ocean. The symbol of peace is never seen without a broad smile, yet, this one appears much more subdued. The poignant look in his eyes is impossible to see on such a low-quality monitor, but it's there looking directly into the camera. He starts by saying, "I didn't personally know the water hose duo. However, I can proudly commemorate their actions. If I had been in the same position as them, I would have done exactly the same thing." His eyes divert from the camera as he mulls over his next words. Being a hero isn't always about beating the villain. The blonde raises a fist so that he can clench it on screen. It's also about saving as many lives as possible. That's what the water hoses did that day. They earned the right to be called heroes. What they did was admirable. They died honorably. The video feed then switches back to the studio as the reporter runs a hand over his head, smoothing back the hair that had started to crimp. Additionally, we arranged for the symbol of peace to share his condolences with the water host's next of kin. Unfortunately, their child denied our proposition and we were only capable of speaking to his current guardian. The studio was requested to maintain discretion when it comes to the matter, but we were fortunately granted permission to share the following clip from the conducted interview. New footage takes hold of the screen on cue. A woman stands beside All Might in what appears to be a forest of some sort, the distinct difference from a normal woodland location being how the trees look to be tall and wide as city structures themselves. She's instantly recognizable as a pro-hero too, being the lead member of a team called the Wild Wild Pussycats. Her costume stays true to the name, consisting of gloves that resemble cat paws and red markings beneath her eyes that mimic whiskers. She has maroon-colored hair that's styled into 3 bangs going across her face. Her large ruffled skirt and tail share a similar hue of red, along with the sleeveless top that's decorated by several straps and a bell. The heroine bows deeply to the symbol of peace. "On behalf of my nephew, I'd like to say sorry for his ill mannerisms in refusing to speak with you. I'd like you to know that I don't believe it's anything personal. He just doesn't wish to be associated with any heroes as of late, myself and my teammates included. No need to apologize. It's quite understandable." All Might places an assuring hand on her shoulder that looks comically oversized in comparison to the woman. Then, the buoyant tone becomes much more subdued, better matching his sanguine smile. The young lad must still be going through a lot. Losing his parents at such an age. It's a good thing that he has his aunt to take care of him. All Might tenderly pats her shoulder as a form of reassurance. The pixelated image of All Might gets covered by the glare of headlights. A group of 4 stop their vehicle right outside the store so that they can watch and listen to the broadcast. The television is often left running even after closing, the general idea being to draw in potential customers. However, it can also catch the attention of people less accustomed to civilized methods. The glass window shatters under a single strike, exposing everything inside. 2 plump hands reach through the gap, grabbing the television and lifting it from its stand. "I just wish I could punch M in his perfect teeth," a rotund Goliath grumbles in regards to All Might. The massive man resembles an ogre with his odd shape, causing him to hit the top of the store's awning. He stops to shake any shards stuck in the harness that's strapped to his head. A small spire pokes out from where his nose should be, giving him some resemblance to a rhinoceros. There's not enough pennies or fountains for that one to come true. One of his partners scoff as they step forward to grab a radio left on the same display. Their orange mohawk clips the tip on what remains of the window. Both thieves wear matching jackets that leave the chest exposed, the only difference being the ogre's is purple and the other's is blue. His face is also covered, but this mask is more of a muzzle with a green stripe down the center. Let's be real. Even if you did manage to land a blow, it probably wouldn't even faze the guy. A messy-haired blonde hops off the tailgate of a white truck. Unlike the other 2, this thief is wearing an equally white tank top. He does share a mask though, albeit his covers only the top half of his face and has 3 red horns protruding from the forehead part. Another distinct difference from his partners in crime is how much darker his skin tone is. Hurry up so we don't gotta worry about having the chance to find out. A fourth criminal with nothing but sunglasses to serve as their mask urges the other crooks from his driver's seat. The blue headband that he's wearing does a lousy job of absorbing all the nervous sweat running down his face. The getaway driver's quirk gives him elongated ears that stretch just above a tower of brown hair. They twitch as they listen out for any police, heroes, or witnesses. He buries his chin into the collar of a black turtleneck that has its sleeves cut off. Grab the sheet and let's go. The biggest of the bunch tosses the stolen television into the loading bed with a huff. I'm pretty sure all might only patrols during the day, so don't go getting your panties in a bunch over nothing. What are ya? Superstitious? You got more of a chance to win Lotto 7 than run into him. The one with a mohawk packs the radio he took while reaffirming his partner's statement. I just got a bad feeling about tonight. The getaway driver anxiously tugs at the band around his head. Sweat buildup gets on his fingers during the process, which he proceeds to dry off by using the collar of his turtleneck. Judging by the way his ears constantly twitch at every sound and the way he turns his gaze towards anything that creates a gleam over his sunglasses, he definitely has a severe case of paranoia. You worry too much. I mean, just look at how we pulled off this heist. It was a cinch. The heavy-weighted member plops himself in the back with the stolen goods. A slight creak escapes the truck as it shudders under his mass. He waits for the ginger and the blonde to hop in as well before shouting, I can't believe it either, but we did it. Hell yeah. Let's hit up another place. A grin stretches across the tanned blonde's face as he slaps the side of the truck for emphasis. Their celebration is short-lived though. The rambunctious crew all turn as still as stone once they see someone drop down from above. The shadowed figure lands in a crouch, blocking the direction of the road that they intended to go. Who the F is that? The blonde is the first to recover from their collective stupor. Taking in the short figure's appearance, it only appears to be some punk off the streets. A black sweat jacket with the hood drawn up and matching cargo pants makes them seem like a casual civilian. They don't look like any kind of hero that I know. The driver strains his eyes as he tries to peer through the dark. Damn it, Arrow. You jinxed it. The one with the ginger mohawk slaps his chubby criminal partner upside the head before motioning for the driver to go anyways. Floor it. You, roadkill. The tan thief flicks his middle finger forward so that he can shoot their target a bird. The three in the back let out a collective cackle as the driver guns the gas. You're dead if you think you can take on. A blurred flash of red is all they see before the truck is flipped backwards in one fluent motion. The hooded being never moved a muscle. Crimson appendages acted like a predatory organ, striking out from the base of their back. Streams of blood flick back and forth like a collection of tails, mimicking the behavior of something animalistic. Smoke begins to waft from the wreckage. Oil slowly leaks out of the crashed vehicle too, eventually creating a puddle that'll only continue to get bigger. An arm reaches out of the truck's shattered windshield, grasping for something that isn't there. Blood streaks down the limb, soaking the hand until it's scarlet and dripping off of twitching fingers. The hooded figure begins to trudge along the pavement at a sedate pace. There should be a sound of shoes scraping against asphalt, but only an echo of gentle footsteps radiate from its presence. They sway from side to side with each footfall, casually approaching the crashed vehicle. A groan escapes from one of the crash victims, the tanned blonde, as he tries to regather his bearings. Still disoriented by the constant ringing in his ears, he hardly registers the hooded figure crouching down right beside him. Suddenly, the third digit that had so carelessly flipped off the hooded figure bends and snaps under the pressure of what may as well be a set of fangs. That pained from earlier morphs into a shrill shriek as the blonde's finger gets severed from his. All of a sudden, the truck is turned over yet again. The thief with a mutation quirk used his strength and size to flip it off of his crew. The hooded individual instinctively leaps backwards, soaring through the air and landing on a nearby street post. A wet Gigi escapes the lumbering Goliath. His injuries leave him scarred and bruised, shrapnel sticking out of his flesh and bleeding wounds alike. He makes an attempt to wipe away some of the blood leaking out from a cut above his right eye, only to smear it across his forehead. The hooded assailant hums from their perch, eyeing the brute rather inquisitively. A long black bang hangs down from the hood's opening once they tilt their head to the side. Just staring at the chubby criminal is enough to make the hooded predator's mouth water. Blubber is worn like an extra coat on the crook, creating the enticing promise of meat. Saliva begins seeping from each corner of the carnivore's mouth once hunger starts to flood their system like adrenaline. Like a liquid muscle, one of the tails protruding out of the predator's lower back whips down with an effort akin to flexing. However, the force is enough to completely obliterate the streetlight, leaving behind a tapered post and a shattered bulb. This simple move is enough to propel the hooded figure forwards so that they may clear the gap between themselves and the Goliath. It takes one aerial maneuver from the predator to twist its body around, allowing itself to vault over the criminal's head with relative ease. Then, the hooded hunter lands in a poised position from behind their prey. One of the liquid appendages PPS itself back before striking like a cobra, piercing the criminal's right arm and threading it like a sewing needle. Joints in the limb are snapped in half while other ligaments get severed, resulting in a high-pitched squeal from what looks so ironically like a pig. Similar to that of an octopus ensnaring its quarry, another tentacle wraps around the burglar's left leg before constricting like a python. These liquid limbs remain resilient as their victim struggles to escape, regardless of how they flow in a fashion relatable to water. Effortlessly, the tentacles hoist the criminal upwards so that he may be suspended over the hooded predator's head. Like a set of additional claws, the remaining liquid limbs tear into the victim's flesh. Wails of agony fill the ambience of Muzutafu while tissue is torn open and meat is ripped apart. Intestines spill out and blood flows from the corpse like a waterfall, pouring straight into the hooded predator's mouth. There's a mm of joy from the ghoulish being, regardless of how much gore overflows to the point that it splashes outside their lips. A short distance away, still stirring from their car crash, the tan thief attempts to prop themselves up on one elbow. The forced movement is so jarring that they instantly slump back to the ground. Next time he tries to move, it's much more sluggish and only something as simple as rolling over so that he can lay flat on his back. A sharp pain shoots through his side and up into his chest, the side effect of 3 broken ribs. Instinctively, he reaches with his hand to apply pressure, which leads him to discover that it's missing a finger. There's a small tremor that runs along his body as his quivering lips convey the pain into one single word, dash. The blonde burglar buries his hand into the fabric of his tank top, not caring about how the white material gets soaked in red by blood. Other colors such as orange or yellow appear as splotches in his vision, indicating that he's already lost a lot of the bodily fluid. Momentarily, he clenches his eyes shut the same way he does with the shirt in his fist. Those iridescent spots remain for a short while, shrinking in size until they completely dissipate. When his eyes reopen, the dazed state of mind finally concedes and he's able to draw his attention forward. The first thing that he sees are his friend's remains being cannibalized. He repeats himself at a louder frequency this time, F. This outburst doesn't go unnoticed. The hooded predator whips its head towards the source of sound with a feral noise of its own. A startled gasp escapes the blonde's mouth when their eyes meet. It's like a drop of blood landed in the eternal abyss that you're told not to stare into, the veins that stem from it mirroring the reflection of a cracked conscience. As blank as the black void, this ghoulish gaze holds no emotion. It's the kind of look that you'd give an insect under a microscope, the prolonged glance that's never anything more than just that. It's that precise moment that a distinction is made clear between looking into a common criminal's eyes and a killer's. With a wet quelch, liquid talons detach from the mangled meat of their victim. Whatever remains of the corpse splatters against the ground as soon as it gets dropped. These fluid appendages slowly coil around their owner before redirecting themselves so that they're aimed towards the tanned thief next. It's a brisk laceration across the neck and stomach that ends the blonde bandit's life almost instantaneously. Blood drains from the gash in their throat, followed by a dead collapse. With no further interruptions, the ghoul goes back to feasting on its quarry. There is no chewing though, only the gnashing of teeth as flesh gets devoured. Fingernails dig under skin like something that has to be peeled off before clawing at the same spot again to expose tissue. There's a handful of pancreas and another one of muscle fiber, both of which drenched in blood for consumption. As soon as any of the meat is swallowed, more gets stuffed into the predator's mouth. It's a rather noisy eater too, slurping on the intestines and inhaling everything else like a vacuum. From corpse to corpse, the ghoul feasts until nothing remains. Even the bone fragments get gnawed on, ossian oozing out as munching subsides. A sigh of content carries condensation, the exhale drawing their shoulders into a despondent slouch. Suddenly, the dark chasm called an eye widens as though it's seeing for the first time. The crevices made up of veins retreat into a fluctuating iris. Like a reptile basking in the sun, they remain still under a pale moonlight. The ghoul then draws their hood down, allowing a maelstrom of tangled black hair to fall out. A doleful expression crosses their now visible face, not that it matters when no survivors nor witnesses can identify it as Akatani Mikumos. He uses the back of his hand to wipe away all the gore covering his lips. No longer severely starved, he doesn't bother with liking it off. Another sigh, this one much more subdued, and then he's on his way. Akatani's leisurely stroll through Mizudafu isn't the ideal midnight excursion, not when the only thing to see around him are eyesores. Dagoba Municipal Beach, what used to be a beautiful public spot, is now reduced to a junkyard. Years of rampant pollution turned the coastline into something revolting. Ramen shops and stores that sell fine china were once meant for high-class customers, but months of vandalism leave them in a state of disarray. Graffiti cover the walls like a coat of paint, heaps of trash litter the sidewalks, and tires run over potholes in the streets. The skyline is a much better sight to behold. Building structures fill the inked atmosphere with their silhouettes, only occasionally joined by tufts of equally Stygian clouds. The pale moon that hangs like an unpolished pearl makes it all seem so monochrome, not a sliver of fluorescent chalk gleams through. A bitter breeze blows through the fabric of Akatani's clothes, making him seethe through his teeth while trying to suppress a shiver. Relentlessly, the cold continues to nip at his fingers, regardless of its withdrawn effect under how numb they've already become. Even so, Akatani stuffs his hands into the pockets of his hoodie as a futile attempt to ease it somewhat. Frigid feet make it a long journey to Yuta's store, each step as though it's being taken into a shallow pool of water. Cold seeps into his toes and rises like a small tide to cover his feet, making them feel rather bare regardless of the red sneakers that he's completely worn out. It's a freezing fog that he breathes in, something that ices the marrow of his bones like wet concrete. Akatani's teeth begin to chatter behind his blue-tinged lips, making him miss the warmth of a victim's blood glossing over them. Almost immediately, that urge is expelled from his mind. It's as if it got flung out by the violent shaking of his head. Settling for lukewarm saliva, he hisses on his own lips to keep them from chapping. It's rather shocking when Akatani finds Himiko wearing nothing but her usual attire in such weather. A short skirt and a cardigan is hardly enough to keep her warm. The petite blonde's thin frame shivers every 2 seconds. Before he can ask her why she's outside rather than inside Yuta's shop, Akatani-kun. "I've been waiting." She provides an answer without question. "You're gonna catch a cold standing out here." He shakes his head in exasperation while tugging at the bottom of his hoodie. "Wear this before you get sick." Akatani then pulls it off so he can offer it to the bunned blonde. The boy was already freezing when he had the extra layer on, but now he's downright chilling to the core in nothing but a white t-shirt. The bilabial trill of a dismissive pft is synced with Himiko's eye roll. "It's still summertime, Akatani-kun." She's quick to riposte but ends up taking the hoodie regardless. "Certainly doesn't feel like it." Akatani shudders when another breeze rolls through. The gust of wind is enough to finish convincing Himiko that she should wear Akatani's hoodie. It's oversized on her, but that's probably why it'll do a better job of keeping her warm rather than its original owner. Yuta's entrance is accompanied by the telltale jingle of a bell. "Let's get inside already." Akatani takes a step so there's enough room for Himiko to squeeze by, but never once takes his hand off the door so it can swing shut. The blonde flashes one of her signature grins at him, a tiny giggle bound to come out of it. I guess the Tokyo ghoul kills everything except for chivalry. She gets in a good wisecrack as she skips by before allowing the cheeky titter to escape. Akatani's groan overshadows the slam of the door closing shut. Look. Akatani rubs the temples of his forehead while struggling to come up with the right words. I know we're here to literally pick up a mask for my alter ego. But could you try not to say things like that out loud? If you don't want it to be obvious, then you shouldn't wear clothes that reek of blood. The blonde shrugs with raised palms as though it were public knowledge. Seriously, she says while pinching the fabric of her borrowed hoodie, this thing smells like a brand new car. If it were used to run over an entire family. Akatani drags the hand he was using down his face, giving up on the small massage that was meant to prevent any headaches. Sorry. I was hungry and… You know the rest. He murmurs it loud enough for her to hear but mumbled enough that she'll know better than to drag it out into a conversational topic. No need to apologize, she assures him with frantic hands that go to gripping the material immediately after. It's so fresh and cozy. She then lets out a girlish squeal while hugging the cloth closer. It feels like I'm wearing someone else's skin. I love it. Akatani is so shocked by her response that he nearly stumbles backwards. There's words that he wants to say, but none of them manage to climb up his throat. The black-haired boy swallows them down instead. He faces away from her, unable to trust himself with any involuntary expression he may give. Let's see if we can find Yuta. There's no sign of the mask designer anywhere as Akatani scours the store with his eyes. He must have heard us come in. He shoots a glimpse over his shoulder back towards Himiko so she knows that he's still conversing with her. Yuta-san. Himiko follows his lead as she calls out in a sing-song manner for the shop owner. A light skip remains ever present in her stride as the two venture deeper into the store. Do you think he's hiding someplace so he can try scaring me again? Akatani pauses to check under a pair of drapes. He doesn't find anything other than a stack of boxes, all sharpened with kanji that reads, plastics. Himiko begins tapping her index finger against the corner of her chin, as though she's pondering the question that's been presented. After a brief moment, she lets her hand drop and shakes her head. Nah, Yuta-san usually tries not to use the same trick twice, but she contradicts herself by checking behind a chair anyways. Akatani bobs his head a little before realizing that she has her back to him. He stops nodding and clears his throat. I don't think he went anywhere if the door was unlocked. If he's not out here, then he must be in the back. Right. Himiko gives him a non-committal shrug, let's check for ourselves, and heads towards a door that reads, employees only, in bolded yellow kanji. I don't think we're allowed back there. Akatani warily follows her while glancing behind himself as though he missed something. Relax, Yuta-san won't mind. Himiko brushes off his concerns with a literal wave of her hand. The way that the bunned blonde bounces through the back space shows a lot of confidence behind her statement. Especially once he sees that it's only us. Her grin is a tad too mischievous to be reassuring though. Akatani's responsive hum is laced with uncertainty but he continues to trail behind the blonde regardless. He searches the back space with skeptical eyes, noting that it looks to be primarily used as a supply station if all the tool cabinets are anything to go by. Equipment ranges from things such as small screwdrivers to a lathe and a blowtorch. Eventually, the duo find Yuta hunched over a small desk, staring intently through the microscopic lens of a magnifying glass. Unlike the colorful flavor of all his neon light fixtures, a fluorescent bulb shines down on the desk instead. The designer delicately weaves a string through what looks like a crow-shaped cowl. Fingers that would normally tremble remain still, operating on the mask more carefully than a doctor would during surgery. Hi Yuta-san. The artist doesn't even flinch over Himiko's boisterous shout. There's no response from him either, it's as though Yuta hadn't heard her at all. Akatani-kun and I are here to pick up his mask. She carries on with her frisky attitude anyways. The designer hums in acknowledgement, his ability to speak currently limited by the pin that's held firmly between his lips. Yuta extends his other arm, holding out a black fabric that must be the finished product for Akatani. Uncertain as to what he should say or do, Akatani stutters out a solid, thanks. When he takes it from Yuta, his thumb grazes the rough lining of a zipper. Curious as to what the front of the mask looks like after feeling something so coarse, Akatani turns the mesh of leather over. The cold zipper that he felt is etched in between an array of what looks like artificial teeth. The design carries a set of exposed gums on it too, adding to the graphically ghoulish motif. Pulling the tab at the end of the mouth lining, Akatani slides the zipper open. He assumes the feature is there to allow increased efficiency for when he's preying on meals. It should allow for him to consume the meat while simultaneously protecting his identity without the need to remove the entire mask. A brow arches when he takes notice of the small filters on either side. The protruding objects don't look big enough nor operable to be a breathing assistant. The metallic bolts don't twist or budge when he tries to turn or pull on them either. Assuming the additional pieces must be mainly for aesthetic, he glosses over it. The mask looks like it'll cover a majority of his face, with the exception of his left eye. Where he'd normally let his hair hang over, leather is morphed into a makeshift eye patch. To say the least, he's happy with the turnout. How much yen do I owe you? Akatani switches the mask in his hand for the wallet in his back pants pocket. Yuta doesn't blink until he's finished stitching the fabric of what's in front of him. All his tense muscles go slack in relaxation as though he's fallen asleep only after it's done. Spitting the pin in his mouth out and into a small silver tray, he's finally free to let a breath out with it that he had also been holding in. First one is free. Yuta gives Akatani a carefree wave that's just short of being dismissive. Akatani's face shoots up with a perturbed expression. Himiko mimics Akatani better than a parrot ever could, the only distinct difference being how much of a higher pitch it is and how her body language turns into that of a childish pout. That's a no fair, Yuta-san. How come you never gave me anything for free? She whines with 2 exaggerated stomps of her feet. Yuta gives her a deadpanned expression as he responds, you never ordered a mask from me. How is it my fault that you never got anything? Still, Himiko huffs with a twist of her heel to face the opposite direction, not even a piece of gum or anything. Ignoring Himiko's antics, Yuta turns to address Akatani again. Look, I have another client coming in pretty shortly, one that particularly doesn't appreciate other customers in their presence. So, if you really wish to pay, then come back another time. Otherwise, the mask is yours to take for free. He speaks while flagging his hand in a shooing manner. Oh. So, like a tab? Thanks, Yuta-san. Akatani glances between the mask in his hands and the man who created it before bowing deep enough to show his appreciation. The ding of the front door's bell is enough to make both Yuta and Akatani stand straight. You'd better go. The usually stoic tone in Yuta's voice suddenly sounds extremely urgent. Feeling how tense the atmosphere has become, one would think that they're expecting the boogeyman himself to step through the door. Akatani allows his instincts to take control of the steering wheel, stepping in front of Himiko in order to protect her if need be. Let's go, Himiko. The blonde is startled by how strong of a grip he has when taking her hand in his own. She lets out a small squeak when she's tugged in the direction of the exit, which results in his firm hold loosening a bit as not to harm her. However, it's too late for them to slip away unnoticed. Their path is intercepted by a group of 4 people. Each eye that catches the other widens in initial shock, uncertain of what to say or do. After a brief pause, the brown-haired man that's in between 2 other men steps forward. Akatani instantly takes notice of how the center man is wearing a black surgical mask and white surgical gloves, a sign that the stranger could be ill or a doctor if their wealthy attire is anything to go by. A unique green bomber jacket with a collar lining completely composed out of purple fur hangs from the man as loose as the white tie around their neck. Black dress pants and an equally dark dress shirt are all he wears underneath. Akatani's eyes flick to the small girl hiding behind this odd man. She has her head down, avoiding eye contact completely and making her lengthy flow of white hair hang over her face. What makes his gaze linger longer and wariness wager are the bandages covering the child's arms and legs. She only wears a plain short-sleeved dress that's as pale as she is, making it rather evident that she's malnourished. Akatani's free hand impulsively clenches into a fist as he frets over her health, his gaze switching to the 2 men on either side of her in order to size them up. One of them fits the role of a goon perfectly, their height and muscularity extremely apparent. Just like his boss, this guy wears formal clothing in the form of suspenders and pinstriped pants. Akatani takes notice of the man's visibly pointed facial features. Their face appears to be stretched into a square-shaped chin that's covered by a goatee. Much like the goon's pointed nose, their hair is also spiked up. The other henchman looks much thinner, their true frame hidden by a baggy raincoat that's oddly white instead of yellow. The coat's hood does a poor job of covering the man's chin-length hair, its odd style of clock needles suggesting that it has something to do with their quirk. Completely disregarding Himiko and Akatani, the supposed leader of this group glares daggers into Yuta's eyes while asking, "Is my custom commission finished yet?" Yuta does a hard swallow, nodding before giving his customer a verbal answer. "I just completed the last one of the batch. If you would follow me, they're all in the back." He turns with an outstretched arm that gestures in the opposite direction Akatani and Himiko were headed. Yuta's eyes flick from the man's to Akatani's for what must be a millisecond, acting as a silent cue for the two teens to leave while they still can. The man with the surgical mask glances in the same direction, taking notice of the directed communication. The gaze doesn't linger for very long though, his eyes turn back towards Yuta and he nods. "Lead the way." It feels like a permission has been granted as the cronies move forward to follow. "Yuta-san." Himiko opens her mouth to say something but Akatani pulls her towards the exit with just enough force to cut the sentence off before it can even begin. It's not a rough tug, but the guidance is affirmed by how tight of a grip Akatani has on her. The bunned blonde considers yanking away, but there's something about how he holds her hand, it's almost like he's afraid she'll be taken away if they're not completely connected. Himiko may be a blonde, but she isn't dumb. She knows when to take a hint and manages to have some self-control just this once. The group of men continue forward at the leisure of Yuta's guidance, forcing Akatani and Himiko to go around them. Nobody says a word and any eye contact that was present before now avoids each other like the plague. The teenage duo pass by the three men completely, almost in the clear. Akatani carries the same pace as not to raise any more attention to themselves than they already have. He and Himiko are nearly at the exit. Then, something small latches onto Akatani's leg, preventing it from moving any further. The extra weight isn't enough to stop him entirely if he were to really apply effort into lifting his foot again, but it does cause him to pause in his stride. The boy tilts his head down to see what he may have accidentally bumped into, only to find the white-haired girl who had been accompanying the group of men. With her gaze aimed upwards, he now notices the small horn that's protruding from a corner of her forehead, something he couldn't have seen earlier when she had her head down. He would have probably been able to pry her off if he hadn't made the mistake of locking his eyes with her own that are a bright red so vibrant he can only describe them as purely innocent. Himiko audibly gasps in what must be the same amount of surprise that Akatani has written across his face. Before either of them can get a word out though, somebody else beats them to the punch. Around the time that they had stopped moving, so did the group of men being led by Yuta. At the head of the pack, the man with the surgical mask turns his head ever so slightly. Without even fully glancing behind himself, the guy barks an incredibly stern order. "Come back, Eri." Their eerie tone triggers all sorts of danger warnings in Akatani's mind, but he isn't capable of leaving behind such a terrified child. When her tiny hands clench the fabric of his pants leg even tighter, he crouches down so he can show her that there's no intention of going just yet. This reaction must be enough to give her a boost of courage in order to stay put, her head cradling into his stomach with her eyes closed as though it were an affirmation. Since neither boy nor girl makes a move otherwise that indicates she's going to obey her given command, the man in a surgical mask is forced to fully face them now. Akatani feels himself tense up as the man's lackeys turn around as well. "Excuse me, sir. Your daughter?" She seems pretty scared. He tries to act oblivious to the matter even though the child is holding on to him as if her life depends on it. The way that the man's eyes narrow serves as an unspoken threat, regardless of the excuse that one of his subordinates makes. "Sorry that she's causing you such trouble. She probably just wants to be held since she tends to fall over a lot." The one in the raincoat is who makes an attempt to reason with Akatani first. It comes out sounding so improvised that the teenage boy can't help but take another weary glance at what must be the leader. The brown-haired man's squint becomes further tapered, presenting his annoyance in a fashion differential to how one would normally just sigh or balatinely huff. Even so, he graces everyone in the room with what little patience he has left, by going along with the subordinate's story. Yes, Eri is constantly horsing around, getting herself all scraped up. However, his voice doesn't shift in the slightest from that same eerie tone. It's the kind that urges whoever hears it to obey. There's no doubt that this man is absolutely dangerous. Yet, pardon my saying, but these look to be a bigger amount of bandages than what you would get from only horsing around. Aside from that, she hasn't uttered a single word for herself and hasn't loosened her grip at all. Akatani knows that he's going to tread over the line that Yuta had so desperately tried to put between them. What are you really doing to her? He fixes the man with an intimidating glare of his own now that he's fully committed. The goon with the goatee chimes in now, completely infuriated by Akatani's accusation. You dare talk back to the boss? Are you calling him a liar? Veins bulge from his forehead with each exaggerated shout. The thug takes 2 hefty stomps forward, only to be blocked by Yuta, who's waving his hands in a haphazard manner. He's probably just concerned, is all. Please forgive him on my behalf. Yuta attempts to bow while still keeping his arms outstretched, as though that'll be enough to stop the muscular man from plowing through. Yuta then shoots what's meant to be his own glare in the direction of Akatani, the only contradiction being how worried his expression looks. He's just a stupid teenager that doesn't know any better. There's no real bitterness in his comment though. The goon looks ready to pounce regardless of Yuta's pleading, that is, until his boss interjects with a small exhale. Kids are so difficult nowadays. Nobody knows if he's referring to Akatani or the small girl named Eri. Having to put up with them. It honestly makes me believe that I could turn into a very different kind of person. He acts far too casual as he begins peeling back the wrist on one of the surgical gloves. Eri seems to notice the man's gesture, her tear-brimmed eyes widening as the instinct to run back kicks in. However, when she lurches away from her spot against Akatani's chest, she's blocked by a pair of arms. The way that they curl around her, it's like they're creating a protective shell that nobody can get through. Even so, she worries that it won't be enough. Her desperate gaze returns to the boy's face. If you take that glove off, Eri's mouth opens in awe when she sees the boy's emerald eye has now shattered with a crimson color far darker than her own irises. I'll kill you. The bad-tempered goon with a goatee stomps forward as though he had been the one to get provoked. You. Why, you little dash. Once again, his assault is interrupted by a sound from the leader. However, unlike the annoyed huff from last time, it's a soft chuckle coming from the masked man. The elastic fabric of his surgical glove snaps back into place, the hand coming up to signal his henchman not to retaliate instead. After the light laughter subsides, the brown-haired man shakes his head in amused disbelief. Very well. Allow me to educate a high school dropout such as yourself on what you'll need to be aware of if you hope to ever reach your elder years. His golden gaze fixates on the scarlet stare coming from Akatani. I am the capo of the Eightfold Cleansers, or in other words, a gangster. He pauses briefly in order to gauge what sort of reaction Akatani may have. When he sees no change in the boy's expression and how that darkened glare only glowers even more, he continues, Oh, I'm sure that means nothing to you. You're so young that you'd probably consider what's called villains as true criminals. Well, you would be wrong in your assumption. Are you aware of what's called an underworld? What about an empire? These rhetorical questions get answered instantly. That's where the real crime gets operated, and that's exactly where you are right now. The rundown location of Yuta's shop now makes more sense to Akatani. So, who do you think runs such an operation? I'll save you the trouble of guessing. It's me, the head of the Yakuza. His golden glare shimmers under the store's lighting. Now that you've been properly educated, do you still believe that you should speak to me in such an informal manner? Or would you like to take back what you said? Akatani tilts his chin down, but not once does he take his eyes off of the dangerous man or his lackeys. He hadn't expected Yuta to be working with a powerful criminal organization such as the Yakuza. There's no telling how many branches of the villain group exist and what they're all capable of. However, Akatani can only see 3 members currently present, and that makes him like his chances a little more than he should. He isn't as good at rebuttals like Himiko is, so he says the first thing that comes to mind. Okay, boomer. He hadn't meant for it to come out sounding so monotone though. Himiko had been lost as to what she should say or do throughout this entire situation, but that manages to ease the tension enough for her to recover. The bunned blonde stifles a laugh as Yuta clutches the area that his heart is located. The Yakuza leader doesn't find it very funny though. His glare narrows into a squint again as his eyes switch from Akatani to Himiko to Yuta. The gaze returns to Akatani. You don't scare so easily. There's a contemplative hum from him before he continues. You're either a foolish boy that appropriates their childish nature, or you have a quirk so vile that you actually believe you hold the capability to kill me. Before Akatani can make a retort, Himiko finally decides to chime in with her own. You actually thought you could flaunt your status in the bad boy league when you have the Tokyo Ghoul to compete with? Her own question is as rhetorical as the ones earlier given by the Yakuza leader. With a shrug of her shoulders, weird flex, but okay. She makes her own meme reference. Yuta gawps over the revelation whereas the trio of Yakuza only react with what looks like mild prudence. The goons step closer to their boss, taking Himiko's announcement to heart more than the actual leader. You expect me to believe a mere child is the Tokyo Ghoul, though the capo shows some piqued interest where their squint widens with raised eyebrows. Akatani bares his teeth like the wild animal that he has the reputation of being, but not for any reason other than being openly outed about his persona. Himiko doesn't appear to be fazed by whatever angered expression that he gives her if the Cheshire grin on her own face is anything to go by. When Akatani glances back down at that girl in his arms though, his fury readjusts to its original target. Seething air through his gritted teeth, the ghoul accepts whatever fight is about to go down. Kakugan already active, all that's left is for his Kagun to make themselves present, the cochineal tentacles flowing out from his back like steady streams of blood. Sensing Akatani's hostility, the Yakuza leader holds his hands up to make a placating gesture. In the event that you truly are who you're acclaimed to be, I believe it would be in everybody's best interest to resolve this without any bloodshed. He carefully chooses his words and makes sure to keep his hands up as verification that they're sincere. Huh? The spiky-haired goon turns towards his boss with a perturbed expression, but Overhaul, even if he is the Tokyo Ghoul, why should we give the brat a chance? We can take him. The other thug does too, but without the need to vocalize their confusion. It's only the fraction of a complete turn, but the Yakuza leader called Overhaul tilts his head just enough to send a golden glare in his subordinate's direction. Mimic, are you questioning my command? His voice would have been more than enough to scorn the thug when used with that kind of tone. The man called Mimic cowers instantly, bowing his head and pleading for forgiveness. Of course not. Your decisions are absolute. I would never dare to question them. Please, forgive me. There's a crack at the end before he begins weeping over the mistake he had made. Quit groveling. Overhaul motions for Mimic to raise his head back up. I'll overlook your insolence just this once. Next time, you'll be exposed of. Thank you for your leniency, Overhaul. I won't disappoint you again. Mimic wipes the tears from his eyes with a finger before he flicks them away. Once that doleful moment subsides, the muscular man returns to giving Akatani a darkly expression. Overhaul ignores his subordinate, redirecting his attention back to Akatani. One of the hands that are raised comes down to point towards the young girl that's trembling within the boy's arms. You've taken an interest in her, he says it matter-of-factly. You wish to take her from me, but we both know that I'm not so willing to let that happen. And yet, you claim that you want to settle this dispute peacefully. Akatani warily watches the other 2 Yakuza that don't appear to share the same settlement. The one with the white raincoat slowly slides a hand into their pocket, attempting to stealthily grab whatever is inside. Overhaul follows the line of sight from Akatani to notice it too, beating the boy to the punch in saying something. Chrono. Do not draw your weapon unless directly ordered to, though that reprimanding isn't as harsh as the prior one. The henchman called Chrono doesn't make any attempt toward trying to explain himself. He merely nods in SBMson before slipping his hand back out into the open to show that it's completely devoid of any knives or guns. I understand the desire to take precautions, especially when facing someone with an unidentifiable quirk. But that's a two-way street, we're both in the same boat. So to speak. Overhaul glances between his own men and Akatani's side to let them know that it's directed towards all of them. A few strands of blonde hair drop loose when Himiko tilts her head in a cute pout. I'm bored with all this talking. Can you get to the point already? The whine is accompanied by an impatient wiggle, 'cause I'm gonna start stabbing if not. Yuta quickly slaps a hand over the blonde's mouth to keep her from saying anything else. She doesn't mean that. He nervously stammers out a forced laugh as if it were just a prank. Whatever part of Overhaul's expression isn't covered up by the surgical mask shows that his patience is starting to run out. Regardless, he continues to hide his hostility by waving a dismissive hand towards Yuta and Himiko. She doesn't speak for the Tokyo Ghoul and neither do you. And that's all he has to offer those two before pointing a finger towards Akatani once more. My business is with him. If it weren't grim enough already, Akatani's expression becomes even more steeled. The blood tails behind him go from whipping side to rising above him in an intimidating manner that's similar to that of a snake taking an upright posture. Gritted teeth look like they're bared when his lips curl into a ferocious snarl. I meant what I said. Blood is so unsanitary, I would like to avoid creating a mess. As would Yuta, I'd assume, since this is his establishment. Overhaul briefly tries to pacify the cornered animal that he's been presented with before elaborating on the alternative to brawling over Eri, which is why I'm going to offer you a solution. I propose that we make a wager over something other than our lives. I suggest we take a gamble over something far more sensible than violence. Akatani raises an eyebrow as he listens to the Yakuza's offer, slightly intrigued with where it's going, but doesn't dare lower his guard just yet. Join me in a game that's resolved many Yakuza disputes ever since the dawn of the Zhou dynasty. Battle me in a game of Go. Overhaul gestures towards the bandaged girl that hasn't stopped trembling ever since she ran into Akatani's arms. If you win, I'll allow you to leave with Eri. It'll be completely free of charge. There'll be no arguments. There'll be no death. It'll be fair. I'll keep my word. Akatani's dour face falters over his bewilderment, but it recovers immediately when he gives Overhaul a skeptical scowl. The Yakuza would never make an offer this generous, especially after being threatened. However, they're a group that's known to be quite honorable. Akatani mulls over the suggestion and finally realizes what's been left unsaid. He has to ask, and what'll happen if I lose? The pointed finger curls over with the rest of Overhaul's hand as it clenches into a fist. That golden glint in the Yakuza leader's eye glistens after he answers, then you will belong to me just as much as Eri does. Akatani instinctively opens his mouth to make a retort, but another tremor from the terrified girl in his arms makes him close it. Whatever words sat on the tip of his tongue slide back down his throat with a hard swallow. The cold stare stays fixated on Overhaul, but it's much more contemplative than threatening. Himiko opens her mouth next, taking Akatani's silence as a segue to chime back in. Before the blonde can say anything that'll be regret later, the ghoul speaks in a volume that he knows will boom over her own. I accept your challenge and its rules. Akatani answers Overhaul while simultaneously retracting his kagun. The ghoul knows that all eyes are now on him, ranging from Yuta and Himiko to each Yakuza and Eri. There's no taking back his response. He has now made a pact with someone who may be equally evil as the devil themselves. The whimpering from Eri has lessened, but she still looks horrified. Whatever worries she has are now staring up at him in tear-brimmed eyes. Himiko has always hidden her emotions behind a wide grin, but that smile is nowhere to be found currently. Yuta has been distressed throughout the entire encounter, but he looks so pale now that Akatani worries the mask designer may have dropped dead and become a corpse. Overhaul appears to be quite the opposite of disturbed. His cheeks are pulled up enough for Akatani to know that there's a smile beneath that surgical mask. The Yakuza leader gestures for them to come away from the exit and return to the inner part of the shop. Then let us begin. His head flicks towards his subordinates in order to give them a command, grab us a board to play on. Akatani keeps an eye on the Yakuza as they move to grab what's needed for his go game with Overhaul. The ghoul can't help but wonder what such a notorious criminal organization will do to Mizutofu. The police were already stretched thin with his activities as a vigilante. He has no doubt things will only escalate if Overhaul makes his gang more prominently presented. With extra attention to the underworld and its inhabitants, the Tokyo Ghoul will be put at jeopardy, and so will everybody around him. Akatani thinks of Antiku and his co-workers. He also worries about how it will affect Himiko or Yuta, who's already so involved with the conflict. The police investigation may gain more traction and receive help from the FBI if Yakuza population draws attention to his own nightly endeavors. If Akatani Emikumo is to continue misdirecting authorities, he must win this go game. Otherwise, the lead detective may get heroes involved with his case for some assistance in the arrest. Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi just so happens to be on the phone with Japan's top-ranked hero right now. One hand holding a mug of lukewarm coffee that had been brewed by Officer Sansa Tamakawa stays steady to ensure that it doesn't spill, while another hand holds the cell phone. A spread of papers and case folders lay littered across his desk, each one containing confidential information about the Tokyo Ghoul. He keeps a close watch on his office door from the corner of blackened eyes, careful as not to allow anybody to overhear his conversation with the pro. "Sorry that I'm unable to stop by the precinct tonight. I hope that I haven't let you down." All Might's disempowered voice comes from the other end of the line. The contrast in deepness doesn't ever change when Toshinori stops using his muscle form, but it's much more subdued in terms of exuberance. Whether it's to conserve whatever energy he has left or if the time limit has already been exceeded, it comes as no surprise for the detective to hear this truer version of All Might. "Not at all, Toshinori. I understand." Naomasa is thankful that the hero can only hear his response and not see the distressed pinching of his forehead. At this rate, the detective will develop wrinkles before he even turns 40. Without the aid of his friend for tonight's workload, Naomasa can barely resist the urge to let out a hefty sigh, nearly choking on the attempt. Clearing his throat to properly cover it up, the detective carries on with a much more hopeful tone. Is there any chance that you can come in tomorrow?" He accidentally stumbles over the words as he tries to casually make this request. It's only mildly worrying that there's no immediate response from the hero. It'd be silly to assume something happened to one of the most powerful men in, quite possibly, the world, but Naomasa has known Toshinori long enough to expect an instantaneous answer. The ambience that occupies the same speaker as the phone's electronic hum is enough to nearly become unsettling. Finally, Toshinori replies, albeit with a voice full of uncertainty, "I've never worked this closely with the police before. I'm not sure that I'm cut out for all this crime scene stuff. I usually just punch villains really hard and leave the rest to real pros like yourself." If All Might weren't so righteous, Naomasa would have considered that comment about police being the real pros a derogative jab, but he doesn't need a lie detection quirk to know Toshinori is being 100% sincere. It's almost funny how different of an outlook that the symbol of peace has about policemen. In this modern age, with quirks and literal superheroes, the authorities are often looked down on and more commonly get mocked about how useless they are in comparison. Nobody takes police seriously anymore. Cops and detectives have become a bit of a dying breed. Yet, here's the #1 hero of all people, calling what's considered the bare blunt of a bad joke an admirable profession instead. It's for reasons such as this one that Naomasa is proud to call Toshinori a friend. It's for reasons such as this that he so badly wants to work with this particular hero on this particular case. "I'm not going to ask you to do anything outside of your comfort zone if you don't want to. You're already doing enough for this investigation by simply being here. Your patrols have already warded off more small fry than the ghoul managed to, and I think it's alright to assume you might even be enough to scare away the Tokyo Ghoul themselves. Especially if Eraserhead's theory about their age turns out to be correct." Naomasa knows that All Might doesn't care about having his ego stroked, but the reassurance feels necessary in order to prevent the hero from feeling bad in case he were to opt out of the investigation. The detective tacks on a few excuses on behalf of Toshinori just to be on the safe side. "Besides, I know that you have your hands full with preparation for this year's semester at UA, finding a successor and all that will probably occupy enough time as it is." "Thank you, Naomasa. It's easy to tell how flustered Toshinori has become over the compliments when all he can manage as a reply are clamored, thanks, and noises of the phone fumbling in his hands. The detective resists the urge to laugh and waits for his friend to recover. It's just, I want to help. I really do. But you're right, there's a lot that I have to take care of right now and I'm not sure that I have enough time left in me per day to get it all accomplished. The mood is killed by another grim reminder of All Might's reign nearing its end. That doesn't mean that I won't help whenever the opportunity arises. But I can't promise you that'll it be every day that I'm here. Toshinori is quick to reiterate his justifiable reasoning. That's more than enough, Toshinori. Feel free to stop by whenever you can. Naomasa reaffirms his prior statement while allowing his head to droop a bit. He hopes that Toshinori can't hear the disappointment in his tone, but the hero had never been observant enough before to notice something like that now. However, it's a first for everything, and the detective would really prefer to prevent it getting pointed out. Fortunately, the detective is granted an excuse to hang up when his cell phone vibrates with the notification that there's another call coming in. I hate to cut this short, but I've got to speak with somebody on the other line. I'll see you later, Toshinori. He quickly spouts his reason for ending the call before clicking over to see who's next to speak with. Naomasa doesn't even have the chance to get out a proper greeting. As soon as he hits the answer button, he hears a familiar voice filling him in on classified information. The Yakuza have resurfaced right here in Mizudafu. That's only the first sentence in this new conversation and it's already too much to unload. For starters, a case regarding Japan's massive criminal organization is just going to be another heavy thing to stack right with the hero killer of Hosu and Tokyo Ghoul of Mizudafu. Secondly, for an underground hero that claims to be so rational, calling someone and not even beginning with a simple hello is rather irrational. Then again, Eraserhead has never been one to waste time by beating around the bush. Why Yakuza? There's no way. Naomasa is still reeling in disbelief to fully comprehend whatever Eraserhead says next. It's likely the details of how the underground hero came across this intel, but the detective only catches bits and pieces about an information broker named Jiren that's old enough to already have a rap sheet in the precinct's archive. Naomasa isn't aware of whether or not he's interrupting the underground hero, but he doesn't care since it's proprietary information that he needs to know. Do you think that they're affiliated with the Tokyo Ghoul? I'm not sure. The answer gives Naomasa an unsettling feeling in his stomach. Eraserhead skips the details deemed unnecessary at this point and finalizes his summary instead. All I know is that they're more active than they've ever been. I've been following a group around and it led me to a mask shop, which leads me to the belief that this is the build-up for whatever scheme is starting to unravel. Naomasa doesn't need to ask why the underground hero bothered to call. That isn't enough for me to make an arrest, Aizawa. There's no evidence to justify. I know, Eraserhead interrupts with a firm response. The line goes quiet for a brief moment before the underground hero continues. However, you're still able to get a search warrant for me. Then, we may be able to gather enough evidence to make an arrest. Naomasa rubs the bags beneath his eyes. The very existence of them elicits some kind of a cross between a yawn and a sigh. We both know that by the time I get that search warrant in order, the Yakuza will be long gone from the store. The detective holds firm with his voice as well as to not allow another interruption. You're not the type of person that does wishful thinking. What's your angle, Aizawa? Eraserhead's breathing becomes stilted, indicating that he may be suppressing a sigh that's more than likely to be the cause if Naomasa knows the underground hero well enough. Soon, the inhales and exhales level out. There's the return of silence, only background ambience to let Naomasa know that the call hasn't ended. Then, fine. Meet me at my apartment and I'll show you. Which is followed by the telltale click of Aizawa hanging up. Naomasa lets his arm dramatically drop, almost like the phone in his hand weighs more than he can handle. The detective draws in a deep breath, holding it in for only a slight second, before exhaling completely in a satisfying sensation that no sigh could ever produce. After he slides the mobile phone into his pants pocket, he runs the free hand through his hair to make sure none of it has fallen out due to his stress overload. He's far too young to be developing gray strands, but he knows that they're there. Yet, if there's anything to drown one's woes with, it's coffee. The detective takes a quick swing of the lukewarm substance, convinced that it's more of a liquid courage than alcohol. Once he's had his fill, Naomasa swings open the door to his office so that he may finally face the world's problems head-on. He knows his fellow officer won't be at their desk, so he calls out for them instead. Tamakawa, the bell latch to his coworker's collar jingles when they whirl around to see who called their name. It's not so far-fetched to see the cop with a cat quirk fraternizing with other slackers by the water cooler. Naomasa ignores the urge to scold them all and motions for Tamakawa to follow behind him instead. Something's come up on the other end of town and you're driving. Ah man. Tamakawa's triangular ears flatten against his downtrodden head. Falling into SBMson, the officer digs into his pocket to find a set of car keys. Naomasa pays no mind to how Tamakawa mourns the loss of a carefree night. Instead, the detective directs his attention to the next officer that he needs to speak with. Tanjiro, while we're gone, I need you to pull up any records we may have about an information broker named Jiren. A young man with burgundy hair and Hanafuda earrings gives an affirmative nod from their cubicle before quickly tapping at the keyboard of a computer monitor. After a few more clicks, he begins to read back the information that loads. Right. Seeranker named Kajiro Okithike Jiren dash. I said while we're gone. Naomasa shouts as a reminder. The detective grabs his trademark overcoat off the precinct clothes hanger before whipping it on. Have it printed out for me by the time that we get back and I'll read it for myself. He speaks over his shoulder while heading for the exit. Then, pauses mid-stride upon suddenly remembering something else, forcing himself to turn back around on the heel. One other thing. Reach out to Sir Naitai's agency and see if they'd be willing to cooperate on an investigation pertaining to the Yakuza. He notices the cat-like cop on standby just in case there's anything else to add. Tamakawa. Let's go. Realizing that they're definitely leaving this time, Tamakawa quickens his pace in pursuit of Naomasa. Where are we going? He figures he should ask since he'll be the one who's driving. We're meeting Eraserhead at his apartment. Naomasa gives a curt response without so much as glancing in Tamakawa's direction, and then we're going to investigate a mask shop. Meanwhile, residing within that very mask shop are two of the precinct's most wanted. The Tokyo Ghoul sits directly across from the young head of the Yakuza, with only a game board in between them. White and black stones are stored in a pair of wooden bowls, both of which have their lids removed so the players can decide what colors they'll be given. As expected of the Yakuza, Overhaul follows the traditional method of selection called nijirai. The eldest takes a handful of white stones and the youngest places either one or two black stones on the board. Akatani chooses an odd number of stones to lay out and Overhaul begins counting the number of stones in his hand to determine whether the turnout is odd or even in terms of matching or differing from Akatani's count. The result is an even number of white stones and that's the color that the ghoul is given. Overhaul takes the bowl of black game pieces, seemingly thrilled by the prospect of getting to play the first move. Akatani releases an audible gasp, unable to conceal the initial shock over what his opponent's first move is. Overhaul played Tengen. A singular black stone glimmers from its spot at the board center. Most players begin by capturing lower star points and work their way towards the middle later into the game. For whatever reason Overhaul chose this move, it's more than enough to make somebody wary. One could mirror their opponent's moves this way, resulting in a draw nonetheless, but still using their own strength against them. There's only one way to rid of this likelihood and prevent his enemy from receiving an advantage. Akatani places his own stone right next to the center point. There's no exhale or stilted breath from the young Yakuza, but Overhaul's golden glare hardens with an equally piqued curiosity. The next couple of moves is an exchange that both sides predicted immediately after their first set of placed stones. A bumpy shape reminiscent to that of a circle is formed, matching their black and white colors all around. What Akatani set out to accomplish has been achieved. Overhaul won't be capable of mirroring any moves without giving himself a handicap. However, the center of the board has been filled and compromised. The short-lived battle has done nothing but limit their space and waste time. Akatani takes a moment to glance up from the board, searching for an expression behind his opponent's black medical mask, looking for any sign that this might have been their plan from the very beginning of the game. Overhaul gives nothing away. His poker face, as they would call it, reveals zero hidden intentions. The only way to properly test his opponent is for Akatani to play a move that is neither the best nor the worst. On the opposite side, projected towards the middle but leaving enough space to conquer one side over the other. Stones that don't serve the purpose of capturing other stones or gathering territory are often deemed pointless, but the rare occasion of an exception can be made by players far more skilled beyond the average player. Yet, these moves can prove fatal mistakes for weaker Go players. Behind Overhaul, the Yakuza called Mimic begins to chuckle while he spectates the Go match. Mimic must be overly confident in his leader's capabilities. He doesn't deem the move as a difficult test, and neither would an arrogant ruler with acolytes that feeds their ego. However, for a novice, they wouldn't know any better themselves. Not understanding the game of Go and how tactfully in-depth it can be, the little girl named Eri can only read everyone else's reactions. Seeing her tormentors overly confident and the other side unsure of themselves, her hope begins to leak out in the form of tears. Soft sniffles and quiet whimpers don't go unheard. Eri lowers her head to hide behind a lengthy flow of hair. Unable to meet her gaze with her eyes covered, Akatani must resort to other methods of assurance. Now reminded of why he's playing this game, motivation sparks his next move. Almost hastily, the stone gets slapped down. Overhaul calmly places his own stone, but as soon as his fingers slip away from it, Akatani slams down his next piece without hesitation. The Yakuza look amongst themselves, seemingly startled and mildly concerned, especially when this happens a third time. Speed Go is the term for these almost instantaneous moves. Overhaul would presume it's an intimidation tactic at first. Some players tend to use this trick as a means to make their opponent unconsciously play faster in order to keep up. The idea is that they'd eventually slip up by making a mistake. However, Akatani stares intently at the board between each move. The time it would usually take to mull over a counter is spent during Overhaul's brief pauses. The Yakuza shakes his head, ignoring the ghoul's faster technique. Ultimately, taking his time will prove more beneficial. The two go back and forth, each side capturing an equal amount of stones. None of the missing pieces prove crucial until a while later. Suddenly, Overhaul realizes that move from earlier truly wasn't a mistake. Now, this mocking piece on the cluttered game board gives Akatani a momentous opportunity. Overhaul briefly glances up, his golden gaze shimmering under the light as he wonders whether or not the ghoul was truly capable of reading that much further into the game than himself. Overhaul slowly lifts up the next stone from his bowl, contemplating what move he should make in order to counterattack. However, his line of sight never leaves Akatani and he can clearly see the boy mimicking his movement. The young Yakuza drops the stone back into his bowl, as does Akatani. Now irritated by his opponent, Overhaul snatches the piece that he dropped and roughly slams it into position on the Go board. Once again, the Yakuza is surprised by his opponent when Akatani simultaneously places his own stone right beside it. The Yakuza are speechless, all of them amazed at how someone can play so quickly and yet so solidly. Overhaul would be sweating if he didn't find it revolting. The ghoul has captured the lower corner and the crime lord is behind now. If Akatani doesn't slow down, then Overhaul will be resorted to playing a game-deciding move. It's a risky play, but one that leaves room for mistakes. Overhaul places his stone. Akatani instantly reads through it, only a brief scowl on his face to let the Yakuza know how mild of a hindrance that it is. Without hesitation, the ghoul responds correctly. Now, Overhaul is bound to lose. With a shaky hand, the Yakuza leader reaches for his next chip to place. Just short of picking one up, his fingers twitch with an instinctive flinch due to Akatani's voice carrying over the board. "Oh, you wish to play it through rather than resign." The tone holds genuine curiosity, but the Yakuza hear a taunt. Overhaul keeps his hand hovering over the bowl of Go stones, intent on taking one of them when he eventually spots a solution to his predicament. Golden orbs scan the game board that's littered with black and white pieces, searching for a way to recover from his supposed loss. No opportunity presents itself openly, but he feels hopeful enough to create one just short of the match finishing. At the very least, Overhaul wishes to draw the game so that they can play a rematch where he won't underestimate the ghoul a second time. Reluctantly, Overhaul allows himself to grab another stone so that he may place it amidst the battlefield that he has created with his opponent. Checking the location of his placement a final time, the fingers slip away so that Akitani may respond with his own move. The instant reply of a stone tapping the board lets Overhaul know that it's his turn again. Yet he sees no stone countering the one that he just placed. Whatever spot that the ghoul played will cost him the victory and give the Yakuza a chance to come back. You lose. The Tokyo ghoul's voice snaps Overhaul from his concentration. Overhaul looks upwards to see his opponent is still holding a ghost stone. The Yakuza begins to realize what happened. Overhaul had been so focused on the board that he didn't see an actual stone placement. He only heard the sound of a stone being tapped against the side of it. Akitani never actually made a responsive move. It's against the rules of Go to play twice in a row, which is exactly what Overhaul did, thus granting Akitani an automatic win. Why, you little such dirty underhanded tricks. The muscles that make up Mimic's body flex as he PPS a fist back. The Yakuza minion looks as though he's buffing up in preparation for battle. Akitani raises his own guard, fists and crimson tendrils readying for a fight. But an outstretched arm prevents the two from clashing with one another. We had a deal. Overhaul speaks for himself and the other Yakuza. I will honor that deal. The Yakuza is bounded by a code of honor after all. Mimic's ever-present scowl remains, but his huff is all that's allowed to be released from the rage pent up inside of him. Chronostasis takes his finger off the trigger of a handgun, one that must have been drawn when the conflict started to brew. Perhaps we'll play again someday. Overhaul bids the ghoul a wave of farewell before ushering the previously captive girl towards the winner. Run along now, Eri. Yuta flinches when Overhaul's golden glare pierces right through him. I have other business to conduct. The Yakuza leader refers to the masks that he had originally come for. It's a dry swallow, but it's enough to clear his throat. Right. You kids best be going. Yuta gestures towards the door with a pleading expression. Akitani and Himiko nod in understanding before they bow and turn to leave. Would you like to hold my hand? Akitani holds it out for the frightened child so she can intertwine it with his own. The ghoul notices that she has an instinct to withdraw, and curls his fingers back up when she shakes her head. The thought of what Overhaul and his acolytes may have done to make this child so afraid of being touched crosses his mind for a brief moment, and in that moment, he ponders lashing out like he had originally planned to do in order to rescue her. However, he has to take Yuta and Himiko into consideration as well, which is why he settles for having her follow him out of the mask shop. A harsh breeze hits the young trio as soon as they step outside. Akitani checks on Eri to see that she's shivering, but not bothering to whine or complain. It's a long walk from the store back to his home and he doesn't want her catching a cold or the flu regardless of whether she's quiet about it or not. He doesn't particularly regret giving his hoodie to Himiko, but he knows that the little girl will need it more since she'll have a lower tolerance for the colder climate. Fortunately, Himiko also takes notice of this problem and removes the hoodie herself. I needed to give it back anyways, right? Thanks, Himiko. Akitani flashes her an appreciative smile before handing the hoodie to Eri. You should probably get someplace warm. He knows that it'll be impossible for Himiko to avoid acknowledging how cute the child looks in such an oversized article of clothing and that she doesn't have that time to be exposed in the cold. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow then. Good luck with the kid. Let me know if you need anything. She somehow manages to casually wave it off and begins to trot towards what Akitani assumes is the direction of her own house. All right, Eri. Looks like it's just you and me now. Akitani checks on the child again and sees that there's no change in her uncomfortable disposition. Admittingly, it may be weird for a while, but he knows that she'll be better off with him than Overhaul. Let's get you to your new home. He waits for a response but isn't all that surprised to get none. Then he leads the way. Eventually, the two of them step through an ivory door. From within the hood that's enclosed around her tiny head, Eri's expression becomes one of awe. Akitani's living space is so cluttered with stacks of books that it may as well be an unshelved library. The boy flicks his light switch, illuminating the dim atmosphere just a tad more and showcasing the cluttered boxes that were hidden amidst now retracted shadows. Not even a slob or a hoarder would let the mess get this out of hand. Anybody would presume that he just moved in. Yet, these books are everywhere. Akatani becomes bashful, as if he had forgotten what his own apartment looks like. Rubbing the nape of his neck to soothe the red blush with a chilly hand, the boy tries to level out the awkwardness with a joke and a technical presumption. I hope you like to read. 'Cause I've got plenty. He then begins to wonder if the girl is even old enough to read yet. I can teach you if not. I mean if you'd like. Eri continues to scope out the bizarre layout, still overflowing with childish wonder. For the first time since she ran into his arms back at the mask shop, she acknowledges him with speech. Do you live here? All alone. She nervously wrings her hands and keeps her eyes diverted as she asks him this question. There's the body language of an expected flinch, as if his answer will be something to shy away from. Akatani doesn't want her to be scared of him, so he crouches down to her level with a smile much warmer than the weather outside. That wonderful expression of awe returns to her face when he replies, "Not anymore." He listens to tires making their monotonous hiss over a rain-washed road, and it's almost enough to lull Naomasa to sleep, if not for the lukewarm coffee container that he periodically takes a sip from. Normally, the detective's mind would be matching the police cruiser's pace of 1 mile per minute, but he has an equally exhausted underground hero to carry that burden for a while. Eraserhead's conspiracy theory had become his wallpaper, case files and newspaper articles covering every corner of his apartment. There's no longer any question why the man always looks so disgruntled and unkempt. Between crime organizations such as the Yakuza resurfacing and the Tokyo Ghoul turning Muzutafu into its personal hunting grounds, Naomasa is able to empathize. They shared intel for a while and came to a similar conclusion in the end, or one that they could both agree on at the very least. The Yakuza had ruled the underworld in the past, but the rise and prominence of heroes shone a light in the crevices that they had crawled out of. All Might in particular chipped away at those corners, bringing those organizations crumbling down to the point that the remnants were forced to live under constant surveillance. The Yakuza had become a dying species, like a dangerous animal placed in the zoo. Which means that the Yakuza must be under new management for them to try and reclaim what they had lost. Chisaki Kai is planning something. Now, the underground hero and the detective are sharing a ride at the expense of Tamakawa as their driver. Their investigations have blended together, creating a joint operation unlike any other. If the clues gathered from each of them thus far are any indication though, then it's bound to come to a close soon. They narrowed down a location, a mask shop. The police cruiser lurches into an abrupt stop, jostling Naomasa from his drowsy disposition. While the detective had been dozing off, the distance between Aizawa's apartment and the mask shop had been cleared. Tamakawa, wait here while Eraserhead and I go in. If anyone tries to run or if a fight breaks out, we may need you in the car for backup. Naomasa plays off his grogginess by giving orders. Aizawa is probably so used to doing the same that he's able to see right through the act, but the underground hero keeps quiet about it, and Naomasa is grateful for that discretion. Oh. Why, you've got it, boss. Tamakawa reluctantly affirms his response with a singular nod before Naomasa and Aizawa step out of the vehicle. The officer is then left there waiting with dreaded anticipation. An eerie feeling creeps up the policeman's spine since he's all alone on a quiet and desolate street, resulting in piloerection of his coat hair turning from sleek to furball. Tamakawa knows that he'll be reprimanded by Naomasa for misusing the radio, but he's desperate for some music to break the tension. The anthropomorphic cat turns up the volume on a random station and listens to a song that he recognizes as Butterfly from Miyavi. However, the mask shop that Naomasa and Aizawa enter has no music playing through its speakers at all. The dimly lit store is so quiet that they'd be able to hear a pin drop. Nobody is there to greet them either. It's almost as though the building had been completely abandoned, with only disposable masks left behind. Neither Naomasa nor Aizawa know whether they should call out or not. If the store is still occupied, then it might be wise to approach the situation delicately, considering nobody should have expected an underground hero or a detective to visit. On the other hand, the atmosphere that they walked into isn't an ordinary one and the element of surprise might be a good one to maintain. After a briefly exchanged glance between one another, Naomasa proceeds to keeping one hand concealed within his coat in case he needs to draw his weapon, and Aizawa folds his arms close to his chest in the event that he needs to use his capture scarf. Once they are prepared for a potential conflict, Naomasa takes the lead in calling out for anyone else who may be inhabiting the shop. Is there somebody here that I could speak with? Perhaps the shop owner. The detective raises his voice on the second sentence just to be certain that he can be heard. There's a brief PRD of silence, a moment where the only response is none at all. Then, the sound of shuffling fabric is accompanied by a dull voice. I'll be with you shortly. It matches the level of volume that Naomasa had been using. True to his word, what must be the store owner presents himself in a span of 8 seconds. What stands out about the lanky man with an undercut hairdo is the bandaged stump where his right arm should be. The gauze is red with dried blood. The shopkeeper must feel the gaze on his missing appendage, since he too glances down at it with mild interest, as though he too is just now noticing it. Pardon my neglect on to what I hope will become new customers. As you can see, I was preoccupied. He gestures towards the stump with his good hand. Dissatisfied customer. Aizawa prompts the store owner with an amount of subtlety that makes the question comes off as casual instead of interrogative. It's not entirely disbelievable that a customer might lash out if they were angry enough, especially in a neighborhood like this, but Naomasa knows that the question presented by Aizawa is really an elaborate trap for the detective to use his lie-detecting quirk. The shopkeeper shakes their head, seemingly unbothered by Aizawa's remark. This is just from an accident that I had when using my equipment. It looks worse than it actually is. Naomasa is able to distinguish the difference between the truth and a lie thanks to his quirk. No matter how monotone of an answer somebody may give, that explanation given by the store owner is registered as a lie. In scenarios such as the one he has found himself in, the detective is forced to make a judgment call. There's a likelihood that he'll procure more results by revealing his reason for being there, but there's also a chance that the more direct route of flashing his badge will hinder the investigation further. Then there's the additional option of telling the shopkeeper about his quirk and whether that will influence the man to tell the truth or, in most cases, result in a request for his lawyer or an attempt to flee. Naomasa chooses to pull his police badge out and holds it up for the store owner to see. We have reason to believe otherwise. I'm Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa. He tilts his head in the direction of Aizawa, and this is the pro-hero Eraserhead. There's a few questions that we'd like you to answer truthfully in light of an investigation. It's a compromise. Naomasa applied pressure by raising awareness to the store owner about his shared company, but also refrained from giving details about the nature of the investigation. The detective also disclosed his quirk for the time being, hoping that he won't have to share that information in order to get an honest answer. The lanky man's demeanor doesn't indicate any panic, but his eyes do widen momentarily as a surprised response to the reveal of what he had assumed were two average customers. I see. Am I under accusation of something? Should I be concerned? The store owner slouches a bit to show the detective and the hero that he means no hostility towards them. Both Naomasa and Aizawa relax once they see that the store owner is willing to be cooperative. Not at the moment. Rather, we have concerns and accusations about the kind of clientele you have coming through here. Naomasa puts his badge away now that there's no more need for it. Like my detective friend has said, I'm a pro-hero. That's why I've been tracking the movements of a criminal organization as of late. It turns out that same criminal organization likes to frequently do business at your establishment. Care to explain? Aizawa takes the lead now that he and Naomasa are avoiding being long-winded. The mask maker is no longer capable of maintaining a poker face. Finally, a burst of emotion cracks the barrier that was put up to hide an expressive frown. I suppose there's no use lying to you if you've been monitoring my store. He hovers his remaining hand over the side of his body that lacks the other one. You were right in assuming that they were the ones who took one of my arms. Naomasa keeps his quirk activated during the duration of the store owner's response. When he's certain that the explanation wasn't a lie, the detective gives Aizawa a nod of assurance. That's all? They only frequented here for masks, but were unhappy with the product that you'd given them, and you were punished as a result? Aizawa tries to keep the skepticism that he's feeling out of his tone. The mask maker shakes his head as his lips pull from a frown into a small mirthless smile. Nobody ever leaves here unsatisfied with what I make for them. The smile levels out into a thin line once he's through being defensive about his craft. They were angry about something else and took it out on me, that's all. This next question is what will make or break the investigation. This next question will decide whether or not this mask shop is a game changer or a dead end. Naomasa depends on his quirk to answer him honestly when he asks, "Do you know what they were angry about?" The shop owner diverts his eyes from the detective's rectangular ones, a reflex Naomasa has come to recognize as used by people when they are about to be dishonest. The mask maker recollects his composure, his blank face from earlier returning full force before he responds. Naomasa doesn't expect the truth to come out of the now inexpressive man's mouth. Not entirely. Yet that answer treads a line that Naomasa's quirk can't quite determine as truth or lie. Luckily, the detective doesn't need to ask for an elaboration. The shopkeeper does so all on his own. There was a little girl, definitely abused and possibly meant for human trafficking. That part is the truth, but she got away while they were here. But that part requires some more specification. Naomasa has learned from the past that his quirk doesn't give an answer to half-truths. If someone withholds information while telling the truth, then it doesn't register as a lie. This drawback of his quirk is exploitable if anyone were to learn of it, but the store owner doesn't even know what Naomasa's quirk is yet to be aware of this fatal flaw. Naomasa has to tread carefully in order to continue keeping that a secret while also obtaining the intel that he and Aizawa need. There's a natural concern for the safety of whatever child was mentioned in the shop owner's story, so Naomasa uses that to aid his ulterior motive by asking, "You mean the kid escaped from them?" If it isn't odd enough that the mask maker hesitates before answering, yes. The stranger thing is that Naomasa's lie detection quirk doesn't determine whether that direct response is an honest statement or a lie. The store owner is still withholding information, creating a pretense that's incredibly difficult to decrypt. There's something more to the story that the detective is being told, but he can't figure out what the metaphorical missing page has on it. There's a kid out there wandering the streets all alone. Aizawa's interjection is accompanied by the repositioning of his folded arms dropping and hanging down at his sides. The underground hero doesn't bother hiding the grim expression on his face, his worry for the missing child more than evident. Naomasa supposes the hard ass actually has a soft spot for children, which would explain why someone like Aizawa would even bother teaching a bunch of high schoolers. Fortunately, that emotional outburst does stay true to Eraserhead's ideology of being logical at all times, prompting the store owner to specify more details about the kid. "I'm hopeful that someone came along and helped the girl." The shop owner quickly redirects his attention from Aizawa back to Naomasa. Otherwise, it would be safe to assume she didn't get very far and the Yakuza recaptured her, correct? Both the underground hero and detective mull over that suggestive statement. It's true that a child's legs wouldn't be able to carry them very far. There is also the matter of being in a big stone maze. All the buildings of the city on a dark night would be impossible to navigate for someone younger than a teenager. Even so, the investigative duo have a good reason to doubt that claim. Naomasa catches Aizawa's gaze from the corner of his eyes. Both of them are thinking on the same wavelength, each of them considering the result of the lie detection quirk. The masked craftsman gave an indirect response to the underground hero's question, making it difficult for the detective's quirk to differentiate his answer between a lie or honest truth, but it still gives an indecisive answer of its own. Either the store owner believes his own lie, or he's genuinely that hopeful that somebody helped the lost girl. Quick deductive reasoning helps Naomasa make his own assumption though. He believes the shopkeeper knows for certain that somebody is helping the girl. Naomasa slides a hand into the interior pocket of his overcoat, digging for his wallet so that he can produce one of the many business cards that he carries within it. "You make a good point, mister." The detective suddenly realizes that he never caught the man's name. "Yuta. Pardon me for not introducing myself sooner." The masked craftsman bows an apology before taking the business card that Naomasa holds out for him to grab. Naomasa resists raising a brow in suspicion, his curiosity making a mental note that he was only given a singular name. There's no way of knowing whether Yuta serves as a first or last name, but there's also no way to confirm whether that is intentional or not. Yuda, you've made a fair point. It'd probably be best that my partner and I sweep the area to see if we can catch up to her. Naomasa continues from where he left off as he gestures towards the calling card. If you remember anything else of significance, please don't hesitate to contact me at my office. If Yuda has any suspicions of his own, then he does a good job of covering it up as well. It's not uncommon for criminals to maintain a good poker face. It's one of the necessities to have if you wish to survive in their underworld. However, in all his years of law enforcement, Naomasa can confidently say that the shopkeeper's vacant expression is the most unreadable he's ever seen. Of course, Yuda slides the business card into one of his pants pockets. I wish you the best of luck. Naomasa tips his hat before heading for the exit, Aizawa in tow with characteristic silence. It's only once the two of them have made it outside that the underground hero raises his questions. Why aren't we taking him into custody? We have plenty enough reason to believe he's lying. Not entirely, Naomasa huffs in equal frustration. It's hard to tell what he's keeping from us, even with my quirk. I think it's for the best that we take a less direct approach. What do you have in mind? Aizawa's interested tone betrays his stoic expression. Naomasa waits until they've made it back to the police cruiser, not willing to take any chance that Yuda could somehow overhear them. At the volume that Tamakawa is blasting music on the radio, it'd be impossible. Tamakawa switches the sound off with cat-like reflexes, startled by the passenger doors opening, his raised triangular ears drooping slightly once he realizes it's only Eraserhead and his superior. I think we should stage a stakeout here. We'll have 2 officers watch the store on a regular basis. They'll be on the lookout for anyone with a young girl. Naomasa answers Aizawa without a shred of context or acknowledgement for Tamakawa. You don't think that's a little too hopeful? There could be several people passing through here who match that description for all we know. Aizawa's slouched posture sinks into the back seat's cushioning as he inquires Naomasa with a gaze through the rearview mirror. The detective doesn't bother turning his head. He returns the stare with one of his own, still facing forward. Aizawa's demeanor doesn't look comfortable at all, despite the way he's taking up the back of the car. How many parents or babysitters would take their children to a mask shop? Let alone in this kind of neighborhood. Naomasa notices his words of assurance are enough to make Aizawa visibly relax a little more. The investigation has taken a heavy toll on them both, but the underground hero looks as though he's ready to take any available moment to sleep. Naomasa's rhetorical question doesn't go unanswered, but it's not Aizawa that gives the response. Not very responsible ones. Tamakawa inserts himself into the conversation. When his joke doesn't get anything less than a turn in his direction from the 2 others in the car, he supports it with an awkward chuckle of his own. Sorry, I just wanted to be included. Who or what are we talking about exactly? The officer's ears droop in an angle acute to his whiskers as he shrinks in on himself. It's nothing for you to be concerned with. Just take us back to the precinct. Naomasa clicks his seatbelt into place while waving his free hand dismissively. Tamakawa had done enough already. The stakeout would be reserved for other officers. An exasperated sigh from the back seat returns Naomasa's gaze to the rearview mirror, and he sees that Aizawa now has his eyes closed to complete the exhausted appearance he'd been working on. Actually, could you drop me off at the nearest train station? I'm going to visit Sir Naitai's agency and get his input on the Yakuza. So long as there's a child involved, I don't think we have the leisure of taking things slowly like he originally planned. Naomasa now understands why Aizawa dreads the remainder of the night from the sheer volume of that request alone. It seems they were wrong. The mask shop wasn't the finish line. It was the starting line. The investigation into the Tokyo Ghoul and the Yakuza have intersected, but that doesn't change the fact that they've only just begun. Akitani's night had just begun, or so it felt like. He'd given Eri his bed to sleep in. It's not like he used it for much other than comfort anyways, but that left him with very little to relax on. Chalk it up as just another cost of his quirk, but Akitani is more of a nocturnal creature in habit. The boy-turned-nightly predator was used to going on the prowl during this time, but he wasn't about to leave Eri all alone. So, Akitani is currently left standing idly in his apartment. To pass the time, Akitani is left with only his thoughts. Usually, thinking to himself only brought up feelings of angst and self-loathing, but now he has Eri to focus on. He has no idea how to take care of a little girl. He's still practically a kid himself. Yet this duty has fallen onto him. If he's an animal, then he must protect the cub that he's adopted into his dwelling. He worries about the Yakuza and whether or not they'll keep their promise. He's confident in his ability to fight and kill just about anyone, but he's not so sure about an entire Japanese mafia. Akatani snaps out of his thoughts when his ears twitch at the distant sound of police sirens. His body is tense and his mind is sharp until the sound fades. He never knows if the sirens are coming for him. He can only hope they're going for the Yakuza. The tension in his body deflates with a not-so-relieved sigh. While he doesn't have to worry about criminals and cops tonight, he does have to worry about food. Maybe not for himself, but Eri is a growing girl who will surely need breakfast when she wakes up. Akatani opens his fridge despite already knowing there's nothing inside of it. He does the same with all of his kitchen cabinets. He's never had the need to keep regular food stashed when he can't necessarily eat regular food without gagging. He tries to remember what tasted good to him before his quirk eliminated his ability to taste normal meals. What would Eri like? He supposes he can go grocery shopping with her after his shift tomorrow. He suddenly realizes he has to work in the morning. At least he works in a coffee shop with a bakery. He'll just take Eri with him and she can have some sort of pastry for breakfast. It may not be the healthiest thing for a child, but it's not like she'll be having candy apples every day. At least, that's what he thinks. The sun rose like a flower opening, the clouds speckled around its bright glow fluttering in the sky like falling petals. A light shower washes into the soil beneath that shining flower. Raindrops are colored by its radiant beams, blushing scarlet and warming to tangerine. The illuminated clouds, still beneath the ethereal glow, fog up the sky like a mirror. It's the first thing Eri sees when she wakes up in the morning. A clear reflection of herself in the window that shimmers thanks to a glassy sky. The young girl's lip quivers as she worries that she may still be dreaming. Nobody has stormed into her room to yank away the warmth of her blanket. Noon barged through the door to take her away from the comfort of her bed. It was the first time in a long time that she'd woken up peacefully. It seems too good to be true. Then she recalls the previous night. The boy who had rescued her from the people who did her harm. He'd taken her to this place. To his place, she remembers. Like the boy is different from the men who hurt her, this place is different from the one that horrified her. I apologize, it'll just be another 10 minutes. Eri suddenly hears the aforementioned boy. She contradicts her earlier feelings by cowering to the furthest corner from the muffled source of his voice. Her knees come up to her chest as she curls in on herself. She doesn't know who the boy is talking to, but she knows from experience in the other place that he could be bringing somebody bad to see her. Just in case, she wants to be as far away as possible from the door. Eri internally begs for the boy and whoever he's talking to just go away, but the voice only gets closer. No, I'm not sick. Eri shudders before she tenses when she hears that. The men who hurt her always told her she was sick when taking her to see the doctors. I'll be able to come in, it'll just be a little later than usual. The boy pauses and Eri is confused when she doesn't hear anyone other than him despite a response. Thank you for understanding. Eri closes her eyes when she hears the door click and the wood beginning to creak as it opens. Hello? Are you up yet? The boy changes his tone and volume from what she heard just seconds ago to a much more hushed whisper. Again, he's different. The people she was with would have yelled at her to wake up. Since he's proving himself to be much nicer than the bad guys she was with before, she dares to open her eyes at least. Oh, did you fall out of bed? The boy has hair the opposite color of her own that hangs to one side when he PPS his head. Eri doesn't know if she'll get in trouble for saying she did, and she actually didn't, so she shakes her head to answer without having to respond aloud. The boy visibly relaxes at that and Eri can't help but mimic him, relieved to know she gave the right answer. His gaze shifts from her to a nightstand where the candle he had lit for the night has long gone out. Sorry that I didn't have a night light or anything to give you. Did you sleep well anyways? When the boy sees her shrug, he has a hard time holding back a pensive frown. I would have let you sleep in a while longer, but I didn't want you to get scared if I left you here alone. When he sees her recoil at the sight of his expression, he makes sure to quickly hide it with an assuring smile. Plus, I figured you would be hungry. Wanna come with me to get some food? At the mention of food, Eri perks up a little. Her mouth waters and her eyes glimmer like a red opposing force of the blue sky. The little horn on her head slashes the air as she nods. The boy's smile becomes more genuine as he soaks up the radiating cuteness. Eri forgets all about whoever the boy was talking to earlier, unaware that it had just simply been him calling in to let his employer know about his tardiness, finally lowering her defense. Eri is about to follow the boy when he stops abruptly, making her take a step back. He glances back at her, and she worries that she may have done something wrong. She knows better than to run away, so she tenses up instead, preparing for a hit or worse. What happens instead surprises her more than anything else that has up to this point. He apologizes to her. Sorry, Eri. I just realized I don't have any clean clothes for you either. It's just something we'll add to the shopping list. Eri has to hold back the tears that threaten to spill. Normally, right about now, the only thing that would be spilling would be her blood. She's so grateful for the kind boy in front of her that she wants to tell him so. Shyly, the little girl grabs the hem of the oversized hoodie he gave her last night, already content with it as a form of clothing and not needing more. It's okay, is all she manages to squeak out. That's more than enough. The boy's smile lights up brighter than the sun itself that greeted her this morning. Eri has to shield her eyes, so she doesn't see him extend his hand for her to take until he says, "We should get going then." When she does see the hand waiting for her to take, she hesitates to take it. Anytime the masked man's hands touched her, she'd feel lots of pain. The boy notices and is about to retract his offer, but Eri braves the contact and surprisingly takes his hand anyways. Each of them content, they venture outside the apartment. Eri keeps her head down most of the time and the boy does most of the talking, but it's not a bad experience for either. The two take the time to become acquainted with one another's company at the very least. After a while, Eri even begins to respond with small nods or shakes of her head. It's a pleasant walk to Antiku. Unlike yesterday's bitter bite of the cold, there's a welcoming warmth that makes it believably summer. When they inevitably reach the coffee shop, the boy even lets Eri come with him behind the counter. The little girl is struck with awe once she sees the pastries on display. Rows of kerapan are met with stacks of taiyaki. Cases with cakes and cookies inside are just out of reach from her tiny height. Freshly baked buns and muffins sit on plates, waiting to be served and eaten. "Take whatever you want. I get a worker discount," the boy says, completely unaware that he'd be paying for it all if Eri really had her way. Instead, she meekly points at the caramel-coated apples, silently asking for one of those. The boy obliges and sets her up at an empty table with the candy apple. He also gives her some crayons and the kids' menu to play with, along with a cup of hot chocolate. "I've got some work to do, so I won't be able to sit with you." He's quick to say the rest when he sees Eri meet his gaze frightfully, "But don't worry, I'll be around this area serving other people if you need me." He doesn't blink or look away. One emerald eye peers into the red of Eri's eyes as he promises her, "I won't let you leave my sight." Satisfied with the boy's vow to keep watching her to make sure she won't be taken by the bad men again, Eri works up the courage to verbally respond. "Oh, okay," and that satisfies the boy in return. He nods with another assuring smile before going back behind the counter. True to his word, Eri's table is in view from there. An older man with his white hair swept back and eyes closed then joins the boy behind the counter. He'd watched the whole interaction from afar, and held his tongue until now. "Mikomo, who's that girl you've brought? Is she the reason why you came in late for your shift?" He has a tranquilizing composure as he tucks his arms behind his back. "Yoshimura-san." Akitani Mikumo greets his boss with a bow. "I must apologize. That's Eri. She's my sister." Akitani pauses as he searches for the right explanation before continuing. "I normally don't have to, but I've been tasked with watching her for a while. Is it okay if I bring her to work with me?" Antiku's owner gauges the two with a considerate hum. "I suppose she won't be too much trouble. She does appear to be well behaved." Akitani lets out a breath that he'd been holding in when he hears Yoshimura's verdict. Perhaps he'd done so too soon. Yoshimura adds, "If we have to fill seats and there's no other tables available though, your sister won't be allowed to occupy that space." Customers are the priority. Begrudgingly, Akatani accepts those terms. He just hopes such a situation doesn't arise. Fortunately for him and Eri, he only has to work the morning shift today and not the whole day, so that lessens the odds. In the meantime, I think I have an all-might coloring book in the back that you can give her. Yoshimura smiles when he sees Akatani perk up at the offer. That'd be great. I'm sure Eri would love that. Thank you, sir. Akatani returns his boss smile with one of his own. Yoshimura disappears into the back to find the aforementioned coloring book once he sees how happy it'll make the kids. He later returns with it, much to their elation. It's enough to keep Eri occupied for most of Akatani's shift, which is mostly just orders to go and not to stay, gracing the two with good fortune. Towards the end of Akatani's shift, a familiar set of blonde buns comes skipping into the shop. Akatani! Akatani! The owner of that hair cheers the boy's name in greeting, much to his dismay. Good morning, Himiko. Akatani ducks his head in embarrassment while trying to hide his blush behind the cash register. Only a few customers glance in their direction, but the boy still can't hardly take it. Even Eri shifted her attention from what she's drawing to them. Reminded of Eri, Akatani works his way around the counter to introduce the two girls. You remember Eri, he says more than asks. Of course. How could I forget such a cute face? Himiko hops with adoration for the younger girl. Eri shrinks at the attention, but doesn't flinch. Akatani figures she remembers Himiko from that night as well. What drawing? Toga coos over the amateur art that's on the table. One looks like a cat, another a fish, but what really makes her squeal with delight is the one that looks like a cross between an octopus and a boy. The tentacles coming out of the boy's back is much too similar to what Akatani's quirk looks like. Looks like you got a fan, Akatani. Himiko's teasing causes the boy and Eri to blush. Himiko takes it upon herself to get better acquainted with the other girl, plopping down in the seat opposite of her. So you like to draw, huh? Mind if I join you? The question prompts Eri to check with Akatani first, who nods with a smile to let her know it's okay. Himiko flashes one of her toothy grins when Eri hands her a crayon, the color red in particular. Red is my favorite. Thanks, Eri. The blonde already begins doodling like a child herself. Happy to see the two girls getting along, Akatani takes it as an opportunity to ask Himiko something that's been on his mind. Himiko. The girl glances up from her drawing to acknowledge the boy. I have to go shopping later, because Eri needs food and clothes. Since I can't really taste anything and I don't really know what girls like to wear, I was kinda hoping. Ooh, a shopping trip. Count me in. Himiko picks up on what Akatani is asking before he can even finish. With a flick and twirl of the crayon between her fingers, she points it at the barista. I've always wanted to go to the mall in the Kiyoshi ward. I bet we can find all sorts of cute outfits for Eri there. The blonde begins bouncing in her seat with excitement over the mere prospect of it. Akatani hums in both humble agreement and relief that he'll be getting a girl's opinion. He's not sure that he'd be able to do it without the help. But first, Akatani diverts his attention back to Eri. If that's okay with Eri, then that sounds great. The little girl glances up with uncertainty. Does that sound good to you? She takes the time to consider the proposition, not wanting to upset anybody based on her choice. Her tiny head flicks back and forth between Himiko and Akatani before bobbing in a nod. Great! Himiko startles her with a burst of joy before reaching across the table to take her hands in her own. We're going to have so much fun together. But that promise between girls causes Eri to blush with a twinkle in her eye. The glee is contagious and Eri begins anticipating the outing as well. Smiling in content, Akatani begins to back away. I have to get back to work now. You two keep each other company until I'm done and then we'll go. Okay? He's surprised when neither of the girls pout or complain about him leaving. They really are good for one another, he thinks. Once the boy goes to serve customers, Himiko goes back to admiring the drawing of Akatani. Her toothy grin is complemented by a light blush. Eri, do you want to know a secret? The blonde looks up to see the other girl tilting her head in curiosity. As Himiko uses her red crayon to create a shape around Eri's picture of Akatani, she giggles. Only after she finishes making the heart does she lean in to whisper her secret, I like Akatani too. The next couple of hours go by with Akatani being none the wiser as to what Himiko is telling Eri. All he knows is that they're both blushing and occupying themselves with each other, and that's enough for him. It's the first time he's seen somebody manage to make Himiko sit still. It's the first time he's seen Eri open up to somebody other than himself. That's all he could ask for, and that's all he cares to know or see. Once finished with his shift, Akatani folds his apron under his arm. "Are you two ready to go?" he asks the two girls while removing his name tag. Without hesitation, Himiko hops to her feet with the same amount of energy she had since this morning. Eri is a little more hesitant to put down the crayon she's holding, but she nods her head in confirmation. Akatani sneaks a peek at what she stopped drawing, grinning like a goofball when he sees a picture of what's meant to be Himiko. Now able to tease the blonde the same way she teased him, he turns on her, "Looks like I'm not the only one with a fan." Eri ducks her head to hide a blush, but Himiko doesn't share her embarrassment. Instead, the blonde giggles with her same unwavering grin full of sharp canines. "You dare attempt to use my own spells against me, Akatani?" She feigns a tut before twirling around in self-presentation. "Besides, who wouldn't be a fan of me?" Akatani's plan backfires, having the opposite effect. He stands there like a dope, wondering how he winded up being the one who's a blushing mess again. Luckily, before Himiko can mercilessly continue her assault, Eri comes to his rescue by tugging on his pants leg. When Akatani looks down, he sees the little girl holding her hand out, waiting for it to be taken. In such a short amount of time, she's no longer fearful of his touch. He feels the warmth of pride blossom in his heart and gently takes her hand in his. Not wanting to feel left out, Himiko begins to feign a pout. "How come you won't hold my hand like that?" She crouches down to Eri's height and holds out a palm like a person trying to gain an animal's trust. "Will you hold my hand too, Eri?" She bats her eyelashes for further dramatic effect. Eri glances up at Akatani, silently asking for permission. Wanting to assure her that Himiko is safe, he nods. Having already spent so much of the day with the other girl, Eri puts her trust in Himiko by lending her other hand. The blonde grins ear to ear with glee, bouncing back to her full height. The trio then embarks on their long-awaited journey. The three of them connected, hand in hand, Eri in the middle. Himiko gets Eri to swing their arms together, as well as attempts to get Akatani to join in. When Akatani sees the hopeful gleam in Eri's eye, he has no choice but to go along with it. Where he draws the line, though, is when Himiko tries getting them all to skip with her. He won't deny Eri the fun, but he himself refuses to skip. Especially when Himiko suspiciously has her phone pointed at him like she's about to record. When they finally get to the mall, Eri's eyes light up like a Christmas tree. She stands in place, all evident in her expression. Akatani can barely contain his laugh. He hadn't seen her like that since she saw the library he calls a house. Himiko giggles when she notices Eri's state of stupor too, giving the tiny girl's hand a soft squeeze. "Which store do you want to go to first?" Akatani worries the hyperblonde is somehow passing her energy through to Eri via their hands like an extension cord. Unsure of herself, but still overly eager to explore, Eri continues her habit of checking with Akatani. The boy shrugs, not knowing which store to pick either. Hesitantly, he glances at Himiko, silently asking for her to decide. The blonde had been waiting for the opportunity with a knowing grin. Himiko starts to pull them towards some sort of clothing store, outfits for Eri first. Food later, she shouts her executive decision. With that decided, the three wind up looking through clothes for hours. Well, mostly Himiko sorting through every outfit she deems cute enough for Eri while Akatani watches from the sidelines. Himiko rolls her eyes, "You're clueless," as she tosses a pink top with cats made of glitter at Akatani. When he glances between the shirt and the girls, seeing how overjoyed they are about it, he hums in agreement. He'll never understand their fashion sense. As Akatani waits for them to try the clothes on in the fitting rooms, he's relieved that he didn't distract himself with focusing on what they're wearing. Since he was able to keep his guard up and let his instincts alert him to the man who's been following them around since they'd left Antiku. The hairs on his arms and the back of his neck stand up when he realizes they have a stalker. It could just be some creep, but his first thought is an alarming concern that it could be a detective tailing him or the Yakuza keeping tabs. He doesn't know which would be worse. Akatani figures now is the opportune moment for the stalker to be dealt with. While Himiko and Eri are occupied, he'll lure the person into a trap and eliminate them as not to worry either of the girls. Akatani begins by straying from the fitting rooms only slightly, planning on leading them to some place more secluded but not too far as to raise suspicion. Akatani begins to size the guy up. He's slim, which means he could be fast. Large circular eyes with heavy bags, something that could have to do with their quirk. Except, they also have a noticeably large mouth. A casual purple dress shirt and gray pants gives nothing about them away and would actually help them to blend into the crowd. Akatani grits his teeth since he's having trouble determining their danger level, but doesn't show any outward signs of aggression otherwise. Not yet. Not until he turns this next corner and uses an appendage from his kagun to grab a trash can. So that when the stalker turns the corner too, he can throw the heavy metal cylinder at them. Except, when the stalker does follow along, they aren't struck by the object. Instead, they open their mouth wide and swallow it whole. Akatani's own eyes widen almost as large as theirs. Once he shakes off the initial surprise though, he's quick to release the other tentacles that make up his predatory organ. "Why are you following us?" Akatani keeps his voice low so that he doesn't draw any undesired attention. He doesn't diminish the amount of aggression in his tone though. He wants the stalker to feel threatened. The stalker does look panicked, but probably not for that reason. "You weren't supposed to notice me." They take a step back as though they're going to flee. Akatani flicks one of his appendages so that it splits the ground and throws the man off balance. "No. I'm not supposed to eat." He said just to follow. The man is in a full-fledged panic now. At least Akatani is able to garner enough information from the shouting to figure out he was sent by somebody else to follow him. "Who told you to follow us? Tell me who." Akatani takes a step towards the man so he can start closing the distance between them. He also doesn't want to allow an opportunity for the man to escape. When Akatani's kagun gets too close, the man makes an attempt to bite one. The appendages being beyond flexible, they easily evade the gnashing teeth. All the futile attack does is anger Akatani. Akatani's kakugan activates, veins spreading from his darkened eye as he bares his own fangs. "You like to eat, huh?" The ghoul crouches as it readies to pounce. "I do too." When Eri and Himiko exit the changing rooms, they find Akatani waiting for them in the same place that they left him. Eri is none the wiser as she runs over to show him the outfits that she's officially chosen. Himiko, on the other hand, smells the intoxicating scent of blood wafting off him. She grabs hold of an arm as they leave the store, nuzzling it with her head like an affectionate kitten. Tired from walking, Eri clings to the other arm as he carries her. "Let's go get you some food." Akatani figures it's their turn to eat now. Nobody would believe the legendary All Might is the same trembling, anxious man entering the Night Eye Agency. Toshinori fiddles with the loose tie around his neck, tightening it and then loosening it all over again. He hadn't seen or spoken with his former sidekick for so long that he has half a mind to turn around and leave while he still can. Yet, his conversation with Naomasa replays itself in the back of his mind. That talk reminds him of what's so important that he took the chance of coming here. He needs to find a successor before it's too late. At the front desk is a familiar face, the pro-hero called Centipeder on account of his head that quite literally resembles a centipede. A scarf wraps around the man's neck, owning the look by making it appear like a centipede's tail. Toshinori waves politely in greeting, "I'm here to see Mirai. Is he available?" Centipeder glances briefly at the calendar on his desk before returning his gaze to the fellow pro-hero. "He's currently in a meeting." That's all Toshinori needs to hear to have an excuse in order to back out. "But I wouldn't want to be a bother. I'll come back another time." He cuts Centipeder off a little too hastily while waving his arms in a manner far too exaggerated to be allaying. Not at all. But Centipeder is quick to prevent the blonde from leaving that easily. He even stands up, in case he needs to chase the hero down. "I'm sure Sir would be more than happy to see you." As a matter of fact, his meeting is nearly over anyways. He gives some assurances before gesturing to the elevator, "Feel free to head up to his office." Toshinori is about to decline, but one look at Centipeder tells him that whatever he says won't work. So, he swallows whatever words were about to leave his mouth, and he nods with a shaky smile instead. If you insist. The blonde is a nervous wreck all over again as he steps onto the elevator. He starts wondering if he should have taken Naomasa's advice and invited Mirai to coffee instead. Maybe a public setting would have put him more at ease. Then again, they wouldn't be able to openly discuss his search for a successor with potential eavesdroppers. He wonders if that'd be for the better. Maybe he should have started small and just caught up with one another first. To say the least, it was a long elevator ride up. When Toshinori does reach Nightai's office, he finds Bubble Girl seated out front. She's in the middle of writing something when she pauses and looks up to see him. The blue-skinned girl brightens with a smile as she greets him. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Toshinori returns her smile, but not her gaze. He's too busy trying to see who Nightai is meeting in his office. I hear Mirai is already with someone. Is it okay if I go in or should I wait here? He asks the question with the hopes that she'll tell him to sit and wait. He prays for more time to prepare himself for the long-awaited reunion. Bubble Girl glances over her shoulder, peering into the office as well. The glass wall between them hides nothing. Sir Nightai is indeed in a meeting with Shota Aizawa, the underground hero, Eraserhead. The contrast between Aizawa's scruffy appearance with baggy clothes and Mirai's parted hair with plain office clothes is laughable. Nightai happens to divert his attention from Eraserhead at that exact moment, taking notice of his new visitor. The stern expression on his face softens for a split second in surprise, but returns full force as he pushes his glasses back up the bridge of his nose. He motions for Bubble Girl to send Toshinori in before returning his attention to Aizawa. I don't think it'll be a problem. Bubble Girl delivers the message verbally despite Toshinori also watching the exchange. A bead of sweat rolls down the blonde's forehead in disbelief and betrayal of having his prayer shot down so brutally. Slowly, as though he were moving through molasses, Toshinori musters up the will to grab the door handle. He treats the office like he's entering a lion's den, half-heartedly considering buffing up into his muscle form. He hears the tail end of the Shai Hasaikai ceased production on the bullets recently. I doubt it's a coincidence. From Nightai once he opens the door. Aizawa raises a brow at Toshinori's entrance, but Mirai doesn't turn his head in the slightest. We'll continue our conversation some other time, Eraserhead. Until then, I appreciate your cooperation and my agency will try to show the same hospitality. Mirai leans back in his chair as he brings his hands together, fingers crossing. That seems to be enough, because Aizawa doesn't show any complaints. The tired-looking underground hero simply shrugs and walks past Toshinori with only a small nod of acknowledgement. Once the door closes behind Aizawa, Mirai gestures to the empty seat across from himself using his head. Sit. It sounds too much like a command that Toshinori doesn't even attempt to refuse. The blonde is actually grateful once he does sit, since he's not certain his wobbly legs would have been enough to hold him up for much longer. What brings you by, Toshinori? Nightai prompts him to speak next. Toshinori can barely hold eye contact for more than a second as he tries to sputter out a response. It's been a W, Mirai. I'm here about. I've begun searching for a potential successor. Nightai hums, whether it be due to musing for himself or in acknowledgement of Toshinori unclear. He then swivels in his chair, taking in the memorabilia that's decorating the office. Toshinori had been so anxious, he hadn't noticed it until now. All Might posters, statues, collectibles, snow globes, and all sorts of other merchandise covers every square inch. Toshinori remembers and understands why this news is so hard on his former sidekick. Mirai finishes his chair's rotation before digging into the desk's built-in filing cabinet. Now that you've come to your senses, I'll show you who I've already chosen. He lets the folder hit the desk hard enough that it'll fall open on its own. Wherever he goes, laughter is sure to follow. Toshinori peers at the folder's contents, surprised to see the same boy that Nizu had shown him. A third year named Himiko Toga. The profile photo is promising. He has a muscular physique that should already be adequate to handle one for all. Like Toshinori himself, he's got blonde hair. A distinct face with a bright, toothy smile. Still, Toshinori can't help but deflate more than he already has. He's not sure why, but he's not 100% sold on the decision made by somebody else. I would like to meet young Togata before making any rash decisions. Toshinori settles on a compromise. It must be logical enough for Night Eye, since he's nodding his head in understanding. Night Eye presses the button on his intercom, leaning close enough to the mic to be heard. Bubble Girl, please send Mirio to my office immediately. Toshinori must show his shock in his expression this time since Night Eye explains, I wanted to be certain of his worthiness before recommending him, of course. He interns here at my agency. Toshinori nods in mutual agreement. It's a heavy nod, one burdened with a lot of weight over their previous disagreements, but it moves with an understanding. Tell me about the boy. What else about him caught your eye? He wishes to inquire further about his former sidekick's recommendation before actually meeting Togata himself. The thought crosses his mind that perhaps the reason why Mirai is so intent on this particular person is because, did you use your foresight quirk on him? Night Eye dismisses the slight allegation with a shake of his head, not to see whether or not he'd be your successor. He removes his glasses to clean them before continuing, the truth is, I saw a younger version of yourself in Mirio. His ambition, his smile, his sense of humor, even his power, already so strong, and he uses it responsibly. A sufficient candidate that's ready now, in case there is no later. Toshinori takes a look at the picture of Togata, noting the visual similarities between the boy and himself as well. It's important for a hero to have a smile that can put everyone at ease. At least, that's what Toshinori believes. He sighs, completely understanding Mirai's rational reasoning, but still not completely convinced. You said he already has power. He will already make a great hero. Why not give another person the same chance that was given to me? To get stronger. He clenches his fist and stares at how weak the frail skeletal hand is compared to when he's punching villains with his muscle form. There could be somebody worthy out there who doesn't have the means to be a hero, but does have the heart and desire. Mirai huffs, and Toshinori can't help but assume it's in disappointment. But Mirio is ready. He can become your successor today and be ready today. What if All for One were still alive? Toshinori flinches at the mention of the man who murdered his own master. What if he were to return tomorrow? Or someone as powerful? If you aren't enough, then Mirio would be. Somebody else who isn't prepared now would be a waste. This isn't an investment, Toshinori. Toshinori keeps his hand closed into a tight fist, returning his gaze to it. It's so small when he isn't empowered. It's a gentle thing, almost childish in size. Yet, it's clenched into a fist. It'll punch and fight for justice regardless of how strong it is. Sometimes the world needs a tender touch too. My master allowed me to grow into my power. I didn't become all might in a day. Mirai opens his mouth to retort but stops short when he sees Toshinori has more to say. A first year could be nurtured given time. A first year has a lot to learn about heroics. A third year has already grown into the hero they're going to be. There is nothing more that you or I will teach them that can change that. Night Eye frowns, but doesn't have any argument to challenge that. In truth, he's too dazed by the reminder that Toshinori can still be wise at times. He'd forgotten that the man in front of him had been his mentor at one time. It's enough to make Mirai cry, but he covers it well by pretending to be shining his glasses. I see your point. Is all he can manage without choking on a sob or risking his voice cracking. Fortunately, Mirio chooses that time to join them. He arrives in a sudden and theatrical fashion, head poking through the wall like a ghost. You wanted to see me, sir? He flashes his best smile. Teeth sparkle like pearls, and the glare from the sun reflecting off them makes it blinding. Toshinori is startled by the strange sudden appearance of Mirio's head in a wall, but Mirai is used to these kinds of antics. Please use the door this time. You wouldn't want to wind up naked in front of All Might, would you? Night Eye only directs his attention from the corner of his eye. All Might? Mirio quickly glances around the room, passing over Toshinori. Rather than explaining now, Night Eye moves a thumb at the door. You'll see. Yes, sir. Mirio doesn't delay or linger to question further, he vanishes just as quickly as he appeared. Once alone again, Toshinori raises a brow as he asks, "Naked?" A drawback of his quirk. Night Eye rests a hand on his forehead with the temptation to drag it down to his chin. That may not have been the best first impression, but he also knows that Toshinori likes to keep an open mind that will tolerate such an odd introduction. It's just the rest of their meeting that needs to go well. When Mirio returns, this time walking through the door like a normal person, Toshinori can see the boy's hero outfit. A bright yellow number of 1,000,000 stretches across his chest, standing out amongst the stark white of his top half. A red cape trails behind him, completing the Western hero look that All Might himself had adopted, with the boy's lower half being a pair of baggy blue pants. Mirio glances at Toshinori, staggers, and then stops in place. "Wait, don't tell me." He snaps his fingers as though he just had an epiphany. "I can see the resemblance. You're All Might." Toshinori scratches the back of his head, partly concerned that Togata was able to figure it out so easily and partially impressed that he was able to put 2 and 2 together. "Yes, young man, it is I." He pushes down his worries and covers them up with a welcoming smile. "Would you mind joining us for a moment of your time?" "Absolutely. It's an honor to meet you." Mirio bows to his waistline before rushing to grab a seat with his superiors. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Toshinori glances at Mirai, wondering if he'll do the explaining or if it'll be left up to him. When Night Eye doesn't say anything, the disempowered All Might relents. "I wanted to see if you would like to inherit my power." He decides to just jump straight to the point. Besides, he'll be able to tell what kind of person Togata is based on the answer he gives. Mirio blinks once. Twice. The room is silent as the third year processes what was just said. Mirio then tilts his head, his confusion being too heavy for his brain. "What do you mean, inherit your power?" he asks. Toshinori sighs. He figured he'd have to elaborate, but part of him was hoping he'd get to gloss over the exposition part of this. Once again accepting the role that was given to him after double-checking with Mirai, he begins to explain. All Might, the symbol of peace, has to come off as a natural-born hero. As such, I've never disclosed my quirk to the public. He stops when he sees Mirio massaging his temple. For a moment, Toshinori is worried that he's already lost the boy, especially since this is the basic part of the explanation. Come to think of it, there's only ever been theories guessing it's some form of super strength, but is relieved when he realizes that Mirio was simply coming to terms with the shocking truth he'd about to be told. Nodding along, Toshinori rips the rest off like a band-aid. "The truth is, my quirk was passed down to me like an Olympic torch." Mirio jumps in surprise like he just received an electric shock and he's now overflowing with loads of questions, but Toshinori holds up a hand that tells him to wait and ask those questions after he finishes. "I have the ability to transfer power. That is the quirk that I inherited. It's called One for All." Mirio checks with Mirai, as though he's expecting Night Eye to reveal it's all an elaborate hoax. Toshinori is grateful that this prompts his former sidekick to explain the rest. The first person cultivates the power, and then passes it on to another. The next refines it and passes it on again. It becomes an everlasting network of power, saving him the trouble. This stockpiling quirk is what makes me so strong. Now, I wish to pass it on to you, Mirio Togata. What do you say? Toshinori chimes back in to remind the boy why he's being told all these secrets in the first place. Toshinori must admit he's surprised when he sees Mirio's smile fall flat. He would have expected anyone to desperately and greedily jump at the opportunity of receiving his power. I honestly don't know. This is all so much. Do I even deserve that honor? He places a hand over where his heart is, but the movement draws Toshinori's eye to the number printed across the boy's chest. Toshinori sees Mirai is about to say something, probably to alleviate the boy's concerns, but he holds up a hand to stop him. He wants to take it upon himself and use this as his own opportunity to see what Mirio is all about. Tell me, young man, what does that number mean on your chest? He points to the bright yellow font. Mirio looks down, seemingly have forgotten the number was there until now. When he looks back up, his face shows an expression of determination that wasn't there before. It's not the same hopeful smile that Toshinori saw earlier, but rather one with an actual drive to achieve that hope. I want to save 1 million people, he declares. Toshinori feels the corners of his mouth tugging upwards into a smile before he can even laugh. He can't hold it in, this feeling in his gut. He lets out a mighty guffaw as his body flexes into its muscle form. Pleased with Mirio Togata and finding the same sense of humor that led Mirai to choosing him as a worthy successor, All Might grins ear to ear. Young Togata. With One for All, you will save more than 1 million people, he declares as part of his acceptance of the third year. Meanwhile, Akatani Mikumo is focusing on saving just one person. He wants to protect the little girl that's swaddled in so many blankets that he worries she might get cooked from the heat. As soon as they got back, she was fast asleep. Eri had taken over the room that had once been his, occupying the space as her own. He doesn't mind a single bit though. It's not like he slept much there. Anyways. Besides, he has much more pressing matters if he's to protect Eri. He doesn't know who exactly he's saving her from, but he's assuming it's the Yakuza. After devouring the man who had been stalking them, he found a burlap sack in their back pocket. It wasn't just a bag though. It's a mask, designed to look like a scarecrow's horrorish face. It's no bird beak, but he doesn't think it's a coincidence for someone carrying a freshly made mask to cross paths with him, Eri, and Himiko. He figures the best way to test his hypothesis and get answers is to ask Yuta himself. He'll show him the mask and see if he recognizes it. If he's right about the Yakuza still poking their beaks where they don't belong, then he'll know who to kill. He hadn't really considered what he'd do if Yuta isn't associated with this particular mask, but that'll at least let him know there's some other enemies to look out for. Akatani shoves the burlap mask into his own back pants pocket while heading for the window. Based on how long Eri slept the previous night, he figures he'll have enough time to visit Yuta and return without her knowing he ever left. He's just about to dive into the night when he hears something that stops him in his tracks though. He pauses and listens carefully. He heard what sounded like a whimper. It's the sound of a frightened child. Eri. Akatani bursts towards where she's sleeping with a boost of his quirk's power. Tendrils sprout from his back and pull him forward quicker. His uncovered eye blazes red in the dark void that surrounds it. When he crashes through the door, ready to shred anyone on the other side who isn't Eri, he's surprised to find Noon. The only thing terrorizing the child is a nightmare that makes her shudder in her sleep. He knows that the commotion he's made will wake her, so he quickly retracts his predatory organ and covers his eye with his hand as not to scare her any further. Eri tosses the bundle of covers off herself, kicking in a panicked frenzy. Akatani gasps when he sees the tiny horn on her head is beginning to grow bigger. It glows faintly at first, like a dim nightlight, but gradually grows brighter until it lights up the entire room. No. Make it stop, Eri screams with tears in her eyes. He doesn't know what's happening, except that she's terrified. He rushes to her side, wrapping his arms around her, hoping that the hug feels protective and not crushing. She squirms as she cries, "Get away! Don't!" And he almost does let her go. But he sees the absent twinkle in her red eyes, and what replaces it? He knows that what she's afraid of isn't him. Her horn increasing in size with its bright glow must be her quirk, and he knows firsthand what it's like to be ashamed of your own quirk. So he pulls her closer. He holds her tight and lets her know, "It's okay. Your quirk doesn't scare me. It won't hurt me." He feels her head shaking against his chest in protest, but he doesn't stop. "I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to worry about losing me." Eri continues to sob louder than his words. She ceases her attempts to break loose from his hold though. She must still hear him, because she no longer shakes her head in protest. The tiny horn on her head recedes as it glows fainter, losing its prior power. Akatani just keeps holding onto her. He doesn't let go and he doesn't stop repeating that he won't. They stay there, huddled on the floor. Neither one keeps track of how long. Neither one cares. Eri cries until she can't anymore, the amount of time that takes seemingly as endless as it is brief. Akatani holds her the entire time, not wanting to ever stop anyways. Akatani knows better than to ask her about her quirk. He knows from experience not to pry. But he does want to help her. He knows he has to if she's getting nightmares this bad. So, he thinks of a place he hadn't thought of or been back to in a long time. He thinks of taking her there. You know, Eri. I was scared of my quirk too. He keeps his voice barely above a whisper and as gentle as possible. The little girl unburies her face from his chest to look up at him, curiosity getting the better of her, surprise evident in her expression. Seeing her now, he knows it'll help her to know she isn't the only one who's had this problem. He makes his decision and asks her, "Would you like to know how I got a little more used to it?" It's a small group of people sitting in a circle of fold-up chairs. Some familiar to Akatani. Some just as new to him as they are to Eri. Most have mutation quirks that affect their physical appearance. Eri takes interest in most of them and they delightfully wave to her, making her shyly recoil to hide behind Akatani's legs when they do. It's a quirk support group. A place to share your insecurities. A safe and caring environment with people who can relate. You don't have to say anything. You can just listen. It's the first thing he tells Eri to make her feel comfortable. He then takes her to get a snack from the vending machine and a canned coffee for himself. There he finds a boy who appears to be about his own age. The boy also looks just as sleep-deprived as him, despite the wild case of bedhead. "Hi. Are you new here?" Akatani tries to be friendly so he can show Eri how to be sociable at the very least. The indigo-haired boy looks bothered but answers anyways, "No." "You." Akatani glances at Eri, and then back up at the boy. "I used to attend regularly but stopped for a while." He then gestures to the little girl in order to introduce her, "I'm mostly back for my sister." The boy notices Akatani's pause, raising a brow. He's not aware that Akatani still hasn't gotten used to referring to Eri as such yet. "Is the coffee also for her?" he asks. Akatani laughs, not entirely sure if that's a joke or not, but stopping himself when he sees the other boy isn't laughing along. "That'd be mine," he says while cracking the can's lid open to take a sip, "can't live without it." Despite not getting the subtle inside joke, the boy still smiles. "I can relate." He brandishes his own can of coffee before adding, "I'm Hitoshi Shinso, by the way." "Nice to meet you, Shinso." Akatani smiles in return. "I'm Akatani Mikumo." He gestures to Eri again, "And this is Eri," before bowing. "Well, Mikumo, can I expect to hear your two stories tonight?" Shinso tilts his head like a curious cat. Akatani can't speak for Eri, but he doesn't hesitate with his own answer. "No." He stood on the edge of a muddy moat, studying his dark-eyed reflection in the slow-moving water. A light rain created ripples in the stream that distorted his appearance to the point of becoming someone he no longer recognized. He wondered to himself that if he were to fall in, would his friend Kaken, or anyone else for that matter, pull him out? Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when he learned that not all men are created equal. Not every child is born with a quirk meant for heroism. Some are given powers destined for the opposite. For in a world where there's heroes, there must also always be villains. Inko Midoriya, little Izuku's mother, had prepared him his favorite meal for dinner. It was his birthday, after all. You only turned 4 once. Not to mention, in this world, that age is known to be a special turning point when growing up. That's the age quirks begin to come into fruition. Like a baby's teeth growing in, children develop this major part of themselves at this critical PRD in their lives. So katsudon is served for such a special occasion. The panko-breaded pork chop and rice with onion-loaded eggs wafted with steam. The aroma was normally one that would have little Izuku salivating. In that moment, though, the stench was worse than when he had to take out the trash. The 4-year-old had to cover his mouth to keep himself from vomiting, but couldn't prevent a dry heave. "Sweetie?" Inko looked up from her own plate, having heard the sound coming from her son. Yet, she remained oblivious to the reason for the noise he made. The younger Midoriya was good at hiding his displeasure from her, faking a wobbly smile. Seeing he hadn't touched the food though, she did have the motherly instinct to at least ask, "Is everything all right?" He nodded his head frantically like the over-exaggerated gesture would convince her better that way. Then he braved a bite of the food that smelled so horrendous to him. If he was on the verge of puking before, now he had no choice but to let it all out. The rice felt like maggots squirming on his tongue. The pork chop tasted raw and the breading ground his taste buds like gravel. Izuku! Inko shot up from her chair so that she could hurry over to the other side of the table. Motherly concern had her checking him for a temperature and scheduling a doctor's appointment before he could try allaying her. She hadn't considered the food was what had caused him to throw up. She had thought something was wrong with her son. She was right. Izuku Midoriya would have thought bitterly, had he known better at that time. It was unassuming at first. Initially, Izuku had only lost his appetite. The taste buds in his mouth had simply started to reject the flavor of his favorite foods. Not even his mother's katsudon was appealing to him anymore. Even the doctor's appointment gave no indication to what his quirk would turn him into. There, the examination showed no other symptoms. His quirk was considered a dud. If only the doctor had looked closer, then what happened after may have been different. Izuku made the mistake of telling his childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, about his quirk. Compared to the other boys' exploding palms, it was clear who stood at the top of the food chain. Young Bakugo scorned young Midoriya. What a worthless quirk. You could never be a hero with something as useless as that. Believing the lack of taste in his mouth was all there was to it. Much like the doctor, the boy was wrong. They would just realize it too late. See, come on, Kaken. I can still be a hero too. Izuku desperately tried defending himself against his friend's shrewd judgment. Katsuki sneered like the other boy had just insulted him. You think you can brush shoulders with me when your quirk is worse than something that'd be given to a side character? He scoffed before being joined by other crude children in the classroom. You're not even good enough to be a sidekick. All the kids laughed and ridiculed Izuku for his quirk. You would have been better off being born quirkless, one of them had bellowed in between giggles. As cruel as it sounded to little Izuku at that time, neither child knew how true that statement was. In that moment, Izuku foolishly prayed to whatever god would listen that his power become stronger than it already was. His prayer had been answered, but not by God. Whether it was late to manifest, laying dormant, or there all along. The darker side to Izuku's power climbed to the surface. It happened when Katsuki scraped his knee while they were on the playground. Despite Izuku sitting on the sidelines, being excluded from the game the blonde and his other friends were playing, he smelled the blood. Having not eaten in days, he began to salivate. His stomach growled in starvation much like his mouth did. Unlike the katsudon, this aroma was one that allured Izuku to it. It was a scent better than any food he'd smelt before. No fresh-baked pastry could compare. The finest steak served by the pro-hero, Lunch Rush, wouldn't have been as appealing of a fragrance. Izuku's nostrils flared. Such a pleasant, sweet smell. He had to get more than just a whiff. Like a wild animal, Izuku viciously attacked Katsuki. He sunk his teeth into the other boy's open wound, fangs piercing the flesh. He could have torn a chunk off. Maybe even eaten through the leg. Except, Katsuki was quick to retaliate with his own quirk. A single blast to Izuku's face was enough to separate the two. In Katsuki's state of shock, rage, and confusion, he almost misses it. The deformity of his childhood friend's eyes. The red veins splitting outwards, cracking in a webbed pattern that makes it look like it's about to shatter. For a moment, he worries that he caused it. He thinks the explosion from his quirk disfigured Izuku's face. It's when he catches the glint of red eyes through the smoke of the blast that he realizes that's just the face of the creature attacking him. What was hunched over, ready to pounce on Katsuki like he's prey, wasn't Izuku. From that moment on, a ghoulish instinct had taken over. A drive to feast on human flesh compelled the boy to just dig in already. It took every ounce of willpower not to. It took all he had not to become a villain. Izuku hadn't given up by that point. He pretended to be sick in order to get out of going to school. Locked himself away in his room like a caged beast. He fought against his impulses all that he could. He fought to stay alive, as though he could overpower the ghoulish thing within him. He didn't dare tell anyone about the nagging temptation residing within him though, even if it meant getting help. From others if he did, he was too afraid. He was convinced he'd be better off solving his own problem. For fear of being labeled a villain, he would never share the new development of his quirk. Not even with his mother. He planned to keep it a secret. The poor naive child, only 4 years old, didn't know any better. Izuku? Dear. Inko Midoriya knocked on her child's bedroom door with a reluctance. He had become somewhat of a recluse ever since the playground incident with Mitsuki's son. She figured he just felt guilty and never got over it. I know you said you didn't like it anymore, but it's been a while since you've tried. I thought I would make katsudon tonight. Wanna just try to eat it? It had been so much easier to solve these situations by making him his favorite dish. She didn't know what to do when that no longer worked. So she just kept trying. A pointless attempt to fix things, much like her son's. After he didn't answer, she solemnly hung her head. I'm going to make it anyways. It's here if you want it. And she gave up. She'd been so distraught that she became distracted while chopping the vegetables. The knife she was using slices open her finger. It doesn't matter that she shoves it in her mouth to stop the bleeding. It had already been spilled. A single drop on the counter. Blood. The ghoul broke down the barrier between it and her. Then it devoured its first meal. The monster used its predatory appendages to rip open the flesh and separate the bones. Its nails scraped at the skin and tore at the meat like talons. The creature sank its fangs into Inko Midoriya and chewed even after she stopped screaming. It ate until it was no longer hungry. Only after the intense craving to eat subsided did Izuku Midoriya regain his senses. But by then it was too late. He didn't even recognize the empty husk laying in the middle of his kitchen. The child's wails that echoed his mother's did though. The tears that hit the floor washed away the blood, but not the haunting memories. He remembered the Red Sea that flowed into the valley he had created. The crimson cloud of his eye doesn't cover it. It's unhidden from him. He only has his reckless behavior to blame for it. Henceforth, he named the ghoul Akatani Mikumo. A cat as black as the night itself creeps along the narrow top of a brick wall, its wet fur glistening in nature's shower as rain falls in Mizudafu. A powerful beam of light sweeps down from above, momentarily illuminating the feline's depthless eyes, the void's bottomless pit twinkling in the harsh glare. The light then sweeps down and past the animal as quick as it arrived, a thrum of muffled turbines accompanying the moving illumination. The searchlight came from one of several patrol dirigibles crisscrossing the wet surface of a glassy sky. From up above, the city seems quiet. However, the officers within the blimp know better than to be deceived by a night in the Tokyo Ghoul's hunting ground. The ghoul is a silent but lethal predator. Not a pack hunter that howls at the moon like a wolf. It's more than capable of catching its prey alone, stalking such prey so stealthily that the tranquility is eerie. The officers know just how elusive this hunter truly is. To go this long without being caught proves as much. As one of the officers pilots the rigid aircraft, another wears earphones connected to a console that controls an array of audio surveillance equipment. The state-of-the-art electronics are channeled into a unit attached to the blimp's undercarriage. Just coming hot off the assembly line and primed off the experimental stage, the gear can detect such occurrences as a voice raised in distress or a scream, often before visual contact. However, just in case, a pair of military-grade binoculars that are connected by a heavy cable to a control unit rests on standby. The bulky frame has several electromechanical additions that allow the lenses to utilize a modified infrared light, specifically meant to peer into the darkness. Only the best for the magnitude of this stakeout has been supplied to the officers. They had originally started by simply sitting around on the streets, parked in a police cruiser. When they bore no results, they took to the skies. A searchlight procures no more subtlety than a patrol car, but it does make whatever is lurking in the dark have a harder time hiding there. It's like switching on a big nightlight to expose the monster under the bed. The blimp continues soaring across the night sky, just beneath a rolling layer of clouds lit from beneath by the silvery lights of the city. Down below, a creature more nimble than the cat glides through the dark slick streets over which the dirigible had just passed. The creature of the night's destination is just as easy to miss. Among apartment buildings and the occasional supermarket or diner, a small structure made from brick looks to be tucked away in something of a small alley. The only sign of it not being vacant are the glass door and the red glow of kanji hung above it, reading closed. However, the interior proves to be vastly different from the exterior. Neon lamps create a well-lit array of masks, The presentation having an appearance that would have one believe it all belongs in a museum. The Nightwalker brushes by the displays, not even sparing a single one of the art pieces a glance. It seeks the maker, not what they've made. The designer of the disguises is in the back of the building, dwelling within the staff room. Supplies are kept in storage there, tool cabinets and hangars containing equipment that ranges from small screwdrivers to a large lathe. The back space is poorly lit compared to the front that's meant for customers. The sole light source comes from a single fluorescent bulb aimed above a workstation. Strings and wires cover the desk and make a messy workspace. That's where the shopkeeper sits on a stool, completely oblivious to what lurks in the shadows. It takes the ghoul announcing its presence for the craftsman to notice. Yuta holds an unlit cigarette in his hand, gaping at who's standing in front of him, but more so at what they are holding in their hand. Akatani Mikumo shows the mask maker a burlap sack that's been outfitted to be wearable. One of yours? Akatani's accusatory tone is vastly different from the friendly nature Yuta remembers. The boy's bone-chilling stare sends chills running down Yuta's spine. The emerald eye he's used to seeing is shrunken to a red speck and surrounded by a blackened soul. Yuta drops the unlit cigarette, showing his empty palm to let Akatani know that he means no harm. How did you get that? He nearly swallows his question before he can ask it. The gulp is reserved for afterwards, so that he doesn't ask anything else in his state of panic. I took it off the corpse of a guy who was following me, Eri, and Himiko around. Akatani recaps the events of how he got the burlap sack before tossing it into Yuta's lap. Now tell me. Is it one of yours? Yuta looks down at the mask that's resting on his leg. He doesn't need to see it up close to know it is indeed one that he made, but he humbly uses the excuse to avoid making eye contact with the intimidating being that's standing over him. It's one that I made for the Yakuza. The stitched smile is one that he had threaded himself. Yuta is almost too afraid to lift his head. He feels as though doing so would mean looking death in the face. The way Akatani had presented himself was akin to that of a king cobra using its hood to look bigger or a rattlesnake coiling up with its tail shaking. When he realizes he's still alive to be able to mull over a decision though, he's able to gather enough courage. Taking a deep breath, he forces himself to look up. Akatani is staring at the stub where Yuta is missing an appendage. The red orb is gone and the darkness is receded, his eye back to normal. He gestures to the absent arm. Did they do that to you? Yuta lets out the breath that he had been holding, relieved that Akatani is showing concern and not disdain for him. He then realizes the question that he was asked, anxiety returning full force again. Yes, but it's okay. Yuta gets off his stool so that he can get close enough to Akatani to place an assuring hand on one of the boy's shoulders. There's nothing to be done about it. Akatani's gaze hardens more if that's even possible at this point. The hands at his sides clench into fists, tightening until they shake from the amount of pressure being applied. They've crossed a line. He growls as his anger bubbles to the surface. He's a volcano waiting to erupt. Yuta sees this and squeezes Akatani's shoulder in an attempt to keep the boy grounded. Hey, listen to me. There's nothing you can do about it. Just let it go. Akatani pulls away, shaking Yuta's hand off his shoulder. You're wrong. I can kill them. Every last one of them. His eye begins to morph into its predatory state as he loses control of his emotions. I'll kill them all. Spittle flies out of his mouth as he begins to salivate. I'll eat them alive as I rip them limb from limb. Yuta frightfully steps back, taken further aback by the sudden change in the boy he had considered to be kind-hearted. Remembering how timid Akatani was when they first met though, he's able to find the bravery to not let that fear stop him from being there for that boy. Calm down, he spots the coffee maker he had turned on minutes ago from the corner of his eye. Have a cup of coffee and consider what you're doing first. Akatani breathes heavily, not quite leveled out yet, but doesn't turn him down. Yuta takes that as a sign that the boy is willing to listen. He grabs the pitcher from the brewer and pours the two of them a couple of cups. Akatani accepts his cup, taking a sip of the tepid coffee. Yuta drinks some of his own, treating it like liquid courage. He only wishes there were alcohol in it. They didn't keep their word. They didn't leave me or Eri alone. Akatani breaks the brief silence with a more reserved tone of anger, and they hurt you. His eyes flick to the missing arm and then back to the coffee. Yuta sighs, wanting to drown himself in the cup of joe, but tries to find the right words to reply with instead. Maybe, but we're still alive. These are powerful people, Mikumo. As confident as you are of your quirk, I don't think you should be overly reliant. It's just not worth the risk. He hopes that'll be enough to make the teen understand. It isn't. Akatani sets his cup of coffee down, opting the object in his hand for the leather mask that Yuta had made for him what feels so long ago. You don't understand, Yuta-san. He slides it over his head so that it covers his face. I wasn't asking for permission. I'd already made up my mind when you confirmed my suspicions. I'm going to slaughter them. Then he closes the zipper where his mouth is. The rain flows like a river rather than a showerhead. It pushes everything that it comes into contact with downstream. All that gets caught in the current is swept away. The cat from before paddles in the soaked streets before finding a garbage can to cling onto. The ghoul that's much more resilient wades by, emulating the storm as a force to be reckoned with. A thick wall serves as a dam, the harsh weather crashing against it, but the sturdy structure not bending to its will. Beyond that is a wrought iron fence topped with spear points, promising impalement for any other force of nature. Even though the ghoul descends from above in a flash of lightning followed by a percussion of thunder, it is a whole other caliber come to wreak hell. Neither barrier keeps it from entering the property and breaching its security. Trees and brush conceal the traditional Japanese residence that it intrudes upon. Forested land hides the hunter as well. The Yakuza compound is a wooden collection of business office buildings, each of them a dollhouse to be knocked over. What was once a koi pond now overflows, the fish diving below the surface level. When Akatani enters one of the buildings, finding the interior just as decorated, he recalls those fish swimming down. The absence of the Yakuza means they too have hidden themselves during the storm. The tentacle appendages protruding from the small of his back large and heavy, he brings them down on the floorboards. With a crash as resoundingly strident as the thunder, the ground gives in. He lands in a metallic basement, debris following him down. One of what will be many men dressed as plague doctors whirls around in a state of disconcerted alarm. The black cape hanging from the man's shoulders blows upwards thanks to the updraft of wind that came on collision, their matching bowler hat flying off their head. Whatever expression they're making behind the beaked mask on their face is not in reaction to the cave-in itself, but rather what caused it. Silhouetted in the smoke is a monster, the ghoul's predatory organ shaking like a collection of rattlesnake tails. A single red orb glows in the midst of darkness, pointed at the Yakuza man akin to a sniper choosing its quarry. To take aim. The creature's face is covered in leather, its artificial teeth permanently bared. The lipless mouth exposes its gums, damp from the rain and looking like spittle. The ghoul takes to crawling on its red limbs, zigzagging in a low-poised position that resembles an arachnid ready to strike. Then it does. The liquid muscles that make up its cocoon pierce its intended target. Each tentacle threads the Yakuza's body, wrapping around the skeleton embedded within, and then pulls. Flesh tearing, blood curdling not just from the victim's scream, and another boom of thunder reverberates off the metallic walls. More Yakuza come to check what all the commotion is about. A blonde with their chin-length hair parted to the left, a muscular guy with his head shaved, and another spiky-haired blonde in a yukata run into the chamber from one of many tunnels. The ghoul is only now realizing that it's entered an underground labyrinth. However, it won't be the same as a mouse in a metal maze, not when the cheese is coming to it instead of having to be seeked. The blonde whose hair isn't pointed notices the mauled and mangled corpse of their fallen comrade first. Oh my God! Their face goes pale even before their impalement. From across the room, one of the Kagun limbs arched over its owner and acted as a scorpion stinger. Before the bald Yakuza member can share the same fate, the still-living blonde jumps in front of him. Watch out! A dome-shaped force field materializes seemingly out of thin air to protect the two of them. It just barely does. The obstruction is the blonde's quirk. He grunts and shows physical strain when the yellow barrier cracks upon being struck. A second strike is all it takes to finish the job. Once the barrier is broken, the man in the yukata is torn into by the ghoul's liquid claws, joining his allies in a hell of anguish. BSRD. The remaining prey crystallizes his body so that he doesn't die immediately from his own stabbing. All he did was prolong his suffering. Akatani's liquid muscle embeds itself into the armored skin, the power of the strike pushing the man back and nearly knocking him over. "You're the one who killed Sorimitsu too, aren't you?" The bald Yakuza grits blood-stained teeth as he tries to pry the ghoul's appendage from his chest. Able to harden and soften his predatory organ at his own will, Akatani applies a little more force to overpower his struggling catch. Blood flows from the man's mouth before exiting through the gaping hole in his abdomen. Then he's discarded with a flick of the tail, body crumpling over somewhere out of sight. The ghoul spins in a circle, searching for anyone else to eliminate. When it finds nobody, it chooses the corridor it's facing to look for more. The creature bounces wall to wall, springing from corner to corner, clearing the stretch of hallway quickly. When it finally finds another opening of space, it's pleased to discover another living being occupying that area. This one is much larger than the others were. Thicker muscles, broader shoulders, and tall enough to reach the ceiling. The ghoul doesn't deem this stature threatening though. It figures this just means its next victim is meatier. The hulking Yakuza wears a signature plague mask, enraging the ghoul. It wants to sink its teeth into the behemoth's exposed flesh, the black tank top doing nothing to keep them protected. But a fist the size of a bulldozer overkilled by added knuckle dusters comes barreling towards Akatani before he can make the first move. He's forced to leap over the punch in order to avoid it, the metal gloves augmenting the missed strike preventing him from returning the favor just yet. When he lands behind the oversized man, he regains his footing immediately, readying himself to dodge or attack. An intruder! What a drag! The giant groans in complaint while spinning around to face the trespasser that just jumped over him. Akatani crouches low when he sees the mountainous man reaching for him a second time. "Come here, you little twerp." But the brute doesn't realize he's just backed the ghoul into a corner like one should never do with a dangerous animal. Akatani's appendages lash out, slashing as a pair of claws. They slice through the Yakuza's thick fingers, the digits dropping to the ground with heavy thuds. Only then does the giant pull back their hand, but by then it's too late. After a cross between a scream and a curse, the Yakuza grabs his hand that's sopping with blood, reeling in pain. Akatani pulls the tab on the zipper of his mask, going for the jugular next. However, the brutish being manages to put the mass of his arm between his throat and the killing blow before the ghoul can sink its teeth in. Instead of biting the man's neck, Akatani gets a mouthful of the giant's elbow. The behemoth growls more than the animalistic boy who doesn't let go regardless of missing his intended mark. The brutish barbarian uses this as an opportunity. His other arm free, fingers still attached, the Yakuza grabs the ghoul who unknowingly made themselves an easy-to-catch target. By latching on with his teeth, Akatani forfeited his mobility. Now the giant can use his quirk on the boy, having met the qualifications for activating it. The touch-based power begins siphoning Akatani's stamina. Akatani can feel his vitality being stolen, his strength to struggle against the Yakuza's grip lessening. Meanwhile, the muscular man increases in size, veins bulging as they pump pure power into his system. Unharmed, but disoriented, Akatani twists for leverage some more. Despite maneuvering to free himself, he still can't muster enough energy to do so. That must not be enough to satisfy the Yakuza. The giant wants to pay the boy back with equal pain. So the Yakuza puffs and draws his anaconda arms tight around Akatani's waist until he's able to clasp his own wrist. "You should have known better to pick a fight with me, kid." The beaked brute breathes into the ghoul's face. The ghoul hisses as it pushes down against the elephantine forearms, but the grip remains locked. Seeing there's still some fight left in his opponent, the Yakuza squeezes tighter. Akatani wants to argue that the instigator was the shy Hasaikai, but having the air forced from his lungs, the only comeback he manages is another shrill seethe through his bared teeth. The Yakuza isn't the only one who can regain their stamina by taking from others though. The ghoul bites into one of the biceps attached to the arms that are currently crushing it in a bear hug. Except this time, instead of keeping his teeth embedded or releasing, he viciously whips his head back with immense force. The motion rips a chunk of flesh from the giant's equally ginormous arm. The ghoul then swallows it, barely bothering to chew. The humongous Hulk roars in a cross between agony and rage, but doesn't loosen his hold. They'll come to regret that when the ghoul goes for seconds and thirds, a fourth bite, a fifth. When Akatani finishes ripping a sixth piece of meat from the Yakuza's chunky arms, that's finally when the Goliath has enough. He lets go of the boy cannibalizing him, never ceasing his anguish screams. Free from the giant's grasp at last, Akatani performs a backflip to put space between the two of them. Akatani lands, one hand to the ground, ready to spring back into action already. The Yakuza staggers a step, but otherwise flexes with the adrenaline pumping through him. Neither spare another second. They're both running on a cocktail of bloodlust and vim vigor. They come at each other swinging. Akatani blocks the giant's thick arm before slamming a right hook into their plague mask. The Goliath keeps his skull pointed straight ahead, not even turning to absorb the impact. Wrapping his beefy arms around Akatani, the giant tries to overpower and tackle the much smaller being. The ghoul holds its ground, pressing its hands against the wide shoulders of its larger quarry and pushing. Tendrils slam into the ground and stab themselves into the Yakuza, providing that extra shove. Each male strains, trying to force the other back and prove themselves the alpha. Neither would bend, but the ghoul's conviction proves greater, aiding in its efforts. The soles of the Yakuza's oversized shoes would soon be scraping along the ground. The Yakuza yells as he starts to lose the grudge match, realizing he'll have to forfeit it or lose. Maintaining his grip, the giant hurls them both sideways, bringing them crashing to the ground. They roll, and the massive man uses his greater weight to force Akatani beneath him. Holding his enemy in place with one elephantine arm, he pounds away with the other. The first punch catches Akatani's nose and bounces the back of his skull against the ground. It only made the ghoul angrier, outmatching the Yakuza in that regard at the very least. After that, each time a fist came down, Akatani twisted his head out of the way and jabbed. Alternating his left and his right, he connected 4 times for every one of the behemoth's glancing attacks. When the gargantuan Goliath picked up speed, the ghoul matched him. Finally, that beak started to split, the skull beyond turning this way and that. Realizing he was losing, the Yakuza tried attacking with both hands. Seizing the opening, Akatani folded his knees to his chest and shoved his feet into the man's abdomen. Sure enough, that hefty torso rose. Free of the weight, Akatani manages a backwards somersault with the help of his extra limbs. Before the Yakuza enforcer can raise his mighty arms to block, Akatani lands a solid slash across his chest. The tank top rips in half, exposing the man's bare chest. They go at one another for one final round, this one a wreck, both of them welling with bruises. 2 feral animals tear into each other, punching and kicking as they brawl, no longer caring what they hit as long as they hit something. The ghoul coils itself around the massive man, constricting its tails and giving the Yakuza a taste of his own suffocating medicine. Losing his advantage, the bigger being succumbs to the beating and drops to one knee. A final whip from one of the ghoul's tails strikes the giant's head harder than a gator's would have. His huge form rocks one way and then the other. He reaches desperately with a fingerless hand for one of the hallways, crawling towards it only an inch before landing face down. The ghoul senses other presences coming from that direction, raising its head. Indeed, 2 newcomers step into the ring. Did you see that, chronostasis? This guy looks like the real deal. He brought down Katsukame. Another beaked beaky gleefully slams his brass knuckles together. The one he was talking to, chronostasis, wears a white raincoat with the hood drawn up. It shielded him from the blood splatters, tiny red specks evident on the fabric. Don't get carried away, Rappa. He only gets halfway through warning his comrade before a tentacle from the ghoul thrashes him. Slammed with immense force into the wall, ceiling, and then ground, he's broken like a piñata with intestines pouring out instead of candy. Rappa bursts into laughter, not seeming to care for the grotesque murder of his partner. He's too fired up by the prospect of fighting the opponent in front of him to care. Oh yeah. Finally, someone to fight who I can stake my life on the line with. He celebrates prematurely before rushing at the ghoul with all of his eagerness. Give me the thrill that I seek. Satisfy me. Akatani doesn't budge from his position to kill this one either. He lets the resilient appendages that make up his predatory organ do all the work. Flexible with a flow smooth as water, they wrap around Rappa's arms before he can wind them up for a punch. Firm that they can't be pulled and sturdy that they can't be pushed against, the Yakuza is snared. The tendrils then pull in opposing directions. Rappa would have screamed as he was torn in half, if not for the Kagun chopping his head off first. The ghoul stays crouched on all fours for a moment, catching its breath after its grudge match with the mammoth of a man it brought down. It won't waste time waiting though. It doesn't want to take a break. It wants to break. The tendrils of its Kagun lay themselves flat on the ground, drilling past the covering and digging into the dirt. The pedipalps serve as sensory organs now, feeling for vibrations beneath the floor's surface. Acute sensitivity allows them to perceive the footfalls of someone no matter the distance. It seeks a knowledge through feeling to find where the remaining Yakuza are and learns what direction to go in. Removing its tentacles from the floor first, the ghoul primes itself to hunt. Then bolts down the corridor it knows has more prey. The tendrils that sensitively felt for it now become sturdy footholds for it to bound across the halls. The predator salivates at the corners of its mouth as it draws closer to the yummy Yakuza. Another plague mask, this one white, identifies the being as short as airy. It's another one of those beaked Yakuza bestiards. Their black bodysuit does nothing to protect them from the ghoul's bite. It comes out of nowhere, the prey foreseeing its sudden demise. A jaw strength as strong as an alligator's element of surprise shreds the man in half. It's a sudden strike with an immense bite force, not unlike the land lizard surprising a gazelle. Or in this case, a buzzard. The Yakuza lets out an ear-piercing cry as they're torn in half. The scream alerts a long-haired man despite their drunken state. The alcoholic staggers, letting the beer bottles in their hands fall from their grasp. Not because of how plastered they are, but because of the gruesome instantaneous murder they just witnessed. Akatani can tell there's a horrified expression behind the plain mask they have on, the fitted drains serving as eye holes letting him see how wide they are. For a fleeting moment, Akatani feels a sensation of vertigo, like he's the one who's buzzed. It doesn't stop him from taking out the long-haired man too though. Once he does, the dizziness fades. After that fast-feeding frenzy, it almost doesn't stop there. Especially with the personal vendetta it has against the remaining beaked Yakuza. The ghoul has enough self-restraint to stop itself though. It wants this final one to suffer a little more than the others first. The leader of the Shy Hasaikai stares at the mess Akatani has made with bewildered disgust. His green bomber jacket is speckled with blood from his subordinates, making him discard it in a germophobic panic. The surgical face mask Akatani had seen him in last has been replaced by a magenta bird beak embroidered with gold. Yuta was right when he said the distinguishing feature was a pretentious one. Boy, the Yakuza leader seethes in rage. Just what do you think you're doing? Akatani grinds his fingernails against the ground, wishing they were sharpened claws that he could use to rip the man's throat out. He figures he'll just have to settle for his Kagun. What anybody does when they're hungry. I'm eating. The ghoul snarls like a rabid animal. The Yakuza leader squints like he's staring at the most unsightly thing he's ever laid eyes on. Bullets. Then he calls for his disposable shoulders to deal with it. Imagine his surprise when they don't come. The pawns have already been eliminated. If this were a game of chess, Akatani would have beaten him in it worse than he did when they played Go. I kept you for last, main course. Akatani taunts and titters. Don't worry. I saved my appetite. The repulsed man eyes the gleeful boy warily, reaching for one of the gloves covering his hands. The Yakuza leader's hands are his weapons. Like a gun, if he can just pull the trigger, he might stand a chance against the ghoul. I should have disposed of you back then. He regrets allowing the monster to hunt him down in his own home. Even with all of his devoted followers, he's left to face the rising star of villainy. The Yakuza was supposed to rise up from the underground, not you. He has no choice but to challenge that power with his own. The ghoul returns the threat with its own, lifting the appendages that are now its forelimbs, the unzipped mask displaying its fangs. The tails are a blur. The impact with what they lash out at, however, has more substance. Their intended target was able to use his quirk before they made it to him. The floor shifts like tectonic plates during an earthquake, a makeshift wall jutting out from the ground. That's what gets obliterated by the force of the ghoul's predatory organ instead of the Yakuza boss. Akatani lands stationary on a hexagonal piece of the ground, then ricochets off of it, heading for the Yakuza leader himself. He gets close, but that's all. A makeshift spire from shards of the ground reaches up to intersect the ghoul's path, deflecting the intended attack. One of the boy's limbs whips across the spike, severing it before it can sever him. The beaked crime lord slaps his other hand down, his fingers first creating a ripple, before the floor lifts upwards as a giant wave comes crashing towards Akatani. The ghoul surfs it, riding the wall as it pushes him back. When the shield begins protruding spikes like the one he'd broken earlier, Akatani starts ascending it. The appendages are moving, mirroring, and imitating Akatani's every gesture. They respond not only to mental commands, but by pure instinct. The limbs are an extension of the ghoul's mind. They effortlessly defend against the spires while simultaneously destroying them. The arms shatter the barrier between them and their prey, pursuing the Yakuza leader relentlessly. Akatani's opponent continues to modify the ground, reshaping the area in a way that separates them from one another. When manipulating the surroundings to keep the ghoul at bay doesn't work, the young head of the Shai Hasaikai uses it to maneuver himself in order to flee. Akatani anchors himself to the ceiling, avoiding the controllable surface below and changing tactics. Two stone spears shoot for where the ghoul was, but he's no longer there. He's swinging from the limbs that attach themselves to the ceiling, moving at a much faster pace than before. The Kagun rips loose from the roof, sending the ghoul into a free fall. One of the flexible limbs solidifies, swinging like a sword. The Yakuza leader shrieks in both pain and indignation as his left hand is torn off from his arm. The sight of his own blood causes the germaphobe to break out into hives, but he's already reeling from the loss of a limb. The pullback causes him to misstep and fall over the ledge of his own makeshift tower. Both fighters flailing through the air, they plummet towards a demise of jagged points jutting out from the ground. The ghoul reacts with its limbs once more. The wall to its right shatters, pounded apart by the impact of those tentacles. Debris rains down with them now, making for floating stepping stones to not only slow the fall but to get nearer to the Yakuza boss. Akatani's tentacles descend on their victim, stabbing through his stomach and lower left thigh. He cries out in agony again, but this time reacts with a vengeance. The hand that's still attached grabs onto one of the ghoul's liquid muscles. Once caught in his grasp, the overhaul ability of the beaked villain is able to disassemble the appendage. Akatani's blood bursts forth and the remains of the tail retracts in a wagging frenzy. The prey shoves his uncaptured leg into the predator's gut, pushing off in order to escape. Akatani screams with his enemy as they break apart. The Yakuza places his remaining hand over his chest, clenching through the fabric of his shirt. Then using his quirk on himself, he reassembles his molecules to heal. The process is extremely painful for him, but his missing hand returns and the two holes in his body are refilled by the time he's about to smack against the floor beneath him. Akatani stabs the tower nearest to him, sliding to a stop before he can collide with the pointed peril at the bottom. He looks up to see his enemy has also made contact with the tower, his quirk aiding him in charging up the side of it. The ghoul roars as rage overtakes it, its viscous tentacles hauling it up and after the Yakuza. A high-speed pursuit ensues as they race to climb up the pillar. Seeing the animalistic boy gaining on him, the Yakuza extends the tower's length. It grows higher and higher, becoming tall enough to pass through the metal sheeting of the underground base and straight through the wooden structure above it. In an effort to escape hell, the villain reaches desperately for the heavens. The demon chasing after him won't allow that to happen though. Akatani stops climbing the structure, coming up with a different plan to catch the beaked bestiardi who's taking flight just like an actual bird. He decides it's easier to chop the pillar down as though it were a tree to tear down instead of trying to reach those same heights. The ghoul's tentacles smash this way and that, sending pieces of the tower flying. It crumbles before giving way to the onslaught, bending as it's put off balance. Akatani perches himself on the top of what's left over once it topples. He watches as the rest timbers downwards. Riding it down is the Yakuza leader, yelling as he tries to cling to it. The collision of the stone on top of the wood sends splinters and pebbles flying skywards, nearly pelting against Akatani. He slides down the side of the slippery slope, raptorial tendrils slithering behind him. Just as he's about to touch the ground, those same limbs push off the pillar to gain air. Akatani sails overhead before catching a piece of the foundation with his hand. With one fluid motion, he spins skyward before landing on his feet. Sprawled out at those feet lies the fallen leader of the Shai Hasaikai. The magenta beak that would be covering his face is cast to the side, straps torn and corners chipped. A horrifying human expression is covered in ash, soot, hives, and blood. Anger contorted with terror leaks out with the sweat. Akatani sees why when he tries looking for the rest of the Yakuza boss. The lower half of the man's body is separated from his upper half, intestines trailing between those parts like flimsy strings. The Yakuza leader tries lifting one of his arms, but it's pinned by a bunch of rubble. When he realizes his struggle is to no avail, he quits trying to pull it free. He resorts to using his other arm, hoping to restore himself. Except, Akatani won't let that magic trick work twice. He stomps on the Yakuza's wrist, pinning the arm down like its twin. A cry comes through the man's bloodied lips when he's given more agony. Those cries continue as that agonizing torture increases. More blood is spilled from more than just the Yakuza's mouth. Like a flightless bird, he is devoured by the predator that waited for it on the ground. Akatani recalls the dove analogy that he told Toga. He'd compared themselves to the buzzards that rip at the flesh of the fallen. Now, he realizes the true vultures were the Yakuza. They were feeding off the remains of what they could to stay alive. In order for creatures like ghouls to survive, they must do more than live off of scraps. They must hunt. The ghoul feasts on what he's hunted. Its teeth gnash together as it swallows the flesh of the flightless Yakuza. Its tendrils cut and dig into that meat as though they're a set of utensils, slicing chewable pieces. The body of the man being eaten alive writhes but is unable to escape being devoured. All the end of a criminal generation can do is yell at the glassy sky above it, the looking glass fogging up as its vision of the future fades. Clouds as thick as ice cover the sky like a cooling blanket. The murky overcast cracks when it's struck by a streak of lightning. Jagged lines split the sky, slicing through the vapor like the ghoul's predatory organ that digs into the flesh of its quarry. A gray fog descends from above, no longer content with just drifting overhead. Not a single car splashes through the flooded streets. The rising water would be more suitable of a terrain for boats. Periodically, streetlights gleam overhead, shadows dark and crisp in the flickering glow. The sound of emptiness hums with the dying bulbs, only to be disrupted by a loud, gregarious boom of thunder. Himiko recognizes the view of it all. It's a night like the one she met Akatani during. It's right outside her window, rain tapping against the glass like someone knocking at the door to be let in. Her fingers trace the lines of water that trail down the window. To her, it looks like the sky is crying. The amount of tears is enough to flood the entire world. She feels something nuzzle against her bosom, snapping her out of it. When she looks down to see the culprit, she remembers where she is. Curled up in her lap is Akatani's illegitimately adopted sister. Akatani had asked her to watch the little girl while he went out. He'd brought her to his home to do so. She turns her head from the window to see the collection of books that are warmly lit. Having Eri pick out a bedtime story took so long that Himiko had expected Akatani to return by now. It's a bittersweet feeling, to be in his home with the sweet little girl. But without him. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. She perks up when she hears the door unlocking. Who else but Akatani enters? The sound of his return rejuvenates all the energy that was drained for Eri to fall asleep. Akanai. She cheers with delight as she bolts from Himiko's lap to her big brother. Himiko's laugh at the nickname the boy's little sister gave him hides the part of her that laughs in overwhelming relief. Did you miss me? Akatani wraps Eri in a hug so warm that you'd never suspect he'd come from the cloudburst outside. Without his mask, he's just a bright-eyed boy with an equally radiant smile. We both did, silly. Himiko joins in to make it a group hug. What kind of question is that? Akatani laughs. knowing that question is as rhetorical as his own was. Once the hug is over, he pulls away to take something out of his pants pocket. Thanks for watching, Eri. I've got something to pay you back for the trouble. He keeps digging to find whatever it is he wants to give her in return for the favor. But Himiko holds her hands up in objection to stop him. She was no trouble at all. It was my pleasure. She insists when she sees he hasn't stopped digging. Seriously. I'll babysit any time. For free. Even so, Akatani pulls something out of his pocket to give her. I wanted to thank you somehow. Himiko thinks it's money, until the fingers uncurl from his fist to reveal a few vials of blood instead. The blonde is shocked speechless, her mouth hanging open in a breathless gasp. I was only able to collect a little for you, but Akatani nervously scratches the back of his head when he sees her reaction, unable to read her emotions from it. It's the boy's turn to be dumbstruck when Himiko catches him off guard with a kiss on the cheek. She takes the vials from him during that moment of short-lived intimacy before briskly heading for the door. Flushed red from overheating in embarrassment, Akatani's brain barely reboots in time for him to remember the weather Himiko is going into. Wait, the rain, but the blonde has already hurriedly made her escape. Standing in the middle of the doorframe between his home and the hallway, he's amazed that she's completely erased her presence. Not even the ghoulish aspect of his quirk is able to detect her by scent. He briefly wonders if he should add the theory that she's related to the Ingenium family to her pages of his analysis notebooks. After brushing it off, he discards the thought and returns his attention to Eri. The little horn child has her head tilted to the side, white hair hanging, her attentiveness having watched the entire exchange evident. She blinks up at Akatani full of innocence. Are you and Big Sis gonna turn into my mommy and daddy now? But asks the furthest from innocent of questions. Short-circuiting for the second time that night in such a short span of time, Akatani has no other way to respond than a curt, time for bed. But unfortunately for Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi, now was anything other than time for him to go to sleep. Despite the intense bags he's developed under his eyes, rivaling that of a raccoon's and Eraserhead simultaneously, he continues to read the tiny print of paper reports. Regardless of Makoto's constant badgering for him to get an eye exam, he refuses to wear glasses. He contemplatively rubs the stubble that's been growing itself out into a goatee, the lack of having time to shave and what's occupying the space on his chin also helping him to look more and more like Aizawa every day. The thought of growing out the hair on top of his head too in order to complete the look makes him shudder. The detective's office is as unorderly and unadorned as the man himself. A gooseneck lamp flickers with a dying bulb as it struggles to illuminate the stack of manila file folders varying in thickness. The swivel chair he's sitting in needs a new ball bearing as much as its occupant needs a break. Naomasa's title stenciled on the frosted glass window of his office door would never allow a vacation though. Instead, the detective works overtime trying to juggle both cases of the Yakuza and the Tokyo Ghoul. Little did he know he was about to receive a phone call from Eraserhead that would somehow end one of those investigations while making the other much more complicated. He answers on the third ring after considering just waiting for it to go to voicemail. I don't have enough coffee in me for another one of your theories right now. Neither the underground hero or the detective are accustomed to formalities such as saying hello when answering the phone, so Aizawa is quick to cut to the chase as well. I wish all I had for you was a theory. The usual exhaustion in Eraserhead's tone leaks through the line, but it's accompanied by a sense of dread that unnerves Naomasa. Are you seated? Already frustrated, Naomasa slides his hand up from his stubble-covered chin and runs it through the hair on the top of his head instead. Forget growing it out. At this rate, his stress will give him a receding hairline. What does it matter? Just tell me. He grumbles just loud enough for Aizawa to hear him over the phone. But still, Aizawa doesn't relent. You may want to sit down for this. The sound of rustling accompanies the underground hero's voice. Yes. I'm sitting. Just tell me, Naomasa finally snaps, having had enough. He notices from the corner of his eye that Sansa Tamakawa, his subordinate, is standing outside his doorway with a paper in hand. He holds up a single finger to signal for the cat-like officer to wait. After a brief pause, perhaps a moment of hesitation on Aizawa's part, The underground hero finally shares with the detective his reason for calling. The entire Yakuza has been massacred with an MO that looks like the Tokyo Ghoul. But no way of ripping that metaphorical band-aid off slow or fast would have ever been the right way to do so. What? Naomasa abruptly shoots up straight in his swivel chair. The broken swivel chair. The one that needs a new ball bearing. The sudden movement is too much on it, putting it off balance and causing it to topple over. With its occupant, Naomasa's butt collides with the floor, his tailbone taking the brunt of the fall. Sir. Tamakawa attempts to rush to his superior's aid, having witnessed the blunder. However, he only makes it 2 strides into the office before Naomasa is back on his feet with an outstretched arm, palm flat, to let him know he's okay. Give me an address and I'll be right there. The detective runs around his desk and past Tamakawa faster than the officer with supposed cat-like reflexes was able to move. Once he's finished sliding his arms through the sleeves of his overcoat, he grabs its matching hat from the hanger. Sir, Tamakawa tries to insert himself between the detective and his frantic rush to the door. Not now, Tamakawa. Save it for when I get back. Naomasa brushes the officer off while literally brushing against their shoulder. If only he'd known Tamakawa was holding a fax from one of the patrol blimps about spotting an unusual character by the mask shop, maybe the detective wouldn't have been so dismissive. Detective Naomasa almost trips when he first steps foot on what may as well be ground zero. Barriers that rival a prison's walls hid the devastation site well from the road, but beyond those gates, it's complete fallout. What must have once been business buildings are now leveled, rubble and wood in heaps or piles that would be enough to turn the zone into a junkyard. A huge gaping hole in the ground grants access to a network of metallic hallways that run beneath it. No doubt, a team has already been dispatched to explore where those tunnels lead. However, what Naomasa has to worry about is cleaning up what's on the surface. Waiting for the detective amidst the crime scene is the underground hero that called him here, the pro-hero Sir Night Eye who had been investigating the Yakuza as well, and surprisingly Toshinori with an even more surprising 4th person. The latter is much younger than the others, but a blonde like Toshinori and certainly in the profession of hero work judging by the red cape billowing behind him. Unsure of how long the group has been waiting for him, Naomasa removes his hat to place over his chest in an apologetic gesture. I take it you've all already become acquainted with one another. The detective shoots a glance in Toshinori's direction that meets the blonde's eye. Once the two are locked onto each other, he briefly shifts his gaze to Aizawa, silently asking if he knows that he's all might. Toshinori subtly shakes his head. I don't think you and I have had the pleasure yet. The younger of the bunch steps forward with his hand outstretched. Naomasa returns the gesture and the two shake in greeting. I'm Mirio Togata. He then strikes a pose that practically screams power from the way his muscles flex. Lemillion. I believe you two will be working closely together in the future. Toshinori politely interjects by placing a hand on each of their shoulders. When Naomasa looks into the blue of the number 1 hero's eyes, he can see the sincerity in that statement. Toshinori's smile is so soft and tender that it looks sheepish. Being a detective, Naomasa reads between the lines. He realizes just who Togata is, that he truly does represent the younger generation of heroes. Seeing Sir Night Eye present all but confirms it. Naomasa smiles, his a sweet sorrowful softness, equally as tender like a fresh cut. I'm sure we will. He acknowledges Lemillion as All Might's successor in that moment with a bittersweet acceptance. We're working together right now, Aizawa deadpans with a sense of dry humor. He sizes Toshinori up and down with his eyes, skeptical of the blonde's presence. Remembering him from Night Eye's office, he holds his tongue for the time being. The underground hero is too tired to solve another mystery, so he sighs in surrender before relenting. I'm still not sure how you factor into all of this, but if Night Eye and Detective Tsukauchi vouch for you, then feel free to listen in. Naomasa can't decide between wanting to roll his eyes at Aizawa's antics or laughing. The detective can only imagine what the tired underground hero would come up with if he only knew about All Might and One for All. With how far-fetched Aizawa's theories usually are, it'd be amusing and entertaining for once. Aizawa glances around the circle of people that's gathered before beginning. This was the last known stronghold used by the Yakuza. They were a dying population, an endangered species if you will, and now they've been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Cross-referencing my reports, the number of stakeouts, sting operations, and all else my agency has done to catch the Yakuza with their hand in the cookie jar. Aizawa is 100% correct. Sir Night Eye continues for the underground hero. He smooths out his combed green hair before elaborating. All bodies, despite their disfigurement, have been identified. The entire Yakuza is present and accounted for. Toshinori grits his teeth in frustration, his usual smile vanishing. When the hero gets passionate about something, he has a hard time keeping that righteous rage in check. The blonde's fists tremble at his sides as he applies pressure to clench them tight. It shouldn't have gone like this. So gruesome. Togata surveys the crime scene with an equally troubled expression. He seems as though he's only now noticed the corpses. It's not heroic at all, is all he has to say about the way the Yakuza was mangled. Naomasa sees why Toshinori chose the boy now. There's a bit of himself in his successor. They both agree that the Yakuza should have been brought down by heroes and the police. That villains and criminals alike should be defeated by the law. Their view of justice is the same. Naomasa is sure Toshinori chose correctly. He nods his head in humble agreement with their sentiments and his friend's decision for a successor. Night Eye hums in mutual consensus before continuing. While this ends the chapter on the Yakuza, it doesn't quite close the book. His calculating gaze shifts to Naomasa. As feared, this ties directly into your investigation on the Tokyo Ghoul. The detective is startled by suddenly being made the center of attention. Under the gaze of Night Eye no less, whether that stare is with his foresight quirk activated or not, it's unsettling. Naomasa does his own surveillance of the crime scene before responding. Though he'd already seen it all on the way in, he really takes in the amount of destruction. This time, he thinks about it rather than just looking. How do we know this was the ghoul? While the bodies are his M.O., this wreckage isn't. He inquires the group to see if they managed to gather any concrete evidence yet. Of course, Aizawa is the one to speak on behalf of them when it comes to this part. This wreckage is from a rampage. Based on my theory that the ghoul is a preteen or a teenager, a temper tantrum isn't far-fetched. And it's of course all based merely on speculation. That's an assumption, Aizawa. We've been over this. Naomasa refrains from slapping his palm too hard into his face. He swears he feels wrinkles starting to come in at this point. However, Night Eye is quick to defend Eraserhead. What's not an assumption is that the Yakuza was holding a child here. Once that child went missing, this happened. He prevents his glasses from sliding any further down his nose by pushing them up. That can't be a coincidence. Not you too. Naomasa winces in sympathy for Toshinori's former sidekick. He knows what it's like to be roped into Aizawa's crazy conspiracies and to actually start believing them. Trying to remain the voice of reason, he persists. That still doesn't mean it was all the ghoul. Aizawa crosses his arms over his chest before asking with a raised brow, "Weren't you the one who originally suspected the ghoul was involved with the Yakuza?" Naomasa opens his mouth to deny the claim, but remembers asking that question when Aizawa first contacted him about the Yakuza resurfacing. "That's only because I didn't expect you to call me for any other reason," he says as an excuse more for himself than the team that's assembled. When he sees none of them are convinced, he goes for a different approach. "Look, I'm trying to be optimistic here. We don't want this to be ghoul-related. It's almost like you're hoping this is the ghoul's work." "I am hopeful," Aizawa admits. All heads turn towards the underground hero, surprised by his statement. Naomasa wonders if all that sleep deprivation and caffeine finally destroyed his mind. That's until he explains himself. If it is, then we have another lead towards catching them. The ghoul has never acted on impulse this emotionally before. I told you, there's people influencing their actions now. As much sense as that reasoning makes, Toshinori shakes his head. I'm with Naomasa. We don't want this to be the ghoul. That remark doesn't help better Aizawa's opinion of the blonde, judging by the frown he wears. Toshinori sees the expression and returns it with his own, not backing down. He explains himself like Aizawa had to for everyone to understand. If they are just a child, then we want them to be rehabilitated. Going from robbing blood banks to this is a big leap in the wrong direction. Night Eye massages his chin as he mulls over both sides of the argument, stroking a non-existent beard of wisdom. When he can't decide which one he agrees with, he shifts his focus back to Tashinori. After all that the ghoul has done, you think they can still be rehabilitated? It's a valid question that he directs at the symbol of peace. Except, it's that symbol's successor that answers. Anyone can be saved. His smile is a radiant ray of hope brighter than the sun. Tashinori's smile is much more reserved, but noticeable when Togata adds, "That's the job of a hero." Aizawa takes interest in the younger hero and directs his own questions towards him. What if they can't help themselves? What if it's more than blood? What if they can only eat flesh? But his tone sounds like genuine concern and not some sort of counter-argument. Taking pity on the poor boy so that he doesn't fall under Aizawa's wrath, and having had enough of the group's bickering, Naomasa decides to intervene. "We'll cross those bridges when we get there. Right now, we need to focus on actually finding the ghoul." He glances from member to member of the ragtag team. "That's why we're all meeting, right?" "Yes," Night Eye nods. "This has become a group effort. We all need to report to one another if this is to work." Aizawa faces Night Eye to tack on, "We should break into teams. We'll accomplish more that way. Since the Yakuza was yours to begin with, you can follow this rabbit hole to see if it goes anywhere." But Naomasa doesn't want to let the underground hero become team captain if he can help it. The detective pulls way too many all-nighters as it is. "And what about you?" he asks Aizawa to see if he can trip him up. Considering Eraserhead doesn't smile often, and his grin is nowhere near as bright or assuring as Togata's or Tashinori's, the shivers that run down the detective's spine are to be expected. "Don't worry, Tsukauchi, I'm not off the hook either. As a matter of fact, you're with me," Aizawa says with a toothy smirk. "What? Why?" Naomasa grabs his head in bewilderment. He has no hat to scrunch, only hair to pull. He just might yank it all out. "We've still got the mask shop to investigate. It's been long enough that you got that search warrant we talked about, right?" Aizawa reverts to his usual all-business and no-pleasure demeanor to remind the detective of their previous arrangement. Remembering that tie to the Yakuza and potential lead on the ghoul, Naomasa nods. "Yeah. Then it's settled." Aizawa concludes the meeting by starting to break away from the small huddle. Before he can walk too far away though, Tashinori catches him by the shoulder. When Aizawa looks back, "What about us?" The deflated hero gestures between himself and Togata. Aizawa's shrug knocks the blonde's hand off his shoulder. "You tell me." He dismisses the two before resuming his walk towards the exit. When the blonde turns around to ask the others for their input, Naomasa shrugs too. "Sorry, Tashinori. I always hate to admit it, but when Aizawa is right, he's right." The detective deflates just as much as the frily form of the hero once he makes that confession. Seeing nobody else has a task for them, Night Eye offers a solution to the pair of blondes. "The best you two can do is patrol this general vicinity and hope the ghoul keeps a small hunting ground, before waving for them to leave too." "Yeah," Tashinori sighs as he follows behind the retreating form of Aizawa. "We can only hope." Little does the hero know, the Tokyo ghoul actually is nearby. Working his regular shift at Antiku, Akatani Mikumo serves coffee to customers while occasionally taking a sip from his own cup. Meanwhile, Eri sits at her usual table waiting for him to finish working. The little girl looks up from her coloring book to see a boy sitting at the table across from her. He has evenly split peppermint hair and a burn scar that reaches from his hairline to the bottom half of his cheek. What interests her the most about the customer, however, is what he's holding in his hands. Eri is startled by surprise when the boy looks up from the novel that he's reading. Heterochromic eyes squint when they meet the horned girls. "Yes?" The boy tilts his head as he tries to gauge the child that's been staring at him. "Yes, sorry," Eri squeaks out as she shrinks in on herself to the size of a mouse. Past traumatic experience has her recalling the punishments she would get from the Yakuza. She glances in the direction of Akatani, knowing that he'd protect her. Yet, she can't help but be afraid of what the scarred boy might do to her. Recognizing the small girl's body language all too well, the boy softens his glare. "There's no reason to apologize," he says as an attempt to put her at ease. When Eri looks back up, having not expected that from him, he tries to follow her eye line. He's not usually self-conscious about it, but he has a feeling he knows just why a child would take interest in his appearance as well as be afraid of him. "Were you staring at my scar?" he asks. Eri's eyes widen with her mouth, a panicked realization dawning on her. "No," she exclaims to clear up the misunderstanding. Her eyes fall on the book in the boy's hands. My brother is reading me that book." Her voice wobbles a bit, but she works up enough courage to give an explanation. Realizing he jumped to conclusions, the boy's own eyes widen a bit. He too looks down at the novel he's holding. He doesn't think the little girl in front of him is the right reading age for it, but he isn't the best at estimating how old somebody is either. He's fairly certain the girl is no older than 10 though. Unfamiliar with how to interact with kids, he's a little more awkward than usual when he says, "Oh, it's very good." Relief relaxing her expression, Eri perks up a little. She nods in agreement. "I don't understand some of the words sometimes, but Big Bro teaches me what they mean." The boy nods too, pleased that he was right in the assumption that she wouldn't be able to read a book of that level. That's nice. He's uncertain of how to reply though. He's not used to being social, let alone with a kid. Scrambling for a way to break the awkward silence, he finds another common ground. "I have older siblings too." That must have been the right thing to say, since Eri's mouth hangs open in awe. Her eyes shimmer under the sunbeams that shoot through the window. "Are they as nice as a kanai?" The interest she has to hear his answer has her leaning forward in her chair. A faint trace of a smile crosses the boy's lips. He wants to laugh at the nickname the little girl gave her brother, but refrains from it as to not upset her. They are. His smile softens as he speaks with fondness. "Especially my sister." "I have a big sis too." Eri bounces with joy in her seat. She radiates with happiness over being able to relate with the boy in so many ways. The coloring book she has just so happened to be one that Himiko herself doodled in. The blood-red crayon-colored heart that the blonde drew makes Eri say, "She's nice like a kanai, but silly." Familiar with the concept of siblings, the boy can't withhold a small chuckle this time. "My sister is silly too," he says while recalling the occasions that his sister would try to cheer him up. Taking a moment to pause his work of taking orders, Akatani checks on Eri with a glance. When he sees his younger sister talking to some random guy, his instinct to protect her kicks in. "Eri, are you all right?" The brotherly barista is at her table in a flash. He looks her over for injuries, not finding anything, but only lessens his concern when she nods in confirmation that she isn't harmed. Akatani then remembers where he's at and feigns being apologetic to the customer. "I'm so sorry, sir." She's usually too shy to do this sort of thing. "She was no trouble." The boy waves dismissively before extending that same hand. "You must be Akananai." Taken aback by the customer's usage of Eri's nickname, he stumbles over himself a bit before being able to shake hands. It's actually Akatani," he stammers with a small blush of embarrassment. The boy's small smile returns when he sees the red dusting the barista's cheeks. "I like I better." He shrugs his shoulders as he teases Akatani. Seeing Akatani's blush turn even brighter, Eri tilts her head in curiosity. Glancing between the two boys, she innocently asks a not-so-innocent question, "Is this like when you and Big Sis flirt?" The boy with peppermint hair raises a brow, sending Akatani into a full spiral. "It's not like that." He blurts out in an attempt to avoid a miscommunication. Her Big Sis isn't actually blood-related." After trying to salvage the situation, Akatani mumbles under his breath, "I shouldn't have told her what flirting is." The customer's smile stretches as he watches Akatani murmur. He finds it amusing how easily flustered the waiter gets. "I'm Shoto." He interrupts the panicked jumble of words. Akatani pauses, not quite catching what was said during his mutter frenzy. He blinks. "My name," Shoto explains before reintroducing himself properly, "I'm Shoto Todoroki." Being a former hero fanatic and closet otaku, Akatani jumps at the recognition of the boy's family name. "Todoroki? Like the number 2 hero in Endeavor Todoroki?" He shouts in a moment of euphoria over meeting the number 2 hero's son. Shoto's smile drops at the mention of endeavor. Yes, Akatani flinches at the cold bite of the boy's tone. Can we not talk about my father though? Just now noticing the burn mark on Shoto's face, Akatani comes to his own assumed conclusions. Oh. He bows apologetically for having been insensitive. I'm sorry. Shoto feels the other boy's eyes on his scar. Placing a hand over the permanent burn, he sighs and clears up any misplaced thoughts. He wasn't the one that did this if that's what you're thinking. Shoto can see surprise mixed with confusion cross Akatani's face before his expression becomes something more relieved. What Shoto says next wipes that relieved expression away. It was my mother's doing. She hated my quirk. Shoto turns his head, no longer looking at Akatani directly. Akatani swallows whatever condolences he could have given. He's sure Todoroki has heard all of it before and that those words are just empty without meaning by now. Looking at Eri, Akatani instead comes up with a potential solution to the burn victim's shame. I know we just met and this might be presumptuous of me. But Eri and I get ridiculed for our quirks too. Shoto's head shoots up in surprise and he finds himself staring at the pair of illegitimate adoptive siblings again. So we actually attend this quirk support group. Maybe you would like to come with us. Staring at the two who claim to be brother and sister, Shoto can't find any physical similarities between the two. One's hair is a pure silky white while the other's is a charcoal black. Yet he can still see the bond that they share. For two people who get ridiculed for their quirks, they exude an attitude that Shoto can't say he's familiar with. In the short span of time that he's met them, they made him smile more than he has during the past year. Unable to turn down the offer of such good people, Shoto says, I would like that. The unlikely trio of Todoroki, Mikumo, and Eri stride in a synchronous step. Their line creates an unintentional wall of tallest to shortest. Yet, none of them notice. Eri at the tail end clings to Akatani's hand like a lifeline, her tiny palm only managing to grab a few fingers in its small size. Todoroki keeps his heterochromic gaze forward while the other boy looks at him from the side. Despite Todoroki's lack of making eye contact or at least glancing in Akatani's direction, the two carry a conversation seemingly well. Both boys overcome their shy-by-nature attitude for the most part. It's not like they've ascended from introvert to extrovert though. There's still plenty of awkward or curt responses from Todoroki in particular, for example. A few of which gained giggles from Eri. The three youths journey down a corridor, heading for the quirk support group meeting at the end of the hall. Wow, I always dreamed of going to UA. What's it like? Akatani is only now getting over the initial stupor of learning Todoroki is attending Japan's top hero school. Todoroki shrugs as though it's no big deal, treating it just like any other school. Akatani would be inclined to disagree, and he's not the only one. Not if you're in the hero course. Shinso overhears them as they draw near the building's vending machines. The snack station has become their usual meeting place due to their mutual love for coffee. Akatani waves with his free hand, smiling despite the lazy look Shinso gives the group of three. Shinso, I was wondering if you were gonna be here today. Though Akatani was admittedly hoping that the other boy would be so that he could introduce him to Todoroki, I know who he is. Shinso's eyes stop drooping so that they can squint at the hero in training who had tagged along. Todoroki returns the glare with one of his own, also noting the bitterness of Shinso's tone. The effort it takes to scowl with how heavy his eyebags are must be too much, because Shinso lets it drop first. However, not without asking first, what's somebody with a privileged quirk like his doing here? Akatani's own eyes widen in shock at how harsh Shinso is being. Come on, that's not fair. He tries to step in between the two, but Todoroki moves forward first. That's okay, Mikumo. I know when I'm not welcomed. He continues to direct his glare at Shinso despite addressing Akatani. Akatani makes sure that he gets in between them this time, letting go of Eri so that he can wave both hands in a placating manner. I'm sure that's not what Shinso meant. He forces a faked chuckle in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. Don't speak for me. I meant what I said. Shinso snaps at Akatani next before returning his anger back to Todoroki. He was blessed with a quirk meant for heroics, and yet he wants to come here to complain. Todoroki smirks mirthlessly, a scoff making him sound arrogant to the insomniac. When he raises his left hand to waist level, a few sparks of flame flicker from it. The power display reminds Akatani of someone he knew in his former life. Todoroki incredulously repeats, "A blessing? Don't act like the son of Endeavor would be born with a curse." Shinso sneers as he too looks at the side of Todoroki that's able to produce fire. Todoroki's glare flicks forward from his hand, staring at the other boy with animosity. Some of us aren't the children of pro-heroes. The outstretched hand folds into a fist when Shinso voices his mutual disdain. Before Akatani can try intervening again, he feels something small grab onto the leg of his pants. He sees Eri looking up at him with a worrisome expression. Why are they yelling? Taking one of her hands and one of his again to comfort her, he says, "It's okay, Eri. There's nothing to be worried about." Her gaze moves from him back to the other teenagers, unconvinced. Akatani sighs before raising his voice towards them. "Come on, guys. You're scaring Eri." The two stop their bickering to glance over at him and the horned little girl, surprised by the aggressiveness in his tone. Realizing he was perhaps too hostile with how he sounded, he dials it back down with a small plea of, "Can't we just get along?" Shinso opens his mouth as though he's about to retort, pauses, and then frowns. Shaking his head in surrender, he turns his back to the group. "I'm going to grab a seat before they're all taken." He doesn't bother glancing back as he uses his excuse to walk away from them. Todoroki watches with Akatani, both boys wondering whether or not one of them should try calling out or going after him. Figuring he doesn't know Shinso well enough, Todoroki resigns himself to defeat as well. "I shouldn't have come." He turns to walk in the opposite direction while apologizing to Akatani, sorry for causing a disturbance. "No. Stay." But Akatani won't let another one of his friends walk out on him. He grabs Todoroki by the shoulder in order to stop him in his tracks. Todoroki is surprised by the strength in the boy's grip, but doesn't say nor show any signs of it aside from a glance back. I don't know what got into Shinso, but Akatani lets his hand slip from Todoroki's shoulder as he suggests, "This is a place for sharing. If you're comfortable, maybe you can make him understand how you feel." Todoroki refrains from expressing his internal contemplation, only holding his stare with the other boy. It's as though he'd been frozen in place by the very implication of sharing his feelings. It's as though he'd been asked to tread on thin ice. "Have you or Eri ever told anyone how you feel?" He asks to see if they'd taken that confident chance yet. Akatani's mouth forms a thin line, unable to say he has. He places a hand on Eri's head, looking down at the little girl. "I think if others show that it's okay to be open about it, that then she'll open up too." It's a subtle way of saying he's mostly here for her and not himself. Having siblings of his own, Todoroki can empathize to a certain extent. He sighs before giving a single nod of agreement. "Fine. I'll give it a try." More relieved than surprised to hear it, Akatani perks up with a shout of, "Great." He's about to lead the charge straight into the meeting before he realizes the other reason why they stopped by the snack station. "Oh, let me just grab a coffee first." He digs into his pocket for his wallet to buy one from the vending machines while asking, "You want anything, Eri?" When the little girl shakes her head, he turns his towards the other boy. "Todoroki? We just came from a coffee shop." Todoroki deadpans with the monotone demeanor that Akatani had been more used to than the exchange between he and Shinso. "Oh, I guess we did." Akatani remembers that they did indeed come here from Antiku while bashfully running a hand through his hair. He then chuckles nervously while trying to cover for himself with the usual excuse he's become accustomed to giving people. "My quirk actually makes me have to consume a certain amount of coffee though, so." "Oh," is the only way Todoroki knows how to respond to that, though there's no actual genuine shock in his voice nor face. When a canned coffee rolls out upon purchase, Akatani grabs it with a disappointed downward sag of his shoulders. They've only got heated left. He was hoping to get one of the iced coffees, but they're all sold out. Todoroki holds out his right hand, prompting Akatani to hand him the can. "Let me see." Akatani raises an eyebrow in confusion, but curiously passes it over. Almost instantaneously, frost flakes the metal as Todoroki cools the coffee down using his right side. Whoa! Akatani exclaims in awe at the display of power. After seeing Todoroki create fire, he wasn't expecting to see ice as well. Is that your quirk? His astonishment becomes mistaken for wonderment when he asks a question that he already knows the answer to by this point. Todoroki nods as he returns the chilled coffee to Akatani. A somber smile so small that it's easily missed forms from his mouth as he explains half-heartedly, "My mother's side." Akatani pps his head to the side in confusion as he pops open the lid to his coffee. "What do you mean?" he asks before taking a sip. Todoroki's smile turns downwards, much more noticeable as he says, "The other half is my father's quirk." Akatani picks up on the boy's peculiar wording, swallowing his current gulp of coffee. "Your father's?" But before he can try to figure out what Todoroki means. "We're beginning." A shout comes from the meeting room of the quirk support group. Todoroki turns in the direction of which the voice came, planning on following it to its source to avoid discussing his quirk any further. "We should go. We wouldn't want to be late," he says as an excuse to drop the topic and walk away. Akatani looks down, planning on being downtrodden, but finds his illegitimate sister staring up at him instead. Not wanting to upset her more than the entire encounter just then may already have, he offers her an assuring smile as best as he can muster before taking her hands in his in order to lead her to the support group's makeshift circle of chairs. "Thank you all for coming." An orange-skinned woman the size of the chair she's in welcomes everyone with a toothless smile. She flashes her gums towards Todoroki in what's meant to be a kind gesture. "I see we have a new face in the crowd." Before turning her gaze to everyone else, "Remember, all are welcome. Everyone is free to listen or share. None of us have the right to judge the other." Akatani catches Shinso staring at Todoroki, but the purple-haired boy quickly looks away. "So no pressure, newbie. Take it at your own pace." The ringleader then finishes her opening statement. Todoroki glances at Akatani, remembering his agreement to speak. Shinso returns his gaze to the newcomer when he says, "I don't mind sharing." "Oh, brave one." The ringleader praises Todoroki with a tiny applause of encouragement. "I sure as hell couldn't share during my first time." An older man with 5 sets of eyes that each wears glasses chimes in as well. The man next to him folds his arms before grumbling, "First time? Mikumo and Shinso haven't shared still." Todoroki hums as he looks over at Akatani. Both he and Shinso have their heads down, not wanting the unwarranted attention. "Will you if I do?" Todoroki asks anyways. The entire room goes silent in anticipation, not wanting to miss hearing the answer. Akatani doesn't have to lift his head to see Todoroki is still staring at him. Even Shinso from across the room has an expectant look. Akatani turns his head to see Eri beaming up at him, clearly agreeing with everyone that she'd like to hear him share. "Maybe a little," he mumbles. "That must be good enough for Todoroki." He responds, "Okay." Before readdressing the entire room to begin his sharing, "Are you all aware of what quirk marriages are?" Meanwhile, someone else is going to have answers unwillingly pried out of them in the interrogation room of a police precinct. Yuta, the mask maker, sits in a rickety chair waiting for someone to sit in the replica across the table in front of him. His own reflection in a one-way mirror is all the company he has for now. Eventually, Detective Naomasa enters the room through a steel door. It only opens from the outside, latches locking thanks to a mechanism on the other end when it closes behind him. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The detective removes his tan overcoat to hang on the backrest of his chair before sitting down. Yuta narrows his eyes at the detective's rectangular ones. "I thought you didn't suspect me for anything." He recalls their first meeting and compares it with where he is now. "Is there a reason for us to suspect you?" Naomasa sounds nonchalant, but the question is anything but casual. He's hoping his lie-detecting quirk will be able to catch Yuta right away, hook, line, and sinker. Yuta tugs on the HNDCFFS attached to his wrist. The other end is attached to a table leg, no second arm to connect to instead. "There's a reason why you arrested me." He tries to hide his annoyance, but it's evident in his tone. "We took you into police custody." This isn't exactly a formal arrest. Naomasa notes the difference for the record. He knows it's safe to add, although it can be, to apply an intimidating pressure for the interrogation though. Like there's a difference. Yuta mutters under his breath before asking louder for Naomasa to hear, "Why am I here?" Rather than beat around the bush any longer, Naomasa places a burlap sack on the table. It's not just any old potato sack though. It has eye holes and a mouth stitching. "That search warrant I came back to your store with helped us find this." Naomasa gestures to the mask before prompting Yuta to elaborate. "Care to explain?" Yuta swallows the lump forming in his throat. He recognizes what he made for Sorimitsu tape right away. Except, he also believes there's no evidence that would determine that's who it belongs to. "It's a mask. I run a mask shop." Hardly anything incriminating. He tries to act unfazed by it. While Yuta's poker face is good, Naomasa isn't willing to give up so easily. He leans back in his chair with a sigh, prepared for the long haul if that's what it takes to get answers. "I'm only about to tell you this because it's a legal requirement per interrogation." He hopes that the revelation of his quirk will work in his favor and not against him as he says, "My quirk allows me to detect whether or not you are lying. A lie is considered an admission of guilt, so I suggest cooperating." When Yuta's eyes broaden, Naomasa takes that as a sign to begin, since that can only mean he understands. "Did you sell to the Yakuza?" The detective starts with a simple question first. Yuta hesitates, not wanting to answer but knowing there's no use in being uncooperative or lying. So he relents and answers truthfully, "Yes." Naomasa nods when his quirk lets him know that Yuta wasn't lying. That was a test, he says, since he already knew about the mask maker supplying the Yakuza. He returns to the particular masks sold and in his current possession, jabbing it with a finger. "This next question is important. Why were you in possession of the mask here?" Yuta grits his teeth, not quite baring them like fangs, but definitely being backed into a corner. He knows exactly who returned the mask to him. He won't so easily give a name though. Someone brought it back to the shop, is what he says instead as an attempt to mislead the detective. Naomasa refrains from grinding his own teeth together in mutual frustration. Instead, he continues to pry Yuta's mouth open for answers by asking for more specific details. "For repairs?" "No." Yuta shoots the question down easily since his answer is true. But that just provides Naomasa with a window of opportunity to dig a little deeper. He knows Yuta has something to hide if he's trying to prolong the process this much. "Who brought it to you?" "Was it the Yakuza?" He feels like he already knows the answer but asks regardless. Yuta avoids the first question entirely, opting for the second. "No. It wasn't the Yakuza." And the answer he gives is exactly what Naomasa was expecting. Considering they both already knew the Yakuza were buying from him, it wouldn't have been an admission of any kind of guilt to say they just brought one of the masks back. Which means whoever had the mask wasn't a member of the Yakuza. Considering the Shai Hasaikai was massacred, Naomasa suspects that the person in question must be the one responsible for it. Regardless of whether that's the ghoul-like Aizawa suspects or not, it'll be a huge break in the investigation to discover their identity. "I see." Naomasa nods as he comes to terms with his own deductive reasoning. Wanting to broach that possibility, he tries asking, "Are you aware that the Yakuza has been completely wiped out?" An unreadable reaction comes from Yuta. He's unable to remain stoic anymore, mouth as wide as his eyes. Naomasa almost mistakes it for complete and total surprise, prepared to dismiss his prior theory, but then notices the shakiness of Yuta's single hand. The chain of the HNDCFFS rattles. I don't know what to say." Yuta truly is shaken to the core. Not because he cares about the Yakuza though, and not quite because he wasn't expecting their demise either. To Naomasa, it looks more like an expression of awe over something finally happening. Perhaps there were no expectations, but something else. A possibility. A chance. He knew that it could maybe happen. "I'll take that as a yes." Naomasa keeps his eyes on Yuta as he searches for any other nonverbal responses. When he finds none, he tries to be more direct. "Answer me this. Do you know who did it?" Yuta's eyes begin to water. He's holding back tears, trying to shake them away with his head. I do." He hates himself for admitting that to the detective. Naomasa leans forward in his seat. He's sure that the underground hero watching the interrogation from the other side of the one-way mirror is leaning forward in anticipation too. Was it the Tokyo ghoul? The detective's voice trembles as much as Yuta himself. Yuta's body is racked with sobs as he gives in to the tears. Please. He cries out to anyone that'll hear his begging. The detective. God, even though he's looking down at the floor from which the devil dwells. Yuta knows he'll be going there, for how can God forgive him when he can't forgive himself? Akatani on the other hand. Yuta wipes the tears from his eyes so that he can look Naomasa in his. He's just a kid. He doesn't know any better. Shinso's shoulders sag similarly to the skin under his eyes as he listens to Todoroki's tale of woe. A few winces and grimaces wash over the group in waves when they hear about the abuse. Some relate, rubbing bruises of their own. It's something none of them expected to hear. Akatani sneaks a glance at Eri, reminded of the girl's time spent with the Yakuza. The bandages she used to wear and what was underneath haunts him just as much as it must her. My father used my mother to get his masterpiece of a quirk. Todoroki summarizes the story as he creates a flame in the palm of one hand while emitting frost from the other to demonstrate. The scarred boy no longer sounds resentful. Just sad. Even when he says, "That's why I despise his side." Shinso continues staring at Todoroki. As though he's studying him. The son of Endeavor stares at his open palms with such dismay that he'd have you believe they're covered in blood. Akatani knows what that's like. To look at your hands, yourself, and see something horrendous. Todoroki's hands don't appear dirty to the group, but he clearly sees something on them that they don't. Todoroki only breaks from the inner turmoil when Shinso causes a disruption. The chair legs scraping against the floor when Shinso stands up draws everyone's attention. Just as abruptly as he stood, Shinso turns and leaves. After a moment of awkward silence, nobody knowing whether they should go to or what to say if they choose to stay, the group leader clears her throat. Redrawing everyone's attention, the orange-skinned woman offers a sympathetic smile. Thank you for sharing. That was very brave of you. The group collectively nods in agreement with her sentiment. Akatani turns to the other boy, carefully placing a hand on his shoulder to apply a tender touch. The scarred boy isn't being responsive to any of it. He's looking past them all, beyond Akatani. He's staring in the direction that Shinso went. Todoroki, Akatani gently prods, how do you feel? Hearing the other boy, Todoroki seems to slightly pull out of it. Better. He's lacking the confidence behind that answer though. His uncertainty comes through even more when he adds, I think. Seeing Akatani and the others. Concerned for his well-being, he offers them a tiny smile of assurement. It was nice to say it all out loud. However, his heterochromic eyes keep glancing in the direction that Shinso left from, having Akatani believe that's who Todoroki wanted to hear it most. Looking in that same direction, Akatani asks, do you want to step out of the room for a bit? Todoroki finally breaks his gaze from the exit to look at Akatani. He sees the other boy following the outstretched arm to his shoulder. Sure. Todoroki nods to show his appreciation before standing up. I think I would. Akatani takes Eri's hand in his while waving goodbye to the support group with the other. Thanks everyone. The small crowd reciprocates the gesture before he follows Todoroki's tracks. You ready to go, or do you want to go back later? Akatani asks Eri as they leave so that she doesn't feel left out. The little girl shrugs, indifferent to the decision. When the trio go through the exit and enter the hall, all three are surprised to a sudden stop. None of them expected to find none other than Shinso waiting for them there. The purple-headed boy has his hands in his pockets before taking them out to place at his sides in order to bow. I'm sorry. He apologizes while facing Todoroki in particular. I was narrow-minded. I thought being born with a quirk not useful for heroics was the only reason someone could be burdened. Raising his back, but not his head, he continues, I didn't realize that there was more to it than that. The glazed look Todoroki had moistens. For a fleeting moment he just might have cried. It's okay. He gestures for Shinso to raise his head. I forgive you. Akatani refrains from breathing a sigh of relief beside him. Shinso doesn't lift his head just yet though. He's not done apologizing. I know it's no excuse, but it's just that. His dampened eyes tightly clamped shut in frustration. I applied for you too. That shocks both Todoroki and Akatani. Neither of them expected to hear any of this. Finally lifting his head, Shinso opens his eyes again. I took the entrance exam and failed because my quirk wasn't suited for the test. His voice is distantly reflective as he explains, I'm in Gen Ed now, but I so badly wanted to be a hero. Shinso, Akatani can't help but empathize despite not having taken a hero school's entrance exam himself. He at least knows what it's like to have the dream of becoming a hero ripped away due to the quirk you're born with. It's a sensitive subject. So he tries to be as gentle as he can when prompting Shinso to share some more. What is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? The insomniac averts his gaze, fixing it to the floor. The silent response from Shinso almost makes Akatani backpedal. However, the quiet pause doesn't go on for long enough to reach that point. Rather, Shinso pushes past his hesitance enough to ask in a tired tone, Are you sure you want to know? Akatani is a tad reluctant himself, not wanting to pressure Shinso into feeling like he has to answer. Taking a glance towards Todoroki and Eri to see what they think, they're each as equally ambivalent. Shinso waits patiently, expecting a response. Akatani opens his mouth to answer, but finds himself stopping short. Not of his own accord though. It's more like someone else seized control of his voice, silencing him. Akatani finds it hard to speak. He finds it difficult to convey his thoughts. It's like he no longer has any say over himself. Shinso then shows him who does have a say. Nod your head if you're under my control. Akatani feels his head bobbing up and down despite the order not coming from his own mind. Then, after doing as he was commanded, he's freed. Akatani feels in control of his own motor functions again, testing them by opening and closing his mouth or flexing his fingers. My quirk is called brainwashing. Shinso explains what exactly just happened to him. Eri and Todoroki stare at Akatani in wonderment as he comprehends the ability that just allowed Shinso to possess him. Whoa, Akatani feels like a puppet that's just had its string cut as he rolls his shoulders. Your quirk is villainous. Shinso cuts him off. I know. Akatani fervently shakes his head in denial. Not at all, catching Shinso by surprise. It's amazing, but that makes the boy with bedhead do a double take. It's super suited for hero work, especially if you were to go underground so nobody could see it coming. Todoroki is a stark contrast of passive standing next to Akatani's exuberance. Yet he agrees with the other boy's sentiment nonetheless. It's plenty powerful enough. If you were to brainwash me before I could encase you in ice, then my quirk would be rendered useless by comparison, he says while Akatani nods along. It's super cool, Shinso. Akatani reassures the brainwasher before turning to the girl holding his hand. Right, Eri? Eri shyly mimics Akatani's earlier nod before joining in with her own praise. Why, you could have told the bad men to stop hurting me. However, she unknowingly alters the mood with her input. Both Todoroki and Shinso shift their posture while looking at Akatani for answers. Bad men? Shinso hardens his gaze. Todoroki does the same, stepping closer to Eri. That's, Akatani stammers as he scrambles for an explanation. He wasn't expecting to be put on the spot, and it's not like he can exactly tell the truth that he massacred the Yakuza to free her. It's a long story. He forces himself to laugh in a poor attempt to lighten the mood. When there's no change in the other boy's aura, he scratches the back of his head to try and jumpstart his brain for an excuse. Fortunately for him, Eri comes to his rescue. The Kai saved me though, so it's okay now, she says while gazing up at the boy who's serving as her older brother. It's evident in her expression that she shifted her admiration from Shinso back to him. Shinso and Todoroki visibly relax, knowing he had nothing to do with the so-called bad men. Akatani does as well, relieved that they're relieved. He gives Eri's hand a soft squeeze and a small smile. Shinso runs a hand through his unruly head of purple hair. If you two weren't already mysterious enough, exasperated by the entire exchange. While Shinso finds them to be exhausting, Todoroki finds himself being further intrigued by the sibling-like duo. That reminds me. He shifts his gaze to Akatani in hopes of seeing something more. Mikumo. You promised to share if I did. Having completely Forgotten his promise? All Akatani can manage at first is a fragile. Feeling his grip slacken, Eri's gaze up at him becomes one laced with concern. Shinso also notes the way his demeanor shifted. I guess you're right. I did say that, didn't I? His voice being so timidly quiet makes Todoroki tilt his head in confusion. Shinso steps forward. You don't have to if you aren't comfortable. Hoping to help. But Akatani shakes his head to let him know that he's okay. No. You too confided in me. It's only fair that I tell you my quirk too. His confidence is low as he avoids making eye contact. But Shinso. When he turns his gaze back up, his eyes look more fatigued than the insomniac's. If anyone's quirk here is villainous, the hand that's not holding Aries grabs the fabric of the shirt that's covering his heart. It's mine. Eri isn't the type to make an outburst, so nobody expects her to interject with an emotional shout. That's not true. She tugs on Akatani's arm as if that'll shake some sense into him. You saved me and you said heroes save people, so you can't be a villain. Akatani manages a fond but sad smile as he picks up Eri. She clings to him even tighter now that she can hug his body. There's a reason that I didn't try for Yudara though, he says to the floor now that he's staring down at the empty space where Eri once was. When he says the rest, it's said facing towards Todoroki, my quirk is powerful too. Except it's too powerful. He holds Eri a little closer as he recalls what it can do. I can hurt people with it. He rephrases that when he remembers how he managed to keep her, I have hurt people with it. Shinso shifts uncomfortably as he says, why, you still haven't told us what it is yet. Akatani sighs when he finds no words to explain it any more than he already has. He figures it'll be easier if he just shows them. So he closes his eyes, covers them with the hand that's not carrying Eri, and lets the ghoul peer through the cage of his mind's eye. When he slides his hand back, it pulls the hair hanging over his one eye to expose both. Each eye now affected by his quirk, he opens them. The red dot at the center of the cracked web is not to be mistaken for something stuck. It's what weaves. It's the arachnid's bite. Look into my eyes and tell me they look like a hero's. The unblinking void stares into the souls of Shinso and Todoroki. Blood-red tendrils sprout from the small of the ghoul's back, its predatory organ dancing in a hypnotizing display. Suddenly, Akatani appears much bigger than his actual size. My quirk makes me a killing machine. His growl is as intimidating as his presence at that moment. For a second, a murderous bloodlust oozes through. Feeling Eri tremble in his arms, Akatani comes to his senses rather than the ghouls. He snaps out of his self-imposed trance, seeing the petrified one he's put his friends and the little girl in. Immediately, the tentacles retract. He closes his eyes, shutting them as tight as he can, making them go back to normal. And he whimpers a lie to make them feel better that he wishes he could believe as well. I could be one. When Akatani reopens his eyes, he sees how pale Shinso looks. Sheet, Mikumo. I didn't think you could be so scary. Whatever breath he'd been holding also releases a slur of uttered words that he only realizes can be taken as offensive after they've already been said. No offense. Eri puffs up her cheeks in more than a pout as she tries to defend her brother. It's meant to scare the bad guys. Akatani rubs soothing circles into her back as he tries to calm her down. It's okay. I know it's unsightly. He then returns his attention towards Shinso. The other boy is about to say something, but Akatani cuts him off with an attempt to change the subject. Please don't curse in front of Eri though. Shinso shuts his mouth and nods instead. However, Todoroki isn't ready to drop the subject matter of Akatani's quirk just yet. I thought you said your quirk forces you to drink coffee. He doesn't have an accusatory tone, but he does have a skeptical stare. Shinso's face scrunches up in a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Coffee? I did say that too, didn't I? Akatani chuckles nervously. Unbeknownst to them, that's the part of his quirk that he's most wary of sharing. For obvious reasons. So he settles for a half-truth as his explanation. For some reason, my quirk makes my taste buds different. I can't really eat food. But coffee is fine. Shinso's deadpan doesn't match his raised brow. Why, yeah. Akatani swallows whatever lie he could come up with as an excuse since he can't think of anything that'd cover up the fact that it tastes close enough to blood. For some reason, he trails off again in hopes that they'll just drop it. Shinso seems to be accepting of the answer, relatable, giving a non-committable shrug. Todoroki, on the other hand, not really. It's a bit strange. How can you be so blunt? Shinso shouts incredulously over the other boy's stoic mannerism, losing his own. The mood changed significantly. Akatani allows himself to laugh at their antics. Well, regardless. I'll admit that it felt good to get off my chest. He feels Eri cradled against it and returns her warm hug with one of his own. You all didn't judge me as harshly as I was expecting. Todoroki hums in mutual understanding from having shared his personal story while Shinso turns away from them to hide his embarrassment over having similar feelings. Whatever. The insomniac tries to play it off like no big deal with a wave over his shoulder. I've got to get going now anyways. He walks slowly but surely towards the exit. See you around. Bye, Shinso. Akatani says on behalf of the trio that's made up of himself, Eri, and Todoroki. He then realizes the little girl in his arms is starting to get tired. Eri and I should probably head home too anyways. Unable to shake hands or bow with his sister occupying his arms, he flashes a smile instead. Thanks for coming, Todoroki. I know we just met, but I feel like we're already close friends. Of all things that could have taken Todoroki by surprise that day, it's hearing that which makes his heterochromic eyes widen. Friends. He tests the word on his tongue with a hesitance like it's foreign. After a moment of contemplating what that means, he asks, does that mean we should do this again? Akatani laughs again, if you want, mistaking the question as a request to continue attending support meetings. I'll bring Eri here again for sure, but you can also always come by Antiku during my shift. But he just so happens to be the embodiment of friendliness, fortunately for Todoroki. Taking that as an invitation, Todoroki nods. Okay. He hesitates before testing the unfamiliar word again. Friend. Yeah. See ya later, Todoroki. Akatani picks up on the unusual usage of the word that time. Rather than make it any weirder or awkward though, he teases Todoroki by tagging on at the end, fellow friend. Todoroki smiles as he watches the receding form of Akatani carrying Eri. The girl in the boy's arms with white hair reminds him of his siblings, making him pull out his cell phone to call his own sister. He waits for a few rings, hoping that she'll answer. Ironically, now that summer has ended, it's gotten warmer out. The sun shines down on Akatani and Eri as they stroll along the sidewalk. Birds sing melodies of hope and the wind blows so gently that not a leaf falls. For once, the two find peace and tranquility. Akatani is accustomed to this calm before the storm, but this time, he feels like it's truly as good as it's going to get. Kanai. Eri's muffled mumble comes from where she has her face nuzzled into the boy's chest. If not for his quirk heightening his hearing and other senses, Akatani would have not heard her. He looks at the tiny girl in his arms, reining in a laugh at how she looks like a baby ostrich burying its head in the sand. Switching her from one arm to the other so that the one he's been holding her with can get a break, he responds, Yes, Eri? Am I? Her soft voice starts to ask something but it trails off before she can finish. After a short pause, her face comes out of hiding to speak more clearly. Is my quirk villainous? She's still as quiet as a mouse but Akatani hears her anyways. Eri's question makes the boy stop in his tracks, his heart throbbing for her. Oh, Eri, he pulls her back into a hug in an attempt to comfort her. I don't know what your quirk is, but I can guarantee you that it's anything other than villainous. Hoping to cheer her up, he boops her on the tiny horn that sprouts from her forehead. It gave you this cute horn after all. Eri giggles at the affection, her spirits successfully brightened. You're like a tiny unicorn. He laughs along. Eri's smile slackens when she gets a good look at the boy holding her though. She takes in his appearance, noting the effects of his quirk aren't present. But what about you? She innocently asks. You have tails and eyes but you say those are bad. Akatani's smile softens as well, no words able to come out of it to help her understand why they're so different. It's a little more complicated than that, he says instead. After ruffling her silky white hair, He proceeds to carry her down the sidewalk again. Don't worry about it. His emerald eye glimmers when it meets Eri's red ones. Like you said, my quirk keeps you safe, so it can't be all that bad. Eri nods in agreement before resting her head against the chest that she's been using as a pillow. You're my hero, Akanai. If he weren't worried about dropping her, Akatani would break down in hysterics. He can feel the tears tugging at the corners of his eyes like the strings connected to his heart. Maybe in another life, he would have allowed himself to collapse under the emotional wave. Rather than falling to his knees and crying though, he keeps his legs moving and his gaze on the girl who called him a hero. Thanks, Eri. His voice is damp even after he swallows some saliva in an attempt to dry it. I'm glad that I could be someone's. With her face buried, she can't see how seriously her earlier words affected him. So she gives no preamble to what she says next. Can I have a candy apple? Her childish question catches the boy completely off guard. Unable to contain his laughter over how sudden and random, but so Eri-like that request is, he has to hold her closer not to drop her while shaking from a giggle fit. Were you just trying to get on my good side for a candy apple? He teases. No. Eri's stomach guiltily grumbles as she tries to deny his claim. Laughing still, but taking her hunger seriously, Akatani turns at the next corner. Alright, we can swing by the shop for one. He's sure the girl is just as grateful as he is that Antiku isn't far from where they are now. Feeling her stir, rekindling energy that wasn't there before, he can sense her anticipation of the sugary sweet. Just one though, he has to remind her not to splurge. It's one of those occasions where he really does feel the responsibility of an older brother. He's become accustomed to bringing Eri along with him to Antiku. The store owner, Yoshimura, has too. He's welcomed the girl with open arms, offering pastries on the house at times. In a sense, he's like her surrogate uncle or grandfather. Akatani's smile slips and falls from his face when he sees who's waiting for him there instead though. A tall and slender man in an unkempt state stands outside the coffee shop, hands in the pockets of a baggy black outfit. The attire is strange enough, equipped with a utility belt and some kind of specialized scarf, that he could pose a problem. Just who I wanted to see, and that greeting does nothing to allay Akatani's concerns. The scruffy man turns to face them, but doesn't move just yet. I'm sorry, sir. We're closed. Akatani tries to handle the situation diplomatically first. However, he also sets Eri down just in case he needs his hands free. He makes sure to do so in a way that won't risk her being put in danger, placing her protectively behind him. The man notices the way the boy is guarding the younger girl before sighing in exasperation. He acts as though he can't be bothered to deal with the judgment. Yet he does anyways. Reaching into one of the pouches on his utility belt, he flashes his hero license for the boy to see he's not a threat. You can't make an exception for an underground hero? As much as Akatani is wowed by the reveal of the man's identity, he's admittedly just as scared. Why, you're Eraserhead. He recognizes the underground hero now that he's able to make the connection. Eraserhead's quirk is one that can render Akatani's own useless, no matter how powerful it is. He's one of the few heroes other than All Might that Akatani is fairly certain would be able to catch him. You know me? Eraserhead furrows his brows over a mere teenager recognizing him. Underground heroes purposely avoid attracting attention, so it's a wonder of its own how the boy knows him. Akatani swallows hard, not knowing how to respond at first. He eventually settles on, yeah. I used to be a big hero nerd. Used to be, Eraserhead snorts in mild amusement before shaking his head in lingering disbelief. Just don't expect an autograph, kid. Akatani jumps a little, being skittish and hearing such a suggestion too much for him to handle. Oh, that's okay. I don't need one. He forces out a pitiful laugh while trying to wave away the very implication that he'd want a signature. Remembering the original reason why he ran into the underground hero in the first place, he moves to unlock the door to Antiku. Oh yeah. You wanted to come in. He nervously glances over his shoulder while sliding the key in. Just for a bit. Eraserhead nods in affirmation. When Akatani holds the door open for him, he steps through the entrance and then slinks over to a booth. Thank you. Closing the door behind him and relocking it to avoid getting any other unexpected customers, Akatani asks, Did you want anything in particular? Getting comfortable in the vinyl of the booth, Eraserhead rests his eyes for a moment by closing them. Just a coffee to go, please. Black. He then absent-mindedly places his order. That makes sense. Akatani nods as he turns on the coffee machine. While that begins brewing, he opens the display case to get Eri a caramel apple. An underground hero like yourself probably operates mostly at night. The little girl holds her hands out to take the candy apple once he places it on a plate. Here, Eri. You can go sit and I'll join you soon. He hands the dish to her with one hand while gently pushing her towards Eraserhead with the other. Eraserhead reopens his eyes to see Eri warily looking back at him. After some further coaxing from Akatani, she musters the courage to sit across from him. Is this your sister? The underground hero asks. Oh, that's Eri. Akatani realizes that he hasn't quite introduced her or himself yet. Before he can give his own name though, the brewer beeps to let him know it's ready. He returns to preparing Eraserhead's coffee without saying more. Having a private moment with the little girl, Eraserhead takes it upon himself to try and not seem so intimidating. Hello, Eri. He hunches a little and awkwardly waves while introducing himself. I'm Shota Aizawa. You can call me whichever you'd like. Considering his face is covered in stubble and his shoulder-length hair hangs over the rest, the underground hero doesn't entirely succeed at making himself less imposing. Yet, Eri strangely isn't as afraid as she normally would have been. Perhaps she's coming out of her comfort zone ever since meeting Shinso, Todoroki, and Toga. Or maybe she's just seen scarier that same day when Akatani used his quirk. Hello Aizawa. Eri doesn't quite get the pronunciation right with a mouthful of candy apple, but she tries returning the greeting with a polite one of her own. Aizawa blows air through his nose, the closest to a laugh as he'll allow. He then returns his attention to the off-duty barista that he's roped into working unpaid overtime. You two don't look related. Akatani almost spills the coffee that he's stirring, not having put a lid on the styrofoam to go cup just yet. Oh, well. He searches for an excuse but is forced to surrender when he comes up empty. That's because we're not. Once the lid pops on, he carries the coffee over in order to join them in the booth. She's my adoptive sister, he says despite not having the proper paperwork. I see. Aizawa takes the coffee from Akatani but doesn't drink from it. Instead, he places the cup aside. Kid, he sighs as he prepares to say something else. Akatani tenses, anticipating nothing good. A moment passes where neither of them speak. Noticing the change in the boy's demeanor, Aizawa regrabs the coffee, I never got your name, and takes a sip from it to calm the atmosphere. Akatani shoots straight to sit upright upon remembering a second time that he hasn't introduced himself. It's Akatani Mikumo. He recovers afterward and tries to find an excuse while apologizing. Sorry for not saying so sooner. I was just a bit starstruck, I guess. Aizawa hums, having a mouthful of coffee, before swallowing it down. Are you sure you weren't just surprised to see me? He asks. Akatani chuckles while nodding in agreement. Yeah, that too. Aizawa doesn't share in the boy's amusement though. He's transfixed on the coffee cup in his hand, not quite meeting Akatani's gaze. Contemplatively tapping his pointer finger on the styrofoam, he still hasn't said what it is he actually wants to say. I'm going to be honest with you, Mikumo. His tone turns serious when he finally does meet the boy's eye. I didn't come here for the coffee. Akatani fights back the reflex to flinch, trying not to show any signs of his internal panic. He's not as good at keeping the worry out of his voice though. What did you come here for? The habit of stumbling over his words rearing its ugly head. Aizawa keeps his gaze forward as he says, look out the window to your right, making Akatani curious as to what it is he's supposed to see if he does. There seems to be nothing out of the ordinary when the boy turns his head to take a peek. Not until Aizawa gives him more specific instructions, between the fire hydrant and the stop sign. Akatani sees through the tinted windshield of a parked car, a man in an overcoat and another with a head of fur behind the dashboard staring back. Who are they? He tears his gaze away from the window and returns it to the underground hero. Aizawa's answer sends shivers down Akatani's spine. One's an undercover officer and the other is a detective. The The ceiling fan is off and none of the windows are open. The chill comes from a cold sweat. Why are they watching us? He hopes to sound oblivious, but he already knows the answer. Having finished her candy apple, Eri started listening in on the conversation. She too wears an expression of worry when Akatani asks, "Why are you telling me this?" Aizawa sighs, not fooled by the act of ignorance. Shifting from a comfortable slouch, the underground fixes his posture to be one of preparation. "I don't want you to do something stupid like trying to run away." Akatani allows himself to flinch that time. He had been planning on trying to escape as soon as he realized they found him. However, Aizawa has a fair point why that'd be a bad idea when he explains the reason why he'd pointed out the police. "You're surrounded, Mikumo." Getting scared by the tension separated only by a table between them and the hero, Eri leans into her guardian for protection. "Use your quirk, Anai," she whispers into the shirt that she clings to. Her fistfuls of fabric make the boy acutely aware of the position she's placed in by being so close to him. Hearing Eri's desperate plea and seeing their sibling-like display of affection, Aizawa is quick to act. Before Akatani's can, the underground hero's eyes flare red. The harsh glow radiates the room, casting a shadow of the man's hair raising over his head. "Don't use your quirk," Eraserhead warns. Akatani swallows, knowing he doesn't have much of a choice. The underground hero's erasure has the boy feeling powerless. It's a feeling he barely remembers from his previous life. "Why are you doing this?" He helplessly hopes he can persuade the man to let them go now that he can no longer fight his way out. "Why did you do what you did?" Aizawa counters. His glowing glare hardens, unwavering as he corrects himself. "Why do you do what you still do?" The question sends another shudder through Akatani. Realizing he hasn't been accused of a specific crime yet, he asks, "What is it that you think I did?" Not diverting his attention from Akatani the entire time, Aizawa reaches into the back pouch of his belt. While the underground hero's sight stays the same, the boy looks down at the table when a familiar mask is placed there. "It's what I know you did, Mikumo." The burlap sack that once belonged to Soromitsu Tabe of the Yakuza mocks Akatani with a stitched smile. Akatani places a palm against his face, covering his previously exposed eye. In the darkness, he sees the spacious void of his mind. As vast as it is, it's filled with panic. "You're the Tokyo Ghoul." Aizawa calls that headspace what it is. It's only when he asks, "Aren't you?" that Akatani pulls himself out from it. Akatani lowers his hand, emerald eye looking into the red of Aizawa's. "Why didn't you or some other hero take me in by surprise instead of doing?" Whatever this is, he wonders which would have been a crueler punishment. He wonders which of the two he deserves more. Akatani startles when Aizawa's hair suddenly falls. Eraserhead just deactivated his quirk. The red glow has vanished, replaced by something more sympathetic. "I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt," he says with sincerity. The underground hero pulls out a tiny bottle of eye drops before applying them. "Can you confirm something for me, Mikumo?" And doesn't wait for Akatani to answer before continuing, "You have no other choice but to eat human flesh. Am I correct?" Akatani blinks back his surprise as he asks, "How did you know?" "I've been tracking you for a while now." Aizawa pockets his eye drops before jumping into the explanation. "When you first started, it was only once every few weeks. Then you tried blood from a blood bank. If you could get by with just that, then you wouldn't have reverted to your old ways." Realizing the underground hero is referring to the shy Hasaikai, Akatani leans back into the vinyl of his side of the booth with a sigh. "I only went after the Yakuza because of what they were doing to Eri." He grumbles his defensive reason loud enough for Eraserhead to hear. Aizawa raises a brow. "You have no remorse for what you did to them?" "None." Both of the man's eyebrows furrow when he hears the boy's answer. Aizawa mimics Akatani's earlier movement, sinking into his side of the booth with a sigh. "You're quite the problem child." He glances out the window towards his backup before returning his stare to the boy. Noticing the glance, Akatani asks, "What are you going to do to me?" He shoots a ghoulish glare as he guesses, "Put me in a cage?" Hearing that her brother could possibly be locked up like she was, Eri springs out of his arms to shout across the table. "No. Don't do it, Iso." Her pleas startle Akatani more than Aizawa though. The underground hero keeps his composure as he gauges the pair. After a moment of silence where each side considers what the other may be thinking, he shifts to speak. Relax. I'm not going to do that. He first assures the little girl. Then returns his attention to the boy. You're not an animal to be locked up. You're just a kid. Akatani's eyes widen in shock, not expecting to be let off the hook so easily. His guilty conscience disagrees with the hero's verdict. Tell that to the people I've killed. Tell that to who I've eaten. And he's fairly certain that he's not the only one who would be opposed to that judgment. Aizawa's sympathetic stare comes with more questions. Did you want to kill them, Mikumo? Would you have done so and devoured them if not for your quirk? Akatani thinks he doesn't deserve such sympathy, already knowing the answer to that first question. He's quiet as he considers lying, but decides to tell the truth. I wanted to kill the Yakuza. I wanted to kill the criminals and the villains. He admits his bloodlust with a heavy heart. I know that even if my quirk is meant to kill, it doesn't have to be used that way. I just chose to use it that way. Aizawa's brows raise, not expecting that from the boy. They lower as he re-evaluates the situation, trying to come to the right conclusion based on the confession, but only because you needed them for consumption. No, Akatani shakes his head. I did it because I liked it. Aizawa glances out the window again, reminding himself and the boy of the not as equally considerate law enforcement waiting to take him in. Damn it, I'm trying to help you, the underground hero hisses in a hushed tone. But Akatani just shakes his head again, a somber smile on his face. Sorry, Eraserhead. There's no helping me. He looks at his hands knowing there's already been plenty of blood spilled on them. I do get these animalistic urges. A desire. They clench into fists as his frustration with himself leaks out. In the beginning, I tried not to give in. After a while though, I got used to seeing the blood. I liked it. He knows he has an instinct that he can't resist sometimes. Part of me enjoys it. Aizawa looks at the coffee cup in his hand, feeling the warmth it radiates. He imagines no longer being able to taste that kind of satisfaction. He would have to find a new enjoyment. That's what the boy had done with what he was given. If I could erase your quirk so that you could eat a regular meal again, would you still be saying that? So he tries giving the boy something else to use as an alternative. Akatani's mouth hangs open in awe, nothing coming out of it while he's at a loss for words. When he finally finds them, he's still in a state of shock. You can do that, he wonders. Aizawa nods, fairly certain that he can. Akatani looks at Eri and the empty plate in front of her. To taste something sweet again. To enjoy an apple as much as she does. Do you mind? He has to ask if he really deserves that opportunity. He thinks of all the meals he would like to eat again and wonders if he actually can. I would like to make katsudon, but... Aizawa waves away those concerns with a small slide of his hand. Take all the time that you need. Nobody will make a move unless I give them a signal. Alleviating the boy's worries by a significant margin. Akatani feels the hero's eyes on him when he begins preparing the food. He knows the man's quirk isn't active yet, but his mouth is already watering at the mere prospect of eating a normal meal again. When he seasons pork chops with salt and pepper, he's not that revolted by the smell of meat that isn't human flesh. When he beats an egg and coats the meat with a light dust of flour, he's looking forward to the taste and not worried about spitting it back out. He dips the pork in the egg and covers it with breadcrumbs. The yellow drizzle reminds him of blood spilling, his taste buds tingling. Akatani closes his eyes, trying to forget that last part. When the katsudon is finally finished, he sets the table with a plate for everyone. I made extra. It didn't feel right making something to eat by himself. Eri takes her utensils and digs in without complaint at least. Aizawa just sticks to drinking his coffee. Sitting down to join them, Akatani isn't as hasty to take a bite. It's been so long. The last time he tried to eat something other than human flesh, he'd puked before becoming bedridden for days. He cautiously takes a fork and knife in each hand, as though they might stab him for trying to use utensils instead of grabbing handfuls of the meat like the animal he's become. When Akatani glances up at Aizawa, the underground hero nods. Eraserhead's quirk takes effect. The boy cuts himself a piece before sticking it with his fork. The bit of breaded pork chop is small, but he's still wary about putting it in his mouth. When he finally does, his emerald eyes begin to water as much as his taste buds. He's suddenly the crybaby kid under 4 again. Izuku Midoriya, for that short moment, gets to eat katsudon again. Kid! Aizawa's voice is full of concern when he sees the boy breaking like a dam. Are you okay? Kanai. Eri stops eating her own food to wrap him in a hug once she sees he's crying. Not wanting to worry either of them, he wipes his eyes with his sleeves. I'm sorry, he apologizes through sobs with a wobbly voice. I just forgot how good it was. Problem child, Aizawa says with a relieved smile. He leans back with a sigh before asking, would you like to eat more? Yes, Akatani shouts a little too eagerly. Realizing he was too loud with his hasty response, he settles back into his seat with a more reserved response. I mean yes, please. He doesn't try hiding his bashful blush as he starts scooping more into his mouth. Just take it slow with small bites. Aizawa advises as he watches the boy eat like he's never had a meal in his life. In a sense, that may as well be the case, he figures. Akatani makes a noise in response as he shoves more katsudon into his mouth. At this moment, the boy looks nothing like a ghoul. He looks just like a kid his age. Aizawa lets the teen enjoy his food for a while longer. He waits before ruining it by continuing their prior conversation. We can continue doing this. I wouldn't mind. We can see if it'll satisfy your hunger and keep doing it so long as it works. Reminded of the offer but also how he got to this point, Akatani pauses before taking his next bite. Thank you, but... He stares down at the food that had been otherwise foreign to him. I'm offering you an alternative that only I can give. The detective I pointed out won't be so lenient if you decline my offer. Aizawa interrupts before the boy can talk himself out of the proposal. Akatani drops his fork, looking up at the underground hero. So, an ultimatum? Stop hunting criminals for food and you'll let me be free. He's once again taken back by the amount of mercy he's being given. Stop being the ghoul and you can live a somewhat normal life again. Aizawa nods. However, he knows deep down that even he won't be able to convince Naomasa to let it end there. He doesn't want to mislead the boy and lose his trust, so he ventures a little in the territory of what other punishments lay in wait. Of course, it won't be so straightforward. You'll have to atone for what you've done somehow and I'll need to meet with your parents. My parents are gone. Akatani abruptly interrupts. He avoids making eye contact when the underground hero frowns. Define gone. Eraserhead deactivates his quirk as he sits up straight. The boy hesitates before saying, Akatani Mikumo isn't my real name. He doesn't lift his head just yet, still trying not to meet anyone's eyes. Including Ares, who tilts her head in confusion upon hearing his confession. Aizawa, on the other hand, isn't surprised. I'm aware. Aside from your job here and the apartment that you're renting, Akatani Mikumo doesn't exist. He keeps his gaze on the boy despite his quirk no longer being in effect. He watches for a reaction that doesn't come. Akatani isn't that shocked that Eraserhead figured out his name is just an alias. After all, part of an underground hero's job is gathering information. If I tell you stuff, will you agree not to look into my past anymore? He asks instead of what else the man knows about him. Aizawa shakes his head before grabbing his coffee cup. I can't promise that. Sorry, kid. And taking a sip. At least you're being honest. Akatani mumbles before finally lifting his head to meet Aizawa's gaze. He opens his mouth, closes it, reopens it, and then closes it again. Unable to look the hero in the eyes, he looks at the katsudon in front of him instead. I first discovered my quirk when The katsudon makes him sick when it reminds him of that night long ago. I ate my mom. Christ. Aizawa nearly burns his tongue. He sets the coffee cup down as he takes that information in. He's almost too hesitant to ask, and your father? Akatani shrugs, unable to give a verbal response. Aizawa knows better than to pry any more than that, so he just sighs instead. While treading sensitive subjects, he may as well broach the next one. I can't let you raise Eri alone when you're still a child yourself. He figures it's a good segue from the topic of parents at least. You're going to take her away from me? Akatani's head shoots up in disbelief. No. Don't make me leave, Akai. Don't. Eri takes it worse. She clings to him like he's her lifeline, inseparable if anyone were to try and take her. Aizawa feels his heart throb. He suddenly wishes he hadn't said anything. Then again, he knows it wouldn't have been any better to leave that part to Naomasa. I'm sorry. There's nothing that can be done, is all he can manage to offer as condolence. There must be. Please, you don't understand. Akatani shakes his head in denial as he returns the little girl's hug. His hold can't be too tight since it'll hurt her, but he desperately pulls her close. He treats her like a fragile treasure that's being threatened. You're asking me to make a lot of exceptions, some of which I may be able to manage, but this most certainly isn't one of them. Aizawa hangs his head in a small bow meant to be taken as an apology for causing them so much hurt. I can only do so much. No. No, Eri cries. Akatani runs a hand through her hair in a futile attempt to calm her. As he does so, he wonders if that'll be the last time he'll ever be able to touch her. I really don't have a choice. Do I? He's starting to accept the reality of the situation. No. Sorry, kid. Aizawa tries to sound as soothing as possible while explaining, it's either this or you get taken too, which would mean not seeing her anymore anyways. Akatani nods, understanding that logic. He then looks back down at the girl wrapped in his arms. He takes a good look at her just in case it's his last. Will I at least be able to visit her? He hopes that it isn't. Maybe. Aizawa doesn't sugarcoat his uncertainty. I can try to arrange that. But he does offer them an ounce of hope if that'll help to ease their pain. Akatani blinks back the tears that threaten to spill before asking, who would she be going to live with? She'd most likely be taken by an orphanage or some similar form of foster care. Aizawa answers. Not content with that turnout, the boy lifts his head up to look Aizawa in the eye. Can I ask you one last thing? Aizawa sees how tired the boy is from the way his skin sinks under his eyes, the weary stare in them glazed over. Sure, kid. He returns the gaze with a similar one before asking, what is it? Akatani swallows, trying to think of the right words to say. I can tell you're a good guy. He knows from the sincerity that shines when the hero's eyes aren't glowing red. So, can you take Eri as her guardian? He sees the hero react with much anticipated shock, hurrying to justify his request with, I would feel better knowing she's with someone that I can trust. Kid. Aizawa trails off as he tries to think of how he can persuade the boy into changing his mind. I don't know if I'm cut out to be raising a child. Please, Eraserhead. Please. But the boy's green puppy eyes win in the end. No argument would be enough to tell the kid no. Geez. You really are problematic. How illogical. Aizawa slaps a palm against his forehead where he knows a migraine is bound to form. Fine. I'll do my best. And he starts massaging it to ease the tension before it can become overbearing. Thank you. Akatani smiles in relief. His smile quickly dissipates when he realizes he has to do something harder now. He has to convince the girl he's made his sister. He has to say goodbye, Eri. Eri shakes her head, already knowing he's about to try. No. I don't want to go. Her grip tightens and she presses into him harder as a form of protest. I know, Eri, I know. He holds her a little more loosely. I don't want you to go either. He knows he can't hold her any tighter for the same reason she has to go. He's too dangerous. But remember how I told you my quirk is villainous? Eri pulls her head back just enough to shout at Akatani without losing her grip. But you saved me with it. You said, and then turns to yell at Aizawa, you're the villain, not Akatani. Akatani pulls her back, trying to calm her down. Eri, it's not his fault. He shoots Aizawa an apologetic look before looking into Eri's eyes. He's a real hero. He'll be able to take care of you better than I can. But Eri is still in denial, bottom lip quivering. Who's going to keep me safe if you're not there? The tears ebbing at the corners of her eyes start to run down her cheeks. Wanting to stay strong for her, Akatani fights to hold his back. Don't worry. The bad men won't bother you ever again. I made sure of it. He tries to sound confident in order to be assuring, and I'll always be around. I'll come see you from time to time. But I want to stay with Akatani. She presses her face into his chest, tears wetting his shirt. Don't cry. He whimpers while trying not to cry too. This isn't goodbye. I promise I'll see you again. He closes his eyes to prevent them from spilling. But he wants to see her as much as he can in these final moments. Promise? But he can't let this be the last time he sees her either. For Eri's sake, he has to promise her it won't be the last time. Akatani opens his eyes so he can tell her, I promise. The sun had long since set, lights in the top-floor apartment a clear indication of someone being home. So why the occupant doesn't respond to Himiko Toga's shrill shout of his name, Aka-in-yi, as drawn out as it may be, still remains a wonder to her. The blonde raps her knuckles against the door, not for the first time, as she leans an ear to it. Despite receiving no response after yet another failure, she remains firmly planted at the welcome mat. Her next whine isn't any less indignant. Come on, I know you're home. Only when she follows it with a threat, don't make me bust the door down, does she finally get a response. It's open. Akatani speaks at a much lower decibel, making the girl's straining worthwhile. Himiko balks at the revelation. Really? Before actually trying the knob. When it turns and the door swings open, she shakes her head in further exaggerated disbelief. That's not a good way to prevent robberies, you know. She shuts the door behind her as though to emphasize her point. Akatani doesn't play along. His energy dwindled to the point of non-existence. He's sprawled across his couch in a pair of black shorts and a white t-shirt, one arm hanging loosely over the side that his hand touches the floor. His voice still low enough to be a whisper. What are you doing here, Himiko? He lazily draws a question. Though admittedly surprised by the boy's attitude, Himiko isn't wavered by it. She has a pep in the steps that carry her over to his bedside. I went to Antiku to surprise you, but your boss said you called in sick today. She then hoists up a shopping bag that Akatani had failed to notice earlier. So I brought you some medicine. Himiko pauses, seemingly noticing the drags she bought the same time he does. Before he can even get the chance to sit up and sift through the bag's contents himself, she's already doing her own rummaging. Oh wait. Does medicine taste bad to you too? She recalls the side effect of the ghoul's quirk as she searches for something to give him. It tastes bad for everyone anyways. Taking the bag from her, Akatani sets it on the floor in a particular spot where nobody will trip over it. I'm not sick. That was just an excuse to not have to work. He finally raises his voice to a normal frequency so he can quell any concerns for his health. That isn't like you. Himiko tilts her head in confusion. She hadn't expected that of him. She just as quickly dismisses the lie to his boss though, concern shifted to other matters. You owe me 800 yen then. She gestures to the medicine she bought before glancing around the apartment. Where's Eri? Reminded of the real reason for his sudden reclusiveness, Akatani plops back down onto the cushioning of his couch. He may as well rip it off like a band-aid and tell it to her straight, he figures. The heroes and police found me. He closes his eyes in anticipation of what he's sure will be a rambunctious response. You let them take her? His expectations are met when Himiko shouts incredulously at him. It didn't take her long to connect the dots and realize the reason for Eri's absence based on the bomb he dropped. He really doesn't want to deal with this right now. He's already trying to process what happened himself and his own emotions. He heaves out a heavy sigh, sinking deeper into the couch, hoping that it'll swallow him up. When it doesn't, he forces himself to open his eyes in order to fix Himiko with a hard stare. What else was I supposed to do? He genuinely wants to know what other choice he had in the matter. Himiko throws her hands up in the air. Whether the gesture be because she feels the answer is obvious or that she herself doesn't know is only unclear for a mere moment. Fight them. Rip them apart. Something. Her suggestions fly out with swipes of her hands that make her spiral and fall on the couch beside Akatani. He shakes his head with what minimal energy he can muster. It was a hero. Not the Yakuza. What's the difference so long as they're trying to take Eri from you? Himiko crosses her arms under her small bust as she challenges Akatani on his excuse. He glances up at her in disbelief, taken aback by the sincerity in her tone. He'd forgotten about this side to her. Himiko had proven a few times that she can be a bit intense. He just hadn't expected her to suggest he kill heroes on top of criminals. He was certain that they agreed a line must be drawn somewhere. The difference is that the Yakuza wanted to hurt Eri. This hero wants to help. He assumes that she's just being protective of the little girl. But when he sees the same sincerity in her eyes as she says, "Akatani, you should know by now that heroes don't want to help people like us," he knows it's more than having an attachment to Eri. For her, it's personal. Akatani's brows furrow, his frustration leaking into his expression. It's not like he doesn't care about Eri too. It's just that he trusts heroes a little more than she does. Deep down inside, he's still a hero otaku. Plus, he had a fair amount of time to get acquainted with Eraserhead. This one is different. I can tell. He knows not all heroes are like All Might, good or bad as that comparison may be. Himiko huffs, still not taking him seriously. "Does your quirk make you psychic too now?" Her sarcastic remark has Akatani sitting up to address her on a more personal level. Wanting to be taken seriously and for his word to hold some merit, Akatani recalls the incident more vividly. "He could have erased my quirk, Himiko. A SWAT team could have shot me full of tranquilizers, or a team of heroes could have overpowered me before I even knew what happened." They had the element of surprise. The hardness in his tone is its own sincerity. Hearing how easily he could have been captured, Himiko lowers her guard a little. Her eyes soften and she uncrosses her arms, thinking about how close of a call Akatani being cornered truly was. "So why didn't they?" Her voice wobbles as it sways between anger and sorrow. Seeing how difficult it is for her to process the news, Akatani takes Himiko's hand in his own as an attempt to comfort her. "He wanted to talk to me first. He wanted to give me a chance." He gives her hand a soft squeeze to let her know he's still there for her. If that's not a real hero, then I don't know what is. Himiko looks as though she wants to say more, continue trying to dispute the decision to hand Eri over, but refrains. Instead, she admits defeat as well. Her shoulders drop and her head hangs. "So that's it? You're just giving up?" Seeing the fight drain from her system, Akatani allows his own to fade. "Like I said, a hero has her. She's in good hands. Probably better than mine." His gaze falls to he and Himiko's intertwined fingers. "Why are you so opposed?" Himiko stares off into the distance, looking at nothing nor no one in particular. "Heroes take away the things I want." When her eyes return to Akatani, he lifts his head to meet them, "The things that I love." The boy blushes at the slight confession, but forces himself to maintain eye contact as she continues speaking. "They took Eri away. And they almost took you too." Love?" Akatani nearly chokes on the word. He pulls away and coughs into the hand that he was using to hold Himiko's. Whatever. They let me off the hook." "Sorta." He shakes his head to clear away any romantic thoughts and returns the conversation to its original point of origin. "My point is that you don't have to worry about them locking me up, and Eri is just as free." Himiko blinks in reaction to his reaction. Having already had one intense conversation for the day though, she decides to save that one for another time. "What do I need to worry about then?" she sighs while standing up. "You're going to make me stress eat." She travels from the couch to the kitchen while asking, "You still have food in your fridge?" Though the topic of discussion is no longer about heroes, Akatani isn't quite able to forget about Eri. After all, she's the only reason why the place is stocked with ordinary food. And the cabinets. Help yourself. He falls back onto the couch with just as heavy a heart as he had when Himiko first intruded. Himiko raids the fridge while saying, "I'm no hero, but I want to help you, Akatani." And returns with a bright red apple. Eri's favorite. "If the heroes can take Eri, then let me take you away, yeah?" She takes a bite from the fruit once she arrives back at the couch. Having already exhausted what energy he could muster to argue with her, he isn't prepared for what the blonde has up her sleeve now. Akatani lulls his head to the side, eyelids drooping just as much. "What do you mean?" There's a glimmer in the blonde's eye that wakes Akatani back up. "Instead of laying around here sulking all day, let's go on a date." She holds out her free hand for him to take. Akatani pauses just as he's about to grab it. "He date?" He'd like to blame his short-circuited brain on being drowsy, considering they'd already been on one before according to her. Himiko finishes the reach for him and takes his hand in hers. Yeah. It'll cheer you up. I don't know, but the boy is still much too reluctant to move just yet. Himiko tugs on his arm, trying to get him to budge. Come on. It'll be fun. But to no avail. Only when the blonde resorts to violence by throwing her apple at his head does he give in. Alright, fine. He groans like an old man with weak knees as he stands up to go. But of course, their date night is that of two teens. They're young and full of vigor. Nor are they ordinary. Roaming rooftops brings them closer to the stars. Spring in their step carries them from building to building. Akatani's mask warms his face when the cool breeze brushes through his hair. The type of thrill that they get from this above-average form of parkour is greater than any simple type of outing. There's nothing quite like a hunt to a predator. Even if Akatani is no longer allowed to eat his quarry, there's something about the actual action of instinct. When they come across a purse snatcher who's completely oblivious to their stalking, there's no comparison to that kind of euphoria. The ghoul drops from above, tentacles wrapping the prey using powerful suctions, momentum of the strike throwing coils around the victim's body. The red limbs constrict, going for a quick suffocation. They squeeze. Every time the prey exhales, they squeeze a little more tightly. Himiko doesn't even get a chance to do anything herself. She draws back and watches as Akatani handles the purse snatcher himself. Normally, she'd be content with doing so. It's enticing to her to watch the ghoul hunt. However, this is notably different from those other times. He's not enjoying it himself. Not truly. There's something smaller than the red speck in his Kakugan which spurs him on. Akatani always hunts with aggression. The release of rage is always evident. Except, there's no burst of agony this time. Blood doesn't spill and none of that sorrow is shed. He nearly rips the purse snatcher apart, but he stops himself. He holds back for the sake of the promise he made to Eraserhead. The thief is rendered unconscious instead, let off easy. Acts of vigilantism, regardless of restraint, is sure to still cause him trouble. And yet, it's not even worth it to him. As he leaps from roof to roof with Himiko in search of another criminal to vent through, he feels just as empty as he did when leaving his apartment. Himiko spends the rest of the night in a similar state of unrest. She studies Akatani rather than joining in, no longer having any fun either. However, there's no knowing what the ghoul's face looks like as he does all this. There's no telling what sort of sad expression he's making. Nobody knows when he has a mask to hide it. Antiku's wooden floor had aged, its boards creaking under the pressure of every step. Even though it's just another ruthless day at the coffee shop, Akatani can't help but feel although he's being trampled upon just the same. The passing customers don't demand much, just for him to pour coffee from a silver pot into their blue onion flower cups arrayed at each table. Yet, the tin feels heavy enough in his hand to be a dumbbell. The young barista absent-mindedly places a dessert plate decorated with a caramel flan on one of the tables. He'd normally be anxious under the anticipation of waiting on Eraserhead given ordinary circumstances, but his excursion last night has him extra stressed. If the underground hero found out he's still operating as a vigilante, regardless of restraint, he worries that he'd really no longer be able to see Eri. Every time the door chime indicates another customer, Akatani's head swivels to see if it's the little girl and her new guardian. He instead notices what's playing inaudibly from a television mounted above the checkout counter. It's across the way from where the boy is currently standing so that he can see it at the perfect angle. What's being shown has him just as entranced as he was with his own thoughts. The morning news covers a story about Japan's most prestigious hero school. Apparently, the U-Data barrier was destroyed. Or rather, it was disintegrated. Already, Akatani speculates the reasons and possibilities as to how or why. It had recently been announced that all might begin teaching there. A reporter or member of the paparazzi could have simply wanted to get a big scoop. However, there's always the concern of more sinister motives. Before the boy can get too lost in thought, his mind is returned to its original focus. The door chime alerts him to their arrival before he hears Eri's gleeful, "Akanai." That's the only warning he gets before a little blur covers the span of the cafe to slam straight into his legs. Overwhelmed with an equally delighted emotion, Akatani can't help but laugh with somewhat relative relief. It's from an awkward angle that he has to bend down at the waist, but he happily returns the little girl's hug. I missed you too, Eri. The smile on his face is genuine as he takes in her presence. As though they'll take her away from him again, he lifts his head to check on the others that came through the door. Aizawa isn't alone. Accompanying him is the detective, Naomasa. Akatani eyes them for a moment, lowering his voice for Eri alone. Have they been treating you well? When he feels Eri nod against his legs, the rest of him loosens. The tense tightening of his shoulders lets them drop a little. Whether it's because the detective heard or saw Akatani's concern for the girl, nobody can be sure. It's his job to be perceptive. Naomasa tries to reassure the boy with a smile. She's in good hands. It's the best attempt at comfort that he can offer. But Akatani isn't in the best of moods to perceive it as an attempt of peace. I didn't ask you. His words have a bite to them that reminds the detective of how animalistic the boy can be. That the young barista isn't an average teenager. He's the Tokyo Ghoul. Aizawa takes a step forward, the foot meant to be put in between the two opposing sides of law each one represents. She's safe. His assurances seem to reach Akatani instead of the detectives. Suddenly, it's a reminder that he is the one caring for Eri and not Naomasa, putting Akatani at ease. You can trust us. Aizawa's eyes meet the boys to let him know that he's sincere. Akatani holds Eri closer to him anyways. Having her there in his arms helps to calm his nerves, but he still can't help but shake his worries. Not after what the television showed. The U.A barrier. I saw on the news. He starts to vocalize his concern but gets stopped short. Everything's under control. Aizawa is quick to allay Akatani's worry yet again. He sounds so sure of himself. Akatani remembers that the man is not just a pro-hero, but a teacher at the hero school too. He's on the front lines in both potentially dangerous scenarios. But it's because of that lifestyle that Akatani is worried in the first place. Is it? She could have been hurt. He doesn't want to consider what would have happened if somebody malicious had broken into a place to hurt children. Aizawa's eyes narrow just the slightest bit. The slight glare makes Akatani realize how hypocritical he's being. It's not like his own vigilante lifestyle had given Eri the safest living environment. UA's teacher's lounge is one of the safest and most secure places she can be. He makes a fair point that heroes are there to protect her as well. But Aizawa isn't looking him in the eye anymore. Naomasa looks over at the underground hero with a bit of surprise, then back at Akatani. The motion doesn't go unnoticed. The detective sighs before saying, "Come on, Aizawa. The kid doesn't need my quirk to know that was a lie." Aizawa's stare switches to Naomasa. It wasn't. And that makes the detective pause momentarily. Naomasa waits a second before shaking it off. Then he explains. The barrier being destroyed so that the paparazzi and reporters could get in wasn't an accident. We're investigating whether this deliverance was malicious or just for the sake of some lucky scoop on All Might. And Akatani is grateful for him not sugarcoating the truth at the very least. Aizawa hangs his head, ashamed for having hidden that truth from the boy who had entrusted Eri to him. Having it out in the open now, it was a declaration of war. A distraction. He shares his own outlook on it. Naomasa raises a brow in the underground hero's direction. I thought taking care of a child would get you to drop your conspiracy theory hobby. I don't think it's just a conspiracy. It did seem strange. Akatani defends Aizawa's reasoning with his own suspicions. Seeing the detective isn't quite as easily convinced, Aizawa elaborates. In all the years UA has prospered, has it ever once been infiltrated like today? His question makes Naomasa swallow whatever retort had been on the tip of his tongue prior to that thought. The detective considers that factor. However, it's something that'll have to be mulled over in his office and not a coffee shop. Enough. This isn't something to be discussed in front of civilian children. He ends it there before he and Aizawa overshare something important about the investigation. Especially since, and I'm saying that lightly when not taking other components into account, Akatani has his own criminal record. He stares at the boy, not seeing a hint of ghoulish evil hidden in him. No offense. Akatani shrugs impassively, none taken. interjecting herself into the conversation now that it's essentially ended. Ekanai. Eri tentatively looks up at the boy she's latched onto. His smile returning to put her at ease, Akatani looks down to meet her gaze. Yeah, his voice is much softer with her than it was with the adults. But Eri still hesitates. She shyly looks away before requesting, "Can you tell Todoroki and Shinso-san I said hi?" Akatani's eyes widen briefly, surprised by the affectionate nicknames she had given their friends. It seems that he isn't the only one that she's missed seeing. His smile wobbles a bit as he holds back tears. "I sure can," and he ruffles her hair much to her dismay. Listening in, Aizawa's own eyes widen in shock as well. He recognizes the names of the boys Eri mentioned, one of which is a student in his class. He's not sure what their connection to the boy and girl is, but as curious as he is, he decides to let it go for now. The rest of Eri's visit to Antiku is a lot more enjoyable for her and Akatani. The mood takes a more lighthearted tone when Yoshimura joins in on the reunion. They enjoy each other's time and company, not taking any of it for granted. But sooner or later, ends. Eri leaves with Aizawa and Akatani is left alone again. All he has after she's gone to remember her by is the promise he made to her. He goes to the quirk support group so that he can keep his word. As expected, the coffee machine in the hallway is where he runs into Shinso first. "I thought I'd find you here." He jokingly greets the fellow insomniac and coffee addict. Shinso steps aside so that Akatani can fish his own canned coffee from the vending machine. "I should be saying that to you." When Akatani's back is turned, Shinso allows a lazy smile to cross his face. "Long time, no see." Hearing Shinso, Akatani scratches the back of his head as though he'll be able to dig out a proper excuse for his absence. "I've been a bit busy, is all he manages to come up with. Shinso shrugs like he doesn't care, though he probably secretly does. It helps him to avoid being accused of having affection by blaming the other boy Akatani came to see. Todoroki barely comes around anymore either. I think he was a little disappointed that I was the only one showing up. Hearing that and remembering his last conversation with Todoroki, having promised to see him again during sessions here, Akatani feels a pang of guilt in his chest. I'm a terrible friend, aren't I? His body sinks with his sulking voice by literally sinking. But a better brother. Shinso tries to cheer him up, not knowing better of Akatani's current situation. Speaking of which, where is Eri? She's normally attached to your leg. He glances around in search for the little girl. Akatani's demeanor doesn't quite change aside from mild fidgeting as he searches for a proper response. Oh. Ugh. He eventually lands on, her dad wanted to see her. A technical half-lie considering Aizawa had to adopt her. He pulls from his own family history to make it a little more believably personal. He lives in America, so. Shinso solemnly nods as he takes in the lie, believing it. I get it. His consoling expression makes Akatani feel all the more guilty for withholding the truth. You probably already miss her, huh? Is it that obvious? But there's no need to lie about that. Well, Shinso hides his face with his canned coffee. Don't forget you have, friends that are here for you. Taking a sip afterwards so Akatani can't see his blush. Taken aback by Shinso's rare show of affection, Akatani is startled into silence. He cracks open his own coffee before also taking a sip, sharing the boy's embarrassment. Anyways, Eri wanted me to tell you before she left that she said hi. He averts his eyes before adding, you and Todoroki go to Yuta, right? Shinso lowers his coffee, stopping from taking another sip. Yeah. He's surprised by the question, but dismisses it just as quickly, except I'm in Gen Ed, remember? He presumes Akatani is just curious about the hero course. Never mind that. But Akatani surprises him yet again. Shinso waits to hear the rest, curious as to what this could be about. Be careful, he certainly wasn't expecting a warning. That's not ominous at all. Shinso raises a brow that gives him an expression oddly reminiscent of Aizawa. Akatani swallows despite having not taken another sip of coffee. The U at a barrier being destroyed. He hesitates before explaining his reason for concern. I don't think that it was coincidental. He pauses one last time before trying to smooth it over. I'm just saying to be cautious is all. Shinso continues to stare at Akatani. Skeptically. Perhaps even warily. Then he mumbles thanks, still not quite sure what the boy means. I don't know how or why you know that. His eyes meet Akatani's, but you be careful too. It started as a tapping. Little flicks against the glass shielding Akatani from the outside. As the sky darkened with storm clouds, however, the spears of water became thicker. Rain now rattles the windows as the droplets yell at him. He doesn't know if it's some sort of animalistic instinct, but it almost sounds as though nature is warning him. The world is trying to tell him something. Something that he would only know soaked by the cold touch of darkness and not hidden away in the warm comfort of Antiku. He remembers what it's like. Water running down his face like tears. His hair matted and damp. Clothes drenched. The blood pouring down on him like the rain, and the only difference between the two being one's cool sting versus the other's warm stick. Akatani shakes his head to clear away those thoughts. The urge to feel the liquid on his skin again still lingers. The desire to taste it. He runs his tongue along his chapped lips, suddenly aware of how dry they are. Akatani drinks some of the coffee that he's supposed to be selling, hoping that it'll be enough to quench his thirst. He hopes that the only reason he's parched is because of the monsoon right outside the cafe. The ghoul knows that's not the truth though. That's just an excuse. Akatani knows what's actually happening. He hasn't told Eraserhead. He's not quite sure he wants to even admit it to himself. The erasure meals aren't working. They do. For a while. However, it's a more temporary fix than previously presumed. There are two problems. The first is that he's not satisfied with regular food anymore. He had thought having his taste buds return to normal would be the best thing that could happen to him, but it's comparable to having vegetables when he could be enjoying a big slice of chocolate cake. His mouth has developed a craving for flesh. The second issue is a much more concerning matter. Akatani is fairly certain that the erasure has only been increasing his appetite for flesh and blood. Eating an average meal does satisfy his hunger just like any other person. However, just like any other person, he gets hungry again later. Except, it seems his hunger is tenfold. He no longer feels famished, but very much starved. He's been checking the clock during his shifts, and he's also willing to bet that the intervals in between meals before he gets hungry again has been drastically dropping in time. It went from losing minutes to hours. Akatani's nails dig into the counter like a set of claws, scratching at the wood. He feels like a caged animal. He's suddenly aware of how trapped he is. The pounding on the window is the wild stone jungle he'd familiarized himself with as a hunting ground. Now he waits for his meals to be brought to him and served. He impatiently growls, teeth gritted and grinding. Aizawa hadn't shown up for lunch, which is annoying. Yet, he understands the man teaches at UA during the day. It's excusable and understandable. What's as frustrating as it is equally concerning is that the underground hero should be able to manage bringing dinner during his night shift. Akatani checks the clock again. Eraserhead is running late. He's never late, and this is by far later than usual if there is such a thing as late. The rainstorm suddenly feels like a much worse omen than it previously did. If the ghoul really does have such a thing as instinct based on nature's weather, then that means something bad must have happened. Akatani starts mulling over the possibilities for Aizawa's tardiness. It could be something as simple as his duties being a teacher. Perhaps he had to hold a student after class, or the principal called for a meeting. Maybe Eri needed tending to. Akatani would be forgiving of the man's tardiness if the reason is parenthood for his technically adopted sister. The worst outcome comes to mind as well though. There's a chance that something bad happened. Eraserhead is an underground hero who fights criminals and villains alike. Akatani's pupils contract. Red veins begin to stem from his eyes. He stares hard at nothing in particular, an angry glare he wishes he had something to fixate on. The pressure of his fingers pressing into the cashier counter start causing it to splinter, nails carving into the wooden structure. His heart beats in his chest like a drum, loud enough to be the thunder that the storm outside is missing. The ghoul begins to worry about the safety of the pro-hero who's taken Eri under his wing. If Aizawa is in danger, the protective older brother worries that his sister could be in trouble by extension. Akatani seethes through his teeth, biting back a feral shout that he wishes he could direct at whoever dares endanger Eri. The door chime brings Akatani back to reality, his mind reeling with his body as he jumps back. When he releases his grip on the counter, wood shavings fly up in the air with his hand. His pupils dilate until they're back to normal and the veins bulging from his eyes recede just as quickly. His flow of black hair whips to the side when he turns his head to see who entered the shop, the locks still covering one side of his face. He's surprised to see Naomasa instead of Aizawa, the detective's overcoat drenched from the monsoon. Judging by Naomasa's expression, the man is as equally disturbed as the boy. His rectangular eyes meet Akatani's, a solemn silence communicating what the boy already knows. Akatani would cry, but the storm is already shedding enough tears for him with its downpour of rain. "Where's Eraserhead?" Akatani asks the question anyways. Though he knows the answer. Though he doesn't want to hear it confirmed. In his mind, rationally, there would be no other reason for the detective to come see him instead. Naomasa looks off to the side, breaking eye contact. "There was an incident," he begins. His words are slow. He's treading lightly, so as not to spook a wild animal. Akatani tenses anyways. The wet squelch of the detective's shoes on the floor alerts Akatani to the man's attempt at subtly moving closer. When Naomasa sees the boy flinch back, he stops. The next few seconds that pass aren't quite a standoff. However, there is tension radiating between the two. It makes Naomasa hesitate. He's never sure of himself when in the presence of the ghoul. He never knows how to interact with a boy who's also capable of creating the crime scenes he's seen. "You don't have to come, but he's requesting to speak with you." But those words must be the right ones to have said. Akatani's visible eye widens, the green within glowing with childlike hopefulness. There's an unspoken stutter from the boy's end that he tries to cover up, but Naomasa notes it in his memory. When Akatani recovers, he speaks with a hardened resolve that doesn't quite make it to his gaze. "Take me to him." Akatani had assumed the worst. The storm. Aizawa's absence. Naomasa's arrival. The unelaborated incident that the detective spoke of. It all pointed to another person leaving his life. Not just his, but Eri's, who needs the underground hero most. He sighs to nobody in particular, frustration and relief blending like gasoline and water. Now he's in a police cruiser headed for UA. Neither of the two locations did he ever think he'd be in, let alone for the reasons that he is and will be. His gaze falls to his lap, not quite sure of where to look in the vehicle and unwilling to stare at Detective Naomasa. But he is, at the very least, still willing to speak. He wants to know more about what happened, even if he's already conjured up his own resolution in his head. Does this have to do with the barrier being broken? Akatani nervously fidgets with his fingers. Akatani can feel Naomasa's eyes on him, the detective taking his eyes off the road momentarily to glance over at the boy. He had been kind enough not to stick Akatani in the back, allowing him to sit up front in the passenger seat. Something about the equal sitting up front is an assurance that this isn't an arrest. Yes. A group of villains broke into the USJ during a class trip there. Akatani stops fiddling with his hands and lifts his head to return the detective's gaze upon hearing that. But Naomasa has already returned his attention to the road, saying the rest. The barrier was a distraction for them to steal a schedule. Naomasa's grip on the steering wheel tightens. Aizawa's theory was right all along. You two were right to think something was suspicious. Akatani can sense the frustration coming from the man. Radiating in wafts of smell through his sweat, the ghoul picks up on Naomasa's feelings through more than just his words. You couldn't have known for sure. Don't blame yourself. Akatani tries consoling the detective as best as he can without touching him. He's not up to a hug or anything, and he doubts Naomasa is either. Especially considering they're in the middle of driving right now. But he does want to try to be of some consolation. He can tell that the detective is genuinely trying his best. Naomasa huffs, not really valuing the boy's words. He does appreciate the gesture though. Thanks, kid. Offering a small smile in return. Akatani can tell that it's fake, having utilized false faces before himself, but he doesn't say anything more. When the unlikely duo finally reaches you, Naomasa leads Akatani to the medbay. Not the nurse's office. Where he's at is a room not likely meant for students. One reserved for overnight patients, with more severe or critical cases. Like Eraserhead. When Akatani sees Aizawa, he's not even sure that the man is the underground hero at first. So many bandages wrap Aizawa head to toe that his face is practically concealed in gauze. Akatani's fingers curl into his palm, nails cutting into the skin of his hand that's now clenched as a fist. Who did this to you? He can't suppress the shaking in his voice as well as he can the tremors of his body. Luckily, the detective and the underground hero mistaken the reason as worry and not rage. Naomasa sees Aizawa struggling to speak, so he hands the teacher a glass of water while answering for him. They call themselves the League of Villains. Akatani's not sure if the next bit is a jab at him or if it's meant to be a joke, friends of yours? But he takes the question rather personally of an insult. Can't say they are. The venom in his tone has Naomasa swallowing at the same time Aizawa takes a sip of water. Akatani then momentarily redirects his attention, noticing a certain absence in the room. His head swivels left and right as he scours the area before asking, "Where's Eri?" Having wetted his vocal cords, Aizawa takes the chance to answer that one. "Don't worry, she was here at the teacher's lounge with all might." Akatani's heart beats quicker at the mention of the number one hero. She was nowhere near the attack. Hearing Eri was under the care of the world's strongest hero puts Akatani at ease, but he quickly recovers from his starstruck stupor to emphasize, "Where is she now though?" With Hizashi, Aizawa pauses when he realizes his mistake before correcting himself. "I mean present Mike." Akatani inwardly beams at the mention of another hero, but doesn't let himself outwardly show any signs of excitement. Aizawa takes the stoic disposition as a sign of skepticism. "Don't worry. Mike is a close friend of mine. He can be trusted with her." Aizawa purposefully doesn't mention Nemuri's involvement though. He's not sure how the ghoul would react to his little sister being watched by an R-rated heroine. Not that Nemuri would influence a girl Eri's age. Akatani allows himself to relax a little bit at that, knowing that Eri is safe. He suddenly feels like a storm drain, the downpour outside knocking him down into a cushioned seat at Aizawa's bedside. "Kid!" the wounded hero grunts when he tries to sit up. Naomasa also moves with a concerned demeanor, but Akatani waves them both off, dismissing their worries. "Thank you." He can tell that Aizawa is making a confused expression by the way the bandages around his face crease and fold, so he elaborates, "For not bringing her to the USJ. He's not sure what he would have done if Eri were harmed. Or worse. For what it's worth. I'm glad that I didn't either." Aizawa rests his eyes by closing them. His body sinks back into the cushioning of the hospital bed's mattress. He seems just as relieved. Akatani then realizes just how exhausted each and every one of them truly are. Naomasa slumps into a chair on the opposite side of Akatani and Aizawa, almost defeated in tune. They both look like they've taken a beating. Akatani supposes Aizawa has in a literal sense. These are the two that he entrusted to Eri. It's not that he doesn't see they clearly tried, but Akatani starts to regret his decision. He regrets decreasing his activity as the ghoul. Maybe he would have noticed the significant decrease in villain activity leading up to a league of them. He could have potentially seen the attack on USJ coming and maybe he would have participated in it. Akatani rests his head in his hands, the thought weighing heavily on him. He wonders if he actually would have been a part of the villain attack had Eraserhead not found him. Not with Eri. He knows that if he hadn't handed her over to them, then he wouldn't have gotten involved with villains. He wonders if he would have become one without her though. He wonders what kind of path that he was on before. Naomasa called him a vigilante, but Toga had called him a villain. According to society, there isn't very much of a difference between the two categories. If all he wants is to help himself to a huge meal like the Yakuza, then an entire class of students wouldn't have been a bad place to pick up from where he left off. Akatani shakes his head, letting his hands fall from his face. He knows that he's not thinking rationally. That he's just hungry. It's his ghoulish cravings talking, not him. When he begins to starve, he doesn't care who it is that he devours, he'll just eat. Like when he ate his mother. He knows that if he hadn't met Aizawa, he would have just stuck to eating villains. Maybe the League would have been victims to the ghoul long before the attack on USJ could have taken place. Kid, Aizawa's voice sounds distant. So far away that it's barely worth calling a whisper. Kid, but the repetition is a little louder that time. It's enough to pull Akatani from the depths of his thoughts so that he doesn't drown in the ocean that the storm outside had made. When he breaks the surface, he gasps for air. He sees Aizawa and Naomasa staring at him expectantly. For what, he doesn't know. Huh! His breath hitches and he shivers from the cold that seems to have worked its way inside. I asked if you're hungry. He certainly wasn't expecting to hear that. Aizawa's tone is as soft as his bloodshot eyes though. It's not accusatory. It's not harsh or reprimanding. The underground hero is genuinely asking out of concern. Akatani's stomach growls in response, making him blush. He's not sure what gave him away before his body betrayed him, but he nods in embarrassed admittance. Yeah, but you're in no condition to. He tries denying the offer anyways since he knows the process is strenuating for the hero. There's some leftovers from the cafeteria that you can have. Naomasa can get it for you. But Aizawa is quick to cut Akatani off. Sure. Naomasa nods before pushing off with his knees to stand up. Sit tight while I get you some grub, kid. His overcoat gets discarded, hung over the chair's back to dry, before he heads for the sliding door. Akatani is about to make another attempt of refusal, but he doesn't have to when the nurse makes her entry from the other side of the door. He recognizes her as Recovery Girl, a short older lady who uses a cane to hobble in. What's this I hear about using your quirk? Naomasa is amazed by the woman's acute skill of deduction considering they didn't mention Aizawa's quirk per se. The way that the elder heroine uses her cane as a third leg makes Akatani view her as a wounded animal, the limp mimicking the loss of a fourth limb. Despite her mild handicap, she still manages to close the distance between the entrance and Aizawa's bed rather quickly. Didn't I tell you that you received damage to your eyes? Her tiny head shakes in disapproval as she starts to remove the gauze around his face. I haven't even changed your bandages yet. When Akatani sees the gnarly cut beneath the underground hero's right eye, he can't withhold a gasp. It's still healing, but it's sure to leave a permanent deep scar. For someone whose quirk relies on sight to function, the time of usage will no doubt diminish. It's not as bad as it looks, kid. Aizawa tries assuring the boy, but his nurse wears an expression that says otherwise. Now is a critical time to be healing. It's best if you don't use your quirk for a few weeks, at the very least. Recovery Girl gives her doctor's orders while applying a fresh, clean set of bandages to hide the gash. But Aizawa isn't persuaded. The boy can only eat if. He tries explaining Akatani's situation in defense of the situation. But Akatani is quick to cut him off. It's okay. The outburst draws everybody's attention, making Akatani recoil and shrink in on himself. Knowing Eraserhead's health is on the line though, he can't allow himself to back down. I'm not hungry, so he lies. Are you sure? You shouldn't go weeks without eating. Aizawa's bandages crease with concern. And despite Recovery Girl's care for her patient, she too shares that same sentiment. Akatani stands up, nodding a little more forcefully than necessary, attempting to come across as confident. I've done it before. He turns to hide his face from them, forgetting that Naomasa is on the other side when he says the rest. I would try not to eat for as long as I could. Akatani's eyes widen when he sees the detective staring at him in bewilderment. Whatever Naomasa saw, Akatani ducks his head down to cover up. The boy slides his hands into his pockets, not wanting to fidget with them or ball them into fists. He feels in his pants the familiar leather mask of his ghoul persona. The thought of hunting on a rainy night is so alluring that he salivates a little. So long as you continue to keep that restraint, then there's nothing to worry about. Naomasa's voice draws his gaze back up. The detective is wearing a stern expression, but his eyes appear so trusting that it hurts to look into them for too long. Akatani averts his gaze. He's been given a chance he doesn't deserve. They're willing to trust him, to rehabilitate him, and he's about to throw that all away. To be fair, they'd only been fooling themselves. They were on borrowed time before Aizawa's accident. Who they had been kidding, Akatani doesn't know. All he does know is that their way didn't work. He tried. He really did. But what he's done and what he's about to do is his fundamental nature. The ghoul vows right then and there to find the one responsible for harming Aizawa, and to satisfy his hunger that way. You're going to be fine, right? Aizawa asks from behind him. Akatani turns around to face the hero, beaming the brightest smile he can muster, teeth and all. Yeah, he enthusiastically lies again. The clatter of tin against glass follows, a canned coffee down into the disposable at the bottom of the vending machine. Akatani reaches in and takes the beverage, popping the lid open with a flick of his thumb. He was surprised that he didn't find Shinso loitering by the machine. Then again, he was very much relieved as well. He didn't come to the Quirk support group meeting place for idle chit-chat this time. Akatani, a blonde blur, rams into the boy all too suddenly. He nearly drops his drink, startled from his very brief thoughts. When he sees that it's the girl he called to meet him, he relaxes a little. Hey Himiko. His eyes shift from her to another presence. A guy with patches of gnarled and wrinkled skin covering much of his face and neck looks about the place with disinterest. Who's your friend? Akatani feels the need to ask. The obvious burn victim turns his gaze to meet Akatani's, eyes drooping in boredom as he introduces himself, Dabi. Akatani can't help but raise a brow at the name. Dabi just raises a brow right back. You texted me saying you wanted me to introduce you to more of my friends. Himiko finally detaches herself from Akatani to present Dabi with a mild flourish, so I thought I'd just bring one along. Akatani's eyes widen momentarily, remembering that he did indeed do that. Oh, he steps forward to introduce himself in return, bowing at the waist to be respectful. Sorry for being rude. I'm Akatani Mikomo. Dabi doesn't seem fazed in the slightest. He's back to inspecting his surroundings, searching for something amongst the nothing. So, Quirk counseling. His drawl is as impassive as he looks. He doesn't seem impressed by Akatani nor the location. Not exactly. The boy chuckles awkwardly as he returns to standing up straight. Trying to think of a way to break the ice, he winds up scratching the back of his head. Feeling his hair course through his fingers, Akatani perks up, finding something to say. What brand hair dye did you use? He nods his head in indication to Dabi's black pointed hair. Dabi falters, taken aback by the question. His shock quickly turns into something else, eyes narrowing. At least Akatani has his attention now. How did you? Akatani points to his own hair, takes one to no one. Which earns a shock from Himiko next. The blonde bounces back over to the boy, leaning into his personal space. You dye your hair. Her yellow eyes glint in the light as she asks, what color is it normally? Akatani hesitates, unsure of whether or not he should answer. Then he remembers that this is Himiko. Even with Dabi listening in, he sighs and relents. Green, but his cheeks are bright red. Oh, I can picture that. Himiko plays with the boy's curly hair by twirling it around her fingers. She imagines the color matching the blood that's rushing to his face and how he'd be lit up like a Christmas tree, giggling to herself. When Himiko switches her sights to Dabi, she's expecting him to share his natural hair color as well. The boy covered in burns sighs, all the stress you give me made my hair turn white, so I had no choice but to dye it. But Akatani is relieved that he's capable of dry humor at the very least. Akatani laughs, agreeing wholeheartedly with Dabi. Do you think I could be her next victim? He asks in between guffaws. Himiko looks between the two boys before pouting, you two sure are getting along rather quickly, and crosses her arms under her bust. Yeah, well, Dabi turns his body away from them as though he's ready to leave. I'm not really the social butterfly. If it's a friend that you were wanting. Akatani suddenly remembers the reason that he called Himiko here and had asked her to introduce him to her friends. No, he winces when he realizes that came out wrong. I mean yes, but Dabi lingers in between Akatani and the exit, forcing Akatani to get to the point. I'm looking for, the boy just isn't sure how to word it. You wouldn't happen to be a part of a league, would you? Dabi looks more confused than he did previously. A league? Responding quizzically. Akatani shakes his head. Never mind. Before turning back to Himiko. I just thought because of Yuta and his connection to the Yakuza, that maybe you'd know where I could find. He realizes that he should have been more direct with her a little too late. Sighing to himself, he tries to explain, "There's some bad people I'm looking for," and he trails off when he sees the expression of hurt in Himiko's face. He realizes how much smaller she is than him when he hears her soft whimper, "Associate me with bad." "No," Akatani blurts out in an initial panic. He fumbles over himself as much as his words, not knowing whether he should say something or hug her. Dabi makes a strange noise from behind him before he gets the chance to apologize. When Akatani turns to see what the weird sound was about, he sees Dabi's non-scarred skin is rather pale. And that the burned boy's blue eyes are fixated on a newcomer. Shoto Todoroki approaches them from the opposite direction. "Mikumo." Todoroki nods in greeting to the boy that he recognizes before glancing between Himiko and Dabi. "Who are your friends?" "Todoroki." Akatani feels sweat beating down his forehead as he's surrounded by the bunch of familiar faces. The only way this situation could possibly get worse is if Shinso suddenly materialized out of thin air to join them. He swallows, trying to get the right words to come out of his throat, but nothing coming up. His head swivels back to Himiko first. The blonde has hidden her hurt, faking a smile as she waves to Todoroki. "Himiko Toga." Her introduction is briefer than usual, but Akatani is admittedly relieved that's the case. "Are you Akatani's friend?" "Yes." Todoroki doesn't sound very sure of that answer, but Akatani passes it off as part of the tension in the awkward situation. After all, Dabi isn't paying Todoroki any mind. He's been frozen in place, pale flesh tone making Akatani believe he really could have succumbed to frostbite. Todoroki returns his attention to Akatani, mutually ignoring the other boy. "I actually came to offer you a gift, Mikumo." Akatani raises both of his eyebrows at that surprise. A gift? When Todoroki hands him the present, he isn't expecting 2 pink slips. "For you and Eri." Todoroki's elaboration doesn't do much to actually explain anything until Akatani reads what's written on the paper in his hand. "Tickets to U.A's sports festival?" The boy can't help but feel some elation. He'd always seen the event aired on television, but never attended it in person before. However, his excitement is short-lived. He pauses when he realizes, wait. Eri? Also confusing Todoroki. "Oh. Shinso didn't tell you?" Akatani's grip on the tickets tightens. He's not sure how many more surprises he can take right now. "Tell me what?" Todoroki's heterochromic eyes squint as he tries to make sense of the situation. Akatani glances at Himiko, not all that shocked to see her staring right back. She's the only one that knows the truth, but she knows better than to call him out if he lies. Despite what he said, he doesn't associate her with bad. He hopes that the trust they share will let her know that. Eri's father took her to America. She tilts her head but says nothing, visitation rights and all that. "Your father?" Todoroki's mood significantly darkens. Akatani swivels his head from Himiko back to him. He sees the dual-quirked boy's fists are clenched at his sides. Dabi, as distant as he was, picks up on the change in attitude as well. Remembering Todoroki's past with his own father, Akatani's eyes can't help but be drawn between the boy's scar and Dabi's burns. Is she safe? "She's perfectly fine." He tries to sound assuring before allowing himself to succumb to his sorrow. "I just miss her is all." "You know." Noticing the change in atmosphere as well as everyone's demeanor, Todoroki also calms down. Yes, he has a sibling amongst his brothers and sister that he misses too. Even Dabi ducks his head in the back, relating in some way or another. Sensing somber moods, Himiko tries to salvage the situation by jumping in the middle. "Can I have the extra ticket instead?" Her bright and bubbly act pulls everyone out from their sulking states successfully. "Please? I really want to go." "Oh, sure." Akatani hopes that saying yes might help make up for upsetting her earlier. It must to some extent, since Himiko stands on her tippy toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. But it's a date. She cheers while snatching the ticket that she's claimed for herself. Dabi rolls his eyes while watching the entire exchange. Having had enough, he turns his back to them. "I'm leaving," and announces his exit. Himiko teasingly sticks her tongue out at him, even though he can't see it. Oh, don't be such a sour seagull, and doesn't seem all that bothered that she made him uncomfortable. Returning to his stoic self, Todoroki turns towards Akatani to say, "You have strange friends, Mikumo." Wanting to retort, Akatani opens his mouth. When he realizes that he can't, his shoulders sag and he sulks while admitting, "I know." There are so many smells wafting through the air. Concession stands selling hot dogs and other meats alongside vendors that mix caramel or churn cotton candy. It's enough to make any person salivate. Through all those different promising tastes, however, the scent that the ghoul amongst the crowd finds most alluring is that of a mouse scurrying about. The rodent feasts on all the unfinished snacks people leave behind, nibbling on the litter. The ghoul runs his tongue along his lips, adopting that idea. Where nobody will bother looking, Akatani takes a detour into an alley. The overstuffed trash cans and overloaded dumpster had drawn the mouse away from the crowded festival. Out of sight and in the dark during the day, Akatani stops for a quick bite. Literally. He sinks his teeth into the mouse, fangs digging into flesh so easily. The blood doesn't just seep from the screeching rat, it gushes out in a rush like a bursted balloon. As though it too couldn't wait to get in the ghoul's mouth. The taste is bitter, not sweet like a human. Akatani almost spits it out. Yet, it's better than nothing. He doesn't know if he could withstand the festival if he doesn't take this precaution. When a little girl had fallen and scraped her knee, could barely hold himself back. A small snack to hold him over to his next meal suddenly seemed like a good idea to him. If a mouse is the best he could find on such short notice, then it'll have to do. Once he's finished, he wipes the blood smeared across his mouth with his sleeve. It'd be easier to explain a red stain there instead of on his face if anybody asks. Though he doubts anybody will if even Himiko doesn't once he meets up with her. The blonde latches onto that same arm, wrapping both of her own around it and squeezing. The seats Todoroki had gotten them are pretty good. They're just shy of the front row, but that's good considering the placement of the bleachers and not having to worry about heads getting in the way. Himiko snuggles against Akatani's side, pushing his arm up and over her shoulders to wrap around. When the boy looks down at her with surprise, she feigns innocence with a smile that doesn't flash her fangs. Akatani blushes and looks away, but doesn't retract his arm. He's aware of how much they must look like a couple being so close together. Part of him wonders if they actually are. Having no experience with girls, he's not sure what their relationship status currently is. It's not like he can muster up the courage to ask her either. The two of them share moments where he thinks that she likes him just as much as he likes her, but he's too afraid to ruin their friendship. And considering Himiko's personality, he figures that's just the way she acts around everybody. He's grateful that the sports festival is beginning its first event, since that ought to take his mind off it. Classes are being called out onto the massive field where a wheel will decide how they'll compete. Akatani searches the crowd of hero hopefuls and other Udata students, looking for Todoroki or Shinso. Instead, he spots someone from his childhood. Absent-mindedly, Akatani pulls Himiko a little closer to him, his hand gripping her shoulder a bit harder than it should. The small smile on his face is partially forced, but he can't help but admit to admiring his old friend. Of course Kaken would get into UA. The boy had been gifted with a quirk suited for heroics and his tenacity makes him as equally perfect of a hero candidate. As a matter of fact, when the boy is called to the podium for having the highest score in UDA's practical exam, he declares that he's going to win the festival with sincere determination. Himiko notices Akatani's internal crisis from beside him. She takes his free hand in hers, hoping to pull him back to reality. Feeling her soft touch, he does get drawn to the girl. His eyes gaze into hers, green staring into yellow. The compromised emotional state each of them share are locked away and hidden behind those lenses. For a moment, they allow one another to catch a glimpse of that vehemence. Akatani swallows, his mouth dry. Himiko's eyes are so similar to a feline's that they can sometimes seem predatory. They remind him of his own from time to time. He forces himself to look away, returning his attention to the sports festival. He's content enough with her soft hand in his rough one. So long as she holds him in place here, he doesn't have to feel like being out in public is a risk. Or so he hopes. When he hears Aizawa's voice through the stadium speakers, that helps to sober him up as well. He wasn't expecting Eraserhead to be a part of this year's commentary with present mic. He partially wonders if Eri is in the booth with them overlooking the show as well. He hopes so. He hopes she gets to enjoy the games and the performances from such a good view. Thinking of her and the underground hero makes him squeeze Himiko's hand. He has to stay grounded for all of their sakes. Losing control and letting himself loose here of all places wouldn't do any good. He sighs, slouching in his seat. Knowing how long the sports festival can be, he may as well get comfortable. Though the first tournament does go by rather quickly. That could have to do with the fact that it was a foot race through an obstacle course. The participants navigated through a terrain of massive robots and over a canyon before coming to a minefield. That's where Todoroki had a face-off with Kaken, each of them using their quirks to cross the grounds faster than the rest of the racers. It was quite the spectacle. The crowd cheered and awed over the close finish. Todoroki had taken first place and Kaken second, wowing even Akatani. He hadn't expected his childhood friend to be beaten. Kaken never lost as far as Akatani was concerned. He could hardly believe his eyes that he had to rub them and blink back a few tears. Maybe times had changed. Maybe Kaken isn't the same kid that he remembers. After all, even he had changed over the years they split apart. When an explosion goes off down in the arena below, Akatani takes it back. Kaken still has a short fuse to go along with his dynamite detonating quirk. Though coming in first place in the end, worked against Todoroki. For the second challenge, remaining players were given headbands with points based on their race placements. The less time it took to cross the finish line, the higher the number. When it's announced that to win the second round, participants must capture other people's headbands to earn the most points, Todoroki practically has a target over his head. Akatani winces, sympathizing with his friend. He doesn't envy being in that predicament, but does partially wish he could help somehow. The second round is a cavalry battle where players must partner with each other to make groups of 4. So at least Todoroki isn't alone. Akatani is relieved to see Shinso joining the team at the very least. Some pink-haired girl with a bunch of gadgets also willingly comes over to offer her services. Akatani had been worried that Todoroki would have trouble convincing people to work with him, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The game ought to go on to be an interesting one. All the teams rush Todoroki at once. Todoroki throws up an ice wall to shield he and his team long enough to fly away with a jetpack, shocking the audience. What doesn't surprise Akatani, however, is Kaken finding a way to pursue the dual-quirked boy even when airborne. Kaken uses his explosions to fly after Todoroki, creating an aerial battle. Akatani leans forward, engrossed by the competition he's witnessing. Shinso says something that gets Kaken to respond. Then, the Insomniac's quirk takes effect. Kaken freezes up and falls out of the sky like a plane that's run out of fuel. Akatani momentarily worries that his childhood friend is going to lose or get hurt, but relaxes when the blonde's team catches him. It was a close call. Close enough that Kaken doesn't try it again. Unfortunately for Todoroki, his jetpack actually does run out of fuel. He and his team are forced to land. As soon as he does, all teams converge on him all over again. He tries freezing them all in place, but that only delays them briefly. He's forced to rely on the teammate he had join him at the last minute. The tall blue-haired boy with glasses who has engines in his calves reveals a trump card. Those leg thrusters rev to their maximum potential before launching the team like a rocket. They cross the field to the opposite side in a matter of seconds, buying them some more time. It seems Todoroki's strategy is stalling for as long as he can. Though Akatani isn't sure for how much longer his friend will be able to keep that up. There are just too many opponents surrounding him with too long of a countdown to the end. Especially since Kaken is one of those competitors, blasting towards him at max speed. The blonde reaches for the headband, about to snatch it away. And then, Todoroki's left side ignites with flames. Kaken instinctively retracts his hand, avoiding the fire. And then redirects himself with his explosions to prevent crashing into the ground. Todoroki's flames recede just as quickly as they had appeared. The brief exchange has both of them shaken and Akatani even more invested in their match. He's not sure who to root for or what to expect from either of them anymore. Just at the height of the competition, the timer hits 0 and the buzzer sounds, indicating that the round is over. Akatani lets out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. A much-needed intermission begins, allowing Akatani to excuse himself. He goes to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, to regain control of his senses, to do something to keep himself under control. It's becoming increasingly difficult to regulate his instincts. So when he catches a whiff of blood, he nearly loses himself. His nostrils flare and he staggers back from the rush of adrenaline that hits him like a wave. Akatani's hand catches the doorframe, crushing the cement as he squeezes it like a stress ball. Akatani's vision blurs despite the enhancement that his Kakugan grants him. He covers his exposed eye with the hand that had been clutching the doorway. When he lifts his head, he sees the source of blood exposure. A familiar skeletally skinny blonde coughs into a napkin. It takes a moment for Akatani to remember. The man was a customer at Antiku. He must be sick. The boy swallows the saliva that's been accumulating in his mouth. The unhealthy blonde drops his napkin into the trash disposal before walking towards the exit. Akatani nearly trips over himself as he tries to get out of the way. The man is polite as he passes by. "Excuse me, young man," unaware of the ghoul's desire to feed. Akatani wants to respond, to warn the man, but he's too afraid of what'll happen if he opens his mouth. He doubts such a sick person would be able to defend themselves if he loses control. A much younger blonde suddenly comes along to tend to the ill elder. The healthier human pauses when he spots Akatani, voice catching in his throat. "Are you all right?" He pays the boy no mind and returns his attention to the man who had been coughing up blood. Akatani internally wonders if they're related. Perhaps the older blonde is the younger one's father or grandfather, he figures. The Friley father figure places a comforting hand on the fellow blonde's much sturdier shoulder. "I'm fine, young Togata." But Togata doesn't seem all that convinced. He reluctantly turns around to head back up to the bleachers. "If you say so." Akatani backs into the bathroom, watching them leave. He's extremely aware of his heartbeat, and all the blood pumping through his veins to make it pound so hard. That was too close of a call. More than he knows. He nearly vomits from the amount of anxiety, but only coughs up some spittle. He's disgusted with himself. Disgusted that he nearly devoured such a defenseless man. Disgusted that he dug into the trash disposal to recover the blood-stained napkin. A quiet police precinct is a bad omen. The lack of commotion is reminiscent of the calm before a monstrous storm. It feels like the start of a new saga. Naomasa closes the door to his office, hoping that it'll be enough for him to bunker down when the predicted chaos hits. The detective's tan overcoat and hat hang from a wooden stand, matching the man's demeanor once he plops into his seat. Even though Tamakawa ordered him a new chair to replace the damaged one, he can't get quite as comfortable as he'd like. A gooseneck lamp gives him a dim light to read over reports that still need filing. But he first has to resolve the case that came before those. He uses the landline phone provided by the precinct, dialing Eraserhead's number. After a few rings, the underground hero picks up. Naomasa forces back a sigh of relief, expecting to have gotten Aizawa's answering machine instead. "I don't have time for courtesy calls." Aizawa's voice grumbles from the other end of the line. He sounds tired, per usual, like he had just been woken up by the phone ringing. Knowing the underground hero, that's likely the case. Naomasa closes his eyes, already frustrated with the man before they can even begin their conversation. Aizawa has a knack for giving him a headache. That's not exactly what I'd like to call these checkups. But they're mandatory. The detective chooses his words carefully as he broaches the reason for reaching out. "You're calling about the kid," Aizawa says matter-of-factly. There's an audible sigh through the phone before the underground hero grunts out, "I haven't heard from him." Naomasa sits up in his seat, rectangular eyes opening wide. "You haven't?" His grip tightens on the phone. "Don't you find that the least bit concerning?" Memories of the Tokyo Ghoul case when it first started slowly creep their way into his thoughts. The excessive amount of violence. The devouring. When Naomasa doesn't even hear the underground heroes breathing anymore, He presses the phone closer to his ear and asks again, Aizawa? Aizawa takes longer than Naomasa would have liked to answer. This unorthodox approach was my idea. I'll take responsibility if he steps out of line. And his tone sounds much too reserved for such a serious matter. Naomasa shakes his head, glad that the underground hero can't see it. It's evident that Aizawa developed some sort of emotional attachment to the boy. It's going to be difficult discussing the topic. The detective struggles to help the underground hero think logically as he too attempts to think straight. He's not one of your students. He's a... Don't finish that sentence. Aizawa's harsh tone cuts the detective short. The line goes silent after that. Naomasa himself isn't sure what he was going to say about Akatani Mikumo, but he knows that it would have been regretted had he said it. Though grateful Eraserhead kept him from classifying a young boy as something more extreme, Naomasa still stays staid. He swallows before saying, just don't forget the things that he's done. Though unable to see Aizawa's expression, the detective is sure that the underground hero will keep that in mind. Even so, Eraserhead doesn't assure him verbally, worry about catching real killers. Like Stain. The mention of another unresolved case gets the detective riled up. Stain is. But Aizawa is ruthless, in Hosu. You know where he's located and you aren't acting. A good number of heroes are assembling there to make up for our numbers, including Endeavor. Naomasa grits his teeth and caresses his forehead in an attempt to relieve some tension. You've never pushed this hard about Stain before. Did something happen? Ingenium. The underground hero's one-word response catches the detective by surprise. Stain's latest victim? Naomasa recalls the incident report and even has half a mind to dig it up. He instead settles on asking more directly, a tragedy? But what about him? He shouldn't have expected the relation to be to the underground hero himself. Of course Aizawa's answer would pertain to his kids. He's the older brother of one of my students. Oh, Naomasa sinks back into his chair with a hefty sigh. I think he's going to do something stupid. He accepted an internship in Hosu. Aizawa's tone suddenly has a hint of urgency that sets the detective's nerves on fire. Understanding what kind of intentions those actions imply, Naomasa is back to sitting up straight in no time, and you're going to let him take it? It'd do more harm than good to put that kind of pressure on him. He'd likely just go after Stain anyways. At least this way I can keep tabs on him. Naomasa had almost forgotten how logical the underground hero can be sometimes. With how dramatic Aizawa had been between his emotions high and his conspiracy theories, he'd have never guessed there could be any validation behind his decisions. The detective slaps a hand against his face as he tries to resist miming in pain. So we've got two problematic kids and the hero killer. Whether the pain is mentally or physically, he couldn't say. Aizawa sounds as equally strained but almost assuring to some extent. Let me deal with the problem child in Ida. You just make sure neither has the chance to run into Stain. Unfortunately, it's much too late to prevent such an encounter, and any assurement otherwise would be misplaced. Akatani's absence from Aizawa has sent him spiraling. Straight into the night, the ghoul's limbs spin with his twisting body. The appendages latch onto sides of buildings and pull him from ledge to ledge. The ghoul is present among gargoyles, stalking the night itself. And right there with him is another predator, the kind that hunts heroes. A self-proclaimed vigilante that utilizes a katana leaps rooftop to rooftop. He's just as starved for action as the ghoul is. He thirsts for the taste of blood on the tip of his tongue all the same. So when the two clash over the same prey that they had been stalking, it's to be expected. A low-level hero who had used his status to coerce a young woman into an alley where he could have his way with her. Both hunters deemed him worthy of their aggressive nature. He's now caught in the middle of their quarrel. The low-level hero cowers in the corner of a new alley, arms barely shielding his sight of the violent battle. Stain parries two strikes from the ghoul's limbs like venomous vipers he must fend off before moving with unnatural speed to avoid being impaled by a third. When he brings his blade down to go on the attack, it shatters under the pressure of a fourth limb. Stain stumbles before unsheathing a pair of daggers, ducking low under a high swipe of the ghoul's tentacles. He closes the distance between himself and his fellow predator, almost losing an eye but instead being cost an ear. His opponent is fast too, avoiding an upward slash, but not dodging the second blade that nicks his shoulder. The ghoul reels back with a reflexive flick of its tails, one slamming into the hero killer's chest. Stain is sent into a brick wall, rattling whatever parts of his ribcage that aren't broken. He hits the floor just as hard, but doesn't allow himself to lose consciousness. Whoever moves quicker than the other is who will win the match. What determines the turnout is whether Stain will be able to use his quirk before the ghoul can reach him or not. The hero killer runs his tongue along the bloodied end of the dagger in his hand as the ghoul pounces. Without an inch of coiling around the hero killer, the ghoul stops. The blood-curdling effect of Stain's quirk grabs hold of the frenzied creature, holding it in a place of suspended animation. The hold that the hero killer has over the ghoul is a form of paralyzation. Such incapacitation became the hero hunter's natural instinct in his way of fighting. The same way a Komodo dragon bites its prey and then waits. The patient are deadly. Stain snarls at the grotesque features of the ghoul's leather mask, deeming it unsightly as much as its quirk. You dare to intervene. He searches for a reason or a shred of conviction within the chasm that is the ghoul's eye. Finding nothing in the void, the hero killer rips the ghoul's mask off to see what kind of face hides beneath, only to be shocked by what lies underneath. A face much too young to witness or partake in bloodshed stares back. You're just a boy. The hero killer falters momentarily, but quickly recovers, shaking off the initial surprise. Explain yourself. His growl doesn't expose any sort of inner turmoil. Nor does the blade that presses against Akatani's neck to usher a response. Whether it's due to the difficulty talking thanks to Stain's quirk or an act of rebellion, Akatani doesn't reply. The ghoul instead bares its fangs, the boy gritting his teeth together as he struggles to break free of the hero killer's quirk. For what reason? Foolish youth? Thrill-seeking? Stain doubts the interference of his hunt was anything noble. One look at the boy exposes his animalistic nature, an override of any proper sense or judgment. Through clenched teeth, the boy seethes. Can't help it. His lips don't move but his words formulate just enough for Stain's hearing to catch. Move on my own. The hero killer's eyes go from laser-focused narrowed slits to broad and baffled. He rarely misjudges people and their intentions, but the boy's reason touches him in a way he didn't expect. The few true pure-hearted heroes tell stories of how their bodies moved on their own to save lives. Stain begins wondering if the boy truly falls under that same category, fighting ferociously to save even a fake hero's life. Stain reconsiders that perhaps the boy is worth sparing. Little does he know that he completely misunderstood Akatani's angered answer. The boy's body hadn't moved to save the hero. It had moved to kill. To eat. The ghoul's starvation had reached a point so extreme that he could no longer hold himself back. When Stain leaves Akatani frozen in place, the boy considers himself anything but heroic. As a matter of fact, he starts worrying that he may be more villainous than the hero killer. The walls shake just as violently as the boy's bellicose body. With each feral swipe at nothing, there's an even more barbaric yell. Each cry is desperate, mercilessly clawing at his throat to climb out and escape. The pastry he had taken from Antiku in a futile attempt to pacify his intense hunger rises to the surface of his wide-spread mouth too. He staggers, nauseous. He knew this would happen, and yet, he's still surprised by the violent backlash. Akatani clutches his stomach, the pit already emptied and his craving returned. His hands tremble as they climb up from his gut to his ribcage, clinging onto his upper sides. His fingers run along the thin slots that are between bones, those slits feeling more defined than ever. His brain feels like it's swelling beyond the capacity of his skull, to the point that his starvation is too obvious to ignore any longer. He's winded, ragged breaths coming faster than the cold sweat beating down his paling skin. Again, Akatani cries out in agony. His stomach lurches and gurgles. He raises his heavy eyelids halfway only for them to fall shut. The aching in his sides surges upward to meet the pain in his skull. There's something about hunger that robs the spirit as well as the body, until the ability to fight is completely stolen from him. The boy bends forward, puking out a mixture of the aforementioned half-digested pastry and bile. Saliva streams out as well, dripping from his quivering lips. His thinning body tremors too, shrinking in on itself. He locked himself in after the incident with Stain. Unable to resist his extreme urge to not only eat, but to hunt and kill, he had considered himself lucky to be stopped by the hero killer's quirk. That is until after the hunted hero fled the scene, slipping away during Akatani's brief conversation with Stain, prompting Stain to leave Akatani behind too. All alone in the alley and unable to move, all Akatani could think about was how starved he is. His hunger increased with every passing second that he returned to his home in order to be reclusive, where he wouldn't accidentally harm anyone that didn't deserve it. The hot dog vendor on Sakura Drive would have been an innocent victim. Devouring the group of teens spending their night ding-dong ditching the neighborhood would have made him a villain, not a vigilante. The ghoul claws at himself, wanting to be let out. Akatani's ribs are truly a cage, and the bones are the less than sturdy bars. He twitches and wraps his arms around himself even tighter. Pastries won't satisfy him. Not even if Aizawa were here to erase his quirk. He's waited too long. It's past the point of no return. As though the mere thought of the underground hero is enough to summon him, Akatani's cell phone rings. The caller ID shows that it's Aizawa who is trying to reach him. The boy is unable to answer, the drool pooling out of his mouth making it impossible to form a sentence. So he lets it ring. And ring. The insistent sound agitates him. It's like a bell calling him for dinner, but there's no meal on the table. Eventually, it ends. And the call goes to voicemail. Aizawa's voice filters through the phone as he leaves a message. Mikumo. You haven't been returning my calls. It's been a while since you last ate and I've recovered well enough that you should. Aside from that. A familiar younger voice interrupts, raising in volume with an added rustling, indicating that it's getting closer. Akanai. Dekanai. Eri chirps like a bird singing a song. Eri really wants to see you. Aizawa continues as though the little girl hadn't just grabbed the phone from him. Akatani can hear the smile on the man's face though. There's a pause after that before Aizawa adds, I would like to see you again too. To make sure you're doing well. Akatani lets out a deep guttural growl as loud as his stomach's growling. The thought of Aizawa in front of him, a thin human, but a sack of meat nonetheless. The thought of flesh is enticing. Call me back soon. The underground hero ends the message he's leaving. Akatani fixates on the man's voice. He imagines Aizawa's throat. He imagines sinking his teeth into it. Eri would be with the underground hero too. She would run straight into Akatani's arms for a hug. It would be so easy to crush her. Like a boa constrictor or a python, he wouldn't even need to use his kagun. She's small, but she'd make for a delicious appetizer. The ghoul salivates as he fantasizes digging into her muscle tissue. Then he stops. Akatani freezes in place when he realizes what he just pictured. The horror dawns on him. He had just imagined feasting on Eri. He had wanted to not only harm her, but to eat her. He screams more violently than he ever has in his entire life. He hadn't roared at the top of his lungs like this ever since the night he devoured his own mother. Tears stream down his face as he pivots in hysterics. The room spins like his head as he stumbles around. Disgusted with himself, he throws his own body against the nearest wall. The impact leaves an indentation, destroying the sheetrock. He doesn't care. Akatani's kagun sprouts from his back, tentacles whipping without rhyme or reason. The appendages are as frantic as he is. Fallen into a self-focused frenzy, he crashes into his table and shatters it. The tails swing so strongly that his body twists with them and he's sent spiraling into the kitchen. Akatani slams into a counter, shattering the ceramic. He wants to destroy himself, but all that he's capable of damaging is his home. Everything easily breaks under the sheer force of his kagun, but his body doesn't even bruise when he rams it into a piece of furniture. So he keeps screaming. At the top of his lungs, he yells out all of his pent-up frustration. The thought doesn't cross his mind that his neighbors may call the police or a hero may come out of concern of the cry for help. He's too engrossed in his own self-loathing to do much thinking anymore. His mind races, overwhelmed by a series of screeching. He can't release the same type of terrible noise, but he comes close. The hunger is one thing, but the desire to harm the ones he loves is too much for him to bear. He'd already killed his past life as Izuku Midoriya. He doesn't want to lose another. Akatani sinks slowly, falling to his knees. His shoulders shake and his body crumbles as it's racked with extreme surges of sobs. Then, something soft grabs onto those same shoulders. The feeling is light. It doesn't add to the heavy weight leaning on them. Whatever it is, it's calming. A tender touch. Akatani looks up, trying to see through the tears obscuring his vision. What he sees is a blur, but he recognizes the shape. The blonde buns. The feminine form. Akatani's blackened eyes widen, the corners cracking so much that the exposed red veins start to seep blood. At the epicenter of the dark void, each red iris shrinks as they focus on the subject in front of them. Himiko Toga. Her pale flesh ripe for the taking. All he has to do is reach out and take it. His fangs are sharper than hers. He can kill. He can eat. He can kill. He can fight it. He can resist the urge. Barely. Akatani's eyelids slam shut, closing as tight as possible. He seals off the sight of a perfect meal's beauty. It's a desperate attempt to make the blonde not appear as appetizing. But he can still smell her. Her scent is enticing. His nostrils flare as he inhales. Akatani shakes his head as hard as he can, hoping it flies off. It's just as difficult to formulate a coherent sentence as it is to hold back his instinct, but he has to warn her. Shouldn't be here. He grinds his gritted teeth as drool pools out from the corners of his mouth. He barely hears Himiko trying to respond. She's probably been saying stuff to him all this time, but his other senses had overwhelmed him to the point of tuning her out until now. He tries to focus on the sound of her voice. Not the organs that make it possible for her to speak, not her slender throat. Just her words. He hears her words. It's okay. He stops listening. It's not okay. She doesn't know. He can't expect her to understand. He shouldn't blame her. But she doesn't comprehend the danger she's in. Akatani pushes her away. Or, that's what he wants to do. He just wants to distance himself from her so that she's safe from harm. He means to do so gently. Instead, he shoves her. He lashes out with a shout and tosses her across the room. Hearing her cry out in surprise, opening his eyes to see what he's done. His hands tremble in front of him. The same hands that threw her. He tucks them into his armpits, bending over so that he can't see her pained expression. He's afraid. Afraid that he'll hurt her. He already has. Akatani whines as he tries not to hurt her again. He turns his head away, trying to focus on something else. If he doesn't see her, he might not want to hunt her. That's what he hopes for anyways. His eyes land on the door. Its hinges are broken and it's wide open. Himiko must have kicked it in. She must have come by to check on him, heard his screaming, and broke in to make sure he's safe. Akatani lowers his head, staring at the ground. He'd made the mistake of thinking about the blonde again. Akatani. Himiko tries getting his attention. The boy covers his ears, attempting to block her out. Akatani. Himiko tries again, shouting this time. She grabs his wrists and pries his hands away from his ears so that he can hear her. Akatani, look at me, she pleads. Akatani doesn't want to. He knows what'll happen if he does. He won't be able to contain himself. He'll attack her. Just knows he will. But that part of him wants to. It wants to attack. It wants to rip and tear past her skin. It wants to chow down on her intestines. The ghoul wants to look at its next meal. Akatani raises his head, no longer in control of his own body. He's shocked by what he sees. She's presenting herself to him. She's actually offering her neck to him. The left side of her cardigan is slightly pulled down, exposing her shoulder where a black bra strap is. She's blushing, but not like she usually does. This time, she's bashful. She's shy. It makes Akatani blush too. For more reasons than one, he's drawn to her. Bite me. Her voice is as tiny as her size, but it's also genuinely inviting. Akatani gawps at her, not believing what he's hearing or seeing. When her yellow eyes meet his dark voids, however, he feels a familiar sense of kinship that has him believing. He leans forward, part of him still hesitant and trying to resist out of fear that he'll go too far. But another part of him is unable to help himself. He wants to tackle her and go straight for the jugular. But he can't bring himself to do that to her. He has to hold himself back. Himiko is tired of waiting. She lurches at him first, striking suddenly. Her fangs sink into the spot between his own neck and shoulder, breaking skin and biting flesh. Akatani gasps in shock, and partly pleasure. It doesn't hurt as much as he would have expected, but it does catch him by surprise. It also does something to him instinctively. He's not just driven by an animalistic urge to feast or fight, but to bite back and assert his dominance. Akatani bites Himiko. She lets out a muffled not releasing her own bite's grip. They both relish in the intimacy of the moment, sking on each other's blood. The flavors that flow into their mouths. Akatani's are sea cells and Himiko's sweet nectar. The ghoul had never tasted such blood before. It's like honey. Himiko is in a similar state of bliss. Akatani's blood is much better than any of the other people's blood that she drank. The two wrap their arms around one another, pulling their bodies closer. Neither wants to let the other loose, locking their jaws tight. Himiko's nails scrape Akatani like claws dragging across his skin. He too runs his fingers along the small of her back, like talons digging into flesh. Their ems increase in volume as they each share each other's blood. Bodies intertwined, Akatani's cocoon wraps around them both like a protective shell. Instead of tightening its hold, however, gently embraces the two. For once, Akatani doesn't feel so bad allowing lust to overcome him. There's a ringing in his ears without the use of an alarm clock. That same piercing rumbling shakes up his stomach next. And so he wakes up as if there is an emergency, as if sleeping had suddenly become a dangerous thing. Considering his nocturnal nature and the lack of bed rest prior to now, he feels that may very well be true. His heart matches the throbbing rhythm with rapid thumps as the buzzing segues from his ears to his brain. Akatani feels as though he's hungover, an after effect of some sort of drunken state that leaves him woozy. When he shifts in the bed to sit up, his shoulder screams at him too. Wincing at the sharp sting, Akatani glances at the sore spot to see a bite mark. Suddenly he's no longer delirious. The ambience fades and his vision focuses as he sobers up. He's awake and he's able to see that he didn't sleep alone. In the bed next to him is a familiar blonde, her usual buns undone and her hair a mess. The blood in his system goes to his face, making it a bright red hue. Her body is covered by the blankets and sheets, but his imagination gets the better of him. Turning away and smacking his cheeks to calm down, Akatani shakes his head to clear away those impure thoughts. He doesn't recall doing anything of SXL nature with her. Well, not in the ordinary sense at least. His eyes are drawn back to the bite mark on his shoulder. It still hasn't healed for some reason. Even if Himiko had bitten deep enough for it to scar, that shouldn't be. His quirk has been on the fritz for a while now. It may be from the lack of nourishment, he figures. However, even if that's the case, it's a tad bit concerning. The rustling of sheets behind him has Akatani snapping out of his thoughts and turning back around. Himiko stirs from her sleep, blinking back any remaining sleepiness. "No breakfast?" she asks in a drowsy voice. As flustered as he should be, Akatani keeps his mind honed on the most important factor of the blonde's presence. That was dangerous, what you did. He has to remind himself of the night before and the state he was in when she had found him. He was at his tipping point, and being as close as she was to him in such a starved state of mind, things could have gone horribly wrong as opposed to how things actually turned out. Himiko, however, doesn't quite comprehend the meaning of what he's saying. Misinterpreting his statement, she blushes a bit while averting her gaze. "We didn't do anything that needed a condom dash." "That's not what I meant." Akatani's eyes go wide as he flails his hands in a wild gesture to make her stop. While he may have been able to keep his embarrassment at bay before, that was enough to send him over the edge. His face heats up more than the girl's. "But you should still take responsibility dash." Himiko carries on anyways. Whether she didn't hear the boy or just enjoys teasing him is unclear. Himiko. But Akatani eventually has enough. The blonde stops, hearing the severity in the tone of his shout. His blush fading, Akatani schools his expression and returns his gaze to hers. I could have gone too far. What if I didn't stop at drinking your blood? What if I... His voice trails off, getting caught somewhere in his throat. Now comprehending what he meant, Himiko takes Akatani's hands in hers in an attempt to console him. Hey, I'm still here. See, she gives them a soft squeeze to show him that she's alive and well. Sighing, he nods. Thank you for being here. He can't leave it at that though, but I still think it was too dangerous. He looks deep into her eyes. He has to let her know that she can't do anything like she did last night ever again when he gets like that. Himiko hums, staring back at him. After a moment, she breaks the contact to glance at her shoulder. There's a specifically shaped mark there that matches the one on Akatani's shoulder. Well, you did bite pretty deep. You leave one heck of a hickey, Akatani. She returns to teasing him in an attempt to lighten the mood. It works. Sort of. Akatani pulls away, embarrassed and flustered. I gotta call somebody back. He uses his phone as an excuse while unplugging it from its charging cord. Seeing Himiko brows raised inquisitively, he elaborates, it was about Eri. The blonde instantly beams at that. Let me talk to her too. Let me say hi. She's throwing the sheets that cover her off, revealing a white t-shirt with kanji that reads, pajamas. Recognizing the shirt as one of his own, Akatani swivels his body to face the opposite direction. He hastily stammers, Sure, before calling Aizawa back. After a few rings, the underground hero picks up. Surprisingly, his voice isn't that groggy, problem child. You're lucky I'm up this early. Glancing around for a clock, Akatani winces slightly. Sorry, I just thought I'd return your call. I didn't really bother checking the time. He bashfully rubs the nape of his neck despite Aizawa not being able to see him. It's fine. There's nothing to apologize for. Aizawa is quick to allay the boy's worries though. Well, only momentarily. He's also quick to add, other than not calling before now. Where have you been? Oh yeah, I've been. Akatani struggles for an answer as he tries to come up with a valid excuse or reason to his lack of contact. It's not like he can admit to having a breakdown to a licensed hero who reports to a detective that wants to lock him away. With the lack of an answer, Aizawa makes a guess. I've made a full recovery now if that's the reason why you've been avoiding me. I haven't been avoiding you, Akatani panics at the suggestion. Even if it is a little true. Whatever you say, Aizawa huffs. Hearing how much anxiety is in the boy's tone, the underground hero lets it go for the time being. My point is, you should be able to eat now without putting a strain on me. He instead gets back to the original purpose of their meetings. Akatani hesitates, searching for a response. Thank you. But he's not so sure he's able to face the man after what he's done or if the eating regime that they developed will even work anymore. You can't tell me you aren't hungry still. Aizawa catches the hesitation in Akatani's tone immediately. Worried about his problem child, he asks, You haven't been doing anything to hold yourself over, have you? No, Akatani shouts a little too forcibly. He grimaces at how hasty he was with his response before toning it down. I mean, no. His eyes are drawn to Himiko, who's been listening in on their conversation the whole time with mild intrigue. My, friend. The blonde frowns. My girlfriend? He tilts his head hopefully. Her frown diminishes and she nods. Hi. She cranes her neck forward to be heard through the phone. I wasn't aware that you weren't alone. Aizawa somehow manages to sound both amused and annoyed. She helps. I mean her quirk. It can. Akatani slaps a palm against his face when he realizes how terrible he is at communicating between his newly claimed girlfriend and technical probation officer. I don't need to hear the details. Aizawa cuts the boy short. Akatani holds back a sigh of relief, realizing the underground hero is probably just as at ease to drop the subject. He then asks, was she the one behind the blood bank idea? Remembering the time he and her broke into a blood bank, all Akatani can reply with is, oh. He doesn't want to get Himiko into trouble, but answers honestly anyways, yeah, that was her. I had a hunch. Aizawa says with a small smile on his face. Akatani can practically hear the expression on the man's face as he continues. It's better than the alternative, but don't do anything like that again. Yes, sir. Akatani allows himself to have a small smile too. So, are you absolutely certain that you don't want to come over for breakfast? The smile slips when Aizawa asks about eating again. Especially when he adds, Eri would love to see you. Akatani's grip on the phone nearly crushes it when he remembers the extent of his craving and what he had fantasized doing. There's no way in hell that he could put her in that type of danger. Could you just put Eri on the phone instead? He tries to keep his emotions in check, but his voice comes out strained. Aizawa must notice by the way he pauses, but he's considerate enough to let it slide. Sure, kid. Akatani holds the phone away from his ear when he hears the sound of rustling and Aizawa calling out, Eri. It's for you. Your brother Dash. Can I? Followed by an even sharper shout from the little girl herself. Eri. Hey. Akatani smiles again upon hearing her voice. He holds the phone closer to his ear now that she's talking. Dad said I'd see you soon Dash. The sound of Aizawa choking on his saliva makes Akatani laugh. He wonders how long it's been since Eri started calling Aizawa that. She carries on cheerfully, oblivious to the man's coughing fit in the background, but it's been too long. I know. I want to see you too. He turns when he feels a tap on his shoulder. Seeing his girlfriend standing behind him, he remembers that he isn't alone. So does Himiko. He gives her an apologetic look before holding out the phone for her. Hi, Eri. Himiko flashes her teeth as she grins and speaks into the phone. Big sis. Can she come too? Eri cheers loud enough for both of them to hear without it being on speaker. Akatani shouldn't be as taken back as he is, but it truthfully hadn't dawned on him that the two girls would be missing one another's company too. Well, he scratches the top of his head as his brain tries to process the request and the current situation. Of course I can, silly, Himiko replies just as cheerfully as Eri, as though any other option wasn't even to be considered. This only further eggs Eri on, yay, leading her to ask, when? When her older brother doesn't respond immediately or as excitedly as the two girls, Eri's tone becomes slightly discouraged and asks again, Akanai? Though Eri is unable to see the boy's expression, Himiko can. And what she sees is concerning to say the least. The blonde worriedly asks too, Akatani, reaching out a hand to touch him. Unexpectedly, he stands up straight, making her flinch back. He keeps his expression the same but talks in a relatively even voice. It's probably gonna be a while, Eri. Oh. Eri tries to keep the whining to a minimum, but her disappointment is evident. Whatever face Akatani had been making falters. The cracks in his mask expose sorrow. A trace of remorse and a wrinkle of regret trail down each of his cheeks like tears. But I want you to remember I'll always love you. You're my little sister. Even if I'm not there, I'll be keeping you safe. His voice cracks just the same as he tries not to expose his feelings any more than he already is. Eri's excitement reignites, mistaking his words for a different meaning. You're gonna be a hero? Not wanting to break her heart with an honest answer, but not wanting to lie, he refrains from responding. Instead, he says, I've gotta go, Eri. Oh. Okay. Eri's mood plummets all over again on the wild roller coaster of emotion that she's riding. Wanting to save her from any more letdowns, Akatani decides it's best to just end their call. Goodbye. It comes out as a whisper, but Eri hears it. She starts to bid farewell back, by Dash, but Akatani hangs up before she can. Watching the entire exchange and the boy's stricken expressions, Himiko reaches out with a tender hand. This time, he doesn't spook her by making any sudden movements. He stays as stiff as a stone statue. Akatani? What was that about? Her face scrunches up with concern as she tries to study him more closely. When Akatani's eyes meet hers, she thinks that she understands. I'm not going to get my hunger under control, and I won't put her in that kind of danger. I'd never be able to forgive myself. He's still wary of his own quirk and doesn't want to put Eri at risk. You need to stop worrying about hurting us, Dash. Himiko starts to assure him otherwise, but he has none of it this time. You know what I'm capable of. He knocks her arm away and pulls back. Before he can go on a rant about his quirk and the dangers of its drawbacks, he realizes that the blonde is hanging her head. Sorry. I didn't mean. He tries apologizing, but Himiko raises her head and fires back. You're forgetting that it's because of who you are and what you can do that I like you. He's shocked by her words and the passionate way that she says them. Remember? Saved me. You saved Eri. Like it or not, you're basically a hero. But he's still not hearing what her or anyone else has to say. He shakes his head, thinking bitterly that they'll just never understand. A hero, huh? He scoffs but feigns a smile for Himiko anyways. Thanks for not giving up on me. The blonde frowns, gaze lowering. It falls and lands on his shoulder, where she left her mark on him. Akatani notices where she's staring and looks at hers. Each of them blush, but she doesn't pass up the moment. She bumps her shoulder against his, leaning into him. You're stuck with me now. Akatani locks up, not sure how to react. But after a moment, his body relaxes. He closes his eyes and sighs. Conflicted with wanting to be happy with her but also wanting to keep her safe, he tries moving forward with his newfound plan. Himiko. If I'm a hero then. You remember what I wanted to meet Dabi for, right? His eyes reopen to look at her seriously. Himiko looks up, staring back questionably. That League of Villains thing? Akatani nods, stealing his resolve. I want to find them. They're a danger to Eri. And like I told her, even if I can't be there for her, I'll still continue to keep her safe. He decides right then and there what he's going to be from now on. The ghoul is a monster that had been villainized, but he can at least aim that beast towards those who deserve it. Against Aizawa's better judgment, Akatani is going to leave behind his life at Antiku and commit to being a vigilante. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Himiko can't help but gush in awe. Such a cool big brother. Her face starts to heat up and she grins before grabbing onto his arm to steer him. Guess I gotta step up and do my part as her big sister. She begins pulling him towards the door so that they can start their new life together. Come on, Akatani. Let's catch a train to Hosu and find those villains, before either of them can back out and regret the decision too early. Blue hues blend with the black of the night, each blinding array of building lights whizzes by outside the window of the train. The passenger car rocks back and forth on the tracks. With Himiko resting her head on his shoulder, it's almost soothing enough for Akatani to relax. Almost. He can't quite allow himself to enjoy the moment. Not after essentially leaving his whole life behind. He can't help but wonder what Eraserhead and the pro-hero's detective friend will think. Or Yoshimura. Or the friends that he made, Todoroki and Shinso. Or... Akatani's head lolls to the side, resting atop Himiko's. He at least allows himself to brood a bit. He thinks about where he's headed instead. Even though that's no better or worse of a thought. He's headed straight for the Inferno, taking the train into Hosu with Himiko to find the League of Villains. Since the hero killer's activity there increased, it seems like the most likely place to find criminals lurking about. Birds of a feather flock together and all that. As a predator, it's easier to hunt and catch prey in packs rather than individually. The odds of snagging at least one from a group is higher than chasing a single target. Akatani just didn't expect to enter a literal inferno. The blue tint outside the train car's window shifts shades of color, from yellow to orange to red. Akatani sits up straight when other people in the car start to murmur over the light show, waking Himiko. Orange and red flares warp the city lights, growing brighter. It takes the spectators too long to realize why. A ball of flame is hurtling towards them, growing closer and burning harder. Akatani wraps his arms around Himiko to shield her, twisting their bodies away from where the ball of fire collides with the train car. Screams fill the metal container as glass shatters and shards spray across the tiny space. Those same yells are drowned out by the shrill sound of wind being in and out of the giant hole that's been made. Akatani looks up to see what made such damage. A humanoid with green skin as pale as a dying leaf crouches down on all fours. Akatani notes that the being's brain is exposed, for eyes protruding from the organ. All they got on are gray trousers that are ripped at the calves. Akatani reaches into the back pocket of his own pants, feeling the leather of his mask. He's not sure whether what's attacking is human or something else, but his fight or flight response is telling him to fight. Akatani. Himiko squirms from under the boy's weight, but her indignant whines are more from a place of worry for him than uncomfortability. The other passengers of the damaged train car let loose a round of reactive noises again upon witnessing Akatani's slight transformation. The long, sleek appendages that sprout from the small of the boy's back whip side to side as he pulls on his mask. He leaves the zipper open, baring his teeth like fangs. The red of his kakugan glows brighter than his kagun, but he's just as bloodthirsty as ever. The humanoid shrieks at the ghoul, a visceral sound that makes everyone cover their ears but the ghoul himself. From under Akatani, Himiko tries grabbing onto an ankle to stop him from engaging it. But he's too fast. In one rapid and fluid movement, the ghoul tackles the humanoid creature through the hole that it created. They twist and flip in a fast freefall from the monorail to the grounds below, passing rooftops and plummeting straight for the earth. Registering the sudden change of events, Himiko is already standing up to hurry after them. Akatani, she calls after her boyfriend before leaping out of the cart willingly. Admittedly, she wasn't prepared to be woken from her sleep by a sudden villain attack. Now that she's gotten past her grogginess though, she's more than just grouchy. She said. Nobody interrupts her beauty sleep and steals her boyfriend. The blonde unsheathes a knife that she keeps handy, landing in a roll on one of the higher rooftops. Her body aches from the rough tumble, but she catches herself and gets to her feet anyways. At the speed that the train was moving and how long it took for her to follow after Akatani, there's going to be some distance to travel before catching up with him. Though she's seen firsthand that he's more than capable of taking care of himself, she rushes to help him anyways. She has to close the distance as quickly as possible because she cares too much about him to potentially lose him. As for Akatani, despite his blood and flesh withdrawal, he does handle himself well as Himiko had assumed. He binds the humanoid that he's fighting by its wrists and ankles with his predatory organ before attacking its exposed brain. His fingers claw at its open organ, ripping an eyeball loose. Gore spews across the alley that they had fallen into, filling the crater they made with a puddle of blood. The next impact in the ground comes from the humanoid alone, slammed into the cement by Akatani. It doesn't show signs of pain, just mere agitation as it tries to resist. The ghoul decides then and there that he doesn't have to hold back then. He latches onto the creature's throat, teeth sinking into its neck. Blood fills Akatani's mouth as the humanoid emits a gnarled gurgle from its damaged vocal cords. The bitten lashes out with a desperate swipe, backhanding Akatani across the chest. The humanoid has enough enhanced strength to knock the ghoul back. Akatani coughs as the wind gets blown from him, spit and blood flying out of his open mouth. The tentacles flailing after him stop his motion midair though, sparing him a second collision. One wraps around a nearby streetlight, using it as a pulley to launch the ghoul back at its opponent. A second swipe misses Akatani as he ducks under it, and with the humanoid's side exposed, he takes another chunk of its strange-colored flesh. It blubbers from its lips as it tries to yell, bringing its other arm down. Akatani catches it by the wrist, applying pressure. Whether the humanoid is just too strong or the ghoul is lacking the nourishment to match that strength, the bones don't bend or break, much to Akatani's surprise. In that moment of shock, he's delivered another blow to the abdomen. The ghoul bends backwards, shoulders scraping the ground, and then contorts to land on his side. Injured, his tentacles coil protectively around him like a shield. But in between those tails, a red iris peers out with an intent to get even. When he seethes through his teeth, it sounds like a hiss. Then the ghoul is rushing the humanoid. A red limb snakes upwards and pierces a shoulder while another sweeps out the being's legs. Then Akatani jumps with his arms and legs spread, a battle cry descending on an exposed brain. Akatani grabs onto the humanoid, fingers digging into its skin and legs locking around its waist. His teeth gnash together as they grind its brain matter, the squishy mush slopping in big bursts. Even with its neck torn out, the humanoid screeches at the top of its lungs. It staggers as it tries to remain alive, but ultimately gets devoured by its much more dominant enemy. The ghoul feasts on the unfamiliar flesh of his victim, indifferent to the bitter flavor of its green pigmentation. The fair share of meat reminds him of what it's like to actually eat. It's more satisfying than coffee or blood quenching his thirst. It's liberating. And Akatani can't get enough. He shovels handfuls of severed tendons into his gullet, swallowing them whole without bothering to chew. Saliva drips down from his chin as he inhales the scent of exposed liver. All that's capable of drawing the ghoul away from its first true meal in a long time is the promise of more. The screeching of a winged humanoid draws Akatani's eyes to the sky where he can see it flying overhead. This one is a pale yellow, its skin just as sickly as the previous creature Akatani put down. That doesn't stop him from launching himself at it to get a bite in though. In one pressurized push from the gathering of his tentacle appendages, he shoots through the air and crashes into it. The two monsters roll through the sky before crashing through a window and into a dining room. A few occupants scream as a vicious brawl breaks out. Akatani rips a chunk of flesh from the winged humanoid using his teeth before lifting it up into the ceiling. Furiously flapping its wings in a futile effort to escape, the creature shrieks in desperation. The ghoul shows no mercy, bringing the fellow beast back down into the floor and then swinging it into a wall. The wild side-to-side ends with the two falling back out the window from which they came. Each brawler lands in the street, where more panicked bystanders flee from an intense wave of fire. Akatani reacts instinctively, not wanting to get caught up in the flames. His appendages pull him from the explosions and he lands on the other side of the road. It's from there that he can see the chaos that fills the night. More genetically engineered beings roam the city of Hosu, wreaking havoc. Heroes that Akatani recognizes from Endeavor's agency fight to hold them back as best as they can. Akatani ascends the nearest building to get a better view of the battle, unsure of how he should interfere. The fog in his mind is only now starting to clear enough for him to think. It begins to register that the creatures he and the heroes are fighting likely belong to the league of villains he and Himiko are hunting. There's no other villain organizations at the moment, and he knows personally from his own encounter with Stain that the hero killer works alone, so there's no other option. He watches as the creatures below attack indiscriminately. Even if it weren't his personalized mission to track and kill the League of Villains, they're a danger to the people that he can't ignore. Akatani leaps from his perched position, landing on a bleached white humanoid's back. Latched onto the creature like a spider or a tick, he takes a bite out of its nape. It reacts violently, pivoting its body while roaring. Unlike the prior two that the ghoul had fought, this one has an extreme muscle density to match its newfound opponent. It grabs Akatani and tosses him off. The ghoul somersaults as he flies through the air before planting his kagun into the ground to stop himself. Ready to go on his own rampage, the ghoul uses the assault of the humanoids as an opportunity to have a feeding frenzy. Akatani momentarily turns his attention away from the white one to grab an energy booster, a small one of the creatures, tearing out its heart to chew on. Then, the ghoul returns to its original target. The two clash, the white humanoid absorbing the impact and using the force of the blow to augment its muscles. The asphalt of the road cracks and crumbles as their weight shifts against one another. Then an extreme air force is released from all the pent-up intake. Akatani is blown back just enough for the white humanoid to follow up with a surprising quirk, a tongue-web combination that snares the ghoul. Akatani struggles against the net, growling. The creature cackles. The ghoul eyes the tongue, wrapping him before realizing that it's organic matter and severs it with a bite. Blood splatters across the street as the tongue is ripped apart by the ghoul's manic snapping. The white humanoid retracts what remains, making an awful sound as it does. Akatani follows the tongue back to its owner, charging in again. A hard dropkick smashes the creature's exposed brain, pink mush spraying every which way in a mixture of blood. Its eyes ooze from the same placement, rolling out of their sockets. Grinning at his fallen prey, Akatani dives in for his reward. The brain matter squishes between his teeth and the muscle fibers ooze with blood. The satisfying meal leaves more to be desired, but the remaining humanoids are already being dealt with. The heroes have restrained the weaker ones, all that remains a duplicate of the white creature. It likely outclasses them, but not Endeavor himself. The number 2 ranked hero arrives in a glowing burst of fire, his hell flame completely cauterizing the remaining creature. It's destroyed beyond repair, flesh bubbling and blistering. Not even Akatani would want to eat the burnt to a crisp being. Endeavor stands over the defeated monster victoriously, one boot atop its corpse. He surveys the property damage and his sidekicks, eyes eventually landing on Akatani. When the two meet each other's gaze, an immediate understanding of what's about to happen reaches them. Endeavor doesn't bother evacuating the area or warning anyone, he just instantly launches an attack. Akatani's single exposed eye widens as he watches a tsunami of fire head his way. Though just a kid, and though Endeavor being quite a literal hothead, he supposes he can understand why the hero decided it was a good idea to attack him. For starters, he had been eating the corpse of one of the monsters terrorizing the city. Not to mention the leather ghoulish visage mask that he's wearing. It doesn't exactly give him a good look. But still, he can't believe the guy didn't even hesitate. Akatani springs from his spot, coiling his limbs around a street post. The metal becomes superheated from the massive wave of fire that Endeavor unleashes, making him move from it to the next just as quickly. But Endeavor doesn't let up, he hurls a line of fireballs at the scurrying boy too. The ghoul hastily scrambles alongside the wall of an apartment complex to dodge the miniature explosions and takes another leap of faith to get away. But there's no fleeing from this fight. Endeavor is on him in an instant, flashing from one spot to the next to cut off his path. Akatani curses under his breath as the hero closes the distance. Unable to evade the incoming punch and becoming increasingly desperate, the ghoul does what any cornered animal would do. He bites. He catches the hero's burning fist in his mouth, sinking his teeth into the man's knuckles. Both Endeavor and Akatani feel an intense pain from the mixed contact. Endeavor reels from the bite with a shout, shocked to find his hand mangled. Akatani goes from seething through a mouthful of fire to sputtering and gagging as his lips hiss. Having his mouth burnt has the ghoul spitting out blood before he closes the zipper that exposes it. Having his knuckles chomped on makes Endeavor see red, his fist reclenching despite the pain it radiates in a burst of flame. Luckily for Akatani, and unluckily for the number 2 hero, it's right at this very moment that Himiko Toga finds her boyfriend. She strikes at Endeavor with her knife, catching him off guard just enough to cut his chest a bit. In that single fluid arriving motion, the blonde also grabs Akatani and roughly pulls him back. The two put some distance between themselves and the hero, landing behind a crushed car. "Himiko!" Akatani exclaims in as much surprise as Endeavor is to have been cut by a girl in a school uniform. Himiko whirls on Akatani, exasperated and out of breath from having to get here. "What kind of hot mess did you get yourself into?" The boy watches Endeavor charge up another attack, grabbing onto Himiko and pulling her from their cover to behind another car in order to avoid the incoming move. "I don't really have an answer for that," he replies through gritted teeth as an explosion shakes the place that they once were. Endeavor isn't holding back. He's showing no mercy. He stomps towards them with heavy footfalls, boots burning into the pavement. "You're not getting away." His tone is as serious as his hyper-focused expression. Himiko rebrandishes her knife, leaping up from behind the car in between her and the hero. "Wanna bet?" She's just as angry as the number 2 hero and charges in headfirst. Endeavor meets her halfway, flames igniting from the palms of his hands as he reaches for her. As the burning limbs close in, he growls under his breath, "Only if it's your life that's at stake." If it hadn't been evident enough before, Akatani now realizes that the so-called hero isn't looking to capture them. His girlfriend's life is at stake. And oh, he leaps over the car in his way to help, but he's too far behind. He fears he isn't going to make it in time. Fortunately enough, somebody else does. A red blur swoops in at the last second, swapping places with Himiko. Akatani recognizes the scarf before he does the jagged blade that's blocking Endeavor's attack. The hero killer, Stain, has come to their rescue. Endeavor pivots back from the sudden strike and Stain sweeps his sword out to get one final lick in that manages to nick the hero's cheek. Akatani lands beside the hero killer, catching the tail end of his sentence. "Been looking forward to hunting you most of all, Endeavor." Stain pauses when he notices the ghoul's arrival and diverts his attention just enough to acknowledge the presence. You again. There are many things Akatani wants to say and do in that moment, many of them conflicting with the other. However, the main thing that's on his mind is his girlfriend's safety. So what he chooses to do is bow, thank you for saving her. Stain grunts, sparing a quick glance at the blonde that he rescued. Get her out of here. This fight is mine now. And then he returns his attention back to the flaming hero he's about to face in combat. You must be the hero killer. Endeavor is just as intently focused on his opponent. The fire encompassing his body increases in output in a threatening display of power. Your reign of murder ends here. Stain matches the energy with his own, bloodlust radiating from the end of his blade when he points it directly at Endeavor. The tone holds more animosity and hatred than Akatani could manage as he boldly replies, "Just try it, you fake." Already predicting Endeavor's next move, Akatani dives for his girlfriend to shield her from the incoming blast. Himiko, he calls out to her as his tentacles reach to make a shield. The raging inferno consumes the area around them and they're engulfed in hell's flames. The storefront window is as faded as the quality on the television screen behind it, but the dying hues of the image are still identifiable. The subtitles that have been put on to substitute for the lack of speakers are still very much readable. The kanji text says the same thing that's being shown. Last night was a shit show. Footage plays of the hell that was raised, a combination of Endeavor's flames and fire from destruction of property blending with the window's sun glare. The top story is a student's death at the hands of supposedly Stain. The name of the deceased is Tenya Ida, a member of the Ingenium family. Endeavor is being proclaimed a hero for catching the killer and stopping the humanoid creatures called Nomu that aided him. Apparently, Stain had been working with the ones responsible for the cataclysm, which just so happens to be the League of Villains. Akatani isn't sure what to make of the information dumped onto him after the matter, especially since he had been a part of it himself. Another big part of the story being woven by the news and media is the return of the Tokyo Ghoul, also cited during the incident. Akatani feels his phone vibrating in his pocket, tearing his attention away from the television momentarily. He only bothers to check it because it could be Himiko trying to call him. Who he's expecting to see attempting to contact him instead is exactly who it turns out to be though. Eraserhead and his detective friend have left Akatani nearly 100 text messages and just as many missed calls, with half of those calls resulting in voicemail messages. He can't blame them after the news report on the Hosu crisis. He had just wished to have prolonged this inevitability when running away. The TV displays him with his quirk on full display, protecting Himiko from the brawl between Stain and Endeavor. The two of them had used the fight as a diversion for their escape, but didn't get away unscathed. Plenty of flames had licked their arms and legs as they fled. They had also been caught on camera, for the whole world to see. Even with his mask, Akatani had been exposed. Aizawa and Tsukauchi would no doubt identify him easily. Considering their non-stop effort to get into touch with him, they likely already have. But Akatani, the familiar high-pitched voice of his girlfriend alerts Akatani to her return. Before turning to face her, he crushes his cell phone with the aid of his quirk's strength enhancement. He doesn't know if the police and heroes would be able to track him somehow had he not broken it, but he doesn't want to take the chance of there being a possibility. Plus, he doesn't need the constant reminder of his betrayal towards them. With Himiko back, he doesn't have to worry about keeping the device intact for her to call him either. Himiko isn't alone. Walking alongside her is a man covered in burns despite not having been present that night. Akatani immediately recognizes him as Dabi. He's wearing a long jacket despite the warm weather, hands shoved into its pockets. You've gone and made yourself quite the celebrity. Dabi jokes without a hint of amusement in his tone about the current situation. He gestures with a small nod while asking, "Afraid of the paparazzi?" Akatani's face scrunches up in confusion over the question, before realizing it's rhetorical and why it's being jokingly asked. He tugs at the white medical mask that he's wearing, suddenly remade aware of it covering his mouth. While it does help to conceal his identity, that wasn't the reason he had chosen to wear it. When the bands behind his ears are pulled off, he shows Dabi the burn marks around his mouth. "Your dad's a D-dude," Akatani says through scorched lips. Dabi's normally drooped eyelids lift fully and his body stands straight, the initial shock of Akatani's words getting the better of him. He tries shaking it off by returning to his usually bored expression, "My dad." Though he's missing the slouched demeanor that comes with actual relaxation, he's not wanting to bother with the act. Akatani cuts Dabi off with a deadpan look that says more than any words could. Dabi's mouth stays open, but none of the lies or excuses he was going to use come out of it. Instead, he sighs heavily and asks, "How did you know?" Akatani simply holds the deadpan look. If it weren't for the burns, he's sure that Dabi would be blushing in embarrassment. The bashful expression alone is enough for them to communicate that the familial ties were obvious. Not to mention the way he acted strangely in his brother's company. Himiko glances between the two, a delighted grin on her face. Eventually, she can't hold it in anymore and lets out a fit of giggles. Akatani almost joins her, but settles for a small smile instead. Dabi groans, not agreeing that having his identity outed is as funny as they think it is. Dabi brings a hand to his forehead, just short of a facepalm as it slides down. Not single word. He spreads his fingers to peer out at the two teens so they can see how serious he is, to anyone. But Himiko doesn't meet his eyes, still laughing. Dabi's got daddy issues, she continues to casually tease him. Until his tone turns hard to iterate, "I'm serious." His hand drops away from his face so he can shoot her a look in order to make her stop. Akatani steps forward, even though he's sure Dabi wouldn't actually do anything to harm her, he can't help but be a bit protective. "We'll keep it to ourselves." His own tone is just as hardened and defined. But it softens when he actually takes a moment and looks between his girlfriend and Dabi. "We've all got secrets about our past that we want to hide. Himiko and I understand the need for privacy." He meets Dabi's eyes while tacking on at the end, "At least a little." Dabi holds his gaze with Akatani, but ultimately breaks it first, changing the subject. His eyes return to making contact as he asks, "You and Stain were tight?" Akatani blinks in surprise, ping his head in equal confusion. "Huh? What makes you think that?" It's Dabi's turn to deadpan. He waves a lazy hand in the general direction of the television. "It's all over the news." Himiko playfully pouts, crossing her arms under her bust and stamping her feet. She recalls Stain saving her and asks her own question about him. "How come you never introduced me to him?" "I'm your girlfriend, aren't I?" It was fairly recent, Himiko," Akatani stammers as he tries to pacify her with an explanation first. Once he gets the blonde to settle down, he returns his attention to Dabi. "He respected me." That explanation is a little harder for him to manage, I think. As uncertain as he is of his own relationship to Stain, he also has to wonder why Dabi bothers to care. "Why do you ask?" Dabi looks away, trying to act casual and bored as always, but his words hold a weight to them that Akatani helps carry with every word that he listens to. "When you first came to me looking for that legion or whatever, I thought nothing of it. But they're saying Stain was a part of them. And Stain's philosophy ain't half bad. I'm thinking you and I can get along." Dabi's shoe scrapes the ground as he idly kicks the sidewalk's curb with a gentle swing. Akatani raises his head after hearing Dabi's words. "Are you saying?" He starts to wonder if the correlation between Stain and the League of Villains also corresponds with Dabi. "I know a guy. Calls himself Jiren. He's got connections." Dabi confirms those thoughts when he re-meets Akatani's eyeline. "I think he can get us in touch with that club you're looking for." Himiko bounces in place, emitting Akatani's inner joy physically for him. "More meat for you and more blood for me," though her delighted cheer does earn a side-eyed glance from Dabi. "It's just like you wanted, right?" She grins happily for him as she eagerly awaits his affirmation. Though, it's rather hard for him to have a smile at the moment. "Yeah." So he puts his mask back on to hide the scars again. "It's exactly what I wanted." Despite the underground hero's deliberately light step, the first floorboard of the house buckles under his footfall. Instead of creaking, the loose wood groans in protest against the weight of his boot. The ground threatens to break like the furniture that rests atop it. Behind the slits in his yellow goggles, Eraserhead's eyes narrow into a focused squint. Broken bookshelves, their contents spilled out. A destroyed couch and equally splintered chairs. He's not sure yet whether the wake of destruction is a sign of struggle or another type of rampage, but it's concerning to him either way. Behind the inspective hero, Detective Tsukauchi's rectangular eyes are set in an equal state of strabismus. He too analyzes the damage with a critical gaze, drawing his own conclusions. Eraserhead looks back at him, the two communicating with a quick glance after assessing the environment. Tsukauchi nods before brandishing his badge from the pocket of his overcoat. Akatani? It's Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi. I'm coming in. Eraserhead moves aside so that the detective can venture beyond him by a few steps. Each footfall carries through the floorboards just like the hero's first. Let me know you're here if you can hear me. Tsukauchi cautiously turns the corner at the end of the hall to check another room before calling out again, Akatani? When the detective receives no answer, the underground hero makes an attempt. Kid, his usually gruff voice holds a gentle tone that he ordinarily wouldn't use. It's Aizawa. I'm here too. Tsukauchi checks over his shoulder, assessing his partner as much as the damage to the atmosphere. When Aizawa meets the gaze, Tsukauchi looks away. I don't think he's here. The detective sighs while shoving his badge back into his pocket. We should still do a sweep of the house to make sure that it's empty though. The underground hero hums in agreement, not yet having lowered his guard. The door showed signs of forced entry. His voice is lowered to be just short of a whisper in case they aren't alone. Rationalizing the situation and the possibilities, he deems it possible that somebody could have kidnapped or blackmailed Akatani. Tsukauchi isn't quite as convinced, but nods along anyways. Aizawa is renowned for conspiracy theories, and despite some of those notions being proven true, that's his reason for his reluctance. Not to mention the recent news footage showing Akatani back in action as the Tokyo Ghoul. Tsukauchi has to imagine he isn't the only one with resurfacing memories of the crime scenes Akatani had left behind in the beginning. The detective searches a bathroom, finding discarded box dye. Each container is for a black coloring. Akatani had no doubt been changing his hair hue to hide his identity. Tsukauchi notes the detail before checking the shower, sink, and toilet for damage. When he finds nothing broken, it's safe to presume that the demolition had been limited to other confines of the house. He has half a mind to check the pantries and the fridge, but pauses in the hallway when he finds Aizawa back by the front entrance. The underground hero is surveying the door's damage, intent on proving whatever thought he has about its hinges being forcibly removed as valid. It was kicked in. Aizawa senses Tsukauchi's eyes on him and addresses the detective without bothering to return the look. The hero gestures towards a marking that indicates he's right, dead in the center. A shoe imprint the same size as the one from the blood bank. Tsukauchi balks at first, but quickly recovers when he sees the same evidence that Aizawa does. He mulls over the plausibility and the assumptions that can be made from that piece of information before remembering what Aizawa had theorized about Akatani's partner that night, the girlfriend. Aizawa has his own memory recollection of recent incidents, such as his phone call with the boy and his introduction to the girl not too long ago. Yes. The girlfriend. He tries to keep any judgment out of his tone but fails. Picking up on the way Aizawa sounds, Tsukauchi raises a brow. You think she's a bad influence? He wonders. The underground hero looks between the door that was busted down and the detective before answering, I don't know yet. He then pushes past Tsukauchi to inspect the other damages. She couldn't have been the one to have caused all this. Tsukauchi rests his thumb against his bottom lip, chewing its nail as he contemplates things too. Even if she's a petite girl, it isn't impossible for her to have a quirk that grants strength of such capacity. For a moment, the thought of his dear friend Toshinori comes to mind, and how he as it. Hero flexes into a muscle form, the unassuming average form he has when not saving the day, as all might doesn't give the slightest hint of power that he's capable of. How can you be so sure? The detective asks. Aizawa pulls his goggles down so that they hang around his neck along with the capture cloth he wears like a scarf. With his eyes uncovered, he meets Tsukauchi's gaze. I'm assuming she's one and the same girl that he saved from Endeavor's flames during the Hosu news report. If she were capable of such destruction here, I doubt she would have required rescue. He sounds more contemplative than certain of his words. However, before Tsukauchi can point that out and poke holes in the hero's hypothesis, Aizawa continues. And if Akatani was capable of killing the entire Yakuza, then I doubt a single individual would give him any trouble. Or, without a larger amount of property damage at least. The two find themselves glancing back at the door. There's no real way of knowing what happened, but we shouldn't be making assumptions either. Tsukauchi waves for Aizawa to follow him. There's more variables to be considered here anyways. The underground hero is led into the bathroom where the detective picks up an empty hair dye container to hand over for inspection. It could simply be that Akatani decided to run away with his girlfriend. Typical teenage romance. And last night was just them being at the wrong place at the wrong time. Aizawa's expression doesn't appear as hopeful as he sounds. He doesn't believe his own words, and neither does Tsukauchi when he thinks about it for more than a second. He did sound strange on the phone when he was saying goodbye to Eri. As though it would be his last. Aizawa weighs the die box in his hand like it's heavier than it actually is as he mulls over his last conversation with Akatani. Tsukauchi hesitates to say this next part, uncertain of how Aizawa will react, but works up enough courage to do so anyways. I know you promised not to pry into his past. But I think we're way past promises at this point. Aizawa hears Tsukauchi, but doesn't react. He just keeps staring at the die box in his hand. Akatani had purposely altered his appearance. The boy has a reason for lying about his name. Under ordinary circumstances, it wouldn't be Aizawa's or anyone else's place to delve into why without his consent. Aizawa had grown close to the kid and his illegitimate sister. Aizawa doesn't want to betray their trust by compromising the relationship they've established. And yet, you're right. He must also be rational about the investigation. If we're going to find him, then we need to know who it is that we're actually looking for. He discards the die box and hardens his resolve. Tsukauchi does his best to look encouraging as he agrees, and that'll tell us where to look. Then he takes out his cell phone to text Tamakawa orders. I'll see what I can uncover at the precinct using what we already know about him, but I'm thinking we shouldn't limit ourselves. Aizawa takes less than a second to decipher the unspoken request from the detective, and his answer is a solid no. Tsukauchi looks up from his phone mid-typing with an appalled expression. But Aizawa stays firm, shaking his head. It's never a good idea to get him involved when it comes to children. Whoever allowed that mammal to teach at a school is just as sick and delusional as he is. He knows exactly who it is that the detective wants to bring in on the investigation, and he downright refuses to make things all the more chaotic by agreeing. Tsukauchi tries not to look or sound too amused by how resolute the underground hero is being. I feel like talking like that could cost you your job. He's not taking Aizawa's words that seriously. Seeing that's the case, Aizawa turns almost somber. He rarely wears his emotions on his sleeve, but he's rather adamant when it comes to Akatani. I just don't want him getting any ideas. This one is a delicate matter. He treats the boy with fragility as much as he does the girl he's adopted. Tsukauchi can't help but sympathize with the man and places a consoling hand on his shoulder to say as gently as possible, it could be more fragile than you already think it is. When Aizawa looks the detective in the eye, he sees the sincerity and understands the importance without needing the added, that's why we need to know. He tries to resist, but finally gives in. Aizawa brushes Tsukauchi's hand off his shoulder, fine, and heads for the exit. I'll talk to Nizu. Tsukauchi watches Aizawa's receding back, but doesn't bother chasing after it. After all, he has to treat the scene properly and get a forensics team over. The detective turns around to get one last good look at the mess that's been made. He doesn't want to regret giving the boy a chance, but he's not so sure he's dealing with a basic boy. All the blood that's been spilled and all the lies that have been told. Just who is Akatani Mikumo? Was he always just the Tokyo ghoul in disguise? When the trio of league candidates first enter the bar, their initial impression of the barren brick walls is that the significantly spacious hideaway is just short of being a less than decorative basement dwelling. Muted colors of bottles on the shelves behind the bar counter match the unadorned lazy spin of the ceiling fan. The place itself seems just as disinteresting as its disinterested patrons. A man with faded blue hair sits with his back to Akatani, Dabi, and Himiko. The living purple mist behind the counter faces the group instead, the only one well-dressed for the occasion. Not even Jiren, the intermediary middleman, bothers with a classy fashion sense. He opts to wear nothing more chic than a fluffy scarf and circular glasses. I've got some kids here saying they're interested in your group. I assure you, these ones are more capable than the last bunch. Not like the other recruits. He twists a toothpick in his mouth with his tongue as he speaks. However, the slight slurring of words is still decipherable. Akatani and the others are expecting who they assume is the bartender to speak in response, but it's the blue-haired man that Jiren happened to be actually addressing. And? Who are they? He turns his head just enough for the trio to get a glimpse of his chapped lips grinding out his questions. Jiren grins, all teeth minus one in the middle on full display. He gestures towards the bunch with a mild flourish, as though he's presenting them. I'll let them speak for themselves. His eyes glint the same as his tinted glasses when he glances towards the group that he's brought. Himiko, the most enthusiastic of the trio, is the first to jump at the opportunity of an introduction. You're friends with Mr. Staney, right? We've been looking for you. She practically vibrates in place as her face tinges red in excitement. The blue-haired man does bother to spare a glance over his shoulder, but it's a rather dismissive look. He has red eyes crusted around the edges that flick over to Dabi instead. You don't look like very much of a league. You look rather gross, actually. Dabi returns the critical gaze with one of his own squinted glares. Hearing that must strike a nerve, because the man returns to his former state, no longer considering them worthy of a second glance. Kurojairi. Warp them away. He lazily waves a hand as though he's shooing away a fly. Akatani mentally notes the bartender's name and potential teleportation quirk before listening to the rest. A brat, a guy with no manners, and a silent creep. I don't like any of them. Himiko's earlier excitement diminishes a little, an expression of disappointment overcoming her as she pps her head to the side. Huh? The one named Kurojairi gives the girl somewhat of an apologetic glance before denying the blue-haired man's request. Come now, they've traveled all this way just to meet you. You may as well humor them with a chat. Kurojairi's gaze then shifts to Jiren. What's more, if they're being introduced by our influential broker friend here, we can be sure that they're at least competent fighters. Jiren shrugs, not elaborating on whether they are or aren't. Akatani doesn't know how acquainted Himiko and Dabi are with him for him to actually know, plus the broker had only met him personally very recently to definitely not know, but it's a response he can get behind during a sensitive negotiation. Either way, I'll take my finder's fee now. Jiren holds out his hand with the expectation of receiving payment. But Kurojairi isn't quite as accommodating a second time. He raises up his own hand, introductions first, denying the request momentarily. Jiren begrudgingly retracts his hand and nods for the trio to share their names. I'm Himiko Toga. Akatani's girlfriend does the liberty of starting them off. And this is Akatani. I go by Dabi right now. Dabi does his own introduction. Himiko and Akatani, knowing his real name, share a look with one another, but don't say anything out loud. The blue-haired man turns around, now giving them all his undivided attention. No good. I want to know your real name. But he singles out Dabi with a pointed finger specifically. Before things can escalate, Akatani decides that it's finally time that he says something. He takes a step forward to direct everyone's attention to him before announcing, I'm the Tokyo Ghoul. Everyone aside from Himiko shares an expression that crosses both shock and awe. But Akatani isn't finished. He looks around the small bar, still only counting 2 people present. And you're the League of Villains? Is this really all of you? It's his turn to be unimpressed by what he sees. The blue-haired man seems skeptical, his critical gaze from earlier returning full swing. But he still humors Akatani. Yes. I'm the leader. Now knowing that he's finally found the last of his targets and that they're of small numbers, with the leader right in front of him, he's already calculating how to kill them. The leader taps a finger on the bar counter as he demands from Akatani, prove you are who you say you are. His scara darkening, the ghoul obliges. A predatory instinct kicks in, back burning to unleash his equivalent of claws. He remembers Aizawa's bandages, Ares' guardian and his previously poor condition within the U. Medbay. Akatani plans to return the favor. The ghoul growls as he prepares to pounce. "Oh, I intend to." But as forthwith as his killing intent had expanded, it instantaneously evaporates. An equal force opposes his own, casting over him like the shadow of a bigger beast. Akatani's burning blood runs cold when he hears an amused chuckle coming from behind the bar counter. His eyes are drawn to the source of intimidation, spotting a miniature television that says "Only Audio" in kanji as red as his shrunken pupils. No need. The disembodied voice is deceptively soothing. Hidden in the tone is that same dominant power Akatani had sensed. It's a deep and demanding boom. "I would like a private audience with our most prestigious guest, if you mind." The League of Villains leader doesn't seem so much like the actual leader anymore when he inquisitively stares at the small TV monitor. "Sensei?" The owner of the voice remains in charge, making it clear that was an order and not a request. "Take time to get acquainted with his friends, Tamura. You may learn a thing or two about companionship and allegiance." They sound as though they're talking down to a child. The power dynamic and who reigns in superiority is more evident than ever. It'd be funny if it weren't so terrifying. Akatani looks back at Himiko and Dabi, expecting the true leader to reveal themselves. But he's suddenly struck by a wave of nausea, throwing him off balance. He can feel something climbing up his throat. He feels sick. It's reminiscent of when he vomits the unprocessed attempts at eating anything other than flesh. Wait dash. But what comes out of his mouth this time instead is a black goo as flexible and tangible as his kagun. It wraps around his body, covering his face and concealing his vision. And then, suddenly, the darkness transports him to a room just as pitch black. What? He fights the GG reflex of having something forcibly breach the walls of his throat but fails miserably. Momentarily, he wonders if that was Kurojire's warping quirk. However, that thought is immediately overtaken by panicked voices when the presence he had felt earlier increases tenfold. His instincts scream at him. His mind yells just as vocally. But his body becomes paralyzed. He's trapped in a state of petrification as the crushing pressure of sheer power makes itself known to him. The aura makes Akatani collapse to his knees, his whole body bending over as he fights back the urge to puke for real this time. He's being forced to bow to the mightier being. The SBMSSV state is one that he knows well. He's seen his own prey do the same sometimes. To be on the receiving end for once, he can't help but shed tears. He can hear the beeping of it. Heartbeat monitor. He's not sure if that's real or if it's a part of what he's currently imagining. The extreme emanation forces him to experience hallucinations of his own death as well. Torn and dismembered like he's left some of his own victims. Shredded and violated. Drowning in his own blood. Suffocating as he's choked by the tremendous pressure. Stabbed through his pounding heart, pierced and cut wide open. He feels as though he's falling from a great height. Then he lands in hell where he burns alive. Each assaulting image is a beating that makes his entire body tremble. The voice returns, making Akatani shudder. He's pretty sure that voice belongs to the devil. This is the first time you've felt inferior to another out of a naturally born instinct. Isn't it? The tone is genuinely inquisitive rather than taunting. That only intensifies the effect of the feeling he's unable to endure. He feels like an ant that's being studied, played with, by a giant that could squash it at any moment it loses interest. All Akatani can manage is a meek nod. His mind is too distraught to think of a verbal response. Though he'd doubtfully be capable of formulating any coherent speech if he were thinking clearly. Akatani recluses at the close proximity of the voice. You have no sense of how far up the food chain goes, boy. It sounds so close and yet so distant at the same time. The most lethal of predators are good at concealing their bloodlust. You should take that advice into practice. I could easily sense your hostile intent towards Tamura. Akatani recognizes the tone as the same that had been used with the so-called Tamura. He's being talked down to, perceived as an inferior child. In the presence of this being, he knows that to be true. Have you nothing to say for yourself, boy? Akatani's throat is too dry to say anything. Until, the same force that commands him to be docile demands that he speak. He's a threat. Akatani's voice trembles more than his body as he admits to the desire of wanting Tamura dead. He knows he can be smited easily should the owner of the voice so deem it, and he's just given them a valid reason. To the child you've grown an attachment with, the true leader of the League of Villains shocks Akatani even more. He's shaken to his core that such an unstoppable force knows about his relationship to Eri as the reason for their being at odds. Don't be so surprised. I'm capable of reading your thoughts like an open book. Through all the terror and desperation, it's easy to find the root of those emotions. Akatani struggles to breathe as he takes in that information. His mind is capable of being invaded, his thoughts read, and quite possibly corrupted. He theorizes that the feeling he's perceiving from the Mindreader's presence comes from that same source of power. But part of him knows that a good margin is genuinely just the person's unmitigated existence. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to end Tamura's life. He is of importance to me. He's reminded of that aura when it washes over him like a wave in an ever-endless bottomless sea. However, I see a potential in you that would be a shame to waste. You could prove useful to Tamura. Before he can sink to the bottom and drown, crushed by the pressure, he feels himself pulled back to the surface. Akatani gasps for air as he greedily tries to inhale it all for himself. The force that had been weighing down on him has been significantly lifted, but his body still falls to the floor. He's beyond exhausted. Who? Who are you? He tries to get a good look at who caused him such grief. In the thick darkness, he can make out what looks like the equivalent of a throne. Several wires and cables are connected to it, an array of monitors much like the one from the bar also attached. And seated at its center is a well-dressed man. I have many names. Most prominently, All for One, in account for my abundance of quirks and the unique ability to take more from others. The promise of power from that introduction alone has Akatani quivering all over again. But when he sees the face belonging to that power, he's beyond horrified. But you will call me Sensei. The scarred flesh where eyes should be somehow stares into Akatani's soul more than actual eyes would be able to. Why, you plan to take my quirk from me? It suddenly makes sense to him how someone could be so limitlessly indomitable. Oh, what's this? A kindling of hope that I hear. All for One tilts his head to the side as he outwardly notes Akatani's tone. How interesting. Akatani imagines a life without his quirk. If it weren't for his uncontrollable impulses and his extreme urges, he would have been able to lead a regular life. His mother would still be alive. Maybe, just maybe, he would have been able to still get into U.A with Kaken. I can only view your thoughts so much. Would you be opposed to meeting a quirk specialist colleague of mine? All for One's intrigue sends shivers down Akatani's spine and he begins to regret the desire to be rid of his quirk. He can't imagine someone so evil increasing their strength with his quirk too. What do you want from me? Akatani struggles to push himself upwards. It takes all he has, but he somehow manages to push off with his hands and just stay on his knees. All for One watches the boy with sick pleasure, smiling softly as he enjoys the entertaining display. He speaks at a low decibel, almost assuredly, not your quirk. Though powerful, it wouldn't pale in comparison to my arsenal, but conveys anything but a form of assurance. I'm much more interested in your mind, especially when he extends a hand. Akatani instinctively shies away from the near contact, all sorts of alarms and warnings going off in his head, especially when he sees something crawling beneath the surface of the man's sleeve. The length and size of All for One's fingers, a red-headed centipede twists itself around his hand and reaches towards Akatani. Acting on a survival reflex, his senses telling him it's no ordinary insect, the boy scurries back faster than the actual bug crawls. Akatani pants heavily, his unnatural pupils focused on the centipede that reaches just short of his face. Its preformal spines twiddle in an attempt at making contact. If All for One is displeased, he doesn't show it. If anything, he finds the reaction humorous, letting out a low chuckle. He pulls his arm away, the centipede retreating back under his sleeve. We'll both have to test our patience then. He lifts the same hand he had used to prop his chin against his knuckles. Another time. Akatani swallows in between heavy breaths, unable to express anything but relief that he hadn't been subjected to whatever All for One literally had up his sleeve. Though he also can't help but be unsettled by the unspoken promise of another time. He shakily lifts his head, daring to look at the man responsible for such an impending feeling of absolute damnation. The business attire is almost as casual as his sitting position, the lack of a tie and the few loose buttons at the top are nonchalant. Yet, the face that wears it all is just like the aura he emits. A horrifically sinister contortion of what a person's worst self can be, personified as a form of evil. Even without sockets, Akitani can feel All for One's eyes on him. He's not sure how the man can see, but he knows that he must. He can't help but shake the feeling of being studied like he's bacteria under a microscope. You will return to Tamura and agree to work with him. You will not harm him if you don't want the same to be done to the girls you're so fond of. Akitani feels small in comparison to the potential menace of this particular predator. He has no choice but to accept the true monster's conditions, now knowing his role in the criminal climate has drastically changed. The threat to Eri and Himiko is one that can be delivered on and he'd be unable to do anything about it. He's been caged again, this time by something far worse than the heroes. He remembers what All for One wished to be addressed as and answers, "Yes, sensei." All for One's smile becomes even more wicked, if that's even possible. The Tokyo Ghoul is now his pet.